What's cracking, everybody? Hello and good morning to day 2 of Magic Spotlight Dragons here in SCGCON Denver. We are so excited to be getting into the draft portion of this. I'm Ailey Loney. This is Paul Cheon. Paul, it's draft day. How excited are you?
Oh my gosh. I mean, look, we survived day 1. Sealed is great, but draft is where it's all about. Draft is where the magic happens. It is so much fun. You just have so much more control over kind of where your deck ends up. And I mean, this feature pod, by the way, is absolutely stacked. And I'm really just excited to see how they approach draft and see if it differs greatly. Maybe I can learn a lot from them because there's a lot of crushers in that pod 1.
Well, we'll introduce them to you very shortly, but let's quickly go over our schedule. Yesterday was all sealed. Today we are drafting, baby. So that is what we're going to be doing. We have one draft, rounds 9 to 11, a second draft, rounds 12 to 14, and then after those 6 rounds, we have our top 8 players doing yet another draft. So 3 drafts today. That is so cool, Paul.
Yeah, I cannot believe we get to cover so many drafts,
Hell
right?
Yeah.
When we do the Pro Tours, it's just you get one on the first day, one on the second day, but it's mostly constructive, right?
Corey and I get 1 round, so it's like,
yeah. Sorry, not sorry. But today we get to just do all limited all the time, and I am here for it. I am so excited for today.
Awesome. There's a lot on the line here this weekend, plenty of prizes to be had. Most importantly, I would think, for the players at least, money is cool and all, but being invited to the top 8 being invited to the Pro Tour Final Fantasy, getting on the train, as it were, and who knows, maybe we'll see one of these players here at the World Championship, which would be absolutely phenomenal. So we want to get down to the draft as quick as possible, but if you are new to Magic, or to Limited even, Paul, what is a draft?
Yeah, so a booster draft is basically where you start with 3 boosters, and you open a pack, you look at the pack, and you take the sweetest card out of that pack, the card that you like the most. You take that card and then—
the shiny one, right?
The shiny, well, maybe. You take the card and then you pass the rest of the booster pack to your neighbor on the left. You do this, you repeat this process until every single card has been chosen out of the first pack. Then you open pack number 2. You take the shiniest card out of that pack, and then you pass to the right. You do that until there are no cards left, and then finally pack 3, you once again pass to the left. So left, right, left. Then after you finish your draft, you build a minimum 40 card deck. I highly recommend you keep it to 40 for the most part in Limited, with any number of basic lands, usually around 16 to 17 to start. But that's kind of the gist of booster draft. And yeah, we're going to see some masters at work very soon.
Yes, indeed we are. Paul said that the top 8, or the 8 players at our feature table, it's absolutely stacked. Paul walked around the corner there, and basically everyone in unison went, "Hi, Paul," because he just knows all of them, and they know all of him. So
yeah. I actually just wanted to go say hi to Atron because we actually lived nearby each other in Curacao. We worked together for 2-3 years. I haven't seen him in a while, so I just wanted to wish him the best of luck. And all of a sudden, I realized that basically, Matt Nass is in Pod 1, Charles Wong is in Pod 1. There's a few people that I also just know through Discord, and it's amazing just to see just an awesome group of people there, and it's crazy how they're just all in Pod 1.
Yeah, it's crazy, and that's not just Pod 1 that we're taking a look at today. Let's take a look at our undefeated players from yesterday. There were 4 of them, so GG's to those players. And this is just the first half or first quarter, I guess, of our standings. There are about 98 players, I think, who made it through to day 2. That's a crazy feat in and of itself.
That is a tough cut. That means more than that's only 10% of the field, maybe a little bit less, made it into day 2. That is rough. So all these people need to pat themselves on the back.
Hell yeah.
They went through just a brutal field and got an incredible record to make it to, of course, the best part of the tournament.
Yeah, let's take a look at the second page here of standings. Before we jump down into the feature match area, a couple of notable names there. Matt Sikic-Johnson, we saw Eduardo Shadgulek, Andrew Beckram, also a pretty well-known player. So it's going to be great to see everyone in action today, and we wish them all the best of luck. Let's take a look at our draft table, who's sitting where, and let's take a look at chat about these players quickly. Michael Atron.
So Michael Atron is an old school Magic player, and he is, if you come into this tournament and you talk, there are notable players, Matt Nass, who's playing a lot now, but if you talk about dark horses or sleeper picks for this event, Mike Atron might be the #1 pick here, just because all of his success entirely has come from Limited.
Yeah.
He has a Pro Tour victory at Pro Tour Geneva and a Pro Tour top 8 at Kuala Lumpur, both of which were Limited Pro Tours.
Awesome.
So he is probably one of the best Limited players in the world. It's just a lot of the newer players probably just don't even know who he is.
That's true. I had no idea who he was until you were like, hey, yeah, he's a pretty big deal. I was like, oh, cool.
Yeah.
Well, I'm amped to see him in action. I do believe the players are ready to rock and roll. So as soon as we are, let's jump down there and follow along with Michael Atron, who will affectionately be known as Atron for the rest of the broadcast. We see Matt Nass here getting ready to rock and roll. The players with their booster packs. Now, Paul, for players who haven't seen a draft like this before, why are they in packs like that?
Yeah, these are fancier packs, if you will. But
Yes.
basically, this is just to make sure that all the packs have already been marked, and basically the judges know what was in every single booster pack. So just to prevent any type of shenanigans,
Yes.
everybody's aware of every single card and every single booster pack. So this way you know that this booster pack came from these packs, and that's just to prevent any kind of nonsense from happening. Because, of course, this is a tournament with a lot on the line, and the best way to prevent any wrongdoing, if you will, is to basically make sure that you know what's in every single pack.
Yeah. And I'm not sure if you will hear the feed, but you will hear a judge calling the draft. So this is a call draft. It's time. The players have so many seconds to make each pick.
Yeah. Yeah, Atron here, undefeated, 8-0, and ooh, that is a Sarkin there to kick things off. Now, the mid-range Dragon decks have proven to be quite strong. There's also a Jeskai Shrine Keeper.
Yep.
Lots of good options here.
Yeah, Jeskai Shrinekeeper's sweet.
But there's
Warden
also,
of the Grove.
yeah, I didn't notice it
Ooh.
right away, but Warden of the Grove is also fantastic. We saw that Hydra just completely take over the game, and I think a lot of top-level players want to start out being base green.
Yes.
So I wouldn't be shocked if you take the Warden of the Grove. Sarkin is nice. It makes you a treasure right away, but I think I like the Warden better just because being base green just gives you the opportunity to end up in some of the more powerful wedges, some of the more powerful clans, so I do like this pick.
Yeah, you're a big fan of Temur and Sultai, and having played a couple of those myself, you have so much more options, so much more staying power in the late game. So
Absolutely.
We do like some green cards there.
Yeah, I like starting blue-green, either going into Temur or Sultai. Jeskai has also been fine, and also a good Mardu aggressive deck would be nice. Now, yeah, there is a Sarkin in this pack. It's kind of interesting to see what Atron is going to do here, just because he already passed the Sarkin, so that's something that he needs to consider. He could take Dragon's Prey, which is just a premium removal spell. I do think I like that more than the
Stalwart Successor?
The Stalwart Successor here in general. The Successor requires a lot more build around, whereas Dragon's Prey you can just splash for. Yeah. And just a solid pick here. Look, I already passed the Sarkin.
Bombs and removal,
Bombs and removal is kind of the name of the game here, and of course mana fixing, which is something that you're going to see around the middle portions of these packs. Pack 4, Pack 5, if your pack doesn't look that strong and you see a dual land or a tri-land or a monument, you're probably going to take it.
So at the Pro Tour, we chat about what the best draft archetype is. What do you think the players will shift towards, knowing that green is probably going to be one of the most contested colors?
Well, I think Personally, I do prefer Sultai and Temur, and any one of those is nice because those decks just let you grind into the late game very well. But here, there's a Piercing Exhale and a Lion Wait, and given that you started out with a green and a black card, Lion Wait can be the direction that you go. But Michael actually choosing to be a little more flexible there.
Nice.
Piercing Exhale is a great removal spell as long as you have a lot of creatures in play. A lot of times I don't have enough creatures early, but this gives you the ability to still stay open with green and black, and this gives the Atron the ability to also go into Abzan, right? You still just have green cards, cut off all the green, you have 2 solid removal spells, and you're just a little more flexible.
Nice. All right, we got the Relic, Desperate Measures as well. Scoured Barons pulled to the front there too. Abzan Devotee for splash.
It looks like he's considering the Scoured Barons and probably looking. That's an early pick, Scoured Barons, considering he doesn't even have any white cards here. It's possible Atron's looking to potentially keep himself open into moving into Abzan. Maybe he knows that Temur and Sultai are popular. Maybe he wants to avoid it. Oh, but that's a oh, wow, what a pack.
Jeez, this pack is great.
Yeah, that's a Molten Exhale as well.
Crikey.
Now, he does have a Dragon's Prey already, so I can see maybe taking the Sipsig Appraiser and looking to move it into Sultai, because if you take the Molten Exhale, you have a green, a black, and a red card.
Wow.
Ooh, okay.
People down the line are going to be gifted a Sipsig Appraiser.
Yeah, but the monuments,
yeah, they're great.
Mana fixing is really, really important, and Atron also valuing it very, very highly. Those monuments, I thought the format would be too slow for them.
Okay.
It's not.
No, it's
not. They are great. They just anytime you have an opening hand with 2 lands and a monument, you just feel so good. You just know you're not going to get mana screwed. Your game plan's going to be really smooth, and then in the late game, it just turns into more value.
Yeah. Stormplane Detainment, pull to the front here. Undergrowth Leopard, going to take the Stormplane. Yeah,
you do have the Scoured Barons already. You have a monument, so Atron's setting up for a really, really solid mana base here. Probably not afraid to going into 3 or 4 colors, because that's just the nature of this format.
Alchemist's Assistant in the front there, along with the Champion of Dusan. The Daciat Earthcarver at the back, a big old body. What do you think he's looking at here?
There's also Encroaching Dragonstorm if you really want to go big and try to make sure you have all the color fixing. But Atron actually looking to have a smoother mana curve there with the Assistant. And but that's not the type of card that you want to splash. So when you take that and play it, oftentimes we're looking at possibly a green-black base, possibly splashing white, maybe blue if he does get some good dragons there.
Whale of War I quite like. I tend to prefer the Mardu colors in this draft, but that's a pretty sick card.
Yeah, it's a solid value card, especially if you can get some Inox Survivalists, but no good ways to mill himself just yet, so it looks like he's just going with something else there.
Did you see what it was?
Didn't catch it, no.
Okay.
All right, now we're getting to the point where we get some kind of filler cards to make the deck. There's a Champion of Dusan.
Yeah, Champ's all right.
Synchronized Charge is also okay. I think he's just going to prefer taking the creature here. That card's just totally fine, especially in Abzan where there's a counter sub-theme, and you just take that, and then you play it early, you trade with something, and then later on you can have some +1/+1 counters to go with it.
Loxodon, Battle Priest. I love this card. Speaking of counters, like the Warden of the Grove, that guy as well. Ugh, that's gross.
Yeah, no, that's a totally fine card to consider splashing, right? If you're going to move into Abzan, that is a nice way to get your counter synergies going as well.
Storm Beacon Blade picked up there. These are all just like kind of, sure, maybe I'll play this.
Right.
Arishin Shield Guard. I'm not sure entirely what that guy's name is. And then we got the Krotik.
Yep, and then there's the
Embermouth Sentinel. That's
cool.
The
Sentinel, and then just the land there. So Atron's deck looks okay, but also keep in mind this is a pod where there are a ton of great players. These decks are just not going to look like the decks that you kind of see when you go, hey, check out my deck. I got everything. I have 12 playables after pack 1. That is just not what you're going to see in these high-level drafts. So given that, all you just want is make sure that you have a decent mana curve with solid fixing and just enough cards to kind of round out your deck. You're not going to have 5 cards to cut, for example, in this format with a pod this strong.
Yeah, I think the card we missed was Strategic Betrayal. That's the exile a creature and then graveyard go bye-bye.
Yeah, so it's an Edict effect and also a
Nice.
really, really good card if you do play against, for example, Sultai,
Yeah.
where they do, or Temur even, where they rely heavily on Renew and Harmonize.
Yes.
And having this as a way to just get something small and then exile the graveyard's nice. Now, it is at its worst against Mardu because they're able to generate
So
some
many
tokens.
things.
They have some Endure. So that's a card. Maybe it's you could start it, but it's certainly a strong sideboard option.
Yes, definitely. Against two of the most popular archetypes in the format, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, Atron right now, it looks like he's going to be a black-green base, has a Sultai Monument, no blue cards, but hey, could still maybe play an island, maybe you get a dragon or something like that, and then of course has the Battle Priest there for, I believe, his only white card, and that's a decent card to have if you're looking to move into the counter strategy. Now, I have not been the biggest fan of Abzan in general, only because I feel like its late game prowess is not as strong as maybe being a green-blue base deck where you have access to a lot more card draw.
Alrighty, pack 2. Let's see what we got here. Tiny back. We have a Triland.
It's a Nomad Outpost. Sage of the Fang, excellent card.
Kotis. Sidisi.
Yeah, not going to take the Kotis probably. I think Sage of the Fang is a really solid
that's
pickup
sweet.
here. It's just a nice 3-drop. It gives you value in the late game as well.
Ooh,
And
putting that on the Warden. Oh man, that's
Yeah,
the
yeah.
dream.
yeah, oh, absolutely.
Doubling the counters when you renew it.
Yeah, unless he really likes Kotis.
No. Oh.
Okay. All right. Well, he does have the Temur Monument.
Sure does, and does have a lot of ways to put counters
Okay.
on it. So.
Yeah, I mean, if you can turbocharge this, we saw Luis
Yeah.
do some pretty disgusting things
Absolutely.
with this card, and he does have the Sultai Monument, and it's a really good blocker. So maybe Atron has a lot of experience drafting with. Is that the third Sarkhan, by the way?
I think so. The third one he's seen
Oh
at least.
man.
Sultai Devotee. Another Doosan, Champion of Doosan.
Oh, and there's a really good removal spell
Oh
there.
yeah,
There's a
Ireni's
rally.
rebuff.
There's a Ireni's rebuff, but there was also a rally, the modal spell that kills
Oh
big
yeah,
things.
Riley the Monastery.
Right.
Yeah.
But Atron just making sure,
Fixing.
not only that, just prioritizing a good mana curve of creatures. Right?
Yes.
Oftentimes, it's really tempting to just take a bunch of the sweet spells and the expensive cards, but oftentimes you have too many of them.
Yeah.
And
You end
Atron
up
just going,
cutting
you know what? If I'm doing the counters deck, I need to make sure that I have enough creatures on curve
Yeah.
and kind of make sure I develop my board with creatures so that my fight spells are better and I can put +1/+1 counters on things.
Oh, I want to take that card so bad, but I know I shouldn't. Wow, there's some really good stuff in this pack. Not
Yeah.
any for him, unfortunately.
Right. There's another Devotee, but that's not the type of card you really want to take second and third. But hey, you know, it does
It's
work.
a Death Toucher.
It's a
so-
death toucher. It gives you good mana fixing. It helps you fix for the Kotis.
Yeah.
And it does interact favorably with the Piercing Exhale that he
Yeah.
has in his deck as well.
Being able to kill something massive with a Death Toucher is always a good feeling. Wow, okay. Desperate Measures. Oh, Reputable
counters.
Merchant's not bad. That's playable.
I can never say that card, by the way.
What?
Defibrillating Current.
Defibrillating Current? Yeah.
I have to pause for 5 seconds.
Say defib.
I always add an R. Defibrillating.
Defibrillating.
Yeah. All right, are we gonna get the +1/+1 counters creature here? Maybe it's wow. These are some, you know, these are fine for your curve, but these are kind of underpowered picks
Yeah.
relative to all the other cards that we're seeing here. Again, it does look like Atron is really prioritizing having a really solid mana curve instead of just going for pure power.
There's a Pack Beast in there. Delcoven Pack Beast.
Ooh,
Yathan Tomb Guard.
Okay, so Yathan Tomb Guard with all the +1/+1 counters
Yeah,
things that
that's sick.
Atron's working with, I think that's going to be the pick for him. That does allow you to get a lot of card advantage.
Absolutely.
And I think that is an excellent pickup here for Atron.
I'm not sure how to say that. Yathan.
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 Yeah.
Yathan. I'm sure someone in the chat can
We can say it
correct
just
us.
a different way every time we see it.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah, that works.
Great. Okay.
Okay,
Ooh,
another one.
Ooh, Blossoming
Sands. This is probably around the time where you are looking to pick up
Yeah.
some mana fixing. So Blossoming Sands can certainly be good. Or Atron just goes, look, I'm just going to take another Reputable Merchant and focus on my mana fixing elsewhere. Just will say, Reputable Merchant, if you play it on turn 4, it's just not that strong. But so you really just kind of want your mana to get there. 4 mana for a 2/2 that adds a +1/+1 counter onto something is not ideal.
Nah.
But if you can play it on turn 3, it is pretty strong. Oh,
Okay.
well, there you go. There's a
fixing.
Scoured Barons.
Yeah.
He's going to slam that one.
Or so what's that? Coordinated assault? Is that the one?
Maneuver?
Maneuver.
Coordinated maneuver. But this is a great time
Yeah,
to pick up the Scoured Barons here. I believe that's his second dual land. So he has 2
Yes.
Scoured Barons, green-black base with a light touch of
Looks like
white.
a white splash.
Yeah, there's a Battle Priest and then the 2 Merchants.
Yeah. There's also the Enoch, I don't know, sorry, Arishan Shield Guard or whatever it is.
Oh, yeah.
The tapper guy.
You can
that-
possibly play that.
Yeah.
Not ideal, but you can still get that in.
Yeah.
But it does look like Pack 2 just wasn't the strongest here for Atron. Just the Tomb Guard was okay, but
Didn't really get any goodies.
you really want kind of the signpost
Yeah.
uncommons, and we just haven't seen too many of them.
That was the Bone Cairn, something Butcher Horde guy. He's a pain in the butt to play against, I know that
Right.
much. But it's a Mardu card, so I'm
Yep.
not sure if we'll actually see that.
Here
played.
we see a Sidisi and a Nightblade Brigade. The Brigade has actually been surprisingly solid, just as a 3-mana 1/3 Death Toucher with Surveil 1. Even in a non-Mardu deck, I have liked it a decent amount. But actually going for Sidisi here, we'll see how this plays out.
Yeah, Bone Cairn Butcher, the previous pick. A Baitor would be wonderful.
Given what I've seen from Atron's draft, that champion definitely taking Champion of Doosan here. 2, 3, 4. And now probably taking the Adorned Crocodile. That
Yeah.
triple black rare is probably
Please don't take
it's just
that.
going to be a little too hard to cast, and the Crocodile is totally fine here.
Adorned Crocodile makes you some friends. He's got renew synergy too.
Right.
I like Desperate Measures, but the mobilized creature's also not bad.
Yeah, I like Desperate Measure. It's a fine sideboard card too against smaller creatures, but I like it more when I'm in the Mardu deck and I can sacrifice my mobilized tokens to draw 2 cards.
Yeah, J-Cost Sentinel and Wild Ride to wrap up Pack 2 there. So that was pretty medium.
Yeah, I would say this was a pretty mediocre pack. I will say Atron, if the one thing that he has going for him in this draft is he just got a good curve. He's got lots of 2s, lots of 3s. He's got some removal. I don't even see a ton of tricks. He's got okay mana, but it does look like Abzan was not necessarily the most open.
Yeah.
At least in Pack 2, but hopefully he can turn things around in Pack 3. But this is definitely kind of where he's at. Now, he does still have the ability to splash blue. We saw him take that Kotis, and he does have the appropriate mana fixing for it. 2 Sultai Devotees and the Monument. He's 100% going to play the one island to not only sacrifice the Monument, but of course play the Kotis, and still keeps himself available if he does open if he opens a Teval, for example. You better believe he's going to take that and put that into his deck.
Yeah, Teval is sweet. Come on, Opulent Palace, one time.
Teval first.
Okay,
Teval first, then
All
the
right.
Opulent
Okay.
Palace.
Gotcha. All right, so putting in our requests for Pack 3.
Yeah. And as far as the interaction goes, we're looking at a Piercing Exhale and a Dragon's Prey.
Not too bad.
Not a ton beyond
Nothing
that,
else,
though.
I mean, Desperate Measures you can use as a removal spell, but it's not ideal.
Yeah.
You want to get the 2 cards off of that, rather. So players get to look through their pool because you cannot consult it during the draft.
That's right. And that's one thing, especially if you're going to practice for events like this. If you draft on other clients, just if you want to practice, just don't look at your cards.
Yeah, you're
right?
not allowed.
Just hide your cards, and that's good practice for events like this.
All right, Pack 3, or Pack C, as we see on the envelopes. Let's go.
Teval. He just wants a dragon.
Teval or Baitor, let's go.
Baitor Ugin, maybe?
Ugin's meh.
I'll take an Ugin.
I beat an Ugin yesterday.
Oh.
Luis beat an Ugin yesterday.
Okay.
He's old news.
You know what? I'll still take the Ugin.
Yeah, probably.
He needs some top end, I think.
Yes. We need some bombs now.
I will say somebody else is definitely in the counters deck as well. It does feel like there's at least one more Abzan drafter. Oh, hey, that's an Abzan
the Honored
rare.
Dead, yeah.
Yeah, no, that card is great. That is that uncommon. There's some solid uncommons as well, but he's got to take the rare here, right?
Yeah.
The 2-drop is also strong, but that uncommon, it makes basically 3 1/1 tokens, and then
No, wait, that's Rattle the Ancestors.
Yeah, that
I'm
makes
thinking of Awaken the Honored Dead.
no,
sorry.
yeah, that makes 3 1/1 tokens, and then you get
Yes.
to distribute 3 counters. So for 4 mana, you get 6 power and 6 toughness worth of stats,
Yeah.
and you're already going to be Abzan.
Yeah, go for
This
it.
just has so much upside, and I know Atron's probably going, well, it's not easy to cast, but gonna put it in. It just does so much work in his deck. Imagine playing Imagine playing a Yathin Tomb Guard and then playing that turn 4,
Oh.
right? And just all of a sudden you have a million creatures with a bunch of +1/+1 counters.
Yeah, because it's each creature with a counter on it.
Right, exactly.
Ugh.
Might kill yourself.
Yeah, well, hope not.
Yeah.
Oh, Dragonstorm Globe.
Yeah, this isn't necessarily a Dragonstorm Globe. But that's an
Anafenza!
That is an Anafenza here. I
Yes,
think we're going to be
yes,
looking to
yes.
take that one. Dianoc Wayfarer is totally fine card. Ooh, and the
Static Snare.
Static Snare is also
Yeah.
a really, really good removal spell, but Anafenza is just so, so strong, especially in Atron's deck where he's just
Yeah.
curving out attacks with his Death Touch creatures. People go, okay, I guess I'll block and trade. And you're like,
Yeah.
all right, play Anafenza.
Wee!
All
Endure
right.
2, baby.
Okay, so Pack 2 is starting off
This is
wonderfully for Atron, and
Yeah.
he needed it. He
Yeah.
needed the help, and he's starting the draft off with 2 rares is awesome here.
great. Excellent stuff here so far for our featured drafter, Michael Atron, our Pro Tour Geneva winner. How many years ago was that?
Oh
Was
my gosh.
Early 2000s?
Over 10.
Over 10, yes.
15 maybe?
We've got the maneuver there. Pretty sweet piece
Oh,
of
he's
removal.
absolutely taking the maneuver
Yeah.
here. He only has 2 removal spells in his deck. So I think the maneuver, not only,
Yeah.
it also puts a +1/+1 counter on
Yeah,
something too.
knockout maneuver. Let's
Knockout
go, baby.
maneuver or felling blow out of foundations. It's the exact same card.
Yeah, basically.
Really, really good card. And Mike just definitely needed another interactive spell, and this is a really, really solid pickup here for him, especially with the 2 Sultai Devotees in his deck.
Yeah. Oh, Death Touchers, go. Okay, let's see. I always like the beginnings of the packs because there's always goodies to choose
Because
from.
there's good cards
Yeah.
in the pack. I like the first half of packs way
Yeah.
better than the second half.
Oh, yeah. Heritage Reclamation, another Merchant.
Another Merchant.
Kintree Nurture is not bad.
That's okay. Ooh,
Oh,
Sonic Shrieker.
Merry
but
Christmas to everybody.
yeah.
Those colors.
Probably can't take that. Ooh, there's also, I
That's a
think
pack beast.
this might be the time, though, to be, the Blossoming Sands might be the quote-unquote responsible pick.
Yes.
Just because you have so many of those white cards.
Yeah,
Yeah, I like
Blossom
it.
Sands. Yeah, good job.
If Marshall was here, he would say this is eating your vegetables.
Yes.
That's an eat your vegetables type of pick.
Pretty sure Marshall's watching.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Limited? What?
No, he's going to watch the draft and then leave.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's all. I mean, that to be fair, a lot of people
Yeah.
just like drafting and they don't really like playing the decks.
Well, but if you like drafting, we're going to cover another person here, so don't go
yeah.
anywhere.
Yeah, we got 2 featured drafts in this round.
That's right.
That's
I think that's.
Corroding Dragonstorm,
yeah,
that's the black one. Yeah.
I think he's probably going to take the 2-mana creature there, the Einok.
The Anok Wayfarer or something.
Yeah, unless he wants to splash for the trick here, but I think you just want another 2-mana creature. Also, if you don't need the land, the +1/+1
Yeah.
counter might be relevant too. I think you're just going to take that.
And there's a couple of renew things in his deck already, so if
Yeah.
you chuck some stuff in the bin, that's not the worst.
Yeah, I mean, I just think that card is just full stop one of Green's best commons. This card
Mhm.
is a very, very solid card, especially if you have renew or harmonize effects
Yeah.
to play.
There's another crocodile.
Whoa!
Oh, Sipsig again. Wow.
Yeah, by the
but
way,
we're not there.
Sipsig Appraiser is kind of the mythic common of
Yeah.
the set. It is, I
Organ
think.
Hoarder 2.0.
Yeah, Organ Hoarder 2.0, I do think it's the best common, and it is an extremely, extremely strong card. Imagine playing that card too, by the way, and getting a spell and putting a renew card in your yard. It's almost like you drew 2 cards.
It's crazy. Whale of War picked up
All
now,
right.
so either a good way to kill the Mardu decks or get back some of your best creatures.
Or if you don't main deck it, it's an excellent sideboard card against controlling decks as well. Okay. Oh, wow.
Merry Christmas.
Seeing a bunch of Sultai cards here. You could potentially
Could play
splash that.
Karu.
Yeah, with double Sultai Devotee and the
Yeah.
Monument, that's something that you can consider. There's also Snakeskin Veil, which
Yeah.
could be decent here just as a way to protect. He doesn't have that many tricks.
Yeah,
So
true.
playing the first Snakeskin Veil has a lot of value, but actually, just playing a 4-mana 3/3 dragon, is that Dragonback Lancer?
Dragonback Lancer is
Huh.
that effect. Yeah,
Wow,
it's
that's
4-mana
actually a
one.
little bit surprising going for, I guess, Atron thinking he needs another just creature in his deck for his curve.
Yeah.
And hey, a flyer is a nice thing to put a bunch of +1/+1 counters onto.
Aggressive Negotiations is actually pretty good in this deck too. There is the
Yeah.
Leopard, which is good for killing artifacts and enchantments.
Yeah, I think the first Leopard has a lot of value,
Yeah.
especially in kind of this best of 3 setting. So just having one in your pool is just very, very important.
Yeah. And it's a good kitty. We saw it do some work yesterday. Oh,
Yeah.
another Pack Beast.
Yeah, Pack Beast is great.
Yeah.
It's just
Salt Road Pack Beast. Easy
yeah.
pick.
The only thing here is just how many planes is Atron going to play? Because he does have a fair amount of white cards. But I think you can maybe play a bunch of forest, maybe more planes than normal, and then rely heavily on your Sultai Devotees for your black mana sources.
Yeah.
And do something like that. Ooh, another Wayfarer. Oh, right.
Nice.
It does look like Sultai was also pretty open from this side. that's another direction that he could have gone. We did see some late Sib-Sig appraisers,
Yeah.
and you should not be seeing that card generally that late.
Makes me wonder how blue the table is as a whole. Delta Blowflies or Bloodflies. That's only real pick in this pack. Could Aurora Possession, but it's not great.
Yeah, I mean, this is pod draft too. You could just hate draft something,
Yeah,
right?
true.
You're just playing within. Usually you don't do that if you're just doing a league or anything like that. But he, ooh, wow, that's remember those
Wow.
devotees? He was taking those second and third pick in pack two. And now he's going to not take it here. Yeah.
Heritage Reclamation.
Yeah, just look, hey, you need good sideboard cards.
Yep. Another Crocodile, sure, why not? And last one, I missed what that was, but
I think that was a river wheel technique or something.
perhaps, yeah.
And how that being last pick is also surprising. So
I don't think the table's blue, very blue.
Yeah, I will say it does seem like Atron. It did seem like blue was the open color, possibly green, and that's always where I want to start.
Yeah.
So I think you could have also landed on a pretty solid deck with some kind of blue-green, maybe Sultai-based deck. Remember in pack 1 too, I think it was fairly early, he saw pick 3 Lie in Wait. Now Piercing Exile is the safer card, and it's a good removal spell as well. But hey, if you end up in Sultai, Lie in Wait has far more upside with some of the mill stuff, and then you can just try to go late. So I think that was another thing that he could have, another direction he could have gone. I still think his deck's solid.
Yeah.
He's got a good mana curve. He's got some removal spells. He picked up a couple of rares in pack 3, and that could be enough to get you maybe a 2-1. And if the cards kind of fall your way, you can still trophy with this pool. It's not an absolute disaster. We saw some disasters at the Pro Tour, for example. This is anything but.
Well, cool draft there from our featured player, Michael Atron. We are going to go and check out our second featured drafter now. We got to record this at the same time, but we'll jump down there as soon as we are ready to do so. I believe we're going to be checking out Matt Nass.
Yeah,
That's
Pro
pretty
Tour
sweet.
champion. Can't lose.
Not apparently.
7.
Lost once yesterday.
Lost once. Yeah. Probably got really unlucky.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah.
I think his deck got stolen. There was a cat.
Yeah.
Something
or another. But I mean, just what a truly impressive run.
Yeah.
And you know what the funny
hot
is?
streak.
You know, it's just like as gamers, you know, and especially people who play Magic, where we take a math-oriented approach a lot to Magic. So you shouldn't really believe in streaks or anything like that. But it just seems to happen in bunches, right?
It does,
Remember when Nathan Stoyer just couldn't
winning
lose?
everything,
And all of a sudden, you know, you have Matt Nass winning the Pro Tour, and then now he's 7-1. It just happens. It's like you're feeling good. Maybe you're locked in, and maybe that allows you to just continue that streak, if you will, and just keep winning matches.
When you feel good, you play good.
Yeah.
You hope so.
He must feel really good.
Let's go watch his draft. Let's see how Matt Nass fared in our second pod here. So the players from pod 1 now, everyone is building their decks. This is pre-recorded as this draft is happening simultaneously. So let's see what Matt Nass opens up.
You know what would feel good? An Ugin.
Ugin?
Ugin would feel good.
You're ready.
Okay.
Yeah.
That also feels good, but I don't actually know where Matt was seated relative to Atron. I think he was passing to Atron, so I think he's
I don't think Matt was
2 players down.
Atron.
No, 2 players down.
Oh, right.
I think Matt might have been 2 players away. Yeah, because Atron saw the Lion Weight pick 3.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
All right. What's the rare? There's a Piercing Exhale in the pack, which is that an
Felithar?
That is a Felithar. Okay. And this could be a reason why we didn't see too many of the counter stuff here. But that's a Felithar, really, really powerful rare. Especially when you take it pack 1, pick 1, and then you can try to build your deck around it.
Is that a Riling Dawn friend in the back there? The alternate art?
Yeah, it's really, you know, honestly, it is difficult for me to sometimes figure out the alternate art cards. But yeah, looks like he first picked the Felithar here. I mean, look at this card. 3 mana for a 3/3 Trampler. When it enters or attacks, you can sack a non-land permanent. When you do, put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control. So you want to go wide. You want to put a bunch of tokens onto the battlefield or creatures. You play this thing, sack something small, and boom. You get +1/+1 counters across the board.
Yeah. Okay, Absent Devotee, the Relic.
Yeah, you just don't take Absent Devotee second pick. Just no shot.
I was thinking about it.
There, no shot. There is a Dragonologist here, which I do think is quite a strong card. You know, Felithar is your first pick, but by no means are you locked into that rare. So Dragonologist, I think, is a really strong card. Gets you a bunch of value. Look at the top 6 cards. You can either get a spell or a dragon. So I think it does a lot of work. It also, I believe your untapped dragons have hexproof too.
They do.
So it is just a really strong card overall. Glacial Dragon Hunt would also be a solid option.
You can give Karakit Guardian double hexproof. Because why not?
There's other dragons.
I
yes,
know, but
yeah.
that would be funny.
All right, so Abzan card into blue card. Hey, that is just not crazy in this format. I have
No.
taken a Jeskai rare into a Sultai rare and tried to make it work, and Matt Nass might be trying to do that here as well.
There's one of the Sib-Sig Appraisers, Osseous Exhale, brought to the front, as well as the Caustic Exhale.
Yeah, so this is a really, really solid pack. You can either take the Monument, which is excellent mana fixing, but Caustic Exhale is a premium removal spell. But I also really like Sib-Sig Appraiser, especially after you've taken the Dragonologist. Maybe you take the Appraiser here and just kind of try to cut off blue and go that direction. But Exhale is potentially a better card, especially if you want to draft a slower control deck that goes to the late game. It's really, really important to have the 2-mana Exhales, all of them. The Dispelling Exhale, Molten Exhale, and Constant Exhale are kind of the most important ones to have to make sure you can get to that late game.
Couple good options here. Stormplane Detainment we see.
Salt Road Skirmish there.
That's a cool card. I like
yeah,
that
it's. I have not been super impressed with it, only because unless you're Mardu. If you're Mardu and can use the tokens in some way, but it's kind of a slow removal spell. It still kills anything, but basically it's a 4-mana removal spell, kill something, and then you make 2 1/1 hasting warrior tokens. It looks like Matt Nass just taking it here. Hey, it's just another removal spell to follow up the Caustic Exhale. So starting off pretty nicely here. 2 black removal spells, a Dragonologist, and perhaps Felithar. We'll see where this ends up.
We've got the Alchemist's Assistant there, Kintry Nurturer in black.
Yeah, you can take the Assistant. There's also an Evolving Wilds that you can consider, just to make sure that you have some solid fixing here on top of that. There's a Dragonstorm if you really want good fixing, but
yeah, I think it might be the land here.
Yeah, it's just the most flexible pick, and I have honestly not been that impressed with the Assistant. That's what this format doesn't feel like a format where that's really important.
Nah.
It's just unless you are maybe the really aggressive Mardu deck, it just hasn't been as impressive as I thought it was going to be. Although we are seeing some Mardu cards here. Mardu Devotee, Shock Brigade. I mean, you know, maybe we go down that path. The Brigade is an excellent 2-drop, but although starting off with red and black cards is a little bit weird, just because you always want to be starting with enemy colors, not allied colors, because that gives you inroads into 2 clans. If you start out red-black, you can only be Mardu, right? But if you start out black-white, you can be Abzan or Mardu, so that's kind of where you want to be.
Champion of Dusan, Coordinated Assaults.
Yeah, green hasn't felt especially open, just from what we've seen here so far, so I do like leaning into maybe Mardu or Jeskai, something along those lines.
Okay, gonna grab the Kintry Nurturer.
Lots of black cards, so yeah, black. Yep, I mean black, white, red. We'll see where this goes.
Loxodon Battle.
Oh wow, and that is.
What do you see there?
2 good options here. That's the 2-drop. The.
You know, Kinguard or something?
Yeah, it's like 2 mana, 1/2, endure 1.
Yeah, Fortress Kinguard.
Yeah, Fortress Kinguard, very, very strong. So yeah, black, white, red. I think Mardu was definitely Matt Nass's seat so far, just from what we've seen. Not a lot of green cards, but we're seeing a ton of solid Mardu cards here.
Yeah.
Reputable Merchant can potentially move into Abzan, right? We do have the Felithar here, so that's really the only decent pick here anyway. So I do like taking this and kind of leaving yourself open. It's like, do I want to go into Mardu? Do I want to go into Abzan? We'll see what the packs have here for him. Wow, that's a really late Shock Brigade.
Yeah.
That is one of Red's best commons outside of something like a Molten Exhale. So if you did want to just move in and have an aggressive deck there, you can do that. But Matt actually just taking the Desperate Measures instead.
Ooh, Duty Beyond Death.
Yeah, that's a really late Constrictor Sage, too.
Nice.
Okay. Madness is cooking here. There's some counter stuff here.
Yeah.
Might be a mobilized deck, might be a counters deck. I think he's still trying to figure out where that's going to be.
A Felithar not on a stick.
Yes. He's just drafting Felithar Tribal.
Yeah.
Yeah. Go wide and pump all my things.
Yeah. Poise Practitioner, decent pickup filler. And then
was that a last pick
that
Mardu
was
Devotee?
Yeah. Last pick Mardu
And
Devotee.
Mardu Devotee is actually quite a nice card,
What?
especially if you end up in Mardu.
Yeah.
It is one of White's better commons in that color combination. Just because when you are drafting, for example, an aggressive Mardu deck, I don't know if he's Mardu, he's just black, white, red with some green and red. But if you end up in Mardu, the reason why this card is so good is typically in your Mardu decks, you're more aggressively slanted. So you really don't want to play too many tap lands, right? You want to curve out. You want to go 1, 2, 3, 4. So anytime you have a hand that goes turn 1 Mardu devotee, you just play all your untapped lands, you curve out, and you get to really punish those slower decks that are trying to basically play globes into big dragons, which is another archetype that's very powerful, but the one weakness of that deck, of those kind of slower 3, 4, 5 color control decks, is Mardu aggro.
Yeah. And certainly, like you said, you don't want to be doing the first thing on turn 4 as a Mardu deck or aggressive decks, because you're just going to get stomped. You're going to get like absolutely swallowed up in card advantage and value from the blue-based decks on the other side.
Yeah, and I think Matt's looking right now, based on what we've seen, it looks like he's leaning into a black-white base here with potentially a red splash or moving into green, just depending on what he has. And given how Felithar is by far the strongest card that he has in his deck, probably leaning towards the Abzan splash. But hey, you see a Mardu, a Sonic Shrieker or something, you probably just take that and roll with it.
I mean, we saw quite a few Mardu cards being passed left from Atron's side, so maybe they ended up here.
Yeah, very, very likely.
We shall see.
It's a Mystic Monastery. Ooh,
yes.
The Regent. That card is just fantastic.
Scavenger Regent.
Yeah, 4 mana for a 4/4 flyer with Ward. Discard a card. That's already good.
Yeah.
You're super happy with that. And guess what? The other effect might even be stronger.
Yeah, it's just basically Toxic Deluge without the life loss.
Yeah, black, black, X. All creatures get all non-dragon creatures get -X until end of turn.
Yeah.
It is extremely, extremely strong. Excellent card here to open here. I think Matt Nass is feeling pretty good about that one.
Yeah, I'll be quite happy with that too, especially because black seemed like the base of his deck so far.
Yep, absolutely.
Nice. I love it when a plan comes together.
That looks more like a crocodile to me.
It does look, yeah.
Croco Dragon?
Yeah, he's like a very lizardy.
Yeah.
Then dinosaur, you know, it's all right. Oh, Dragon Blade.
Okay, there's a Bone Cairn Butcher, but there's also Salt Road Pack Beast, which is a totally fine card, really good card in these types of decks. Don't know what that...
It's Dragonstorm? Dragon Fireblade. I keep getting that one wrong.
Probably not taking Dragon Fireblade. He didn't have a whole lot of 3-color creatures, but I think you can just take the Pack Beast here if you want to just be... Whoa.
Okay.
Maybe he just saw Luis win a bunch of matches and decided that the Blade was in fact worthy of the pick there. Interesting.
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah, okay. I like it in sealed because you're going to have a lot of multicolor creatures, but in draft I haven't really been as impressed with that, and I do really like the Pack Beast.
Same. Ooh, that was a War Effort and a Nomad Outpost in there.
Yeah, wow. War Effort is exactly the type of card that you want in this kind of black-white mobilized shell. But a lot of other options if you want to go into Abzan instead.
Oh, Dalkovan Pack Beasts too.
Oh,
that
yeah.
card slaps.
And that's the thing. If you take something like the Pack Beasts, you don't really have to worry. You just take it and you know it's going to be in your deck. Whereas if you take a Mardu card, you're not sure. If you take a green card, you're not sure. You could also take the 2-drop here. All right, valuing the mana curve here, right? It's just, hey, I just want to make sure I go wide. It also works really well with Felithar, right? This card, you play this, you endure 1, make a bunch of little tokens, then you play the Felithar, sack a token, and pump your whole team.
Ooh, teaming Dragonstorm. Speaking of team,
yeah.
I see what I did there.
Although I think he's going to take Rally the Monastery here. This card is just fantastic. You know what's funny is I think even deep into testing, LSV was like, wait a second. This actually gives you a discount because we thought the card was good without the discount.
Yeah.
It's really flexible. 4 mana, kill a thing that has power 4 or greater, make 2 tokens, or pump your thing. That's already good enough. But the fact that somehow it's got this flurry effect where if it's your second spell, all of a sudden it only costs 2 mana, this card is just phenomenal. You get to go wide. It just kind of does everything you want.
Definitely a Jeskai card.
I would be happy to play it in this Mardu deck. Or, excuse me, this Abzan-ish deck. We'll see where this goes.
Genesis Ultimatum is certainly not what we'll be considering here. Adorned Crocodile, pull to the front.
There's also a Battle Priest.
Yeah.
Which you could consider. Matt Nass, if he feels like he's a little bit light on interaction, you could take the Coordinated Maneuver.
Yeah.
Keep the curve low. That's one thing that I've noticed here, especially from both watching Atron and Matt Nass draft. It's oftentimes there's a really powerful looking card, and they go, you know what? I'm going to take the cheap card. I'm just going to make sure that I can curve out here and potentially give myself the ability to double spell, for example.
Yeah, there's some good cards in this pack for a black-white based deck.
Yeah, there's Nightblade Brigand, which is a nice little mobilized creature, smooths out your draws. There's Defibrillating Blast. If you're a black-white base, it's still a solid 4-mana removal spell. But Matt taking another 2-drop there.
Arrow of Glory.
Yeah.
It's a sweet card late game. Mana sinks. You want to pump your team? Well, there you go.
Was that a Pack Beasts? Wow.
I think so, yeah.
Okay. This is
Delcoven Pack Beast. Yeah, please take it now.
Yeah, this is coming together beautifully here for Matt Nass. Excellent
yeah.
curve. If you have a slower deck, Matt Nass will absolutely punish those decks.
LFG. Love it. Now we just need that War Effort to come back with this.
Yeah. Although he doesn't really have good mana fixing for the
doesn't.
War Effort. He does have the Mardu Devotee, but that's it. He doesn't even have a... He has A and Evolving Wilds, I think.
Yeah, Whale of War. There's Blossoming Sands, though. That's the responsible pick.
Yeah, absolutely. And the nice thing with the Felithar, I believe you can sack anything, any non-land permanent, right? So you attack with your mobilized tokens, then post-combat even, you can then sack one of the mobilized tokens to then pump your entire squad.
Chow one of them, and your team is just like, oh, thank you for your service. Bye-bye. What do you grab there?
Adorned Crocodile.
Yep, so long as it's a non-land permanent, you can chew on anything with Felithar.
Yeah, and based on what we've seen here, it does look like Matt just really wants to lean into just a really solid black-white deck that's really aggressive, leading to being very aggressive with a very light splash. Just because his mana base doesn't really allow him to... his mana base doesn't really allow him to do anything else.
Did it come back?
Wow, another pack piece. It was so open.
Wow.
Is that a War Effort too?
We didn't take it, though.
He didn't take it. Did he take the Death Touch creature? I think he took
the Nightblade Brigand, I think.
Wow. That is really interesting. I really like the pack piece, but Nightblade Brigade. But maybe you know, it's nice to have a mix too, right? Having a Death Touch creature to be able to help trade against big green creatures. So solid deck here, though. This archetype is extremely open.
Wow.
Did he get one last pick too?
Last pick was the Sipsig ceremony. I'm not sure what he picked. I think it was a red wild rat or something.
Yeah.
Good Lord. Okay. Well, yes, white definitely seems to be coming to him thick and fast, at least from the left side.
Yeah, we'll note, though, he has a good mana curve. He did open the Regent, which is excellent. So his opens have been awesome, but outside of that, we don't see a ton of great uncommons.
Yeah.
So that could potentially hurt you. Now, if there is an archetype where you can win a lot of matches while not having a bunch of uncommons, it's certainly the aggressive decks, right? As long as you can just curve out, have some tricks, have some removal spells to get things out of the way, then you can still, that's still a recipe for success here.
It does seem like red is being pretty highly contested by the other players at the table.
Well, we did see a War Effort that tabled.
It was late, yeah.
It was really late, but that's a red card that doesn't really go in every deck, right?
No.
The teamer decks just do not want to play War Effort. It is absolutely just a Mardu card. You don't play that in your Jeskai decks either for the most part. So,
but we saw a lot of Mardu cards flying around.
And you will see that a lot in this format, by the way. Monocolor cards, many of them are quietly 2-color cards, sometimes 3-color cards, because they only really fit in certain archetypes.
Yeah. And generally, the art on the card is a dead giveaway as to which.
Sure, yes.
Like the Rally of the Monastery. That's definitely a Jeskai card because it does what the archetype is doing with Flurry, like you mentioned.
Yeah. Well, although that one in particular, though, is also extremely just good in most decks. Yeah. But yeah, like anything that has Flurry on it, for the most part, you want to put in your Jeskai deck. Now, this is still a solid core here for Matt Nass. His mana fixing, there's a Blossoming Sands and Evolving Wilds, probably one Forest. And I think he just kind of wants to continue the course, if possible, probably limit the number of green cards that he wants, and just keep taking the black and white cards, unless you see, you know, an Armament Dragon, right? So anything that's an uncommon or a rare, that's green.
Baitor.
I believe he would take the Baitor, yes.
Let's go. I want a Baitor, please.
I'm still waiting for the Ugin, so.
I don't think we're going to see an Ugin.
Oh, you just,
Yeah.
Just have a
I'm
feeling?
just going to be contrarian so that if it happens, it's really cool.
Okay.
See? That's how you make good television, Paul.
All right. Whoa.
That was
a Sage of the Skies.
Oh, was it?
He's going to take Sage of the Skies.
Oh, no, I'm looking at the fancy one. Sorry.
By the way, Sage of the Skies not only good
silly.
not only good in Jeskai decks.
Yeah.
Just put it in any of your decks. This card is incredible. A slam dunk bomb here. And not only that, Matt has a bunch of 2-drops. It's really easy to flurry with this thing. Basically, you just play a 2-drop, play Sage of Skies on turn 5, and guess what?
You got many.
You got a pair of 2/3 flying lifelinkers.
Heck yeah. Sage
And then imagine putting +1/+1 counters on these things. Yeah, Sage of the Sky. What are these opens, by the way? Felithar, the Necro Regent, and then now Sage of the Skies.
Yeah,
not bad.
Region
the Scavenger Region, rather. Yeah.
So the Ors of Gods are smiling upon one Matt Nass today.
Yeah.
Let's see if it continues.
Maybe another rare here.
Maybe. Oh, Zergo?
Zergo and the Sonic Shrieker, but I don't think he's going to take it, though. I could see Blossoming Sands here. Just doesn't have the mana for it, honestly. Yeah.
Think about it, though. Make me happy.
I think it's Blossoming Sands. Possibly the
Merchant?
The Merchant would also be the option here.
Wow.
But Matt's going to take the responsible pick. He already has a lot of power here. I guess you have Mardu Devotee.
I don't want it.
But you have Felithar. Oh, is he going to? Oh,
yes!
he's doing it. Okay.
Yes, my hero.
Okay, he must have a lot of mobilize. I mean, to be fair, does have the Pack Beasts.
He's got the Brigade as well.
Well, yeah, but Brigade on the splash, you're not going to splash Brigade. That's just no shot.
The Night Blade Brigade?
No. Oh, I thought you meant the. Sorry, I thought you meant the Shock.
No. Not that guy.
Nightblade Brigade. Okay, all right. Zergo it is. I get. All right. Well, now.
I'm so happy.
Well, now Saltroad Skirmish makes a lot of sense here after taking the Zergo here, right? Just turn 3 Zergo, turn 4 Saltroad Skirmish attack. That's just game over in most instances. Okay. All right. Well, now Matt.
I'm so happy.
We'll try to probably get a Mardu Devotee, another one would be great.
Yeah.
Or
Bloodfell Caves, anything with red in it.
We saw a Nomad Outpost, maybe even 2, I think, in the draft.
Yeah.
But if you can get one of those, 4th or 5th pick, that would be amazing as well.
If he gets that Sonic Shrieker, it'll just be golden.
The one that he passed?
No. The one that came from this. That I think.
No.
Atron
He passed it. He passed it, and then Atron saw it. So
right.
There is no shot he's going to get that.
Okay, fine.
There is a
Descendants of the Storms.
Oh yeah,
sick.
that is an amazing
There's also
creature.
Windscarred Crag for red.
Yeah, that is such a premium 1-drop though, especially in this deck.
Take it,
Endure, you want to go wide. The card is just really, really strong.
It's so good.
Yeah. So if he just plays a mountain, that is 3 red sources. If you anticipate the Mardu Devotee living with the Evolving Wilds, I think would be comfortable if you can pick up one more dual land.
Okay.
But still just a really solid black-white core here.
Bear of Glory. There's a Globe.
Just probably maybe another 2-mana play here is what he's looking at. Yeah.
It's a 4-mana mobilized friend. But yeah, Bear of Glory.
Yeah, the 4-mana mobilized creature also seems a totally fine pick. I don't actually think he has a lot of 4-drops in his deck, so that could be something that you take. But this card, if you're aggro, it's really annoying. It's got first strike when it attacks. It's really tough to block.
And putting counters on that, even more difficult.
Right, and then when you're playing a deck that's looking to go wide on top of that, the Anthem effect where you pay 5 mana to pump your team, also very relevant.
Is it a Sandskitter Outrider? Ooh, okay, and the Bodyguard. Wait, what's a Waste Speaker Bodyguard or something along those lines?
Yeah, and that if you flurry, you get to basically bring a 2-drop back from your graveyard onto the battlefield.
Cool.
It is, but okay, is he going to go with that? All right, sure.
Nice.
It's got more upside. That's
yeah.
Oh, when it enters, the flurry is
you
just tap
tapping.
something. Okay,
Which is cool.
And he's got a ton of 2-drops.
Yeah. So and he'd be happy to throw them away. I mean, Felithar can chow on something, and this guy brings it back.
Absolutely.
Ooh.
Oh,
camel.
No, it's not the camel. He's going to take the uncommon.
Oh, this guy, yeah.
Yeah, the Storm Singer.
Jeez.
Yeah,
Venerated Storm Singer is so good.
The Storm Singer is just a good card full stop. Like, even if you're not the mobilized deck, it's just solid to have. But in this deck, it's fantastic.
Don't play him when Zer goes out, though, or expect him to do much when Zer goes out.
I mean, I'm still happy making a 1/1 token every turn.
Oh, for sure, yeah. But they just don't die in the end.
That is true. Would love a Mardu land here.
Ooh,
no Mardu land.
Dragonstorm. Do you play the Globe? No, you don't.
No, this is not a Globe deck, unfortunately.
Wild Ride? No.
Yeah, this card has a lot of good cards, but nothing for Matt Nass specifically.
Yeah. Taking the Globe just in case.
Yeah.
It's not what you want to be doing, but.
Yeah, he doesn't even have any dragons. I doubt he's going to play the card. Hey, but you know what? It's actually not a bad defensive draft, just taking that card.
Yeah.
Because whoever needs the globe, it's going to be one of the best cards in
Yep.
their deck. And here, probably just hate draft the Team or Tawny back.
Yeah.
That's a really good creature as well. It's huge, and it basically just brick walls a lot of Matt Nass's creatures.
Sure
So
does.
that's another good card to just take
Yeah.
away from what your opponents can have.
Pre-game removal.
Yeah. Okay.
Pack Beast.
Oh, you were right.
What? What? It
That's
came
a
back?
Sonic Shrieker. Oh my gosh. Oh, but he didn't take it.
No!
He didn't take it. Took the Pack Beast there instead. Oh my gosh.
Why are you so responsible, Matt Nass?
Yeah, look, Pack Beast is a great card as well. I thought he was going to, given that he took the Zergo, I thought he was going to take it. Oh, there's the land.
Oh, but Bone can't butcher.
No, it's
Bone
the
won't-
land. It's
oh.
The Butcher is like okay. I think it's really important to take the land, but now that he
I
got the
know.
Bloodfell Caves, I wonder if he's wishing that he had the dragon instead. The Shrieker is so good.
I'm so sad now.
Yeah.
Oh, Matt Nass, you broke my
The
heart.
Shrieker is literally the best Mardu uncommon.
It is.
And among the best uncommons in the entire set. And it's the type of card that's worth splashing. So that pick is pretty surprising, especially given that he took that Zergo and was probably moving in that direction. But he also didn't know that he was going to get the Bloodfell Caves, right?
Yeah, for sure.
And once you go up to 2 red cards in your deck, then you have to play 4 red sources, and then that kind of messes up with your mana curve a little bit.
I mean, the deck is still really cool.
Oh,
but
absolutely.
Oh, imagine what it could have been.
Yeah.
What
yeah.
it could have been.
It could have had a Shrieker, but hey, I still really like this deck. Really good mana curve, tons of great rares, right? He has at least 4 rares that's going to make it into his deck.
Yep.
With good mana fixing, an excellent curve, enough interaction, I think, to kind of push some stuff out of the way. So I think this deck is amazing. And I just feel like Matt Nass has a really, really solid. I actually think I like it more than Atron's deck so far.
I like it more, yeah.
Yeah, but
I think it's strong.
but of course we'll see what happens, right? There's still just a lot more Magic to be played, and you never know. In the 3-color format, it's really easy sometimes where you just don't draw your 3rd color and you just get in trouble.
Yep, that happens. And ooh, packs have arrived.
Oh, what?
It's Christmas.
Oh my gosh,
We're
more
gonna do
drafts.
Pick one.
More drafts.
Yes, because why not? You know, there's enough of us
Okay,
here to
is
actually
it
fire a draw.
Ugin time?
Maybe.
It might be Ugin time.
If I open an Ugin, I don't know. Okay, a soldier token. Would you like that?
No, I don't want a soldier token, no.
All right, we got the Feral Death Gorger. Let's see, put the counter on and then exile things.
Yep, 6 mana, 3/5
Ooh.
Death Touch Dragon. We have a Piercing Exhale. That's the pick so far. You know what? I'm
Yep.
going to hold it up
Yeah,
here.
hold
It's our
hold
removal spell, Piercing Exhale.
Snowmelt Stag.
Okay.
Stormplane Detainment.
Detainment is good, but I like green more, so I'm still going to take Piercing Exhale.
But exile effect. You
But-
don't need a creature
But
to
it's an
make it work.
exhale effect. All right, keep
Fine.
going.
Seize Opportunity.
Yes.
Meh.
Yeah.
Sandskitter Outrider.
Nope.
Nah. Aggressive Negotiations. Nah. Roiling Dragonstorm.
Okay, I have a new pick.
That one?
It draws me cards. How can I not take it? Roiling Dragonstorm.
All right. Hardened Tactician.
That
this
card's
is
okay.
a very good card.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it is
mobilize stuff.
it is solid, but this I want to be blue, and Roiling Dragonstorm is everything I want to do in this format. So that's what I'm going to take still.
All right. Breaching Dragonstorm.
Breaching Dragonstorm is sweet, but it's kind of like a Roiling Dragonstorm that costs 5 mana.
Yeah.
So I'm going to take the Roiling Dragonstorm here still.
Lion Weight.
Solid card, very, very good card, but this is a monocolored card.
Yes.
This is a card I'm happy playing in all of my decks, so I'm still going to take the Roiling Dragonstorm over Lion Weight, but
Yep.
this is an excellent card. If you have enough ways to kind of mill yourself, this card can just be a 3-mana removal spell that gets your creature back, which is really nice.
Cool. And then our rare in the pack is Severance Priest, which I'm not crazy about. It doesn't really do all that much. It's a Death Toucher 3/3, Abzan. When this creature enters, target opponent reveals their hand. You steal something and exile it. When this creature leaves, the exiled card's owner creates an XX spirit creature token where X is the mana value of that card.
Yeah, it's okay. The problem is if you take something big with the Severance Priest and then they kill it, all of a sudden they get a 5/5 for free. So oftentimes you want to
Yeah.
take something small so that when they kill this card, they only get a small token. So the pick out of this pack,
For sure.
so
well,
far.
I wouldn't pick that one. There's a Saltward Pack Beast.
Yeah, but this is the
and
correct
a land.
pick.
Yeah, okay, fine. Fine.
All right, what were you taking out of this pack? The
Um,
Detainment?
I would probably take, yeah, I would probably take the Detainment. I like Lion Weight, but if it's pack one, pick one, I'll take the
All right.
color card.
All right.
All right, you got another one over there.
I got another one, and this is the Ugin because it's my pack.
Fine.
All right, here we go.
I don't know where that priest went, so.
Oh, it feels so nice
Oh,
just
there it is.
cracking packs.
Oh, it does, all right.
Right? I just don't get to do this. Just
I like it when production just hands us
I
magic
only
cards.
open virtual packs.
It's just nowhere
All
near
right, here
as
we go.
Okay, let's see.
All right. Treasure token. You can't pick it.
Nope.
Treasure token. All right, here we go. Teamer Devotee.
Nah. It's fine.
2 mana, 3/3, whatever.
Ooh, have you made a Tempest Hawk deck yet?
I have not made a Tempest Hawk deck, and I probably won't make a
No.
Tempest Hawk deck because
It's not that
it's
good.
a Tempest Hawk deck. All right, next we have Underfoot Underdogs. I really wanted this card to be good, but it's
Same.
just kind of mediocre.
Yeah. It's all right.
All right, we have our
Ooh.
first pick so far. This
Yeah.
is one of the best
Caustic
commons in
Exhale.
the entire set. Caustic Exhale. Take it. If you ever cast this thing for 1 mana, by the way, in your Globe decks,
Yep.
does kind of feel like cheating. Turn 3 Globe, Caustic Exhale, Reveal Dragon. GG. All right. So that's the pick.
Caustic Exhale.
All right, you got the Caustic Exhale. Okay.
There you
Crotic Nest Guard, 3 mana for a 4/4.
go. No.
Can attack. High Spire Bellringer, 3 mana, 1/4, flying. It's good in your flurry decks,
Yeah.
but it's just not that good.
No.
Don't want to take that here.
It's a 1/4. It's poopy.
Wingspan Stride, not going to take that
I
card.
had someone kill me with this yesterday. They had to do 5 damage. They had this on a 3-power creature. They put it back in their hand and gave it to their cat and killed me.
Yeah, you can use this as a way to enable flurry, but generally, also you get this card last pick.
Yeah,
like
yeah,
if
yeah.
you need it, you can get it. All right, next we have Alchemist Assistant.
Meh.
Going into the format, this looked exciting, and maybe you can make the argument to take this over Caustic Exhale, depending, but that's not the case.
I'm not making that argument.
We are taking the Caustic Exhale. All right, Encroaching Dragonstorm. So sweet card, gets you a bunch of lands. Much better card in Sealed. We saw this do a
Yeah.
ton of work yesterday, but in normal draft, I think it's a little bit worse just because taking your turn 4 off to
Yeah.
put 2 lands into play tapped is, I think, just significantly worse. I actually, for example, I think the Dragonstorm Globe is a much better ramp effect than the Encroaching Dragonstorm. Next, we have the Flurry Enabler,
Yeah.
Iridescent Tiger. Now, this one, it's okay.
Yeah.
But it's just like the body's kind of underwhelming. 5 mana for 3/4. If you absolutely need some way to turn on Flurry, this is a nice way to do so while also adding to the board.
Yeah.
Still on Team Caustic Exhale. Next we have Sandstep Citadel. Ooh. Okay,
Can I have that one?
can I have that one? Okay, next one. This one's my pack, right?
Oh,
Just making sure.
No,
We'll trade. You want to trade?
yeah.
Just okay. All right. Sandstep Citadel, excellent tri-land. Now, here's the thing with the tri-lands. I don't really love taking them first pick because I want to take decent cards first and try to settle into my lane first.
Yeah.
Once I'm in my lane, once, for example, I know that I'm Abzan, then I would definitely consider taking Sandstep Citadel over something like Caustic Exhale.
Sure.
But pack 1, pick 1, I'm still just taking the Caustic
Yeah.
Exhale and figuring things out. Next, we have a card that's wildly unplayable in
Very.
draft. But Ailey really wants this card. But
Yes.
but remember, it is my booster pack. Mine.
But Paul.
Mine.
We're friends.
My precious.
We're friends.
We're friends, but are we Mox
Are we Mox Jasper
Are we
friends?
Mox Jasper friends? I
Are
don't
we
know.
even allowed to give these to each other?
I don't know. Anybody have a
Production?
sleeve? We're gonna put this one on the side here.
I might actually.
So we're not gonna take that one. Well, I'm gonna take it and
But yeah.
put it somewhere. All right. Next, we have the shiny here in Sarkhan's Resolve
Meh.
foil,
Jungle
and
Hollow.
and then we
this-
have a Jungle Hollow. So this pack is actually kind of weak.
It was, yeah.
Yeah, but
I think it's just cost.
the thing is, in one of these events, this is literally the type of pack that you want to open.
Yeah.
You want to open one really great card and then just have everybody fight over all the trash.
Yes.
The next best card is probably Sandstep Citadel, and then maybe you take that, and then
Maybe
that's big.
Encroaching Dragonstorm.
Yeah,
on
or
that,
the assistant. But
Hollow.
yeah, but you're pretty happy if somebody passes you this pack. But Caustic Exhale is premium, along with all the Exhales, honestly.
They're great.
They're all good. And I really like that too. They R&D, when they were designing the cards, they were just like, okay, all of the Exhales need to hit, right? It's the Dragon set. It's a Dragon's Breath. They all need to be good. All the uncommon dragons need to hit. They're all
Yeah.
great. All the rare dragons need to be insane. And
are
hey,
nuts.
look, they got there. They got there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So good job, R&D. Thank you for some sweet dragons. There's more packs.
Where's my Jasper? Oh.
What? Yeah, don't hide it.
What the heck? Did we just have a whole box here? What's going? Okay.
These are leftovers from the draft
Okay.
or the
All right.
sealed thing yesterday. So
It's okay. It's not going to beat this.
it's not. Well, who knows? Maybe I opened the Ugin.
No.
The reason we're opening packs, friends, is the players are still building. So you get to just do pack 1, pick 1s with us.
You know, if we both open 6 packs, just saying, sealed deck. And then if you beat me,
then I can have that.
all right. Anyways, we're not going to get that far probably.
Abzan Devotee, the first card. Fixer, sure. Really annoying when you chew on it and it keeps coming back. Trade Route Envoy. I kind of like this guy.
You know what's funny about the Trade Route Envoy? I thought it was going to be better.
Yeah.
Like, it looks good,
I
right?
don't mind it.
4 mana for a 4/3.
That could
And
be
the thing is, it's only really good if you draw the card. Because
Yes,
like
fair.
4 mana for a 5/4 in Modern Magic, it's just okay,
Yeah.
right? And so I think it's a totally fine card, but certainly not something you're first picking. If you have a lot of counter stuff going,
Yeah.
then you put this as the 4 mana card in your deck.
We have Focus the Mind. Do you like this guy?
I do like it. Typically, if you're blue, you have a lot of ways to get cards, so
Yeah.
I don't prioritize it too highly. I always like having a Focus the Mind, but you know, you have your Sipsig Appraisers, you have Bewildering, Bewildering Blizzard, or Rakshasa's Bargain. There's a ton of ways to draw cards, but if I don't have those, I'll happily play a Focus the Mind.
Mardu Devotee.
You know, I need to draft Mardu more often.
Yeah.
And if I do, you want the Mardu Devotee. It's just an excellent mana fixer. So yeah, would totally not mind taking that card.
All right, we've got 2 4-drops next. Meticulous Artisan and Summit Intimidator.
Somehow they made both of the red 4-drops bad. And I would not be happy with either. I have played the Intimidator before in like an aggressive deck, right? You
Yeah.
just kind of curve out and then you just play this to, you know,
Clear the way.
clear the way to make sure that all your creatures can attack for a turn and it's a decent body. Whereas the Artisan, I haven't played as often.
Yeah, I haven't played that at all. Embermouth Sentinel, if you really need fixing, sure.
This is a break in case of emergency. Like if your mana base is not good, then
Yeah.
you got to play this and then you got to figure it out.
Yep. Ooh, Descendant of Storms.
Yeah, that's my pick so far. That's
Yeah,
an excellent
that's a
1-drop.
sweet-
I don't like drafting aggro decks in general, but this is a card that's definitely going to push me in that direction. 1 mana for 2/1. I mean, this is good enough to probably make
Yeah.
it into the cube. That's what I talked to Luis. That's what he said.
Oh.
So we'll see. But that, I mean, that's high praise for a Magic card.
Yes.
If it's good enough to make it into
Good
the cube.
enough for the cube, yeah. Defibrillating Current.
I'm glad you said it and not me because I
Yes.
physically can't. solid removal spell here, especially if you can play cast it for 3 mana. But
Yeah.
even in a controlling deck, if you share 2 of the colors and you can play this card, that life gain,
Yeah.
anytime you tack on life gain, pretty solid card.
Yeah, and it smacks a Planeswalker too if needs be, so. Dragon's Brood Relic.
I actually really like this card. But this is the type of card that you only want to play in like your globe decks
Yeah.
because you need to have 4 other colors of mana, and then you can use this to make the dragon. But if you have a globe,
5
you can
colors.
make a 5/5 dragon. So I don't necessarily take it super early just because it only goes into one deck.
Yeah,
But I do like drafting that deck, and this is a really sweet card for that deck.
it is cool. Our rare. Oh boy,
Whoa.
there's 2 rares.
All right.
Corey Mountain Monastery being the first.
Yeah, this card is excellent in sealed, but in normal draft, it's a little bit slow. I'll still probably play it if I'm Jeskai, right? It's just kind of you get to free roll this land. But I'm already taking a bunch of other lands. I would rather take impactful spells over something like this in most instances. For example, I'm taking most of the Exhales over the Corey Mountain Monastery.
Oh, I bet this is the pick for the pack. Scavenger Regent.
Yeah, we can just move on.
Yep.
That's the card.
This card's busted.
You slam it, you play it, you splash it, do what you need to do. Maybe not splash it because it's double black. but
Yeah. The toxin part is real good. If you
Yeah.
can play that multiple times in one game, you are gonna be enemy number
What,
1.
one Wrath isn't good enough?
No.
Oh my gosh.
Never.
Okay.
There's not. I mean, what are the other rests in the set? There's Dragonback Assault, which is the 3.
There's
thing.
the
There's
8
this.
mana one that kills everything, and you draw cards equal to the number of things that were killed.
Oh, Death Begets Life.
That card is sweet.
Yeah.
The
that's
only thing is be careful with that card is you get close to decking yourself.
Yeah.
Sometimes I've made bad attacks just to lose some creatures so I
Yeah.
don't draw 12 cards. And I only draw 9 cards. I've done that before.
Oh, alrighty.
Yeah.
And then a couple comments at the end there. So I hope you guys enjoyed watching the draws for our 2 featured players, Michael Atron and Matt Nass. We had some fun here with some packs as well. But now it's time to get into the action. We're going to take a short break, go hydrate, stretch our legs, and when we come back, we're going to see our players doing some drafting. Welcome back to coverage of Magic Spotlight Dragons here in Denver, Colorado. I'm Ailey Loney alongside Paul Cheon, and we have seen our featured players draft, and now we are going to see them in action. But before we do that, friends, there's always a but before, right, Paul?
Sure.
Before we do that, though, we are going to tell you a little bit more about the archetypes and what you can expect to see from each deck as we go through our feature matches. So, Paul, would you do the honors, please? What are we looking at here?
Yeah, absolutely. So on the left side here, you kind of see the clans being represented here. Starting things off with Abzan Endure. We saw Mike Atron actually draft the Abzan Endure deck. Basically, you just want to put a bunch of +1/+1 counters on your creatures, have them grow, and kind of take over your opponents that way. The next thing you can do is Jeskai Flurry. Cast 2 or more spells in a single turn to overwhelm your opponent. Oftentimes, you get bonuses for casting multiple spells in one turn. Then you have the Sultai Renew deck. This is a value-based deck that utilizes its graveyard to get you more advantages. So oftentimes the effect that you're looking at is Renew. You renew cards out of your graveyard. Oftentimes that'll pump your creatures and you can kill your opponents that way. Then you have Mardu Mobilize. This is the true beatdown deck of the format. You make a bunch of tokens with all your mobilized creatures. You swing them. You swing at your opponents and kill them dead as quickly as possible. Then you have, I think, might be my favorite archetype, which is the Teamer Harmonized deck. Well, mostly because I'm Team Tawny Back. The Tawny Back is quite nice, but it's another value-based deck, very much like the Sultai Renew deck. You cast a bunch of gigantic creatures, and then you have a bunch of harmonized cards, which I do believe is one of the better mechanics in the entire set. Now, if you do somehow draft 2 colors, which I wouldn't necessarily recommend unless you go red-white specifically, these are some of the other things you can do. The black-white color combination is looking to do the sacrifice thing. The blue-red combination is looking to do the flurry thing, casting 2 spells in one turn. Black-green is all about counters. Red-white is all about going wide, like the mobilized cards, beating people down, curving people out, punishing slow draws with a bunch of tap lands. And then the blue-green color combination is basically looking to have things exit your graveyard for an effect. So if you remove a card from your graveyard, you can draw a card or make a 2/2. There's a lot of fun ways you can actually take advantage of that, and that's what the Simic color is trying to do.
So that's what you can expect to see from the players here. We're going to have a mix and match of multiple archetypes. Some people splashing for 4. I don't know if anyone's going to be brave enough to do 5. But we do have our feature match, and it is going to be Mike Atron that we follow along with, up against Josh Morton, who is playing a Jeskai deck. So who's going to win in this Battle of the Clans, Abzan or Jeskai?
Well, we'll see. A lot of it we'll see it just kind of depends on where they were in terms of their seat and kind of what was open. That's the most important thing in draft, of course, and it's especially important in this one where you really do need to identify the open clan, the open 3-color combination, and if you do, then you'll get all the cards late, right? You saw Matt Nass see a Sonic Shrieker with 4 cards left in the pack. You know what that means? There is 0 other Mardu drafters at the table, and if you can quickly identify that early, then you're the one who's going to just get all the busted uncommons late, and that's kind of where your deck will be a cut above everybody else's.
Oh, I'm just taking a look at, excuse me, at Josh Morton's list here, and he's got some bangers in this one. He's got Shiko, Paragon of the Wave, 2 Jeskai Brushmasters, an Effortless Master. That thing is silly. It enters with 2 counters on it. It's like a 6/5 or something when it hits the board if you've played a spell before it.
Right.
Yeah, there's some nutty stuff here.
Yeah, there's a Mystic Monastery and a Jeskai Monument. Sometimes I look at the spells. Sometimes I just look at the mana just to make sure that they can just play their spells. Yeah. And when you have a Jeskai Monument and a Mystic Monastery, as long as you have a couple of other duels, then your mana is just going to be rock solid. You're going to have 8 to 9 sources of your primary colors. That's kind of where you want to be. And then, you know, maybe at this point it's not really a splash, it's a 3-color, but oftentimes your primary colors are 2, and then you have 5 or 6 cards of a 3rd color, where in most drafts you have 1 or 2 cards of that 3rd color. So you still need 5 or 6 sources. So I think ideally you want 9 to 8 mana sources of your main color, and then 5 to 6 at least of kind of that 3rd color that you're looking to play for your wedge.
Both players have something in common in white. Anafenza, Unyielding Lineage, so you could have an Anafenzoff. That doesn't work as well as I thought it would. So that could be fun, but just based off of what we saw from Mike's, I do think he'll have a lot more things dying. Did he get a sack outlet? No, I don't think so.
No, I don't think so, but the thing because Anafenza has flash, it just makes it's just whoever draws it and then can kind of time it well while not having Anafenza die as well, right? Because if you kill the Anafens in response, then you don't get to endure, which is nice. One thing with Josh's deck actually has a couple of copies of Devoted Duelist, so looking to kind of be on the more aggressive side of things.
Yeah,
maybe it's going to be more of a tempo-oriented deck, because the Devoted Duelist, it's nice if you're really aggressive, but if, of course, you're playing kind of a more slower controlling Jeskai deck, it's not kind of really where you want to be. 2 mana, 2/1, kind of gets blocked by everything.
I love having the Duelist out with the Stalwart. Quarry Mountain Stalwart, 3 mana.
Oh,
card.
sure. Yeah.
Just double spell, 3 damage. Boom.
Yeah, or if you have a Blazing Effigy in your deck and you're aggressive with the Devoted Duelist, it kind of guarantees that you're going to be able to flurry and do a bunch of damage. So there are a lot of cool things you can do, and that's the Jeskai deck. The cool thing about the a lot of for example, when you draft Mardu, it's like, yeah, you're aggressive. You beat down. But with Jeskai, you can kind of draft 2 different decks almost. You can draft the tempo-style aggressive deck where you have a bunch of cheap things. You're trying to double spell. You have some ways to cast multiple spells in one turn. That's really nice. But then other times you can just draft a full-on Jeskai control deck with a bunch of removal spells and card draw and counter spells, and that's another route to victory as well.
Josh is playing a couple counter spells, but is a little light on like just pure removal. So if Mike is able to resolve the Warden of the Grove, for example, he could easily run away with the game.
Yeah, Josh also has a couple of copies of Aegis Sculptor, which I think can be okay, but generally you kind of play that in a Sultai deck where you sometimes get advantages out of exiling cards out of graveyards. Let's say you have a Kishless Skimmer, right? Then you exile some cards, you draw cards, which is really nice. But in a Jeskai shell, it's just kind of a 4-mana 2/3 creature that maybe if you cast some spells, it can grow. I'm not the biggest fan of that creature in general, so we'll kind of see how it plays out. But of course, if you just draw all your gold cards, usually you'll do okay, right? Because those cards are the ones that are going to be a little more pushed. They're uncommons, and also, of course, Josh has probably the best card in the matchup between Mike and Josh in the Shiko. That card is messed up.
Shiko is cool.
That card is messed up because when you look at Shiko, it's a Jeskai Dragon. Of course, it's going to be awesome. But in most instances, this type of effect, it returns a non-land permanent.
Yeah, it's not just a spell.
You can cast. Yeah, that's the thing. How is that part? I have a question about Color Pie, just with regards to that, because how are you returning just a permanent from the graveyard onto the battlefield in Jeskai?
Secretly Sultai.
Because yeah, right, that's a Sultai effect. So I thought this would only return spells, like instants or sorceries from the graveyard.
I mean, red got a Mana Dork for the first time, and the
they're just
something.
You know what? They wanted to make. This is what it was. They wanted to juice it. That's all it was. They looked at it and they were just like, well, 3 mana spell is nice, but 3 mana anything?
Yep.
And that's kind of what they did. So it is what it is. But hey, it's a really sweet dragon. And if you ever open one of these dragons, you slam it and you figure it out.
Well, let's see if Josh and Mike can figure it out here in the first round of the day, which is round number 9, if my math is correct. And just a reminder, we have 3 rounds, and then we're going to draft again. So let's see who gets to go and do that. Players are ready. Let's rock and roll. Go, go, Gadget 8-0. Josh Morton at the top of your screen, kicking things off with an island. Go. Passes the turn to Atron, winner of Pro Tour Geneva. Kicking things off here with a dual land. Nothing going on just as of yet. No 2-drop from Josh's side of things. Did we find one for Atron? Because he drafted a bunch of them.
He drafted a bunch. Probably has one, yeah.
Yeah. Sultai Devotee. Spectral Denial says no thanks.
Right. Just building up here. Ooh.
Oh, it's just clean Jeskai.
Oh, Tursa Lightbringer. Very good card.
Ditching Seize Opportunity and the Woundscarred Crag.
Yep. Yeah, great, great card here. And if you ever can just play anything for free, then we're talking.
Oh, yeah. Free stuff. Magic players love free stuff.
Oh, yeah. So, Atron taking some damage here, but it's just 3. Doesn't have to just kill it immediately if he has a removal spell. Just running out the Champion of Doosan instead. It's like, hey, if you want to kill this and deal 3 damage to me, I'm still okay right now.
Yeah. We'll get those life totals updated shortly. Jeskai Brushmaster at number 1. There's 2 of these in Josh's deck.
That one is much scarier,
Yeah.
and that is certainly the type of card where if you do have, for example, a Piercing Exhale here, might want to just fire that off before Josh can untap, cast a spell in response, and use the Prowess trigger to fizzle the effect.
Yeah. Bit of a think here now from Atron, where he wants to go with his turn. Champion of Design, not so great against Double Striker.
Yeah, not at all. But Reputable Merchant does turn it into a 5/3, but you can also, if you put it on the champion, you can't still attack that well because Josh can still block with the Tursa. So it looks like Mike's just looking to kind of spread the power and toughness between the 2 creatures instead of kind of putting it all on the Champion of Doosan. This way, if Josh has a removal spell, you still have a decent-sized creature in play that's capable of trading with the Tursa Lightbringer.
Yeah. And then when it dies as well, giving the counter to the champion, so...
Yeah. Yeah, so if you have a removal spell, you probably want to kill the champion.
Yeah. Then buff up the tortoise with the renew effect.
Yeah.
It's not a tortoise, it's a human citizen. The Reputable Merchant is not the tortoise. I need to keep reminding myself that.
Right. Molten Exhale.
All right.
Okay.
So, merchant down.
Maybe another removal spell? Oh, tap.
Sure. That's a... Yeah.
That is 11 damage coming in?
Jeez.
Wow.
Owie.
And,
no messing around.
And we're looking at 4 cards in graveyard now, so 3 more spells to get some extra value here off of the Tursa. But, I mean, more importantly, Josh was just able to get in for a ton of damage there.
That was a lot, because that was, what, 4 double strike damage? So
yeah, Atron's down to 7 here.
Yowza. So about that board wipe, we got one of them, maybe? No?
It's a double black to use. Did Atron get one?
No, he didn't get one.
No, that was Matt Nass.
Nass.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Ooh.
Arishan.
Not great here.
Yeah.
The Arishan Sun Shield.
Yeah.
It does slow down some Tursa shenanigans from happening, right? And it is a 3/4, so hey,
it's a decent blocker, yeah.
Yeah, it does block the Tursa Lightbringer pretty well, but if Josh has any spells, this Brushmaster is still highly, highly problematic.
Yeah, it's just gonna run away with things. You know, by itself, it's still decent. You know,
right.
The Equilibrium Adept needing 2 spells to get double strike is a lot tougher.
Yep.
To get it going, but yeah, this Brushmaster is pretty sweet. Josh is having a big think about this. Where are we going?
Yeah, 4 lands, lots of options here. And it all just kind of depends on what he's working with in terms of interaction. Oh, okay, no interaction here.
Just a Poised Practitioner.
Is it just a creature and a go? Wow, okay, so Atron, he's got to breathe a huge sigh of relief after that turn just because Josh wasn't able to find a spell here to push through more damage because that would have put Atron in a lot of trouble. So now Atron does have the ability, if he can find more lands, does have the ability to just tap down the Brushmaster. That is the most problematic creature because, again, if Josh plays anything, we're looking at a 3/5 double striker.
I think Atron drew the Dragon's Prey, so that's a clean answer for the Brushmaster. Hopefully no counter magic from Josh's side of things to thwart that plan. Jeskai, Devoted Duelist, excuse me.
Right.
Hasty Friend, likes to ding ya.
Oh, he's playing quick. He's happy about something. Probably chapping the Champion of Doosan. Ooh, this is going to be a lot of damage regardless of the Dragon's Prey. Wow.
And that's going to be, is that, I don't think that's 7 cards.
So Atron's going to go down to 6 here. We have Trigger the Prowess, and we're going to trigger the Flurry on the Practitioner as well. Yes. So that's going to be a 3/4 on top of that. So the Champion goes down, you kill the Brushmaster, and then you block
Tursa?
You block the Tursa, and you take 5, and you go to 1.
Jeez.
Because you're going to take 1 here off the Flurry trigger there, and then you're going to get the counter and the Surveil here on top of that.
Block Tursa and kill that.
Surveil, draw, shuffle back in. So yeah, Atron will go to 1, and then the Tursa will get blocked. So you won't be able to get the value there.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean that's still going to put Atron in a really tough spot here. Especially because then Josh just needs to play 2 spells, and then the 2-drop's just going to burn Atron out.
Yep. What? Did we?
No, this is combat.
Oh, okay. I was like, did we attack? What happened there?
Well, Josh was getting ready to attack, but Atron does have the ability to tap something down here if he wants instead of just choosing to block.
Yeah, sure.
But I think just passing is better because this way you can just eat the Tursa.
Yeah. I would prefer to do that if I.
Because otherwise, what are you going to do? Tap down the Brushwag and then kill something else? Yeah. So so this makes a lot more sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Go to 1 and hope to find some way to gain some life here.
Yep. Okay, that kills that.
And hope Josh still has 3 cards in hand. So it's just.
Whoops. Please no.
Yeah.
We don't pay the 1 there.
All right. So Atron has to go. Okay.
That duelist needs to die.
Yeah. It's like, I need to kill this duelist first and foremost, or hope Josh can't double spell. Okay, that's big.
That is big.
That is actually huge.
Gain land. Woo! Let's go, baby.
So you don't have to necessarily worry about getting burned out by the duelist now. So now you can kind of play your game. You can play a creature, maybe a 3-drop, and still keep tap available, and potentially not just die immediately.
Does he have any life gain effects in the deck? Let's see. Alchemist Assistant, he's playing that, but that needs a little time to get going unless he mills it somehow. We've got Stormplane Detainment to be able to get it. Riverwalk Technique can get rid of that thing as well. Piercing Exhale, Knockout Maneuver. There's a bunch of stuff to kill it.
Yeah.
Just got to draw it.
Yeah, but a lot of options here for Atron. I think he might have also had a Whale of War here.
Oh, that would be neat. That gets rid of it.
Could just use that to kill the creature. But might want to do it in response to the first spell if that's what his plan is. I don't actually know what he's going to try to do here, but if his plan is to kill the duelist. Oh gosh.
Okay.
Yep. It's incredible.
It's a Dargon.
You get Tursa back.
Ugh.
It has haste. I mean, oh my gosh. Do you cast it too? I think you do.
The thing that comes back from
Yeah.
the bin?
Yeah, so then that triggers the flurry too, right?
I think so. Let's find out. Shiko. Exile target with 3 mana. Copy it. You may cost the copy. Yeah.
Yep.
That's just a flurry enabler by itself.
Flurry enabler. So that's an extra +1/+1 counter on the practitioner and an extra damage.
Oh boy.
I don't see how Atron can get out of this one.
Yeah. No.
So they make a token of a Tursa.
Yes.
You take 1, you scry, you have a 4/5, a 2/1, and a 3/3 haster here that you need to deal with. And by the way, there's a giant 4/5 dragon in play too.
Thankfully, the dragon doesn't have haste, but Tursa certainly does.
That would be the card's already
That's
kind
already
of
pretty obnoxious.
it's already pretty obnoxious, but yes.
Yeah. Good grief.
All right, surveil the messenger here.
Can he survive this attack?
I don't know. I would assume he's got some kind of removal spell here.
Yeah. Because you have to be able to deal with all of them, otherwise you're a little dead.
Yeah. Josh going, okay, well, he's got 5 mana or 4 mana up. Is it better to just be happy with that turn and just continue just developing my board? Because Atron did play nothing this turn.
Yeah.
So he's got to have something, right?
Well, I mean, yeah, also the copy of Tursa entering would have still had the same enter effect, right? So he could have rummaged away a couple stuff.
Oh, maybe he rummaged the messenger away.
Oh, okay, yes.
Yeah.
All right.
But didn't rummage 2 cards, so actually liked whatever else was in hand too. Yeah, that's a Whale of War.
Okay. Phew. Okay, so not dead to that friend. That's a relief. But still a big Shiko Paragon on the way to deal with.
What? I'm curious. Oh, he passed. That's why.
Yeah, no attack.
Wait, no.
Wait. Oh, he tapped it down and
Yeah. That's
whale?
what it was.
Yeah.
Pat tapped. Okay. Because I was like, that Whale of War, the timing of that is awkward unless Josh just passed the turn.
Yeah.
All right, so 2-1 down. There's a giant dragon still in play. You could technically tap it here, but Josh also liked the cards in his hand.
Oh, Stormplane Detainment.
Okay, that's a detainment. Still not out of it here, though.
Does Josh have a way to kill enchantments is the question.
Okay, now Atron's tapped out.
Oof.
So if you can get a couple of removal spells, that would be great. Oh.
Narset's
Oh,
Rebuke.
Narset's Rebuke. That's big. And do you have a follow-up spell? A
Owie.
follow-up removal spell would do it. Oh, and that is. That's enough.
Oh, my. All right. Was that Riverwalk technique? Against flying?
No, that's the
that?
singing. It's the
Oh,
blue
ringing.
enchantment that taps. That
Right.
taps things. I'm not the biggest fan of that in general, but if you're an
Yeah.
aggressive flurry deck, it is
Yes.
a good card to play because it's a really cheap spell that enables your flurry and taps things down.
Yeah. Ringing Strike Mastery. Monstery, I almost said. We want to say a big thank you again to everyone who has helped make this event possible, especially to our sponsors, Beckett and Dragon Shield. If you need your stuff kept safe, Dragon Shield is the way to go. And if you want to get it graded and stuck in a big old slab, well, go send your cards to Beckett. All right, so players get to consult their sideboards. Let's see if we can spot anything that might be helpful here for either player. I don't think we're going to see Kotus much. Heritage Reclamation, that kills Artifact Enchantment, something else, right?
And exiles cards out of the graveyard,
Yes.
so you could use it to kill the Stormplane Detainment, I suppose. That's one thing that you can do. Then, but you know, when I look at Atron's list, I just don't see a ton of good cards for the matchup. I think he's kind of just playing most of the decent cards that he had available to him.
Yeah.
One thing he's really hoping to get is just Warden of the Grove in play on turn 3.
Yeah, please, that'd be great. While the players are sideboarding, let's take a quick look at their deck lists. Able to get these built up quickly. So take a look. This is what Mike Atron ended up building. It looks pretty solid, just at first glance.
Yeah, it looks solid, but I mean, it does definitely feel like he got cut off a little bit here because you're just kind of playing cards in all the colors, and typically, and his mana isn't perfect.
Yeah.
So I feel like he just kind of had to make do and just kind of put all the cards and make something happen here. It looks like it ended up being a green-white base deck with some black cards here as well. Looks okay, but it does feel like there was a lot of competition over these colors.
Absolutely. Let's take a look then at Josh's deck, see what he's working with. See the Anafenza there. Plenty of blue stuff.
I imagine those forests are mountains, I would guess.
I would hope so, yeah.
Yeah. unless he just wants to challenge himself in this event in general there. But yeah, this is also solid. The Shiko really goes a long way here.
Yeah.
Some of the interactions are okay.
cards.
There's definitely some filler level cards in here as well. We look at the 2 copies of the Aegis Sculptor.
Yeah.
Humbling Elder and Ringing Strike Mastery are both just kind of okay cards. You don't love to play those either. And then Seize Opportunity is also fine as a card draw effect, but playing a bunch of copies, especially in this type of deck, I think you'd much rather have something like a Focus the Mind as your card draw effect of choice.
No Bewildering Blizzard. We're ready to jump back into the action here. Josh Morton picking up the first win in round number 9. Gets things going with the Frontier Bivouac. 2 colors got now for Atron and the Sultai Devotee to access black mana when needed.
All right, so Atron's at least got all the mana that he needs, all the colors.
Devoted Duelist in for 2. He's back.
Little Haster, do we block? Oh, nope. Atron must have a reasonable creature to block with here. Imagine an Anafenza.
Oh.
Flash, it's got first strike, right?
Yeah. First strike. That'd be awesome. Champion of Dusan.
Or just try to race. You are on the play. Beat down.
Josh Morton reminds me a little bit of Nathan Stoyer.
Yeah.
A bearded Nathan Stoyer. Poise Practitioner hits the board now for Josh. So double spelling next turn, certainly a possibility with what he's got in the deck.
Yep. Now Atron still has a clean attack where if Josh wants, Josh can choose to trade.
Mm-hmm.
But that's basically it here. I do see a Salt Road Pack Beast, I think, in Atron's hand. So if you can find land number 4 and play that this turn, that would be pretty solid. But just finding getting the Wayfarer here instead, finding a land maybe.
Yes.
Ooh, okay.
Okay, sweet.
Now this just all really depends on whether or not Atron has another 2-drop here, and in terms of whether or not he wants to get the Scoured Barrens.
Yeah.
He does have the Black Source here from the Devotee, but if the Devotee dies, maybe not.
Big problems.
Yeah.
But decides to go for the untapped land, so planes down.
Yeah, Piercing Exhale here would just be nice just to get a bunch of damage through.
Yep. Just going to send the champion, and
All right.
Josh will happily trade with Poise Practitioner. So.
Yeah. And 1 damage will trample over.
Yep.
Atron now has the ability to renew, put a +1/+1 counter on something, or hey, just get another Devotee in play.
Nice, yeah. I don't need no black mana.
Does Josh Morton
It's
have
all
a?
fine.
Does Josh? Nope. I was doing a Twin Bolt check, just seeing if Josh Morton has a Twin Bolt, because that would be kind of insane here.
That would be backbreaking.
Yeah.
Or I know he's not in the colors, but a Whale of War of his own.
Man, this Einok Wayfarer is just devoted duelist worst nightmare. You play that thing, you get your value, and it's just
It's like, come at me, bro.
it's just a 1/1. What do you want to do? And not a lot of great options, at least in terms of attacking. Like, I just can't imagine Josh has a good attack here. Oh, and just pass. So now Atron needs to be mindful of counterspells. Just think about, okay, he did play the Denial. So just if you can afford to play around, and this is what makes Atron such a great player, when you keep up mana, he can just kind of figure out exactly what you have, and he will do everything in his power to play around it if he can.
Yep. And get you to use it on something he doesn't care about.
Exactly.
There is the Durgar Island Dragon that can tap a thing. If we go to combat first.
Yeah, can certainly do that. Now Atron has the ability to renew. Doesn't look that great, though, because if you renew on any of the creatures you haven't played, it still trades with the Duelist. There is the Swamp. Do you want to play a 3-mana card? The 3-mana spell is safe to play against both Dispelling Exhale, no dragons. Oh, and getting very, very aggressive here. If Josh has something, forcing him to actually cast something. If not, he's just happy to pass priority here, dealing 3 damage.
So Atron doing a decent job of chipping away at Josh's life total. Josh isn't doing anything.
Yeah, I feel like that tap land on turn 4 might have really hurt him. Oh, this will get countered. Yep.
That's all
okay.
right.
And I think Atron kind of expected it, but it was likely the only option that he had there.
Yeah, Dragback Lancer, Flappy 3/4. Excuse me, 3/3.
We're in Brushmaster territory.
Oh. Just an Aegis, though.
That is an Aegis Sculptor. So currently a 2/3 flying Ward 2 creature there. At the beginning of your upkeep, you can exile 2 cards and put a +1/+1 counter on this. So right now, you can still safely attack with the Sultai Devotee.
Yeah.
And maybe Atron has some way to deal with this. There's 3 cards in Josh's graveyard here.
Nice.
Okay, little Pack Beast.
Get some extra cards here for Atron. I wonder what his sealed deck was yesterday.
I don't know. Given that he's 8-0, it's probably really
Probably
good.
really good,
That would be my guess. Probably has one of the top 5 rares in the set in the deck. Usually that's what it takes to go undefeated. You have to be not only really good, but you also have to open a really nice pool.
If Nick interviews him, I'm going to ask him to ask.
Yeah.
Alrighty, so Aegis Sculptor, a decent blocker.
Yep, 3/4. We'll trade with the Pack Beast.
Okay. Durgar Island Dragon decides to say, sit, please. So
main phase, okay. I bet in that instance, Josh kind of wishes that the dragon would end up in the graveyard just to have extra food for the sculptor. Yeah, but firing that off main must really be digging for something. Ooh, it's going to take a lot of damage here.
He's getting feisty. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, sure.
Oh,
there it is.
Nice.
Now, if Atron has a removal spell here, that would be pretty tough here. If you can find a Piercing Exhale, target the Devotee.
Effortless Master is just so rough.
It is very, very large.
It's like a 6/5 or something when it enters?
Yeah, when you flurry it, it is a 6/5 creature with Menace, I believe.
Is it
or Vigilance?
Vigilance,
Vigilance,
Gross.
excuse me. Okay, Dragon's Prey, maybe? Okay,
Yes.
yeah. And this is a lot of damage
Excellent.
coming in.
Nice.
You also can renew to
Yeah.
get for extra points of damage if you don't have another play this turn.
Yeah, it's a 2/1/1 counters and trample or 1/1/1 counter?
It's just 2 mana for 1/1/1 counter and a trample counter.
Yeah,
So if you put it on the pack beast, it's pretty nice because
Yeah.
you turn it into a 5/4 trampler.
that's pretty sweet.
It's also not bad on the devotee because trample plus death touch is a nice combination too.
Tis indeed. For anyone who doesn't know that interaction, 1 point of death touch is the only thing needed to kill something, so anything extra is going straight to face. Oh, nice,
Yep.
okay.
Filtering the mana through the devotee and just putting a +1/+1 counter. It's like, I'll put the counter where I want, please. Thank you. All right.
So what's that, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8?
Yeah, so
Down to
Josh is
5.
at 5. He's got a 4/5 sculptor, but can't imagine he's going to be going for an aggressive attack here. Probably just wants to keep the sculptor back. And
Yeah.
even if he can block the pack beast here, we're looking at 6 damage, so that's lethal. So Josh does need to add more to the board here or find some removal spells.
Nice, Molten Exhale.
Oh, wow. Killing the death touch creature.
And then,
Okay.
nice.
Huh.
Monastery Messenger getting the exhale back, so that was a
Okay.
pretty neat sequence
Yeah,
there
yeah,
from
yeah.
Josh.
No, that was good. Now remember, we can still put a +1/+1 counter on the pack beast, and it would have trample.
Yeah.
So Josh would probably have to trade with the sculptor to actually just
Yeah.
be able to block reasonably, which I think Atron is, that's a decent trade for
Yeah,
Atron,
for sure.
because that sculptor can get potentially out of hand here.
It obviously needs, food in the graveyard. It's not like the Warden that just keeps ticking up and up and up. And up.
Right. Now, and yeah, but depending on what else Atron has available here, because right now, at least from what we know,
Yeah.
there is a +1/+1 counter. If you put that on one of the 2-power creatures, Josh can still block 2 creatures
Yeah.
and will only take 2 damage here. Go down to 3.
Something of consideration in hand, but going for the renew on the Champion of Dusan.
Yep, I imagine this is going to go on the pack beast here.
So Pack Beast is now 5/4 with Trample.
Yep. And Josh has to block. Yep. And this is a forced block. There is a Molten Exhale as well. What can Atron follow this up with?
Yeah, 4 mana available. Did pick up a couple of the reputable merchants.
Yep.
It's just passing the turn back now.
Huh.
Possibly holding on to a fight spell of sorts or removal.
Flurry. Oh, wait, not enough cards in the
It's tough,
graveyard.
so- yeah, no,
But this
definitely
is still
not.
a lot of damage coming
Yeah.
in. Atron's got to have something here, right?
So 5.
Takes 5. Wow,
Wow,
nothing. What is he working with in hand?
Oh, that's the Warden, I think.
Oh.
Yeah, he's got the Warden.
No, what could have played that last turn, though? Unless he just drew the Warden.
I might have just drawn it. One, two. Okay, kicking us off with another Wayfarer.
Okay.
Tomb Guard in the bin.
Ooh.
Champion in the bin. That's nice. And a Jade Cost Sentinel.
Didn't hit a land, though, so the Wayfarer is a 2/2. Might have preferred it to be a 2/2 anyways.
Yeah.
That is a low. Can you imagine if Atron had an Aegis Sculptor in play?
Wow.
He would have food for days.
That would be an overfed bird. You'd get a call from the bird police, no doubt.
Yeah, probably.
Okay. And the follow-up. Hey, Warden of the Grove.
Yeah, could have put a counter on the Merchant maybe and attack. Oh, can still do that, actually, with the land. Okay. Yeah, so you exile the Champion of Duzon, target the Merchant, attack for 3. And Josh probably takes it here, but it's kind of annoying. And this is a close little race here. Atron at 8, Morton at 2. We do have a 3/3 and a 2/2 to block the ground.
Nice.
So even with a removal spell, Atron can still chump, or if he takes it all, it still goes down to 3. Oh,
Seize opportunity.
seize opportunity. What does he find? Oh, a bounce spell.
Oh, nice. Urani's rebuff.
Rennie's rebuff is definitely good here. Can bounce the Warden. That's probably where you want to point that.
Yeah, that is certainly the biggest issue to deal with on the board there.
And probably not going to harmonize. Maybe just attack. I guess you could technically harmonize if you want, but just 2 and pass. Okay,
Yeah.
fair enough.
Responsible line, responsible plays.
Yeah. And the merchant here can still attack.
Mm-hmm.
It would trade with the Tursa,
Yeah.
and then you can put the counter on the Wayfarer. But then Josh could bounce that potentially.
Yeah. Rebuff is a sorcery, right?
It is a sorcery.
Yeah. Okay, so Warden comes back. No, we still have one more champion, right?
Ooh. Atron has a maneuver in
nice.
hand as well. Oh, that is huge.
Oh, that'll do it. All right, game 1. Oh, excuse me, game 2 goes to Michael Atron. So tying things up here in round number 9 of Magic Spotlight Dragons. That was a sweet game.
Yeah, yeah.
Friends, if you would like to join us at one of these sweet, sweet SCGCON events, come and join us in Minneapolis, May 2nd to 4th. It is going to be a regional championship, but it's not just that. There's plenty of things to do here. You can play Commander, you can draft, you can do cosplay stuff, you can see artists. Basically whatever you want out of Magic, you can get at one of these events. So hopefully we'll see you in Minneapolis.
Are you a shake hands in between games kind of player?
No, I shake at the end.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
the normal thing. I've seen multiple
Or fist
times.
bumps.
I've seen multiple times so far. It's like good games. Let's go to game 3. I'm like, I got one handshake for you. That's it.
Yeah.
That's it. It's at the end. Win
Yeah.
or lose, I'll give it to you.
Yeah. I fist bump now because everyone's gotten a little bit weird about handshakes, you know, pandemics, etc.
Also, yeah, I often get sick after one of these conventions. Fist bump is probably
Yeah.
the correct approach. Unless your team handshake.
Well, yeah.
You have no choice.
Yeah.
It would be
just have to.
it would be
just
very
wouldn't be team
off-brand.
then,
Yeah.
Team fist bump just doesn't sound right.
Maybe.
TFB.
Team fist bump would be more appropriate, you know, a few years ago.
True. Although we weren't playing in person then, so.
That's true.
What weird times we've lived through, huh?
Sure have.
Players consulting the sideboards here, seeing if there's anything else to bring in.
And this Abzan deck, one thing, it's just really scrappy.
It is, yeah.
Just well-timed renew effects or +1/+1 counters just really just messes up combat math.
I want to see this Warden with the Loxodon in play. That would be awesome.
Oh, sure. Oh, I mean, if you just play a turn 3 Warden and it doesn't die, the game ends very quickly.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. But now Josh is on the play. We'll have access to more counter magic to use for the Warden. And Josh does have a decent number of interaction, I think.
Yeah, he's got the Humbling
Oh.
Alder kind of meh.
There's a Molten Exhale, Narset's Rebuke.
Yep.
Which,
Spectral Denial, Uranus Rebuff.
okay, so maybe not a million removal spells.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like there's very many clean answers. Narset's Rebuke obviously being one of them, along with Molten Exhale, but outside of that, it's kind of just. But I mean, to be fair, Josh's gold cards are nutty.
They are very strong,
So
especially the Shiko. If Josh could just find and draw the Shiko, it's going to give Mike a really, really tough time.
It's a really sweet card.
Yeah.
Here's a look at Josh's list once again. The main deck that was submitted.
Yeah, really solid mana there. You see 8 blue sources plus a Jeskai Monument, so that's 9 blue, 6 white, and 8 red. Yeah, so just really, really good mana base here. Getting that Tri-Land and the Monument. I mean, the monuments are just
They're
all
excellent,
great. They're just so strong. And we even saw Atron take one second pick, I think, right? I don't think, and I don't think it ended up in his deck.
No, I don't think so.
But he did take one.
Play Kotus.
He didn't. I don't think he played the Kotus, right? He took that thing really early. I'm surprised he didn't put it in there, especially with the 2 Sultai Devotees. I don't know what that was.
He was getting cut out of blue a bunch. I
Yeah,
guess.
what I mean is with a Sultai Monument and 2 Devotees, you can
easily.
Wow, just turn 1, huh?
Nice.
Look, oh, he's beat down.
Let's go.
Now, I will say this works a lot against the really slow green decks. Atron does have his own decent mana curve, so he will be able to put up somewhat of a fight here. He's got plenty of 2-drops to play here, but this is still a lot of damage for sure.
Yeah. Let's see the knockout maneuver in hand. Excuse me, Wayfarer. Jeez,
All right.
have some lands, why don't you?
Forest here. He could choose not to
Yeah.
if he has enough lands because that lets you block the Humbling Elder. But it's rough if Josh maybe just has some way to get it through and he's like, you know what? I'll take the one. I'll take the one. That's fine.
Yeah, and the Devoted Duelist is the bigger problem.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, my God. What is this 1, 2, 3?
Okay.
No discard. Oh, my.
Here we go. 4 damage. That is Tersa Light Shadow that just hit the board. Hasty 3/3.
Okay.
That's nasty. Good grief. Atron might not get to do anything in this game.
Yeah. He had a 2-drop, but I guess needed to have that be a Sultai Devotee instead.
Yeah.
Wow.
Death Toucher would have been excellent there.
Yeah, and the fact that Josh kept everything in his hand.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
He must have an absolute banger of a hand.
Yeah. I'm saying there's at least like a Molten Exhale.
Yeah.
There's at least a Molten Exhale and possibly a Seize Opportunity as a combat trick in hand. Because a Seize Opportunity, if Atron just taps out for some creatures, I can see Seize Opportunity being really strong.
There's another mode to it?
Yeah. Well, with this kind of draw, it's great. You know.
I don't read all the card. I just know it exiles things.
You just know, yeah, you just know it draws cards.
2 creatures get +2/+1. Well, okay,
Right,
yeah, sure.
yeah.
Kind of like a, what's that card called? Trumpet Blast of old.
Yeah, like a mini Trumpet Blast type effect. Yeah, for sure.
But better.
Okay. Well,
Alrighty. Reputable Merchant hits the board. Where's the counter going?
maybe just on the Merchant because to trade with the Tersa. But, like, you know this is not going to end well.
Yeah, it's not
but
going to
yeah.
long.
Josh probably just... I wouldn't be shocked if he has a removal spell and the ability to flurry here, given the fact that you discarded no cards with the Lightbringer. Oh, this could be the Bell Strike as well. That would be really strong here. Just tap down the Reputable Merchant forever, basically, at least within the context of this curve. Oh, it's just a dragon.
Durgar Island Dragon.
Oh, and that's not good. You tap down the 1/1, which means he's probably got to land into Molten Exile here or something. Yeah, he left up the red mana here, so.
Yeah.
And he was pretty confident about everything. So I think this is going to be land removal spell here.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh, bounce.
Yeah. Okay. Urania's rebuff, sure.
No, but I mean, this is take 3,
Another
6, 7 damage.
Yeah.
Atron goes to 6. And the thing is, there was just nothing Atron could have done.
Yeah.
He just played a creature turn 2 and turn 3.
Jeez. This is the curve you want to see if you have to resort to a straight beatdown plan.
Yeah, this is just how you tempo people out. It's pretty hard to string together draws like this, but hey, that's what makes Tersa so incredible, that haste.
Yeah. Jeskai has quite a few hasty critters. It's just Boros in disguise, so.
Yeah.
Boros with counter magic. Good lord. Pretty rough beats here for Michael Atron. It is looking like Josh Morton is going to remain undefeated.
Okay.
Alchemist Assistant hits the board. It is a lifelinker. Does it get to stay? And we see Dispelling Exhale.
No dragons in hand.
Yeah, yeah. No
But
dragons in hand,
you gain 2 life.
2 life gained.
All right, that's a nice way to... Yeah, Josh, you used a lot of cards, so maybe...
Piercing Exhale, excuse me.
Yeah, used a lot of cards. All right, go for the double block here.
Yeah.
Atron's definitely double blocking.
Oh, absolutely. This thing needs
If Josh has a trick, Josh has a trick, but Atron's definitely double blocking. Yep. No, that makes sense, and now you just attack with both.
Yeah, because you have a crappy block here either way.
Yeah, Atron probably just takes it.
Yeah, 4. Pet comes back, but Pet needs a better target. Needs a big target. It doesn't give any 1/1 counters.
Right. Yeah, you want to go, well, let's see. If you can find another swamp, then you can go Reputable Merchant, make it a 3/3 and put
give it
lifelink. That would be nice. But there's also Nareni's rebuff in the graveyard. So if you kind of go all in on one creature with lifelink, it's not really going to work that well for you either.
No. Well, he's certainly fighting the good fight here, staying in there as best as possible.
Yeah.
Gained 4 life. Goes down to 4, taking the damage. This Enoch Wayfarer is just staring down an absolute onslaught here from Josh Morton.
Yeah, if Atron could find... What Atron really wants is just a way to cleanly kill the Tersa Lightbringer. Because it looks like Josh just has a million interactive spells. And wow, Josh did pass with, what, 3 mana up?
Yeah.
So could have to counterspell, although I think at this point Atron's not really in a position to play around anything.
No.
Has a Pack Beast in hand, but can't play that either. Costs 5 mana.
I think he's played a land. Does he have a land to play?
He hasn't played a land. So if he's got one, he can play it.
Yeah.
But I think he's just thinking through all the options here.
Tap land or try land?
Gain land would also be totally fine.
Those came in clutch yesterday for quite a few players.
Absolutely.
They got through the first 2 games so quick. Definitely can take his time
Yeah.
in the tank here.
Absolutely. Even at 8-0, because the field was so big, you still need a really, really good record. You still need to have, you know, something like a 3-2-1 finish or something along those lines to still make the top 8.
Yeah. Forest for turn.
Okay, so did find a land. Certainly helps. You still can't go Reputable Merchant plus counter. Oh.
Okay.
And now if Josh has anything, I mean, this could potentially be it. We'll see.
This could be game over, yeah.
But he did use the 1 Molten Exile in the deck, but he's got Narcissus Rebuke as well. If you can go Rebuke the Pack Beast into something.
Yeah.
Or even if you just Rebuke the Pack, Oh, and we're just bouncing the Pack Beast, which is actually not bad. You chump.
It's not terrible, yeah.
You chump, but hey, this gives Atron a little more time to maybe find a removal spell, a Dragon's Prey, something of that nature, a gain land here. You can't play the Pack Beast anymore. Cost 6 mana.
That went better than expected.
That did go better than expected. Josh just going, please just stop playing things. I'm so close.
You're gotta work for it, man.
And Atron's got like 6 cards in hand.
Yeah.
He's got a lot of options here.
Yeah, he's like agonizing over what to do.
Yeah. So Pack Beast not an option. We know about Reputable Merchant. Can he play 2 spells this turn?
That would be ideal.
Unlikely because he didn't do it last turn.
Yeah. Or...
Unless he drew 2 spells to play. Okay.
Okay. Arashin Sunshield, excuse me.
1 black. You can't really do anything unless you have a Caustic Exile here. So 3-4 is an excellent sizing here, too. If Josh doesn't do any... Oh, Josh has nothing here. He does play an Aegis Sculptor, but that's a flyer.
Yeah.
But most importantly here, Atron did not take any damage that turn. 3-4 brick walling the Lightbringer here. Now we need an answer to this flyer.
Yeah. He does have a copy of Desperate Measures in the sideboard, so... You know, neat little combat trick if needs be. This bird needs to die.
Yeah, absolutely.
Josh hasn't found any of the multicolor cards yet.
Right.
Does he have white mana? Does
Yeah,
not.
just played a Windscarred Crag, I believe.
Oh, he did? Okay.
Yeah. And... Yeah, the issue right now is just Atron is obviously in no position to make an attack just yet, but just still like slowly adding to the board. Okay.
Nice.
And this means the Sculptor will be able to get in for at least 2 damage here, but Atron just wants to build the board here, have a bunch of stuff in play, because you don't want to just lock up 3 mana every single turn to tap down the Sculptor.
No.
Just enact your game plan, take the 2 here, make sure you have a good board so that next turn maybe then you can...
Oh, double Sculptor.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Danger.
So that is lethal. He does have the tapper, but you're still taking 2 damage here. What can Atron do? Now keep in mind, Atron does have the Alchemist in the graveyard, the assistant. So you could just target the champion now. Even if you trade with the Lightbringer, you're still gaining 5 life.
Yeah.
And that's huge.
I would very much be interested in that line here for Michael. Whew. Let's see him having a look over at the graveyard, considering that.
Yeah, and then if the champion dies, you still have the ability to move an extra +1/+1 counter somewhere else. It might be time here. Yep. Gain some life.
Thanks, pet. You're a good monkey. So exile that. Lifelink counter on the champion.
Oh, does he have something else?
Ooh.
Oh,
that's big.
That is huge. Oh my gosh, that's gaining 6 life here for Atron.
Woo.
Oh my goodness. He has completely swung the race now. Now you can attack for an additional 6 points of damage, go up to 15. Wow. Oh, and one thing Atron can also consider doing here is tapping down the 1-2 so the sculptor doesn't grow and just attack for 6. Right? If you just don't want Josh to maybe chump block with the 1-2, that is on the table. You could consider doing that.
Oh, man.
Oh, just attack with both.
That was disgusting. I love it.
Wow.
Good, monkey, good.
What a turn here. Atron playing very patiently, waiting for the right moment. Josh fired off the bounce spell here. So that's this champion of Doosan is fairly safe. Up to 15. He is now winning the race.
Sure is. 15 to 12 now. Oh, how the turns have tabled. Good grief.
I actually thought Josh might have wanted to consider blocking the 3-4 there.
Yeah.
Take 3 less damage and then grow the sculptor.
Yeah.
Right, turn it into a 3-4.
That would have been,
my.
That could have been a consideration there.
Yeah, and Josh just looks like he's kind of out of gas here. So now it's just kind of firmly on Atron's side. Doesn't have to worry about just dying to just some random flurry of spells. You can just start attacking here if you want. Josh doesn't even have any good blocks. He can double block with the Age Sculptors, but that's kind of a terrible spot to be in. Wow, attacking with both.
Nice. I like it. The turtle's just hanging out.
Yeah, just
Turtle not yet. Double block.
Oh, that is just an awful, awful feeling because these flyers are kind of your only path to victory here, I think. Now, at this point, Josh is just kind of on the draw Shiko plan or bust.
Essentially, yeah. I mean,
and if Atron has a trick here, it's
I
just.
I think he might. It's,
it's
just a pack beast in there, I think.
He definitely has a pack beast. But the thing is, you're also just happy with this trade, right?
Yeah.
Oh,
absolutely.
but he's going for something.
And
oh.
Woo!
Jeez.
Finally, we see her. Anafenza.
What is this?
That's the other.
That's the other.
Yeah. it's the evil twin.
Oh man.
Good grief.
Okay.
So Josh gets to endure twice. Endure 2 twice.
Right, and Atron endures once.
Yes.
Okay.
Just go wide, right? You have to.
Yeah. Josh explaining how, the judge explaining how this interaction will work.
Yeah. Oh, wait, it's another oh, it's you control, yeah. I was about to say, they see you, no, they don't see each other. Wow, okay.
Okay, 6-6 first striker. What do you want to do, Mike?
Go what? Go what?
Mike only gets 1 trigger here.
Yes,
makes a little
nice.
token. Okay.
And now we just tap down the...
Well, it can't tap down now because the tapper
no.
attacked.
Yeah, but like next turn to get in for
sure,
more damage, just tap that guy down, right?
Yeah.
Is that 1-2?
Well, yeah. It depends on how patient Atron wants to be here. Okay, countering the pack beast, sure.
Sure.
Oh, so actually, Josh did have a couple extra tricks up his sleeve.
Did, yeah.
They had the end, but remember, Atron's at 21 now, right? And so, like, you can attack with the 6-6. Atron just takes it.
Yeah.
He's kind of happy with this attack, I think.
I'm at 15.
15? I mean, you can block with the Merchant, too. You block with the Merchant and just endure again and move a counter.
Yeah.
That's also perfectly reasonable to do here.
Yeah, just buff up the team to get, like, spread out your power evenly.
Right. You actually get an extra power and toughness by blocking.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yep.
Just throw the Merchant under the bus. Move a counter onto something else.
Yeah, so Atron now just kind of figuring out where he wants to put the counter. And then, of course, likely going to make another 2-2 here.
And then tap down the Elder and whip.
That's not lethal.
That's not lethal.
Yeah. I think it's completely reasonable to just kind of play it patiently. You don't need to do that. You just have your creatures now. You can make a good attack. And then now on Josh's turn, that's when you just want to keep tapping down the Anafenza. Yeah. Now, of course, if Atron finds a pump spell of some kind. Although now you have 2 birds, so that doesn't really work either.
Oh, yeah. Sacrificing that, so.
Now, the nice thing here is Anafenza does have first strike, so there's no good block. Like, Atron can just attack with the Anafenza, and it's totally fine.
Yep.
Actually, probably just wants to attack with everything and keep the tapper back for the Anafenza specifically.
Yeah.
But players do need to speed up just a little bit now.
Yeah.
We have a real game here. Atron looks like he's slightly ahead here, but only 3.5 minutes left.
Something to keep track of in events like this. You don't just have unlimited time.
Right.
So 3 blockers, 4 potential
Whoa.
attackers. Ooh.
A 5-drop? Oh,
Locks it
my.
on, Battle Priest.
Okay.
So still 3 mana up to be able to tap a thing.
No, this is not close to lethal, so he's
No,
not
no,
gonna he's not gonna do that.
Yeah, but I mean for Josh's turn.
It's 1 mana to tap, right?
Is it?
Yeah, it's 1 mana.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm pretty
I
sure
thought
it's
it was
one.
more.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be a bit expensive.
Trample counter on the Anafenza.
Ooh, nice.
From that, you still have the mana to tap, and then you can also get another counter here from the Battle Priest. Are we distributing the counters? Yep.
Yeah.
I like this. An attack with everything.
Nice.
All right. Yep. Block everything. Endure.
It's non-token creature, right? Oh, that's going to do it.
Yep.
So Michael Atron fights back here in astounding fashion. That life gain. That champion, man. Knockout maneuver.
Yeah. Well, it was just.
That was awesome.
Yeah, that's a thing. Because when you look at Josh's draw, it's just all-out attack, keep everything. He had all the tools to try to tempo Atron out.
Yeah.
But
such a fast
if
start.
Atron stabilizes, then Atron is the one that's in the lead, right? Because Josh had to use just a lot of random resources, but wasn't developing his board. He was just like, I'm going to kill your thing. I'm going to bounce your thing. I'm going to tap your thing. Meanwhile, every turn, Atron's like, I play my thing, play my thing, play my thing. And then he just set up that one perfect turn with the assistant into the knockout maneuver, and that was all it took. At that point, you know, it's like you had your game plan of going all in, try to kill me as before I can stabilize. I got up to 15.
So
At
close.
that point, it's just all Atron.
Yeah. Oh, man, that was crazy. Friends, we got plenty more action here from Magic Spotlight Dragons. We're going to take a short break, so we'll see you after this. Welcome back, everybody, to coverage of Magic Spotlight Dragons. I'm Ailey Loney alongside Paul Chion, and we have been treated to some excellent limited Magic here from Tokyo Dragonstorm. I love this set. I wish every set was like this, Paul, and I don't want to leave.
She's not lying. We got some breakfast on the walk here. She was holding the coffee in one hand. She's got her backpack in, and she's still trying. She's got the food as well, and she's still trying to play her last match like while we're walking here. So she's not lying. Yeah. She loves this set. She really
went 6-3 though. I'm so sad.
6-3 is a good record.
That's all right. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. But it's not going to get you into day 2 of this event.
Well, unless you lost today.
Well, yes.
There you go.
Fine. Anyway, welcome back, friends. Yes, we have been following along with Michael Atron. He is the Pro Tour champion from Pro Tour Geneva, and then followed up with a Pro Tour top 8 at Kuala Lumpur, which Paul tells me he went undefeated on day 1 at. Well, good job.
Yeah, I didn't win many matches in the second day, so that's kind of unfortunate. John Finkel won Kuala Lumpur, so that one was also a stacked top 8. But yes, limited is kind of Atron's thing. 2 limited top 8s already, so unsurprising to see him still do well, even though he's kind of retired. But he probably was like, "What? There's a limited event? Okay, I'm in. Yes. I'm coming." And you see a lot of people like that in the field here as well. So it's great to see some of the old school players come out and give it a go. And Atron still going strong.
Let's take a look at the standings to see who else is having an excellent day indeed. So 2 undefeated players remain. Well, technically 3. Joseph Nunez, Michael Atron, and Jason Cornell got a draw in the last round there. So take a look at our first page of 8-1s for the rest of them. And let's take a look at page 2, see how the rest of the players that we've been following along with are doing.
Ooh, look at this. I mean, look at 17, 18, 19. Matt Johnson, Andrew BK Beckram going strong here. Denver local, 8-1. Corey Burkhart also had what he claimed was one of the best fields he's ever opened yesterday, going 7-1 and winning his first round. So he's also going quite strong here as well. For a second, I thought that was Shota Yasuoka. I was like, wait a second, he came out here? But it's not. A different Shota, still going strong at 7-1-1. Matt Nass, though, starting today, not the way that he'd like, with a loss in his first round, going 7-2. And Eduardo Sajgalik, limited mastermind in his own right, also here at 7-2.
Yeah, and Greg Michael, another Pro Tour regular that we've seen quite a few times, also doing very well. So Maria will be happy about that, I'm sure.
I'm sure she would be.
One of her buddies. But it's really awesome to be here and to see people that, we know a lot of your best friends are here, Paul. So it's a great vibe, great event all around. So hopefully, I'm just saying, maybe you can join us at one of these in future, because there's like 12 coming up. SCG is very, very busy this year.
They are.
Which is great for us, too, because then we get hey, are you free? It's like, yeah, sure.
Exactly.
If I have to do the one in my hometown.
yeah, Vegas might be one that I'm going to be a part of in some way. We'll see.
Awesome sauce. There we have a look at the Spotlight Series / Regional Championships coming up. We have Orlando in August. We've got Baltimore and Houston in October, so take your pick of which weekend you want to go to there. And then we have Las Vegas in November, when it's not hot as hell outside. Yeah, I don't know how you live there. Anyway, I live in Calgary.
It's
I guess
fine.
It's whatever.
It's fine.
Just have air conditioning. You're good.
That's right.
Our players are ready to rock and roll, so let's go and leave one man standing as we jump into our feature match. Here we go. That's the right one. Michael Atron, Joseph Nunez, both undefeated. But as another cool show once said, only one may stand. So let's knock one of these guys down a peg, huh?
Yeah, after this match, there will be one truly undefeated player, if we don't count the player with the draw. Yeah. And both players on Abzan.
Yeah. So that was a highly contested wedge.
Yeah, I believe there's at least, I was looking through all the deck lists, there's at least 3 Abzan drafters in this pod, which is really, really interesting, because kind of coming into this, at least when I was talking to some of the Denver locals here, including Luis and others, they weren't super high on Abzan. They liked it a little bit less than Sultai or Temur as the other green variants. And so it's a little bit interesting to see that 3 players here all chose to play Abzan in this pod.
I'm guessing the reasoning being, a lot less card draw, a lot less permission spells.
Yeah, and Yeah, and the pro players tend to really love value.
Yes.
So if you can't draw cards, what are you doing with your life?
Playing against a Narset, probably.
Yeah, maybe.
So, pretty nice curve here. Starting things off with an Undergrowth Leopard into Champion of Doosan for Michael Atron.
Ooh.
On the
Missed land drop here for
Owie.
Joseph. That is not ideal here. Let's see if Atron can capitalize on the missed land drop here.
And I believe you saw one of the dragons that makes the 2/2.
Yeah, and that's the thing, though. If you're 2 lands on the draw, you basically always keep those.
Yeah.
And if you don't get there, well, that is part of the game. That does happen.
Sometimes you just get unlucky. Would you like some lands off the top of your deck? Good grief.
Well, you know what? I think I'd be happy about this. That means you're not drawing those lands.
Yeah.
So.
No, absolutely.
Yeah. Of course, it's always nice to spike a random renew creature into the graveyard. That's always extra value.
Man, I'm always so hesitant to mill myself.
Oh, sure.
Ugh.
If you have a good card in your deck or something like that.
Yeah, if I got no recursion and it's like, no, my bomb.
Yeah. But of course, it's random. And if you just look at the power of the Wayfarer just in a vacuum, it's really strong.
Yeah.
A 2-drop that gets you a land is so powerful.
I mean, any card that brings you a card is pretty good in Limited.
Wait, didn't
Piercing
Joseph have an Osseous Exile in hand? Maybe not. I thought he did.
Oh, Carsey Revenant. Sick. All right, that's a big 3/3. I
thought he
bet Michael would love to kill.
Well, maybe it's. I thought it was an Osseous Exile. Maybe I was wrong.
Probably coordinated maneuver.
Coordinated maneuver.
I get those
They do
too.
look similar.
They
yeah.
do.
But Carsey Revenant is huge. Does Atron have the removal spell for this one? 3/3 Flying Death Touch Lifelink. This thing is just so strong. Atron can still attack with Champion of Doosan here, but if you had maybe a clean way to answer it, that would be preferable.
Yeah. Hey, I don't know about that Piercing Exile then in this situation.
Right.
I know he wanted to get in there, but oof.
Well, yeah, that's the thing, though. When your opponents miss their land drops, you want to be a little more aggressive to just prevent them from coming back. Because if your opponent rattles off 2-3 lands in a row, you know they're going to have all gas for the rest of the game. So you tend to make slightly more aggressive plays.
Yeah. A lot of people that I have spoken to at least say it's better to be screwed than be flooded. Because eventually when you unlock your hand, it's all gas.
Yeah. And then, of course, it's best to just have the right mix of lands and spells and never have to worry.
Yeah, never have the wrong draw ever.
Right. And Joseph was able to rattle off 2 lands in a row, so that's really big. And given that Atron wasn't able to kill the Revenant, that's also really big.
Yeah. It's a great way for him to stabilize and get back into things.
Okay, and look.
Nice.
I mean,
Formation Breaker, Sultai Diva 2.
He's got a really nice board here.
Yeah. So caught up quite well. Carsey Revenant, no attacks just yet. Turn passes back now to Michael Atron.
Yeah, Atron has reasonable attacks with the champion. The interesting thing is if you attack with the Dragonback Lancer, Joseph can just block the token.
Yeah,
and then you just gain the 3 life back. So I don't even know if it's necessarily a great attack.
I mean, yeah, there's no,
Right.
Net effect is 0.
Exactly.
Except you have a tapped creature now.
Yeah.
So we could just see these two stare at each other in the skies for a little bit.
Yeah, very possible. Now, we did mention that Joseph does have that coordinated maneuver in hand, which would be a nice, clean way to answer the Lancer.
That rhymed.
I didn't think about that, but you are correct. And now the Champion of Doosan, the attack just doesn't look as nice because you're kind of trading it with a 2-mana creature, right? So it's not as ideal, although you do still have the ability. If you don't have that much action in your hand, you can still just be okay with making a trade here and then putting the counter elsewhere.
Yeah.
You know, putting it on the Leopard doesn't seem like it would be too bad.
I'm just trying to see what Joseph has in hand there. He's got one alternate art card I can't recognize. I think he's got a Pack Beast maybe? And then the coordinated maneuver.
Yeah, which would make it so that he's less incentivized to just, less incentivized to go to make any trades with the Pack Beast. So that Warden is most likely going to die to the maneuver, right? So Warden is not safe.
Stay alive. Stay alive.
Yeah, so Warden's instantly going to die.
Boo.
Now, the awkward part here for Joseph is if that's the only play you have this turn, it's not ideal.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you really just can't get the It's really tough to get the Warden going, so.
Yeah. So coordinated maneuver.
That cost 3 mana?
It's 2,
I thought it was 2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait,
Okay.
oh, did he tap accidentally?
1 mana floating? I don't know.
Yeah,
Okay. Yeah. Yep. But you know, you kind of have to do what you have to do, right?
Yeah.
You cannot let the warden get going. But if Joseph's turn was kill your creature, Mike's turn was creature plus equipment here, right?
Yeah.
So that is in favor of Atron. So now Atron can potentially be looking to make a more aggressive attack here because with the equipment, he can now at least get the card back.
Plus 3/0 on the champion.
Yeah, if 3 creatures attack, you get to draw a card as well.
Yeah.
Reputable merchant here, putting a counter. Maybe you put it on the leopard.
The flyer? The flyer would be cool.
Well, the flyer you just trade it with the Revenant, right?
Well,
like
the Revenant. Touch?
Yeah, the Revenant.
Right.
The Revenant has all the keywords.
Okay.
Yeah.
Keyword soup. All right, gonna put in the little guy.
Sure, because that's a totally fine trade here. Yeah, this makes sense. Now the leopard won't be attacking here, given this.
So Wayfarer, Lancer,
Mobilize, draw a card.
Yeah.
All good stuff. Remember, and Joseph's also down to 11.
Yeah.
So I'd imagine maybe the Revenant gets, you can either just have that block the token, get that off the battlefield, and then the Death Toucher will probably go in front of the Champion of Doosan. You do take a good amount of trample damage here too as well, though.
Yeah, because it's what, 5 power now?
Yeah, so that's something that you also need to consider.
So 4 goes through, gains 3.
Now he doesn't have anything with a counter on it either. You could block the Einok if you want, just to take 4 less. It's +3/+0, right? So that is 4 damage that you get to save. So
I would be okay with that.
Okay, so he's taking 4, 7 plus 4 trample, 11, and then gaining 3, so that's 8 damage. And then so Joseph would go down to 3, I believe. Yeah, 11 minus 3, 8 damage. Yeah, 11 minus, so. Net result, Joseph will have Formation Breaker in play at 3 life, and Atron will just have a million creatures in play. So unless Joseph can play like a sweeper or something, it's going to be really tough to be able to come back. Oh, excuse me, the Revenant still lives. Sure. Yeah.
If he has a way to buff that up, I wonder if he has anything that can pump it up in the deck.
Yeah, but still at 3 life here. Now Joseph does have a handful of options here. You could play the Pack Beast here. Draws a card. Can kind of block everything. The Revenant still blocks and gains you a bunch of life. Yes. But the Champion of Doosan also in the graveyard. So +1 trample, and possibly even more importantly, the trample can be pretty nice.
That is a Gold Saga.
Is this the same thing that Atron has?
Could be.
Is this the one that makes 3/1/1s?
Revival of the Ancestors, yeah.
Yeah, so they both are Abzan, and they both have Revival of the Ancestors. That's really funny.
Nice.
Oh, and it does a really, really good job at helping stabilize this board. So, wow, that was big. Karsi Revenant and Revival of the Ancestors. Now, Atron does have the Leopard here. You can kill the enchantment.
You might want to, yeah, because that second chapter, giving 3 counters to this big bird.
Yeah, certainly more valuable than the Leopard here, right?
Yeah.
But the thing is, you can maybe wait till your turn. If you are still interested in attacking with 3 things, you do that, you trigger the card draw, and then you can sack the Leopard if it gets blocked by something big.
Yeah. If it gets blocked by the Revenant, prevent the life gain.
Yeah.
Die.
Yeah, so I don't imagine that that's going to happen. I would guess that Joseph will block still probably the Mobilize token if that's what attacks. Yeah. But he is at 3 life. But plenty of blockers here now. You'll draw the card. Does the Formation Breaker count as... does the Saga count as a counter?
I think it needs the counter on a thing.
On a creature?
I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I'm wondering if that's a 2/1 or a 3/3. It doesn't matter. Atron's just going to sack this to kill the Saga anyways.
Yeah, it's a creature with a counter on it.
Got it. Probably 2 counters on the Merchant.
Oh, hey, with the Storm Beacon Blade, you don't actually need to attack with 3 creatures. You can have 2
You can
with
trigger
with
Mobilize, but the Leopard is a free attack anyways.
Yeah, for sure.
So
I was just curious if it was if you needed 3 attacking,
No. It's intentionally
3 declared attackers.
designed that way so that it works well with Mardu.
Yeah,
That equipment typically is something that you like in a Mardu deck, not as much in an Abzan deck, but you know, it's still fine if you have lots of little ways to make tokens.
Okay. So we get a trade there on the birds. The flyers and a Fenza.
Oh my gosh.
Oh.
So that's at least 2 creatures dying. So that's Endure 2 twice. And then you can also sack the leopard if you want. Although if there's no creatures left, do you have to sack the leopard, right? Because
if they're all dying,
are all the creatures dying? Well, I guess that just doesn't want to deal with that anyways. Sure.
Yeah.
But you still get to Endure 2.
Yeah, that's nuts.
Oh my gosh. This is there's 3 creatures dying, right?
Yeah.
Oh man.
How many spritz would you like, Atron?
Yeah.
So that's the first death, and then go to actual damage.
Yep.
Tradesies.
And Joe will gain 3 life here, go to 6.
Yeah.
Wow, this Anafenza was insane.
Yeah, 3 other deaths actually. Well, but the non-tokens
Tokens don't count. Yeah.
Yeah.
So the Dragonback Lancer and the Reputable Merchant will die. And so you will, Atron will now have the option to. I think you just go wide.
Whee!
There's just too many creatures,
I mean,
unless Joseph has some way to gain a bunch of life. Now, the Revenant does have Renew, so he can put that on the 2-drop in play right now, and that would turn it into another 3/3 flying lifelinker. So that'll help in some way, but this still might be too much. This is 10 power in play with the blade, which is an additional 3, so that's 13. I will say Joe definitely fighting the good fight here.
Doing his best, but goddamn.
Yeah,
Michael's got no chill.
Yeah, that Anafenza was incredible.
I'm glad her card is good.
Anafenza?
Yeah.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, that's a really sweet card.
Well, the Anafenza in the previous con set was also awesome.
Nice.
So.
Alrighty, Joseph does not have an answer to this incredibly wide board that Michael assembled, so players are going to consult their sideboards and get into game number 2 here. These are 2 undefeated players. One of them is going to leave here as the only undefeated player in Magic Spotlight Dragons. There's so much on the line here this weekend, everyone. And we are lucky to have plenty of events coming up later this year. Indianapolis being one of the stops that we are making, so be sure to join us for SCGCON Minneapolis, May 30th to June 1st. Indianapolis. May 30th to June 1st, it is the Spotlight Series Secret Lair. It's going to be sweet. And yeah, there's some cool stuff that we know about, we can't tell you about, so you should just come and join us and then see what it's all about, because it's cool.
I don't know about it either.
You don't know about it either, yeah.
Look at you, just flexing that you know stuff.
I know stuff. I know things. That's what I do.
Yeah. All right, so here, the silver lining for Joseph there is you missed the land drop. You were kind of behind the entire way, but you still made a solid game of it, and you have a lot of great rares yourself, right? You have the Revenant, and you have the Saga. So, you know, like this can still easily go the other direction here. Now, here's a really interesting thing. In the matchup, Atron has a bunch of Sultai devotees, but they line up very, very poorly against that Abzan Saga, right? Because it makes 3 1/1 tokens. So I wonder if there might be some considerations to board out maybe one at least of your 1 toughness creatures, just to make sure that, you know, if Joseph gets that in play, you just don't have the ability to actually attack.
Pretty, if Joseph is able to draw, you know, the better cards in the deck to be able to match what Michael's doing, this could be a incredibly grindy matchup.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a ton of just solid rares. There's also a Hollow Merc Siege that we haven't seen, which is also fantastic. You, especially on the play, you get that going. Turn 2 Hollow Siege, turn 3 or Karsi Revenant, right? Can you imagine just Menace, Lifelink, Death Toucher with +1/+1 counters on it? So, yeah, lots of powerful stuff here from both sides, of course.
Yeah. Disruptive Stormbrood, that's one of my favorite uncommons in the set, I think.
Yeah, it's a good card.
Yeah, kill a thing and then enters, kills a thing. Hell yeah. So what do you prefer, enters or enters the battlefield?
I guess enters just makes sense. It just lets, given how many words are on cards these days, like enters is a nice way to save, what, 12 letters or whatever it is? Yeah.
I think I start shorthanding things soon.
All right, no mana issues, at least color-wise for
Nice.
Joseph here with this start.
Yeah. Got some decent-looking cards in hand, just from the glimpse we got as he riffles through them.
No 2-drop here for Atron. What can Joe play on turn 3? Oh, yeah.
Stalwart Successor.
Stalwart Successor. This card is excellent in the Abzan decks because it's all about putting a bunch of +1/+1 counters on things. And when you have that thing in play, all of a sudden you can really go nuts.
Yeah, I bet Michael wishes he had that in his deck.
Oh, yeah. He passed one earlier.
He did, yeah.
But I don't know that he knew that this was the type of deck that he was going to end up with at the time.
I think he was still thinking Sultai at that point.
Right. He did take a monument, the Sultai monument. So.
Champion of Dusan. Seems to be a super reliable 3-drop here for Michael. I think we've seen it in every game so far.
Absolutely. I think he's got a couple in the deck. Now, the Stalwart Successor can get a nice free attack in here. It's got Menace. Probably don't want to trade that one with the Champion of Dusan in general.
Feral Death Gorger. Nice.
2 +1/+1 counters, and
Ewy.
you get to draw a card. So shuffle that dragon back in, and all of a sudden, turn 4, we're looking at a 5/4 menace creature.
Jeez.
That for 2, I mean, for 2 mana, if you get that extra counter, that's a good deal.
Yeah.
2 +1/+1 counters and a card.
That's a bargain.
Yeah, it sure is. Now, can Joseph also have another play here? That would be great. Yep.
Nice.
And more shuffling here.
Yeah.
Get a 2/2 in play. Get
It's
that dragon back in.
Riling Dawnbreaker, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. Signaling Rar. The Omen.
Just a 2/2 token here, but a nice blocker to get in the way of the Champion of Dusan.
All these high-power trample bros, they all skip leg day.
Oh yeah, their toughness not ideal.
No. Oh, we have the Saga in hand here from Michael.
Yeah, I mean, Saga is always just nice to run out as quickly as you can. But it looks like
nice.
playing a little bit defensively here just doesn't want to let that creature get out of hand.
Yeah.
And just minimize the damage that you take.
Stormplane Detainment takes care of the Stalwart Successor, so just the 2/2 on the board now for Joseph.
Now, Joseph isn't really down a ton of cards on that exchange because, of course, the counters he put on that thing was effectively free.
Yeah.
And that is an aggressive attack with the 2/2.
Oh, nice.
Oh, the kill it enchantment mode.
Gimme back my
wow.
cards.
Oh, and then we're gonna endure, put a counter.
Damn.
Now that's a 3 mana 4/3 lifelinker, which is also just a really nice rate given the successor in play.
Yeah. Sick. That was an awesome turn for Joseph. You hate to see it as Michael Atron, but great turn there.
At least the maneuver was used on the detainment and not the Saga.
Yeah. Yeah, that Saga is pretty busted when it gets going. If you're able to keep your board, that is.
Yeah.
Because, yeah, like at the previous game, you know, Michael could have just left it, and Joseph wouldn't have gotten much value out of it anyway. Right. Piercing Exhale into the Undergrowth Leopard.
Just trying to control the board here, just not let Joseph kind of run away with this game here. Champion of Dusan being leaned on heavily here for some defense. Ooh, Trade Route Envoy.
Hey, Dougie.
And we got a counters, so you get the card. So this is exactly the type of deck where you want to play this creature, the Abzan counters deck.
It's decent sized body.
Are you interested in a trade here? Oh, yeah. We are getting aggressive.
Okay.
Champion definitely getting in front of the lifelinker. Do we want to put the leopard in front of the token as well? Atron is at 14 here.
Yeah. Going to 12 doesn't seem too bad.
Yeah, and we did see some enchantments, but it looks like he just wants to just keep that life total high.
Yep. Preserving life total as much as possible. The board clear now, barring the Envoy and Formation Breaker hits the board too. This Formation Breaker is really good if you're able to buff it.
Yeah.
Because most things in the set can't block it.
Yeah, I played against one that that was an 8/8 flyer.
Yeah.
And we had some flyers, and we're like, oh, whatever, we'll double block it. And then that line of text where you can't actually get blocked, we're like, oh, never mind. Yep. It's just an 8/8 unblockable flyer. Yeah.
And it doesn't care about other creatures having counters. If it has a counter, it gets the buff. So it's real cool. Is it Saga time? Do we have the mana for it? No.
Well, the issue.
We need Swamper.
Yeah, we do need the mana. The issue with the Saga 2, though, is it doesn't really block all that well. So you're going to be kind of forced to take a bunch of damage still. If you had the mana, you might still just play it out, though. Ooh, wow, the Loxodon Battle Priest. Oh. That's going to turn on the Beetle here as well.
It's a beetle?
Oh, wait, I thought it's a beetle. Maybe it's not a beetle.
Isn't it a human?
Oh, sorry. It looks like a beetle.
Oh, okay. All right. I get the tortoise, you get the beetle.
All right. Not a beetle. Formation Breaker. Excuse me. So this is a 4/4 that can't be blocked. And this is a lot of pressure now here because Atron has been stuck on 4 lands and doesn't have the ability to even play the Saga. Now needs an answer for the Formation Breaker. Oof. It's not even close to a beetle. It looks like it's got the armor. It kind of looks like a beetle.
The beast is a Formation Breaker, right? Not the human on top of him. All right. Yeah, it could be like a dung beetle. Yeah. Sure. Guess it's like an elephant or something. I don't know. That is a 4/3. But look, if you put another counter on the Formation Breaker, you just that's still unblockable. That's still unblockable. And that's a 2-turn clock here for Joseph. And the 4/3 is no joke either. So, Sage of the Fang. Oh, Sage of the Fang too. Okay. Counters. Yeah. So that's a 5/4. The Pack Beast can still block that though. So I don't know if you want to attack with it. Probably not. It doesn't seem like a great trait. I think just attack with. Oh, we're getting very aggressive. I wonder if Joseph also has a combat trick in hand. Could do. Yeah, no, this is a really nice attack. The Pack Beast probably just goes in front of the Hunter there. Oh, and chump blocking there too, and he's just taking 5. Wow. The elephant got in there too? Yeah, the elephant got in there too, and Atron's down to 4. This is probably going to be the game here. And Atron just drew all of his forests, can't even play the Saga. Oof, that's rough. All right, so both players certainly delivering the beats in their respective turns on the play. And it looks like Joseph's deck is a little more synergistic. It's got a few more kind of payoffs for having +1/+1 counters, multiple copies of Trade Route Envoy, the Formation Breaker, the Stalwart Successor. So just lots of cards that work really well with the +1/+1 counters. Let's take a look at Joseph's list and see just exactly what it is he's running in the main deck configuration. So that's some oh yeah, Disruptive Stormbrood, Siege. That's a lot of good gold cards. Yeah, this kind of just looks like a slightly more powerful version of Atron's deck. We have the Karsi Revenant, Hollowmurk Siege. They both have Revival of the Ancestors, so that's tied. But Stalwart Successor as a really great way to just put tons of +1/+1 counters all over the place. And there's just a lot of ways to do that here. Solid mana fixing. And I do love the Pack Beast. Double Pack Beast, double Trade Route Envoy. Both of them are going to consistently replace themselves, which in this type of mid-range grindy matchup is really, really important. So, yeah, solid deck here from Joseph. And that Coordinated Maneuver also doing some work because Atron does have a couple of really good enchantments to actually target with that card. If Atron has a maneuver in somewhere in his pool, he should probably also consider bringing it in as well. Don't know if he picked any of them. Oh, he doesn't have one because it'd be a really nice answer to the Hollowmurk Siege or the Revival of the Ancestors. Oh, and Stormplane Detainment. So he's going to be relying on that Undergrowth Leopard. Let's take a look quickly at Michael's deck and see what he's working with here. So in the main deck, just the Undergrowth Leopard to deal with enchantments. But he does have the Stormplane Detainment to answer another enchantment too. Yeah. Yeah. And he's going to be leaning pretty heavily. Atron's got his own fair share of great rares, right? Yeah. You got the Warden of the Grove. We saw how powerful the Anafenza can be, and he's also got his own copy of Revival of the Ancestors. So a lot of it will just kind of come down to it's who draws it? Who draws the rares and who doesn't stumble on mana, and also being on the play does give you a couple percentage edge as well. For sure. Players are underway here, kicking things off with Scoured Barrens. Tap land a piece for each player. Come on, where are those 2 drops, Michael?
Not in hand, apparently.
Wow. Okay. I hope the rest of the hand is gas then.
We would hope so.
Yeah. So Joseph just fetching a forest. Quick cut of the deck there from Michael.
Joseph has a million devotees in his list.
Yeah,
Okay,
there's
so
3. Between the 2 of them, there are 5 Sultai devotees.
There's 5. Many were opened.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, Death Touch is pretty good. Hey, okay. Yeah, then Tomb Guard.
Now,
2/3 menace.
yeah, if Atron has a reputable merchant next turn,
Holomerc Siege.
that would be very, very nice for him
Yeah.
on his side.
That would be so sick. That's a disruptive Stormbird in hand. Oh, I would be so tempted to kill that right now.
Yeah, honestly, it's probably a good idea. I don't know if Holomerc Siege is what you want to do right now. Also, it's possible you want to just use it as a card draw effect. I'm not sure, just because Joseph has a lot of ways to put counters on things. But
Yeah,
I feel like right now it's probably better just to kill the creature. Yeah.
Disruptive Stormbird taking care of the Tomb Guard to ensure Michael doesn't draw any more cards. And like you said, Joseph has a bunch of ways to put counters on things. A lot of times you'll get Holomerc Siege and you just won't have any of like the merchants or the Loxodons. So you're relying on the menace and the counter to get things done.
Yes, definitely. Right, dragging back.
Dragonstorm, nice.
Yeah, just a nice little way to go wide. I don't know how many dragons are actually in Joseph's deck. It didn't seem like there were too many.
I don't think he has any, honestly.
Yeah.
Oh, he's got the Feral Death Gorger.
Sure.
Oh, wait, and the Disruptive Stormbird. That's also dragon, right?
Yeah, it doesn't take much. If you have like 2 dragons in your deck, you're just always playing this card.
Yeah.
This card was really impressive yesterday.
It was awesome yesterday. I think, yeah, the only Dragonstorm that's not like...
The black one is not particularly strong. Corroding Dragonstorm.
It's fun in the Sultai build, just because of the Surveil.
Yeah, it's okay, but the thing is, it's just like, you need to probably play it at least twice to feel like you're getting some value out of it. Whereas I feel like a lot of the other Dragonstorms, they're just good enough to play at face value. Whereas Corroding Dragonstorm, you're never playing a 2-mana card that drains your opponent for 2 and surveils 2, right? That's just not a card you put into your deck. But Roiling Dragonstorm, the Ramp 1, Teeming Dragonstorm, they're all just totally fine cards that you can play.
Yeah. Whale of War.
Oh, okay.
Nice.
Not bad.
Cool.
Okay.
Gets rid of 2 critters, follows up with the Sultai Devotee, so now the board looks a lot better on Michael's side of things.
Yeah. Still not too bad here for Joe. Just happy to attack, and there's not a ton of pressure here, just a flyer.
Yeah.
Probably has some good follow-ups here.
It's good, honest magic, attacking with a vanilla tutu.
Yeah.
Another Gainland. I've actually been quite impressed with how impactful these Gainlands have been.
Oh, yeah, they're great, especially in this type of format. Everybody wants to play 3 colors, so everybody needs to play these tap lands. And the choice of going with Game Lands, I think, was a really, really good one, just because it does mean that if you're stumbling a little bit, so the Game Lands just give you a little bit of that time back.
Yeah. Slight reprieve offered. Here's the Trade Route Envoy, hits the board, gets a counter.
Yep. That Sultai Devotee on Atron's side is reserved to block that 5/4.
And as it
Ooh,
stands.
piercing exhale though. Ooh, okay, that's excellent. Now you can just get in for 6.
Hell yeah. So Michael has control of the skies. Joseph needs a flying blocker pretty quick, otherwise the skim's gonna get out of hand.
Yeah, access to 5 mana now. Oh, drew it,
nice.
drew it again. Drew it again. That will happen.
What a good dragon. It's got excellent recall.
Yeah, honestly, Joseph could have even considered playing it.
Yeah, because...
Right? And then you can pick up your Dragonstorm.
You could, but then you don't blow anything up. Value, Paul, value.
Well, how is it value? It's the same thing. You have a 3/3 flyer in play, and then you pick up your Dragonstorm, and then you can still trade with the Lancer, right?
Yeah, fine.
That's the value play.
I mean, fair, but you missed out on his Enter's effect because he's got one of those too.
Sure, I mean you don't have to do it, but I don't mind. I don't mind using it to kill the flyer because Atron can have any number of combat tricks or removal spells to get it out of the way, and especially with the siege, you just think that's going to be your path to victory. So that seems like a totally fine line to go with. Okay, yeah, Atron just kind of an average draw here, just a bunch of commons. But putting pressure, Joe is at 9. Okay, Battle Priest, sure.
That's pretty big.
Counter, another counter, that's 5 damage.
Yep, that's a good race now.
Atron is representing 8 damage here, and Joseph is at 9. Okay, this is close.
That's very close. Got any lifelink? Got removal?
Yeah, removal would be amazing, because if you kill the Battle Priest, the token can only hit you for 6.
Yeah.
Okay.
Merchant and 2 lands.
Yeah, finding a champion would have been really cool.
Yeah. Just getting some extra power on the board.
Yeah, but if you can't find something, you can still attack with Death Touch creatures. And Atron actually choosing to not return a land at this point, just valuing the stats here instead and putting the counter on the Wayfarer.
Just one critter gets menace, whichever gets the counter from the...
Right. So Atron can just attack with maybe 1 devotee.
Yeah.
You could do that and keep 1 back just to make sure that it can kill the token. You like double block with devotee plus the Wayfarer maybe. That is certainly something that you can consider. No attacks is also an option.
Just hanging out in case things
die. No matter what happens, the token will at least eat 2 things.
Yeah.
Attack with 1.
Will. Down to 7. 7 apiece. Life totals are tied.
Ooh, that was a land here for Joseph. And the Battle Priest, remember, it can't target itself. It can only target other creatures. All right. We are...
enormous. Also, it doesn't have to attack. It can just hang out.
It can just hang out.
Do you want the 2-fer, or do you want to keep growing your buddy?
Yeah.
Does he have a champion?
You know, in hindsight, and this is just a hindsight thing, man, had he played the dragon, it would have been so much better for him.
Yeah.
Because it would have traded with the 3/3 flyer, and he would have had 2 more 2/2s to block with.
But you know, this dragon's come back once.
He can also just draw it again, right?
Could,
yeah. All right, forcing the action here. Atron's at 7, forced to double block here. Devotee plus Wayfarer likely is the block here. It's got menace, so yeah. You could consider blocking with the champion if you want to give trample counter, but yeah, this makes a lot of sense.
Yep.
Okay.
Nice. Okay. Problem solved for the time being.
For the time being. Now, can Atron find something?
Let's hope so. In terms of board states, Joseph has a superior board state with 2 counter givers just hanging out there. Death Touch is doing a decent job of blocking, and the 4/2, you know, that's fine.
All right, aggressive attack. Remember, Atron cannot block the Battle Priest unless he plays another creature, because the Siege gives menace. But remember, the Battle Priest can't block itself. Okay.
Hey, monkey.
So that's a 4/6 menace creature. You can still double block in trade. Can Joseph find a way to clear the path here? If you can kill the champion or the assistant.
Oh, yeah, assistant.
Then, and nothing. Wow, okay.
Alrighty.
2 lands in a row here. Really, really bad time
to
get a little flooded here. It does seem that way.
Okay.
Now Atron going, okay, you're at 5. If you attack with everything, that's not lethal. You can get Joseph down to 1. The Devotee is still a pretty good attack. It worked last turn. You can certainly do it again. Oh! Make the obvious block. What do you have?
And a Fenza. Nice.
Yep. And you're going to make another token here.
Got blockers, you got damage, you got some life off of the apprentice.
Joe down to 1 life here. I don't think he can. It's going to be really tough here to come back from this board.
Damage, yeah.
No life gain.
That's going to do it. Michael Atron remains undefeated in Magic Spotlight Dragons. How sick.
10-0. Unbelievable.
Sir.
What an incredible run. Only a couple wins to go now for Mike Atron. We might see somebody potentially lock up a top 8 seed over the next couple of rounds. But yeah, played beautifully, right? Just the sequencing, just amazing, amazing sequencing. And then also in that game, Joe did get quite flooded there at the end.
Yeah.
Really, really, you know, he had everything set up. He had the Siege going and the Loxodon, but just needed to find another creature or something to play to place those counters, but just wasn't able to do so.
Yeah, you know, maybe it comes down to, let's just get the dragon down. And
Like I
wait it
said,
out.
I completely understand the decision to just straight up kill the 3/3, hoping that over the next couple of turns you can find some extra creatures to put counters on. But at the same time, if you play the dragon and if Atron doesn't have a removal spell, all of a sudden you will have no shortage of things to put counters on. You can play offense and defense because you play the teaming Dragonstorm again. So that's probably something that Joe's going to be thinking about there, just like, man, that was a close call, but man, had I gone the other direction, I think I would have had a better chance to win that game. Yeah,
I think so. But nevertheless, still at an excellent record of 9-1. We have a backup match for you, friends. So let's jump into that and check out what I believe is going to be Dallas Johnson up against Jason Cornell. So our other technically undefeated player, Jason Cornell, 8-0-1, and Dallas Johnson at 8-1.
Yeah, Dallas Johnson was 8-0 coming into day number 2, one of the few undefeated players here, but now 8-1. By the way, the third Abzan drafter at the table here. Don't tell me Jason also is Abzan. No, Teamer. No. Jeskai. All right.
So, all right. So Atron's Abzan deck wasn't like amazing or anything.
Oh, absolutely not.
It's not amazing.
It was I would say that his deck is very average. He's got some of those rares, but modern Magic these days, a lot of the times the power level of your deck is also just defined by the volume of uncommons you play in your deck, and he doesn't have that many relative to what you would expect out of a really, really solid deck. But that's just because there were 2 other Abzan drafters at the table. Yeah,
so now I'm wondering then, like, how many, like, decent-ish Abzan decks can you get, or, you know, Eddie, like, how many Mardu, how many can you get out of a draft pool? Usually?
Yeah. I would say that on average you would probably be okay with 2. Once you get to number 3 is when all of a sudden you're stealing all of the signpost uncommons and all the payoffs from each other, and then all of a sudden things get a lot worse. So
very diluted.
And that's the thing. We've seen a pretty big divide here. We've seen 3 Abzan players, and then now there's 2 Jeskai players. I actually spoke with one of the other drafters in this pod. So there's 3 Jeskai players and 3 Abzan players.
And then we know.
And then we have Matt Nass, who's on I believe Mardu, unless he chose to play the Felithar. And then we have one unknown that I haven't looked into yet. So just kind of a really interesting draft in terms of just kind of how the cards fell, just because you would have expected maybe more Sultai or Teamer decks, but there just really aren't any.
Yeah, Matt Nass looks Abzan-y, so.
Okay.
Oh, boy.
So that Zergo, maybe he regrets taking the Zergo.
Maybe, yeah.
All right,
As
we
a
got
devotee, we got Stalk's Successor along with the Dragonstorm Globe. So both players getting set up nicely here.
Yeah, Dallas will not have any mana issues at this point. Just wants to probably find some +1/+1 counter synergies to get going. Jason does have the Globe in place, so not going to have to worry about mana himself, as long as he can find some action here. Just passes the turn.
All right. I was going to say, that's a lot of planes you got there, friend. Being a Jeskai deck.
Probably has a Riverwalk technique, maybe, as a way to...
Oh, Surak.
Ooh, that one is rough. If your hand is just full of removal spells, I mean, you kill this thing, you still draw a card. This card is just really, really solid. That was like, hey, if you want to trade here, I'm okay with that. I can just get this thing back later.
Yeah. This card is super good, and I learned during that draft that we were playing, well, I was playing on our walk over here this morning, that he also gets you a card if your creature spells are countered.
Yeah, which is very relevant in this format, as Dispelling Exhale is one of the best blue commons in the set. So having Surak down, if you can sneak it in, very good. Ooh.
Static Snare.
Probably targeting the Surak.
I would imagine so.
Because if you don't, then you're just, it's just...
Yeah, you're just giving away free cards.
It's an avalanche of card advantage, yeah. Oh!
What? Ah!
That is savage, and you get an extra one with the Stalwart in play. Whoa, that Snakeskin Veil was incredible. Oh, my.
No touchy.
Yeah, draw a card, 2 count. Now there's a 6/5 Trampler in play. If you kill that, you still draw a card. Man.
Surak. I love it when you draw the odds, sir. to the removal. Oh, it's so fun.
Yeah, I mean, Snakeskin Veil has just always been a fantastic combat trick, especially in these more. Abzan is a little more creature-centric. When you play Temur and Sultai, it's a little more controlling. But Abzan plays to the board, plays a lot of creatures. So this is the deck where Snakeskin Veil really shines.
Jeskai Shrine Keeper getting busy, swinging
Great
in.
card.
Yeah.
4/4, especially with the Dragonstorm Globe.
Yep. Gaining life, drawing cards.
Hey, but Jason's still going to take a boatload of damage this turn. This is 9 damage coming in.
Jeez. Unless he can make it more somehow.
Yeah, sure.
That island does not want to stay tapped.
Wonder if Dallas has some kind of answer here for the dragon. That dragon is quite nice.
Yeah. It's pretty spooky.
Yeah.
Both players giving the decks a shuffle. Plenty of shuffling happening in this format.
Oh, yeah. Ooh, and Dallas has 2 Snakeskin Veils in the deck, so he came ready. Got his Abzan combo deck good to go.
Yeah.
All right. Oh, playing the dragon here just to pump the creature. Get in for 10 damage now.
Because if not, why not?
Yep.
Yeah,
And
sure.
Jason is down to 6.
Gain your 1 life. See how much it helps. And now we have an evasive creature. We've got 3 evasive creatures. So that's... We need an answer for Jason Cornell.
We need all of the answers here. It's like, do you attack with the dragon? It's a pretty good blocker. It blocks the Dawnbreaker.
Yeah, at least.
And if Jason is looking for answers, might have no choice but to do so.
Yeah. There's no way you can attack here, right?
A lot of it will just, of course, just depend on what he has. Like, if he has maybe a clean answer to Sirach right now, then maybe it's okay. Because
the one green forest, the one forest up.
Right.
Just hanging out.
Because you would go up to 7 life if you take it. Although, I guess even if you kill Sirach, with the Dawnbreaker and the Menace creature in play, that's still 7 damage.
Yeah.
So you would need to somehow kill Sirach and also have another way to deal with one of the other creatures.
Yeah.
But Jason does have 1,000,000 mana available.
Critters?
5 mana, in fact.
Suggest guy something.
Could be a dragon, maybe. Narset's Rebuke, possibly. Ooh,
Oh,
okay.
okay. Constrictor Sage.
Sure. Stunned. Now, Sirach only works off of spells that are targeted, right? So it looks like a card's not being drawn here.
Spell, no.
Do you draw a card? Because I don't know if
that should draw a card. Constrictor Sage, yeah, you should draw a card with that.
Okay.
If any of your creatures are targeted, then you could draw a card, as far as I know.
Yeah. Let's take a look at Sirach here. Whenever a creature you control or a spell you control becomes a target of a spell or ability.
Yeah.
Did he draw the card?
I don't think he did.
Okay.
Embermouth Sentinel gets a land straight onto the battlefield because there's a dragon. I think that's the first time I've seen that line of text be relevant.
That is nice. Well, that was a really, really nice turn here from Jason to try and stabilize here.
Yeah.
Will it be enough? Nope.
Sleep.
Go back to bed.
Go back to sleep.
That is a stunned dragon.
Yes. Sleep. Thank you.
Yep.
Good.
Good job, judges.
Thank you.
Or Jason, I don't know.
Whomever caught it.
Whomever caught it, yes. Oh, okay, so Dallas has a static snare of his own.
Ooh, that's sick.
Oh, yeah.
Disruptive
Is this
too.
just game? Is this enough? Yeah, and then you attack with everything, snared the Constrictor Stage, and I think that's it. Wow.
In we go.
What a...
Jeez.
That was just like... He ripped one of those cards.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
Wow.
Damn. That was a sick match.
Yeah.
Well, sick game, I should say. We still
absolutely.
have more.
Yeah, I mean, I thought Jason was just dead after the Snakeskin Veil.
Yeah.
But then he recovered pretty nicely there, but then Dallas just had it all. and you know, that also just comes from the cards that you draw off the Sirach, right? He was able to draw, well, at least one card. Maybe it should have been 2, but...
Yeah, no, that was super cool indeed. And friends, just a reminder, if you would like to sell some cards in your collection, if you no longer need that janky deck you built 12 years ago, well, maybe you should sell them. Sellyourcards.starcitygames.com. Go check it out. Get some extra cash. Put it towards anything new that's coming up. You know, maybe some Final Fantasy, if that floats your boat. It's coming out very soon. That's the next Pro Tour as well, which these players just happen to be fighting for spots at. So,
yep.
Neat.
Just get that top 8 and you're good. Oh, by the way, Jason also has a copy of Shiko, Paragon of the Way. That is one card that'll lead you into Jeskai.
Good grief. Yeah, it's pretty good. It's way better than Narset, honestly.
Oh, well, yeah. The Mythic Dragons are all just kind of close to A+ level cards.
Yeah. Kicking things off here with the Riling Dawnbreaker's Omen.
Was there just a Sultai devotee in just every pack?
There must have
This is number 6, I think, in the draft.
We've seen so many. I guess the judges could tell us because they
know,
inventoried all the cards, right?
All right? Does Dallas want to play some defense here, given that he's got the Sandstep Citadel, doesn't really care about the mana situation.
Yeah.
But valuing 2/1 Death Touch over 2/2 here.
Cool, cool. So far, so good.
Is it Sirach time?
Maybe. I don't know if he has it, though. But first, I smack you for 2. Turn 3. Okay. Disrupt the Stormbird takes out the 2/2. It's 3 powerless, right?
Yeah, 3 powerless. So if you have a combat trick, you can actually counter it somehow.
Because, does that make the guy go to the graveyard then?
Excuse me?
The Stormbird.
Yes.
Would it go to the graveyard
yes, it would get fizzled, I believe. It's like countering the spell, right? It would.
Or a Snake's Cavil or something,
Yeah. Okay.
Sandskitter Outrider.
And usually you just want to make a token here. You don't want to just make a 4/3 menace creature.
Yeah.
All right,
it's tricky, you know. You don't want to put all your eggs in one basket
exactly.
here. But like, sometimes you put so many counters.
Big dragon. All right.
Jeskai Shrinekeeper.
Now, Dallas does have a good amount of removal in his deck. He did fire off that dragon. Does he have another card? A snare would be awesome. Especially you only can cast it for 2 mana here if you just attack with everything.
If not, why not?
3.
Nice race here between the players.
He's still in combat.
Nice.
Yep, there it is. 2 mana. Excellent, excellent card.
Yeah, that card's sweet. Advantage now to Dallas. Has the board.
All right, no land out of Dallas. Has access to 2 mana here, but has the superior board here.
Yeah. Can Jason find a way to get rid of the static snare, get his dragon back?
Another dragon? Nope. Oh, that's an excellent card on this board.
Yeah. Oh, hey, what? Nice.
Sure.
No bouncing my token, thanks.
Yeah, okay. So I guess Dallas wants to be very, very aggressive here. I guess if you can kill the Serpent, that's a lot of damage.
Yeah.
You can also just attack with everything safely here. The 3/3 would trade. And I'm sure Jason would also be happy trading there as well. But, Piercing Exhale. Oh, my goodness.
Man, Dallas is no chill. Let's go.
This is just great draws here. Getting in for
3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
7 damage. Jason down to 6.
You need an answer or you're deaded.
Put up a solid fight, but this is just kind of one of those instances where it's like, yep, my opponent had everything and I died.
You just draw all your removal, like
draw all your removal, your combat trick to save your creature, 4 lands, all spells, like that'll obviously help. And then now it looks like Jason is getting a little bit flooded here, but maybe you can find another good card here. Oh, and this is the worst feeling, where you go dragon, not attack, right?
It's just going to die blocking.
It's just because it has to block.
2 mana left up. Maybe something to help in combat.
Reputable Merchant here.
Where's the counter going?
Probably on the Menace creature.
Guy, yeah. That makes sense.
Attack with everything. This would get Jason down to 1.
Good grief.
Oh, okay.
Keep the dragon alive.
Yep.
It's indestructible and flying counter or something. Or
yep.
Just the turn.
Still down to 1 though. It doesn't give lifelink.
No.
Still has a Menace creature, a Death Touch creature, and a 2/2 creature to deal with here. What can Jason find to come back here? Shiko maybe? Would that do anything?
No, it doesn't bring back the Serpent.
Do you have to make a desperation attack here and try to find
something
multiple things? Yeah. Okay, Messenger. That's another block. Would you? I don't even think you want that card.
No.
Okay, you attack. You go to 2. Why would you want to draw that card?
I wouldn't.
Maybe there's another creature coming in. Oh, and you make a 1/1 token?
Okay. Blocking things up nicely.
Yeah, but this is still not enough. Yeah. There's a Menace creature.
Yeah.
I don't think you wanted the combat trick. I think Dallas just needs to attack with everything, and he knows Lightfoot Technique is the last card in hand.
Yeah.
So you just attack with everything,
And win.
And you win the game. Yeah.
Yeah.
That
An unknown card would have been
You
better.
absolutely did not want to put the technique on top here. Like if you found a Molten Exhale or Osseous Exhale, anything, right? That would have been good.
Oh, it's going to make his blocks. Take 2 and then die.
Wow.
Dallas Johnson picking up the win there in a clean 2-0 in round 10. So he just didn't let up that entire game. He was just relentless.
He had no chill this match.
Absolutely not.
Just like good curve, good combat tricks, good removal, all kinds of good stuff there. So Dallas Johnson now sitting at 9-1.
Yep.
Maybe plays against Atron next round. We shall see. It might be another Abzan mirror. We don't know.
So many Abzan decks in that pod. We have so much more Magic for you, friends. One more round of this draft, at least, coming up after the break. So we'll see you soon. Welcome back to coverage of Magic Spotlight Dragons here in Denver. I'm Ailey Loney alongside Paul Chion. And we have had some excellent rounds of Magic thus far. And you know what, Paul? We get to do some more.
Oh, hey, that's a great feeling. I can be here all day. Well, we will be here all day. So.
Yeah. So
yeah, I'm in. I'm in.
It's good that you feel the same way as what you're obliged to do.
Exactly. Saying what I'm going to do. Yes.
In essence, yes. But friends, we've had such a great time here. We've been following along with the players. Yesterday we had a full day of Seal. Today we're going to have 3 drafts. One has already happened. That's what we've been watching. We have one more round of that draft. And I do believe we're going to be following along with our undefeated player.
Yeah, the one undefeated player here in Mike Atron. So this is the schedule for the weekend. Yesterday, of course, like you said, we did have Seal deck. And today we have draft number 1. We're about to close things out here. Yep. Atron going for a potential 11-0 start, which would be nice. That'll position him super well. Probably doesn't need to go 14-0 to do it. Probably 13-1 for sure. But this is a huge field tournament. We need somebody smarter than myself to actually figure out the standings before we figure out.
Into our ears and be like, yes, if they do it now, it's a lock. Okay, cool. Thank you. Standings is the thing we should have a look at. So let's do that. Look at that. Ooh, 10-0. He gets 3 digits up there. Isn't that nice?
So clean. Atron sitting at 10-0. We had Dallas Johnson in that previous feature match going 9-1 with a really nice looking Abzan deck with all of the tricks.
Yeah.
And then we have Charles Wong actually coming into this pool. Coming into this draft, he was 7-1. So he is the other 2-0 drafter at this pod.
Nice.
And he had a really nice Sultai deck. When I looked at his deck, I went, oh, that's my jam.
Oh,
This is how I draft this format. And it was really nice to see somebody else who's doing really well actually drafting the type of deck that I want. So nice to see that. Corey Burkhart here sitting at 9-1, fully healed from that broken finger, by the way.
Good job.
9-1. We have Matt Johnson also sitting at 9-1, and Eduardo Sajgalik sitting there at 8-2. Still needs to win out here to do well in this event.
Yeah, let's take a quick look at the second page of standings, at the players we are likely to see as we get through the rest of the field, the rest of the rounds, and determine who our top 8 is going to be. Oh, I see Samuel Pardee climbing up the ranks down there, number 32 now.
Yeah, we got Andrew Beckstrom and Sam Pardee both sitting at 8-2. Those are the 2 of the local players that are from Denver there, so they are still in the mix here. Of course, still needs to have a good finish, but Sam Pardee just kind of coming out of nowhere. We haven't actually seen him in the first 2 pages, but day 2 looking like it's going pretty well for him.
Fun fact, him and the missus, Caroline, both made it through today too.
What if they both top 8?
Then they're extra happy because they both win money.
And that would probably be like the first married couple to make top 8 of an event if that happens. That would be interesting. That'd be cool.
Let's go get a cheerleading squad for them just to give them a little bit of extra oomph to do that. That'd be cool. Yeah. Get on that, married couples. Come on.
Yes, do it.
Play Magic together and be super competitive and, I don't know, cutthroat and stuff. But you did say that you were super keen to see Charles Wong's deck in action. And you know what? As a treat we can do that because I believe that Mike Ron and Charles are going to be our feature match. Here's his deck. And 2 Sipsigs.
Yeah, this deck is awesome.
Wow.
Just look at this deck. There is 2 copies of Dragonbrood's Relic. We're a blue-green base with a light splash of black. There's some black. There's a Scavenger Regent there on the splash. And if you notice the lands, there's also a Rugged Highlands and a Swiftwater Cliffs. There's no red cards in this deck. But the reason why he's playing that is because of the 2 copies of the Dragonbrood's Relic. You just basically are playing this as a land to make sure that you have a better chance of being able to crack the Relic to make a giant dragon that comes into play and, basically does everything, right? It just deals 3 damage to something and gains you some life. I think Charles, it would have been really nice if Charles maybe was able to find at least 1 orb to put into the deck, which would have made the Relic much easier to pop. But look, double Sig Appraiser, that card's fantastic. The Riverwalk Techniques were going around super late. That's a really good card. And people were just not respecting that card. 2 copies of Traveling Botanist, one of the better 2-drops to play in the entire format. And in the top right corner, their Dragon Sniper, also extremely powerful. I love Charles's deck. I think when I look at this deck, I go, oh, yeah, this is the type of deck that I would be really happy with. And very good shot of getting a trophy or going 3-0 with something like this.
Yeah, this is a sweet list. And just a reminder, if you're just joining us now, taking a look here at Mike's deck. We got to watch him draft this list. Started off what looked like would be Sultai, valuing those Sultai devotees pretty highly, but ended up going into the Abzan clan.
Yeah, and this deck, like I mentioned before, it's It's solid. It's fine. It at least kind of crosses everything that you need in what you would expect out of a draft deck. Decent mana curve, good interaction, reasonable mana fixing. So he kind of has all of that together. The only issue that pops up is if you play against another deck that's looking to be kind of more of a mid-range deck that has more top-end threats. And I feel like Charles's deck might be that deck. Now, Atron does have his fair share of rares. If he can find those rares in a timely fashion, I think he still has what it takes to potentially 3-0 this pod.
Alrighty, well, I bet Mike would love to do that and be the only undefeated player still remaining in the tournament. And I don't want to say for sure, but like he'll be really, really in a good position for top 8. And top 8 will be sweet because you know what that means then. If he wants to, he's back on the Pro Tour. Do you think he would?
I would assume so. I would assume so, especially because there's not that much traveling that needs to be done. All the Pro Tours are based out of the United States now. I think if it was maybe international, it might take too much time away from his family and his work. But I think if it's, you know, if this qualifies you for Vegas,
yes,
I believe so. Yeah, I would expect to see Atron, but we'll see. But regardless, still an amazing run. Yeah, if he wins this last round, there is a non-zero shot. He can go something like 0-2-1 and still make the top 8. Yeah.
Well, as we said, we'll let someone smarter than us tell us exactly what record is needed. This is such a difficult tournament. Only 98 players made it through to day 2 of a field of what?
Over 1,000.
Yeah, over 1,000 players. So it's an awesome event. If you're ever able to take part in one of these spotlights, just come and play.
Yeah.
You don't have to qualify. You can just rock up, bring a deck. Well, in this case, bring lands, and you can play.
Yeah.
All right, we have just been told that we are not going to see Charles, unfortunately.
Oh.
I got you all excited
right.
for no reason. But we will see Charles in the backup match. We're going to see Micron
going up against Dallas Johnson. And we saw Dallas with some incredible draws against the Jeskai opponent in the last round. So we have another Abzan mirror.
Oh,
so we shall see how this goes. We shall.
I bet all the Abzan players are just like, ugh, do I have to do this again?
Yeah. Well, I mean, if it's treated you well like it's treated Atron, maybe he thinks it's okay.
Yeah, it's not too bad. Let's take a look, if we can, at Dallas Johnson's deck and just show you what Micron is going to be up against. Ooh, Clarion Conqueror, 2 of them.
And you play that thing on turn 3. I mean, his three drops are just incredible, right?
Yeah.
You can either play a 3-mana 3/3 flyer or a Sirach on turn 3.
Jeez.
There's also Stalwart Successor that he can play on 3. So his 3-mana creatures are great. He has the double Snakeskin Veil as a nice way to kind of just protect all of his cards. And as far as interaction goes, we're looking at a Static Snare and a Piercing Exhale and the Disruptive Stormbrood and Rally the Monastery. So he actually does have 4 removal effects along with a couple of Snakeskin Veils. And then Whale of War, likely you're going to be wanting to use that as a way to just get some value back, get some creatures back from the graveyard. So solid build here.
There's the Gurmag
Decent mana fixing. There's the Gurmag here at the top end of the mana curve. I think Atron does have 2 or 3 Sultai Devotees, who knows, a good amount. So there will probably be something for the Gurmag Rakshasa to eat, and then it also just hits really, really hard.
Yeah, no, that card's sweet. So that is what we should be seeing shortly, unless pod gets repaired once again. Who knows? Anything can happen at a Magic tournament.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, and that's the thing. Both Dallas and Charles Wong were both sitting at 9-1, and Atron is sitting at 10-0. So he just gets paired against somebody who's 9-1 that he didn't already play in the draft. So it could have been anybody. If you do it just by record in the pod, though. Right, Atron would have played against Charles Wong because Charles Wong was 2-0. If anything, I think Atron would prefer playing against a player who's already lost a match in the draft, right?
Yeah.
You would much rather play against a guy if you're 2-0 who's 1-1 than 2-0 in the pod, because the guy with 2-0 probably just has a better deck. So
probably, but we will get to see Charles Wong in action in the backup. So as soon as the players are ready to rock and roll, we'll jump down there and get things underway. But before we do that, let's tell you about our upcoming events, shall we? If you want to attend any of the future ones, SCGCON Minneapolis is the next event that we're going to be at. So May 2nd to 4th, come and hang out there with us. It's a regional championship. It's going to be sweet. After that, if you can't make Minneapolis, it is SCGCON Hartford, May 16 to 18, another regional championship. So plenty of high stakes magic there. After that, we are heading to Indianapolis. It is the Magic Spotlight Series coming back with Secret Lair. That one's going to be sweet. I bet we're going to have some fun stuff to show you. And yeah, I hope that we will see you all at one of those events. The next 4 thereafter, we have Orlando, Houston, Baltimore, and Vegas. So if you are anywhere near those locations, go to starcitygames.com/SCGCON and come hang out with us because we're cool and, you know, it's going to be sweet. Also, we are going to be revealing the Spotlight theme for Orlando in the top 8.
Ooh,
so
okay.
if you are interested in that, you should stick around. But just also stick around because there's cool limited Magic to watch.
Come on, seal deck and draft.
Yes, please. That would be nice.
Yeah.
That's how you get all the older school players. See, I didn't call you old school.
Wow.
Older school players.
You didn't have to point at me. You could have. It's Atron. You didn't have to throw me under the bus like
Paul,
that. I'll have you know I am not 40 yet.
Okay, good.
Next month.
But how many? Yeah. Oh. So, okay, so suddenly dropping hints that I need to get you a birthday present.
That's
yeah?
right.
Okay.
Something really nice.
What do you want?
3 more Mox Jaspers so I can get a playset.
Why? It's not good in
I want my playset.
Okay, fine.
I need 4. 4, 0, 4.
Fine.
All right.
But how many years have you been playing Magic?
I have been playing Magic for 27 years now, I think. Yeah, so it's been a long time.
You have 2 decades on me.
I do have 2 decades on you. And you know what? There are players who have played longer.
I know. That's what's terrifying.
Yeah,
Like
we did the Magic. Magic's been around for 30 years, right? Maybe it's 31 now. So there are people who've been getting in. So, but yeah, I remember I first started playing when I was in middle school, 7th grade, and at the time my parents bought me some boosters, and you just make a deck out of the things that you had. Yeah. I remember I didn't even have. I bought booster packs. I didn't even have basics. So we had to go back to the store. My parents would refuse to take me back to the store.
Aww.
So then I was just like, oh, come on. It was just a nightmare. But I eventually made my deck, and then I really got back into it when I was in college, and I never looked back since then.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Well, glad you didn't because it's awesome to have you here, Paul. You know, we say a lot of these players who we're going to jump down to and see right now because they are ready to go. A lot of these players are some of the best in the field at Limited, and you are certainly amongst them. So it's great to have you here. Dallas Johnson, Michael Atron, ready to do battle here. Another Abzan off, I guess, as both players get started with a basic apiece.
No tap lands for either player, but Dallas does play the Devotee on turn 2, so we'll have all the mana issues covered. Curious if Dallas has one of his plentiful 3 mana rares in hand.
Enoch Wayfarer finds 2 lands and an Anafenza.
Probably the Swamp.
Yeah, I would think so.
Probably not too happy that the Anafenza got milled. It's been extremely impressive for Atron over the last couple rounds.
It's such a good gotcha.
Yeah.
Oh no, my board died. Oh no, it's back.
Yeah, the flash on that card is just so devastating.
It's really sweet. I can't remember now, but the Kuldheim rare that's also 3 mana flash. It's like protection from gods. I don't remember what it's called, but it kind of gives me those vibes.
All right, so not as impressive of a start here, and actually the Wayfarer just completely brickwalling these 2-1s here. So Atron will have the time to kind of develop his board here for now.
Oh, a Whale of War on that board would be sick.
Yep.
Tomb Guard the follow-up here, so better 3-drop.
Yep. And if Atron can find some way to put counters on his creatures, of course, that's going to go really, really well with the Tomb Guard. Oh, we're getting aggressive here. Is that synchronized charge? Getting in, putting 2+1/+1 counters and creatures, and it's got Harmonize.
Yeah. Didn't give him the trample too. Yeah, trample and Vigi.
Trample and Vigilance until end of turn, so he can make a pair of 3/2s, and it's just a pretty free attack here.
Yeah.
And then you can potentially Harmonize as well after you attack.
Oh, that's
and
gross.
what's Atron going to do? Trade with the Tomb Guard? I don't think you want to do that. So it's got Vigilance.
Vigi.
It's got Vigilance.
Untap it.
Thank
you.
There you go.
Good job.
That is really relevant here.
Yes, yeah. Yeah, being able to do that again afterwards and just make these things massive.
4/3s. And Atron actually choosing to block here.
Fair.
Will Dallas use something like a Snakeskin Veil to save the creature?
Doesn't bode well for what's in his hand then, right?
if he's considering using the Snakeskin Veil here.
No. For the
For
the
Atron?
the Tomb Guard.
Well, yeah, Atron could just not have a +1/+1 counter
Yeah.
thing and just kind of go about it that way.
Yeah, I mean, like, if we had to rank these ABZ
Oh.
decks. Oh, boy. Okay.
All right, we're getting aggressive. We have a pair of prowess creatures in play. For 2 mana, hey, for 2
Yeah.
mana to make 2/1/1 prowess creatures, that's still excellent. And it goes well with synchronized charge.
Yeah.
You trigger the prowess, you turn them into 3/3 prowess vigilance creatures until the end of
yeah.
turn. Very, very good.
Dragonback Lancer hits the board here.
Yeah, not the best blocker here. So synchronized charge here, but doesn't have the ability to harmonize unless you tap down one of your creatures here.
Yeah. Not really massive, because it's 5.
You could tap the Devotee, honestly, if that's what
Yeah.
you want to do. Tap the Devotee, pump both the monks, because you don't want to turn the
Double 3/3s.
Devotee into a 4/3 and then attack, because then Atron can still block with the Lancer, right?
Yeah.
So you might as well just make a pair of prowess creatures, and it looks like that's what he's doing here.
Yep. That's what he's doing. Harmonize, so that'll exile the card.
Yep. 2 counters. You want to exile the card from the graveyard. Yeah, and a pair of 3/3 Vigilance Prowess tokens here with Trample, and Atron probably just going to take the 6 here. I suppose there is a world where he does just block, but man, if Dallas has an instant of some kind, remember he was tanking on that potential Snakeskin Veil, that would be really big.
Yeah, that will hurt.
Oh.
Double block? No, that's not attacking.
Though considering block, you could double block to
Yeah.
play around Snakes. No, you can't play around
No,
Snakeskin
because it'll
Veil.
be +2/+2.
Ooh,
Oh,
piercing
piercing exhale.
exhale.
Oh,
And they both get they're both 4/4s now. You trample over for 7 damage.
Blech.
So Atron goes down to 10.
Owie. Yep.
Yep, and
Yep.
loses his entire board. Wow.
This ain't going well. Goodness me. Dallas has just
Yeah.
delivered all the beats, found all the interaction necessary, and has Michael Atron down to 10. So Michael's going to be scrambling now to try and get back into this.
Yeah. If Dallas can just find any instant or
Yeah.
sorcery, any kind of instant to pump up those prowess tokens,
Yeah.
it's going to put Atron, it's going to make it really, really difficult here for Atron. And also, Dallas, if he somehow runs out of things to do, you still have that Absent Devotee in the graveyard that you can get back and replay if you can find the second black source.
It's like deja vu all over again. Solid Devotee and Champion of Dusan.
Yeah. But the thing is, if you're Dallas, you're just happy attacking with everything here
Yeah.
anyways. Atron probably still needs to block. Oh my
Oh,
gosh.
what? Static Snare
That's
2?
gross. So now they're all 3 power creatures now. Atron's still going to block one of these.
Yeah. Is it better to get one of the prowess
I
creatures
think
down?
so. I think
Yeah.
so. They're harder to play around.
Yeah. It's just way trickier to deal with.
And you can get back the devotees. So, and they're all 3
Okay.
power creatures anyway, so.
The Absent Devotee.
Yeah. What did he block?
I don't know.
So he takes 6 damage here. Oh, he did block the devotee. Okay.
All right.
So he still took 6 and he's now at 4. Does he have anything else?
And you can bring that Devotee back at any time.
Oh, so
Right.
but he's got the dragon there in hand. So that's a nice way to either trigger prowess if you want, or you can just play it to pump one of your creatures and have a dragon in play. So a lot of options, and Atron down to 5 life here. And like you said, perfect timing here just to get back the devotee here end of turn.
Yeah.
Next turn you can even double spell, right? You go devotee, also make a 2/2 token if you want, trigger double prowess, and then you have 4 creatures in play.
Good grief. Loxodon Battle Priest with no friends.
You can't target itself.
It
You-
can't?
It can't target itself, so that's important if the judges look. I believe it definitely pumps other creatures. So I don't know if the judges can see that, but
Yeah, that's another
yeah,
creature for sure.
let's remove that counter from the Battle Priest if possible.
Yeah.
All right, so what can Dallas do? He can trigger 1 prowess and get Atron down to 2, but he would lose a creature if that's what he chooses to. He can also just play the flyer, right, because that's a 2-turn clock in of it by itself. You can actually attack with both creatures now, throw 1 away, get Atron down to 3 so that the dragon's actually a lethal attack next turn.
Judges getting in there, taking a look
Yeah.
at the Loxodon Battle Priest. Thank you, judges.
Yep. I mean, I just assumed this was a Luminarch Aspirant too when I first read it. I just thought, oh, it's. I guess you just put a counter on anything, but I guess they made it a little bit weaker.
Still pretty strong though.
Yeah, still very
booty.
solid. Yeah, it definitely does. But I love this sequencing from Dallas, putting himself in position to win with one attack here, even though you're throwing away a creature.
Yeah, no. If you can get your opponent close to dead, you want to set yourself up to get lethal in the next attack.
So can Atron find a flyer or a removal spell? Because I feel like this is kind of an all-in maneuver here from Dallas, because he did lose that creature. So if Atron can kill the flyer, he's in pretty good shape.
Yeah.
He's in okay shape. I mean, he's at 3 still, but
I mean, we saw him come back from 3 in the previous rounds.
Yeah, he did. Oh, and he has a Dragon's Prey. Now, that is a 5-mana spell, so he can't actually play anything else. And there's a bunch of Snakeskin Veils in Dallas's deck. I think you want to just fire it off now.
Yeah, before he draws.
He's got 2 in his deck. If he finds a Snakeskin Veil here, oof.
I think you maybe want to do it now.
Yeah, you want to do it in response to the
Sirach
for sure.
Tap 5.
Yep. Okay.
Oh, it resolved.
It resolved, but that Sirach is still a lot, and the Dallas can also play another 2-1 this turn.
Yep.
And that would also still represent a lethal attack here. So Atron does need to continue adding to the board here.
Yep. Need bodies or removal. Oh boy. Corroding Dragonstorm. Just take 2.
Wow, it is, and you get to surveil, and you're down to 1, and find something good here. It looks like it's 2 spells.
Yeah, one's a devotee, the other one goes on top. Okay.
All right, this is really tough, really tough spot here. Because if Dallas just finds a dragon, just picks that up, that's game as well.
Yeah.
Removal spells aren't as good, especially with that Sirach in play.
I think that's a maneuver in hand. Oh man, where are the life linkers at? Yeah, knockout maneuver, I think, sitting in hand.
Oh, is it? Okay,
yeah, I think so.
Yeah, if that's the case, you probably just want to go ahead and get that Sirach off the battlefield.
Like right now,
Yeah. It does give Dallas an extra card. I know Atron hates that.
Yeah.
Having his opponents up a card in any exchange.
Yeah, but you need to get that guy dead while you can. He's tapped out. So here comes.
Okay, and then now you can put a counter on Reputable Merchant.
Yeah.
Oh,
Leopard.
Okay, I see.
Maybe I missaw it then.
Yeah, because he wants to play around the potential for Dallas to actually play a dragon and pick up the Corroding Dragonstorm.
Gotcha.
So you play the Leopard, and now if Dallas does play a dragon, you can just kill the Dragonstorm in response.
Smart.
Does Sirach? Man, I feel like I have to read Sirach a million times. Yeah. What happens when you target enchantments? Nothing. Okay.
Nothing. Yeah, it's just creatures. Yeah. He just cares about creatures on the stack.
I just thought it protects everything.
That would be a little busted.
Yeah. Okay.
Menacey friend. Are you going to make a buddy, or are you going to give him a...
I'm going to go out on a limb here.
Yeah.
But Atron's at 1. I imagine we're just going to want to go super wide.
Yep.
Yeah.
Seems decent.
Yeah. But I don't think Dallas has a great attack here, given that the Battle Priest is a 4/6. It just brick walls the Sirach here. So Atron doing his best here.
Now, the
doing
question
his best.
is, if we do have a knockout maneuver, are we knocking out Sirach or this Menace guy?
Well, yeah, it depends on if Atron has another creature to block with. If you have a 4th creature, then you can still use the knockout blow to get the Sirach and block everything that's in play. It still leaves you vulnerable, of course, to a removal spell or something if Dallas has it. But
Gotcha.
So Atron just kind of has to weigh all of those things. It feels so bad, though, to use a removal spell to kill just a 2/1 Menace creature and keep that Sirach in play.
Yeah, because then just more value every single time. This is DC's pet. You said you wanted to call it that, and now I'll keep calling it that. Apprentice. The apprentice in hand. Or assistant. Assistant, yes.
Alchemist assistant.
Alchemist assistant, that's the one. The monkey.
Yeah, the monkey. That's a nice one.
That's a monkey with the fight spell.
Oh,
that's
and
sweet.
Putting a counter on it with the Battle Priest, and then the blow. Yes.
Let's go.
Man, Atron's done this.
Does he have it?
Atron's done this twice. Oh, you draw first. If you draw Snakeskin Veil right now.
Yeah. It's possible to do that. Did he find it?
I don't think so.
I don't think so. He goes.
He would have slammed that thing if he found it.
3 life. Okay.
4 life, right?
3. He's a 2/1.
Doesn't it,
counter?
no, he put the
Oh,
counter.
and he gets a counter. Yeah, yeah, one
he
more
put
life. Yeah.
he put the counter on first with the Battle Priest and then cast the
Yes,
maneuver.
yes,
Yeah.
you're right.
So all the way back up to 5. Atron has stabilized here. Wow.
Bloody hell, giving us an aneurysm in the process.
I know. And I think Atron has no cards left. So
Yeah, doesn't look like it.
yeah. But you know what? He's made really good use of the resources.
Oh, yeah.
Do you want to pick up the
Yeah.
Dragonstorm here with the Leopard? You're at 5 life.
I would want to kill that.
I
because
think
the
so too.
surveil is
And
too good.
And you have a lifelink creature to block with anyways.
Yeah. And just having a look and seeing, do I want to kill a static snare rather? I mean,
I don't think you want your opponent to surveil to and
yeah.
drain you here. I don't know. It's close though.
I'm on team. Don't let them surveil.
Yeah.
Yes. Cool.
The Pro Tour champion agrees with you.
Surveil's strong. Like,
No, yeah, especially in
it's so good.
like we're kind of in top deck wars at this
Yeah.
point, and so yeah, that's just going to go such a long way. Especially Atron with 6 lands, he's bound to hit some kind of land pocket soon, and if Dallas can just play out that Dragonstorm, it's just going to go such a long way here to
Yeah.
help him come back or put the final few points of damage through. Atron has done an excellent job staying alive here, though.
Yeah. Was he down to 1?
He was down to 1, not 0.
Yeah. All these pros, they're so nonplussed by being at 1 life. It's like, sure, it's fine.
All right.
I'm alive. Life is a
No
resource.
attacks. That Battle Priest continuing to just stack counters onto these creatures. I wonder if Atron just wants to make a 5/4 here and just smack for
Yes.
5, gain 5. Now, if you're Dallas aside, what do? Right? Do you double block just to get this 5/4 off the battlefield? Maybe with a token and the prowess creature?
Yeah. I mean, the lifelink comes back later, though.
Dallas at this point probably doesn't have a choice but to do this, and I think Atron's also okay with this trade. It's like, all right, I go to 10 and I kill 2 of your things, and I can just renew this thing and just put counters on the Battle Priest here if I want.
Or even the merchant.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it's interesting because the merchant's easier to kill on blocks,
Yeah.
but the merchant is the one that can continue to grow with the Battle Priest in play.
True, yeah. That makes sense. So 2 critters apiece. Michael has stabilized at 10. Dallas still sitting at a healthy 23. So
Yep.
what does Michael need to draw now to be able to start attacking?
Well, probably not too much here. Actually, Mike choosing not to renew the assistant here, but Dallas does have the ability to continue attacking here with the dragon. So that's still, that's still a clock, right? And he does also have some of these Abzan devotees that we've kind of forgotten about because he's had better things to do with his mana. But there is another devotee in the graveyard.
Yeah, and they're pretty good blockers. They just keep
You
coming
can get
back.
it back, and you can channel the mana. It's 3 mana to return.
Yes.
But you can still cast it because you have the devotee in play. So yeah, that was a good turn for Dallas. Just playing all the devotees, and in a game like this where it's super grindy, definitely can do something. Now, Atron does need to try to turn this around at some point.
Yeah.
Like, you need to be able to have a big creature with lifelink to pressure Dallas. He's done everything he can, but does need to find something.
Warden.
Ooh, that is a Warden. So
Sick.
you just play the Warden, and then you use the Battle Priest to put a counter on the Warden, and all of a sudden you have Endure 2 on all your things.
Yeah, that's sweet. Oh, I would love to see that. And if we can get the Sage of the Fang or whatever it is as well.
Yeah. Just because I don't think Atron has a great attack here. So I think it's just, you play the Warden, put some counters on it.
Boo, wrong Abzan deck. He doesn't have the Sage.
Oh, Atron?
Yeah.
Oh, sure. Yeah, well, there are 3 of them, so it's easy to get confused who's got which Abzan card.
See, so at the end of this draft, they should all pull their Abzan
And
decks
build
and build like a super deck. Yeah.
Like just Voltron it up. Yeah.
With our powers combined. Big think here from.
Yeah, I am curious about this think, just because is there some world where Atron can find an attack? I wonder if he's going, should I, you know what I mean? Because the only play here, it seems, is to just play Warden and grow the Warden, and that's the highest upside play that you can make here.
Yeah. And then hope to find a bunch of creatures to endure a bunch. But again, this flyer is the problem. So
Yeah, still need to draw the creatures here for sure.
Oh, he's just going for it straight away.
Is it going to be on the merchant, maybe?
The creature he wants to throw away, probably, to get the counter on the warden.
All right, so he's made a 4/4. So it does look like he's setting up for an attack here.
Yeah.
When it dies, then you can put the counter on the warden. And, you know, for Dallas, you still want to block, and you just block with the devotees, right? You're like, all right.
They're just going to come back.
You go to 11, I can just replay them next turn. But if you're on Atron side, hey, that just buys me some more turns, right?
Yeah.
Because now the dragon needs to attack 4 times. And surely in 4 turns, if Atron can find a couple of creatures to play with that warden, he might be able to just swing for tons of damage and close the game out himself in a couple of turns.
That's the plan. All right, Dallas, what you got?
Oh, okay.
Gurmag Rakshasa.
Yeah, so that can pump the dragon.
Yep. Apply the -2,
Yeah.
-2. Get
Attack
this
for
+2.
5.
Yep.
No, that is huge, actually, because if you attack for 5, that then becomes a 2-turn clock here for Atron. Atron goes down to 6.
Yeah, and he's got 2 menace creatures alongside the flyer now, so
Yeah.
evasion plenty for Dallas Johnson. Atron draws.
Needs to find a nice big creature here. Wow, that was a great draw from Dallas.
Yeah.
A menace creature too. Okay, the life gain was important here, but is it enough?
Counter.
Is it enough?
Oh boy. And a fence is in the yard, right? Yeah. Boo.
Yeah.
Imagine her entering with 4 endure thingies. Woof.
Oh yeah. So the flyer attacking is the easy part. The thing is, you can also give, because the dragon gives other creatures, I believe, +1/+0.
Yes.
So you can target your menace creature, the 5/5. That gives it 6 power. So even if Atron double blocks, that allows Dallas to kill either the battle priest or the warden. Oh.
Yeah, he's just getting in there. Full swing.
Yeah. Okay, and actually distributing all of the damage here. But now, the Rakshasa will die.
Yeah.
And none of Atron's creatures will die. But this does get Atron to dead unless he can find an answer for the dragon.
Da-dum.
Okay.
Da-dum.
I really like the way that Dallas has been playing this game. Sometimes you lose creatures or you lose a little bit of value, but by doing so, you're giving yourself the opportunity to shorten the clock by a turn and kill Atron and make him top deck something. Atron needs something here for the flyer.
See him give it a bit of a rub there. Like, come on, something.
But he needed something for the flyer and the menace creature, right?
Yeah.
So he needs to play a creature and kill the flyer? That's really tough. He even found his lifelink card too. I think this might be it, unless Atron can find an answer for the flyer and play a bunch of tokens.
Don't think that's going to happen here, unfortunately. Storm Entertainment. Okay, there's an answer, but we still need
there's a
another
menace creature. Yeah, and Dallas is, I mean, he's gone for it before. He's just going to attack. There's a menace creature and a creature in play. You just attack with both, and Atron will die unless there is something else he has in hand. What a game this has been.
Yeah, this has been sick. Good grief. Another Sand Skitter.
Oh, it looks like he's gotten to not go for it this turn.
Oh. Huh.
Right? Otherwise, why would you play all your stuff now? Well, never mind. That was weird, right? Like you attack first before you do everything. Yeah.
Hey, I'm guilty of that too. I play things in my first main phase all the time.
Yeah. It's just, I mean, I guess if you were committed to making that attack anyways, but just give out less information, all the little things. But you know what? Outside of that, I do think Dallas played this game pretty well.
Yeah.
Like the attacks that he made just put himself in a position to win. Although I will say, I do think it still would have been better to target the Rakshasa because it's going to get double blocked. You get to kill a creature that way. You still get in for the damage from the menace creature. That would have put Atron down to 2 anyways. But you would put Atron to 2 instead of 1, but you would still be able to kill one of the big creatures that Atron had on his side of the battlefield.
Plenty of little micro decisions to be made in these matches, but one micro decision you shouldn't have to make because it's a simple one is go check out the flash sale, which ends on Monday. That's tomorrow. Boo. Monday we don't like, but we like Sunday because 10% off on all Magic the Gathering promotional singles at starcitygames.com. So go check it out. Get yourself some nice. Man. Atron has been doing one hell of a job clawing back from the brink of death.
Yeah, he is making the most out of every single card in his deck.
It's crazy. Let's see what sideboard cards we have for Dallas, if there's anything worth bringing in.
It looks like Dallas is taking out a synchronized charge. That could certainly be a play draw type situation as well. But he did see the Stormplane Detainment, so it looks like he wants to bring in extra disenchant effects.
He's got a leopard himself,
Yeah, looks like a leopard's coming in. So a leopard, and I also saw a Reclamation come in, which is the Heritage Reclamation, which is another disenchant effect. And if you have nothing to disenchant, you can still exile cards from graveyard and draw a card. So
nice.
solid sideboard card as well for the matchup.
Yeah, he doesn't have all that many goodies in the sideboard. He's playing most of the good stuff.
Yeah, you will see that a fair amount of the time in this format because you're spending so many picks on not only cards to go into your deck, but also mana fixing. So instead of taking cards that might end up in your sideboard, you're taking lands, right? You're taking Blossoming Sands, you're taking Evolving Wilds. So your sideboard just will always be smaller than your typical draft deck because you just have many more lands that you need to put into your deck, and you have to but spend the mid picks of the draft to take those lands as well.
Absolutely, yeah. Players getting shuffled up here. Michael Atron would love to remain undefeated because it makes the way to the top 8 much, much simpler.
Yeah. Our only undefeated player here.
Yeah. What would the kids say? Nature is healing. Old school Magic, limited masters coming back to.
Yeah, and you know what? This is the exact type of format that I think the old school players really love.
Yeah.
Grindy, lots of card draw, good removal, multicolor, lots of decisions. Those are the types of things that I think at least the old school Magic players really enjoy playing.
Is there land in this hand? Because he's got some good stuff in there. 2?
I see 2,
yeah.
But he is on the play, and I don't know if he has green mana. And Dallas on a mulligan, though, and I think Atron's keeping. It looks like a Scoured Barrens and a Swamp or a Plain, so might need a green source here. But
yeah, because he's got Leopard in hand. He's got the Warden.
Yeah.
Turn 3 Warden would be fantastic. There's Stormplane Detainment, possibly. Yeah. No, that's the Jade Sentinel thing.
Dallas going, let me play a 2-drop, 2-drop into Sirach.
Yeah.
Into, right? He's just will it into existence.
Sirach, Elusive Hunter.
Oh, going to 5. Now, Dallas is up a game here, but this is definitely not what you want to see. A win here would be tremendous here for Dallas, as it would put him in excellent position to top 8. With a loss, it's going to be a lot tougher. It's going to be a lot tougher. You do not have many losses to give in, an over 1,000 person tournament. There's just so many people where you really need a fantastic record to make the top 8.
Absolutely. All right, Dallas.
Atron's like, you know what? You went to 5. I'm just pounding the top of your deck. Good luck.
Let's see. Shake of the head. Doesn't like it.
Yeah,
I think you got to keep it.
I don't think there's any 5 you're happy with, right?
No.
It's like 2 lands or 3 lands, 2-drop, 3-drop, and then just hope that the rest of the cards line up the way that you want.
Oh, boy. Gain land to start things off here for Atron.
But I think Atron also kept kind of a... Forest, I think, off the top.
Yeah, I did not see a Forest in that hand.
That was a big draw.
Kitty.
You did say before, right? Luck, skill, victory.
Uh-huh.
You need all of those things to do well at these events. Dallas kept a 1-lander.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. This is going to be over quick. Oh, wow. And Atron with 2-drop, 3-drop. Okay.
All right. It's a land.
I know, but it's a tap land, and it's no creature in play. If Atron plays just a 2-drop, 3-drop, and a 4-drop creature, I mean, what can Dallas even play, right? It's just going to be really tough.
He's sitting on his hands for the time being and taking 5 here. So down to 13 he goes. Follow up here. The Warden.
Oh, my gosh.
Woo!
That is really strong. Okay. What you got, Dallas? You need a land and maybe a removal spell. That is not going to get it done.
I love to smile before he's real.
Like, yeah, well, can I do? Yeah, Warden of the Grove. Maybe Atron. Maybe we will finally get to see some enduring occurring here with the Warden of the Grove. Here's a 4-drop.
Hey,
Yeah.
nice. Dragonback Lancer gets to endure 1.
Do we want a 4/4 flyer?
Yes.
It does let you play around Caustic Exhale.
I want a flappy flyer. That
But
would be wonderful.
Yeah. Can also go wide.
Mm-hmm.
Can't really go wrong with either. So.
Okay, goes for the
Yep.
critter.
Yep.
Just makes the board wider
Yeah,
and gets
tag
in
with-
there
tag
with the
with
entire
everything.
team.
All right. Blocks that. Now you get to put a +1/+1 counter on something. Maybe it's the
Warden,
1/1
Warden.
token.
Warden. No.
No, you don't need it on. Yeah.
I know.
The Warden will be killed if it needs to be killed, right?
Oh, for
yeah,
sure.
this is just over.
Yeah, oof, man,
Oh,
that's
wow.
rough for Dallas.
Well, here with Dallas, you can just be like, look, I hope you got your Warden draw out of the way.
Yeah.
Do not
please.
play that anymore, please. And I'm on the play here. I have a really nice, aggressively slanted Abzan deck. Can turn things around. You know, it's really hard to it's gonna be really hard to win on a Multi 5, especially against an opponent like Atron, who's also 2-0 in this pod.
Absolutely. If you would like to stay up to date with all the latest Magic and other TCG news, be sure to sign up for the Star City Games newsletter. You'll get emails on upcoming deals, events, and new card previews. So be sure to go and check it out, starcitygames.com/newsletter. You'll be told about stuff like, you know, Minneapolis, which is coming up next, or go order Tokyo Dragonstorm because it's a sweet set, or go and buy some singles, which is 10% off. So these are all the things that you'll get in your inbox from Star City Games. So be sure to go and sign up for the newsletter.
All right, looks like we still got some sideboarding here. H1 going, okay, I am on the draw. Does that change anything?
I see a Desperate Measures in the front there. I wonder if
Yeah,
that'll come in.
it's weird. Like, do you really want to use that to kill an Abzan devotee? Like,
No, you
Right.
give it to your creature when it dies. You get 2 cards.
what are you killing?
Skull clamp. You don't kill
Yeah,
anything
well,
with
you know,
it.
it's not Skull Clamp though, because Skull Clamp gets to do it infinite times.
Yeah, oh, fine. But it's Skull Clamp that's
It's
not
a
on
one
stick.
clamp. Yeah.
Fine, whatever. It's still 2 cards, okay? It's limited. What do you want from me?
Yeah. I'm not sold.
Nah, boo.
Oof.
I think it's cool.
I think if you're Mardu,
Yeah, if
it's
it's
good.
Mardu, it's awesome.
Yeah.
But, you know, even so. Combat tricks seem to be pretty good and limited, so.
Did he bring it in? I think he left it in the sideboard,
Nah, I
right?
probably left it in the
Yeah.
sideboard, yeah.
Hey, definitely a consideration on the draw if you're just afraid of getting run over.
Mm.
You're up a card, kinda, right? Because you get to draw you're the first one to draw the card for a turn, so
Yeah.
it's a consideration.
Players presenting their decks to each other. Hopefully, Dallas's draws treat him a little better. We won a good game here, sirs.
Right?
Please and thank you.
Dallas is on 16 lands,
Oh, yeah?
so maybe that's also leaning into it. And I don't see any ways to get lands. So
No, it doesn't have any monuments or anything
probably
like that.
should play 17.
17 lands, not just a cool website. Scout Barons kicking things off here for Michael. Swamp on Dallas's side of things. Hopefully more than just the 1 land. Yay! Yay!
All
Stuff! Things! Hooray. What we got there? Looks like we have a Piercing Exhale in hand.
Did H1 keep another hand with no green mana? Oh, no, he might have one. No.
I
Sort of
don't know.
Oh, that was a Sirach, I think.
Ooh. Attack first. Yes, there we go.
Okay. Wow, and this is an amazing start. Now he's got the 2 mana into the 3 mana rare.
Yeah, it was
Can Atron find something here? Did he keep a 2-lander? I think he kept a 2-lander. I don't think he has something here. Oh, no.
That's not good.
Yeah, that's a Dragon's Prey, but needed a land here.
Ugh.
And is he going to have to discard this turn?
Yeah, it's
he
8 cards in
might.
hand, yeah.
Oh, that is brutal. Just a really tough way to end things if that's how this closes out, just because
Yeah.
the game 1 was so good.
Both decks were like, that's all we got, man.
Yeah, I got one game in me. I got one good game in me. Yeah, this is brutal, especially with Dallas's start here.
Yeah. Well,
And
yeah, I'm going to drop a 6-drop into the bin.
Yep, that certainly makes sense. And Dallas going, okay, well, you know, it happened to me once. It's only fair that it happens to you.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh boy, reputable merchant, and
Yeah.
now what,
Target
6 damage coming through?
Seven.
Yeah, he's a 4-3.
Yeah, this is going to end extremely quickly if Atron can't find an untapped land here to kill the Sirach.
Yeah.
And that's it.
Boo, that is going to do it. Dallas Johnson picks up the win, and see the relief on his face. Unfortunate way to end things. Well, the undefeated run for Michael Atron, but still plenty of Magic to be played here.
Yeah, and look, that is just the nature of the game.
Yeah.
You have a 2-land. Atron's hand was a black-white land, a swamp, and a Dragon's Prey on the draw. You just keep that hand. Like if you draw, even if you don't draw forest immediately, on turn 3 you still have the ability to kill something, which buys you even more time to find what you did. And unfortunately, he just wasn't able to find the land. And like I said, it's kind of an unfortunate way to close out this match, where game 1 was incredible, both players playing very tight, and then the mold of 5 into this. But of course, that also happens. No more undefeated players left in the tournament, but hey, we still have 2 players at least that are 10-1. There's going to be a bunch more probably after this round. So it's going to be, there's just no one clear runaway person who's just going to lock in that spot anymore. Everything is going to be up for grabs in the next draft.
It's a free-for-all.
Yeah.
We do have, I believe, a backup, if we've got time for it, between Charles Wong and Joseph Nunez. It is one of the other Abzan players up against the deck that you are super keen to see, which is the Sultai list.
Yeah, Sultai value. It's like Sultai, but randomly has Dragon Brood relics and random red tap lands.
Yes, yeah.
To just kind of make it work. Look, he's 2-0 in the pod. He's certainly been able to make the game go long enough to make it happen. So really, really excited to see Charles' deck in action.
Alrighty, let's jump on down there, get in what we can, and see how this shakes out for one of the non-Abzan players.
And we already saw Joseph Nunez did play against Atron with a pretty solid Abzan deck himself.
Yeah, this deck was sweet. He had the Stormbrood and the Hollowmurk Siege, which has been doing absolute work for everyone we've seen have that card in their deck. Sultai Devotee to start things off for Joseph, and Herd Heirloom. I like this card.
Yeah, that card's really, really nice.
So
it
good.
ramps you, and then if especially in Teamer, where you have a lot of big creatures, you get a 4-power thing in play, all of a sudden you can use that to draw cards.
Yeah.
You can also do it at instant speed, too.
Yes, which is really gross. Hollowmurk Siege now to start things off for Joseph. That is sick.
Good start from. It looks like he chose the side that gets. Wait, is he getting a counters? No, he chose Sultai, I think.
Oh.
Right? Because there is no counter on the Devotee.
Joseph's deck did have a lot of ways to put counters on, if I remember correctly.
So he's looking to play the long game. Hey, you're playing against a Sultai deck that does have lots of ways to get ahead on cards, so this definitely makes sense. But he does need to get some counters going, or else it's not going to look that great.
Yeah, it's just a permanent on the board.
Yep. You can endure, put a +1/+1 counter on this, and draw a card. What can you do, Charles?
I think he would love to do that. Charles would prefer not. So, Riverwalk Technique going to send the Siege, back to hand.
Yeah, no, this is a nice play. So now Joseph can just choose to make a.
Either top or bottom on the deck.
Yeah, so he has a 3/2 lifelinker, and did he put it on the bottom?
I think it went on bottom, yeah.
Oh, yeah, it needs lands actually. Hasn't played a land, so. All right, couple of attackers here. 4 mana though. This is going to be a creature. Okay.
Nice. Keru Goldkeeper.
Yeah, Keru Goldkeeper. Not the best blocker right now. All right, Charles getting that mana going. There's the red land. So he has blue, red, black, and green. So all he needs to do is get the Dragon Brood Relic in play with 7 lands, and he can make a 4/4 flying, life-linking angel. Excuse me, I call it angel. Dragon.
Yeah,
that does lightning helix. Ooh, but this is great here for Joseph. Plays the Trade Route Envoy here, finds the land, which is really, really big. Charles just wants to keep his life total alive, recognizing that he is a defensive player in this matchup. And he's the control deck, so he's like, I'm happy with this trade. I just want to survive, get to my late game, and then crack my Dragon Brood relics when I can.
Yeah. Kill some stuff, make a big dragon. What more could you want out of an activated ability, I ask you?
Lie in wait. Ooh,
Whoa,
that is really
sick.
strong. Yeah,
Very
and that
goalkeeper.
he got that kind of late because Atron passed that third pick. Now, of course, it could be another one, but Sultai seemed reasonably open, which is a little surprising because I do think it's pretty strong. And getting that back, getting the Envoy off the battlefield here, can take the 2 damage here. And yeah, Charles is looking pretty good. What can Joseph follow up, though? Because remember, he was missing land drops, and he did hit a couple here. So he's going to have some good plays himself.
It did seem like everyone was allergic to islands in that draft.
Yeah, well, we saw some pretty late Sipsig appraisers, and that being one of the best comments. And there's also a river walk technique that somebody got last pick.
Yeah, Jack Pate is one of the players in like mostly blue.
Oh, there's the Dragon Brood relic here. So now we just need one. Oh, and he found the land. So next turn, Charles can crack the relic. He can crack the relic as long as he has a creature in play and make a 4/4 flying life-linking Lightning Helix Dragon, which is going to be incredible here. Keeping the dragon back here to block the pair of 2/2s on the right side there.
So artifacts aplenty on board here. This dragon is certainly doing some hoarding.
Absolutely.
Keeping its relics close to its chest. Flying lifelink and deals 3. That's gross.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like it is definitely worth the cost.
Oh yeah.
Is that the haste?
I think it's the Riling Dawn something.
Oh, yeah, it looks red, doesn't it? I guess
looks
it's
red.
red, but it's white. It's
yeah,
the white
it's the
creature.
white one, yeah.
Okay. So Charles takes 5, but he can now make a dragon here. Although he would have to tap the Goldkeeper.
I think he's
to
okay
do
with
so.
that.
Yeah. Yeah, and so now he's going to go up to 12. He can kill the Sultai Devotee.
Bing, dead.
And this 4/4 actually blocks everything.
Yeah.
Right? Because the Dawnbreaker can't pump itself, and the other 2 creatures in play are 2/2s.
Yeah, no, excellent defensive work here from Charles Wong. Taking care of the board and establishing one of his own to be able to protect that life total up to 12 now. Joseph sitting at 25, so
yeah, can
pretty
Joe
comfy.
If Joe can find a removal spell for this dragon, that would be so big because it's the only thing that's keeping everything at bay. So can he do that? Okay.
Stalled successor.
Oh, okay. Now you put maybe a counter here, Death Gorger.
Yeah, you called it. Nice.
Yeah.
Okay,
now
that's a big flyer.
You have a giant flyer, 2 counters, shuffle it back in, draw the card.
Whee!
Now you can choose to attack with this or keep it back. Because do you want Charles to attack for 4 and draw a card and gain 4 life? Maybe not.
Probably not, no. But it's a very tempting attack.
Right. Oh, it's got vigilance.
Oh,
Excuse
yeah,
me.
it's
It's got vigilance. Yeah. So, yeah, that's an easy attack for 5. And yeah, now Charles is the one who's going to need to find an answer to this large dragon here. If he does, he's looking okay. And remember, he has 2 copies of the relic. So if you can also just draw another one, that would be pretty insane too, right? Okay.
That would be awesome.
The skimmer into the Dusyat Earth Carver. And you can probably just want to make a 7/7 reach creature here. I don't know that a 3/3 does enough on this battlefield, but it's close. Oh no, he's going for the 3/3. I guess the 4/4 having more things in play does allow you to just block all the ground creatures that Joe has in play right now.
Jeez, like this board is getting clogged up.
Yeah, it's
like
just
it's nobody's business.
Yeah, but if you have a 7/7, you do have the option to also just attack and draw a card with it too. But right now you can't. Although you do have the ability here to double block.
Well, don't forget about the herd heirloom, right? You can give trample.
Right, but there's a 5/6 dragon in play.
Yeah. Did he
with
make
vigilance.
Oh, did he not make the 7/7?
No, he made a 4/4.
Ah, boo. Okay. Fair. Fine. Okay. So Joseph Nunez gets the turn pass back to him, and Disrupting Stormbrood says, please go away to the Keru Goldkeeper.
I don't even know if that was that good?
I don't know, because that
That
gives
did
flying.
That did not feel. There's a Kishla Skimmer in play.
Yeah.
Now all of a sudden Charles can make something else fly and draw a card?
It gives counters too, right? The Keru Goldkeeper?
The Kara Goldkeeper gives 2+1/+1 counters and makes
flying,
it fly. Would it have been better to just cast that card?
I think
You
so.
you
yeah.
killed a herd heirloom as well. Huh. Okay. But
Alrighty.
we don't know what Joe also has in hand here,
True,
so
yeah.
could certainly have some kind of combat trick or something
Jeez.
here. Lining up everything here.
I'm about to say, good lord, that's a lot of blockers for one thing.
It's like, I do not care for this dragon. I would like to block everything. Okay. So we'll take 4 here from the menace creature. And now that dragon, what is it, 5 power?
I think so, yeah.
And Charles will be able to gain 4 life off of this exchange. So nothing great. But this attack does probably mean Nunez has something here.
Yeah.
Oh,
boy, life
jeez.
for technique.
Yeah, and that's probably the worst case scenario here now.
Oh, indestructible, bigger, kills.
It got 2 counters as well. So we're going to kill the lifelink dragon and
Yeah.
probably the skimmer as well. And this also makes, by the
Jeez.
way, killing the goalkeeper
Killer
not as
goalkeeper,
big,
yeah.
not as bad, because if you expected Charles to block with the skimmer,
Yeah.
then perhaps that was good. And now everything's worked out beautifully here for Joe. Wow.
Alrighty, that is going to do it for game 1 here. Joseph Nunez just too much value, too much power, and that Lightfoot technique coming in clutch.
Yeah, those combat tricks were
They're
super
cool.
nice. That Lightfoot technique especially.
Yeah. The set is sweet. You should go and order it, friends. It is available right now. So go and order your sealed product. Go order your singles, whatever it is you fancy. Commander decks, because they're also really good too. StarCityGames.com/MTG-TDM. Nifty. Alrighty. Game number 2 here. Let's see if Charles can outvalue his opponent here with some salty goodness.
Yeah, I think Charles is going to want to lean heavily on his Riverwalk techniques as a nice combat trick to go over the top of whatever tricks Joseph might have. So might be choosing to be a little careful with that card.
Yeah.
Although I think the turn that he used it was quite nice to be able to bounce the Hollow Mercs, the Siege. So
Yeah. So 2 tap lands down, 2 life gained so far for Charles.
And all right, no 2-drop here from Nunez.
A lot of formats are dictated by 2-drops. This one doesn't seem to be that important at all.
Yeah, I agree. Looks like we're going to make a token here. Makes a lot of sense given the Dragon Sniper in play.
Holding down the fort, man.
All right, nothing here from Charles. Ooh, 4-drop.
Oh, nice. Pack Beast?
Yep. Yeah, that's a really great creature here. Even if you have a Riverwalk technique, it just doesn't do anything.
Yeah, it's like, woohoo, more cards, thanks.
And Nunez can just happily attack with both and see what Charles chooses to do.
Oh, whale. Love it.
Oh, that is really,
Get
that's
outta
nice.
here.
We'll say it's good, but like, it was a 1-for-1.
Yeah,
So,
it still feels good. though.
It definitely feels good, but in terms of trying to figure out who's actually in the lead, that was just a fair exchange. But it's nice whenever you get value like that, absolutely.
Yeah. Love to see it. Minus effects are always a fun time, especially if you got a Coatus on the board.
Yeah.
Hollow
Siege. And that's going to have Menace. Does Charles have a negate effect? I think he's probably choosing the +1/+1 counter effect, given that there's a Dragon Sniper in play.
Oh, yeah.
Sure does. Oh, and does actually just bounce
nice.
that
Okay.
instead. Wow.
Riverwalk technique just sends it back.
Doesn't actually counter the Hollow Merc Siege. And you probably just want to draw that card. It just replaces itself.
Yeah.
So it looks like Charles just wants to buy time here and get to the late game. But Nunez did have a follow-up creature. Ooh, 6-drop.
Nice.
Okay.
Durgar Island Dragon.
But Nunez will be able to get some counters on, and I can't imagine Charles wants to double block a Death Touch creature with a counter on it.
No, thank you.
And the Menace is also really, really nice. Ooh.
Let's just race.
Yep. Oh, detainment. Yep, that's big too.
Oh,
Attack for
nice.
3. Nunez with all the answers here, and now that Siege can potentially take over the game here.
Man. Threats and answers.
Yeah.
Gotta love having both.
It's got vigilance.
It's Vigi. It's Vigi. Thank you.
Yeah.
A lot of people just do that like instinctively.
Right.
I'm attacking. Nice.
Oh, now we're just making a 7/7 here. Okay.
We're racing, baby. Let's
It's like,
go.
if you want to attack me, I shall attack you back. You hit me for 4, I hit you for 7.
I love it when they trade blows like this. So in for 4 now.
Yeah, for 4.
Turn passes back.
Wow,
oh, the mana
really?
left open. Nice.
Yeah, he's got to have something here.
What shenanigans do
He
you
has
have?
so many cards.
Okay, turn wasn't passed yet. Riling Dawnbreaker.
Okay, so going wide here, making a token and playing a Death Touch creature. And the Death Touch creature is excellent here because it does block the Earth Carver. So Charles needs to find, if Charles has maybe a way to get that off the battlefield, then he can chunk in for a good amount of damage here.
Yeah, which would be ideal. Any trample givers?
Looks like
oh,
another.
yeah, Riverwalk technique.
Yeah, the other Riverwalk technique. Do you want it on top? Yeah, you want it on top. All right.
Vigilant.
He's like, come on, man. I guess if it trades, it didn't matter. But that's an attack for 7.
Nice.
Nothing from Charles.
Down to 12 goes Joseph.
Joseph not thinking, should I attack? Probably should attack. But at the same time, it's just like, man, if he has another way to deal with my devotee.
Well, he's not dead then. If
Yeah. But, yep, still getting in. 5.
Down to 11. 7 back on the crackback if the second devotee gets removed.
Charles, a lot more mana sources in play here for Charles.
For sure.
And didn't attack either. So, yeah, this is looking really, really nice here for Nunez. Can just continue attacking with just the giant devotee and then keep the small one back.
I think it's enormous.
Yeah.
Whee!
6/5 Menace Death Touch.
Down to 10. What's the follow-up? Got anything cool?
Oh,
that's something cool.
Yeah, that is something cool. This
Revenant.
This might do
That's
it. Oh,
gonna
yeah.
do it. Joseph Nunez just absolutely finding everything he could possibly need here in this matchup. Charles Wong put up a good fight, but didn't have the answers for crazy threats there from Joseph.
Yeah, well, the Hollow Merc Siege was fantastic. Carsey Revenant was fantastic.
Yeah.
And Joe had a lot of good cards. Not only that, the answers, too. Because Charles, I understand why Charles did what he did when Joe played out the Hollow Merc Siege. Charles looked at his hand and went, well, I have this this dragon that's really hard to deal with. I can maybe try to race this thing with the multiple bounce spells in my hand with big creatures. But Joe just had kind of the right mix of cards there, so it was just really awkward. He had multiple Death Touch creatures and the removal spell for the Flyers, and then Charles, of course, flooded out a little bit, so it just didn't turn out the way that he wanted to, and then Joe just continuing to put that pressure, and man, that Siege looked really impressive there.
That Siege is awesome. I think that's the best of the bunch, honestly. But that is going to do it for our first draft of the day. We still have 2 more drafts to go. Paul and I are going to switch out with Maria and Patrick. So the next draft is going to be in their very capable and wonderful hands. So thank you so much for hanging out with us. We'll see you a little later. Enjoy.
everybody. What's up? Welcome back to coverage of Magic Spotlight Dragons. Maria Bartholdi and Patrick Sullivan here with you in the booth now. And for the next couple of hours, because we are in charge of draft number 2 here on day 2 of competition at this GP live from Denver, Colorado. We are drafting all day today. How are you feeling, Patrick?
Very excited. Our featured draft is going to be table number 4. Couple reasons for this. Number one, when we were talking about tables 1 and tables 2, the winners of those early matches might be in a position to draw. That's not something we're interested in covering. And the second reason, table 4 is loaded, including Jack Kiefer, Jody Keith, Andrew Ellenbogen, and Corey Burkhart among those competing for an opportunity to make the top 8 and an invite to the Pro Tour.
Yeah, so we've got a great pod that we're going to show you 2 drafts from. We're going to be watching Corey Burkhart draft, and we're also going to be watching Pro Tour champion Andrew Ellenbogen draft as well. So some great stats for these players here that we've got on day 2 of competition. So this is the second draft of the day, and then of course we've got our top 8, which will be our third draft of today. Let's take a look at our standings, everybody, and find out where we're at after 11 rounds of competition. Well, we've got a 6-way tie for first place. Micron was kind of leading the tournament for a while, fell off by 1, but still doing very, very well for himself there. I want to also give a shout out to Eduardo Sajgalik sitting at 9-2, 2-time Pro Tour top 8er, and my former coverage buddy at the Pro Tour. So happy to see him doing well. My buddy Matt Sinking Johnson from Minneapolis sitting at 9-2. Any names stand out to you here?
Well, I talked yesterday about the experience of I've been seeing people in the tournament hall who I thought I would never see again in my life.
Yes.
Christian Valenti at 9-1-1 is one of those names, and I didn't even know he was here until we're looking at the standings board right now in 7th place and heading towards a potential top 8 berth.
Yes, excellent. I was out there walking the floor before we came back here to start our day, and it was just awesome seeing all of the top tables playing these incredible games of Magic. It's just a great set that lends itself so very well to both draft and sealed, I think. Let's take a look at some more of our standings here, if we have them available, to see how some more players are doing here in this tournament on day 2. There is Andrew Beckram currently sitting at 9-2, one of the drafters we're going to watch here this morning. Jack Kiefer. Wow, there's a name that I haven't said in a lot of years, sitting at 9-2 as well, still at it. And Corey Burkhart at 9-2.
And some institutions here of Colorado Magic. The Kiefers, if you're in the area, they're located out of Boulder, Colorado, about 30 minutes from Denver. Although the younger Kiefer kids, they're in college, they've graduated at this point, so they're kind of out and about, but they are native to Boulder. And Andrew Beckstrom and Corey Burkhart are 2 Magic players not originally from Denver, but who have moved out here in the last 10 years and are part of that sort of core pro group. Tim Rivera, also a name that I recognize from a variety of trading card games I've worked on over the years. He's out of Las Vegas and also sitting at 9-2.
What about Jody Keith there in 32nd at 9-2?
I have been, over the years, complimented as a storyteller. I have nothing on Jody Keith. From New Orleans, Louisiana, and looks and sounds the part, let's say.
Oh, wonderful.
An extremely entertaining Magic player. I think no Pro Tour top 8s, but a variety of cash finishes, Grand Prix top 8s over the years, some very successful runs in some third-party tournament organizer settings. So very, very strong Magic player, even though he might not necessarily be a household name.
I love seeing these grinders from the old GP days out here this weekend doing so well here on day 2 of competition. So like I said, today is draft. Yesterday was all sealed, all draft today, so I'm personally very excited, as is my favorite format to play of Magic the Gathering. But what is draft? Hey, if you're just joining us, if you just started playing, how does it work? Talk to me about this, Patrick.
So in a competitive setting, 8 players sit down at the table. They've all got 3 packs of whatever the set is. In this case, it's Tarkir Dragonstorm in front of them. You open up that pack. You take 1 card out of it, face down, and pass the remaining cards face down to your left. You then pick up the pack on your right, take a card, rinse, repeat. Pack 2, the exact same thing, except now you are passing to your right instead of your left. And then pack 3, you are once again passing to your left. So you're taking 1 card out of every pack, and all of this is occurring face down. So there's no public information other than some sets that have double-sided cards that get shown.
Sure.
But for the most part, it's all hidden information, with players selecting 1 card out of each pack, passing it over to their left, and then picking up the pack from their right and repeating the process.
And this is a little bit different than Arena, right? Because these players are playing in pods here today.
That's a big difference from some of the Magic Arena and Magic Online formats. A lot of online drafting, you draft in a pool of 8 people, but then when you queue up, you're just paired against someone else who's done the same thing. Here you are being paired inside of your pod. This is a critical thing because if you pass a very strong card that you can't take, when you're playing online, you can sort of forget about it. The likelihood that you play against a person that was inside of your pod drafting is so low that you can basically ignore it. Here, there's a lot more information about, let's say you're Obzon and you pass a very powerful red card to your left because it's pack 3, you can't take it, you're not interested in splashing it, and then you play against that person to your immediate left and they open up on a mountain, there's a good chance that that red card ended up in their deck. So there is more information going on and some concepts that don't really port over to online drafting, like defensive drafting, taking cards out of the pool, not because you intend on playing it, but because you don't play against it. Is an element here that you don't really see in a lot of the online forms of drafting.
Let's take a look at some archetypes our players might be interested in here this morning. These are the core archetypes that are in Dragonstorm Draft. Do you have any personal favorites here, Patrick?
I really like the Mardu stuff. I am, by nature, a very aggressive Magic player, and there's a lot of very powerful synergies with the token, so there's ways to get a lot more mileage out of your cards than maybe what they present face up to you. I am just personally not much of a harmonized player, not because it's weak, but I just never was really into the big stuff. I like my curve to be low.
Yeah.
I like to avoid playing a lot of lands that enter the battlefield tapped and hope that I can just sort of eke the game out before my opponent stabilizes with something large.
I saw a lot of players out there playing what they are calling quote-unquote Sultai soup, where you start with a Sultai base and then maybe you splash red, maybe you dip your toe into white, and you kind of just play all the good stuff that you open in your pack. But then again, they might get run over by somebody who's trying to do what you're trying to do.
Yeah, and I think the Sultai stuff, part of the reason that it dips into other colors is because you have the green mana fixing. There's mana fixing all over the place, but the green is definitely the best in the business, so you often end up in a 4th color. And then there's just a lot of sideways synergies that kind of come up when you're talking about, let's say, the counters plus leave your graveyard stuff. That naturally synergizes with just stray large creatures or certain things that care about certain keywords or skills. And so you end up 4 colors a lot of the time because you just get to touch some of the synergies in a light way once you have that base of mana fixing and stuff that cares about your graveyard.
A card that was on a lot of players' minds yesterday was Dragonstorm Globe, which enables you to play some of these 5-color strategies, go big, put counters on your dragons. You can help fix your mana a little bit. Do you think something like that is still legit here in Draft, which is a faster format by its nature?
It definitely is. I think that card is not the most powerful, but the most significant card in sealed deck. How many of those you open is going to define what is possible with your sealed pool. It's a 5-color mana fixer, and a lot of the best creatures are dragons anyway, and getting those counters is really nice. When you get to draft, it really becomes a question of how much are you willing to prioritize this thing.
Yeah.
There are people that are going to have wildly different valuations of that card, not because it's weak, but because are you willing to fight over it, and it kind of puts you down a pretty specific path. And some players might say, you know what, I'm very comfortable playing Obzon, I'm really comfortable playing Mardu. Am I willing to use a premium pick in my draft on what, at the end of the day, is just a mana rock?
I've got to say, I think I'm on Team Mardu here, or even just red-white. I mean, you don't have to draft 3 colors in this format. You can go really lean and mean and aggressive with just 2 colors. But blue, man, they've got such great draw spells in this format, and Magic players love drawing cards.
So if you look at all the 3-color pairings and then look at the 2-color pairings, you're going to see that each of the relevant 2-color pairings synergizes with the 3-color pair. For example, Mardu Mobilize. At a baseline, you're getting a bunch of Mobilize effects. Go wide tokens. Obviously, that naturally synergizes with making a bunch of tokens via Mobilize. Black-white, you get Sacrifice. Again, making a bunch of tokens that are going to die at the end of your turn anyway, sacrificing for them for value is going to be a really powerful thing to be doing. So even if you are drafting 2 colors, you will end up effectively drafting a wedge. Maybe you don't end up playing the 3rd color itself, but the synergies between go wide tokens and overlap or counters and leave your graveyard are going to be so pronounced that you will end up having what feels like a wedge deck, even if you end up just playing the 2 colors.
I think talking about colors too, something that's interesting to me is where you start in your draft. Like say you don't start off with a wedge like bomb or whatever. You've got to start thinking about things like, am I going to start off with enemy colors or friendly colors based on what wedge I might hope to dip into later on in the draft? That kind of stuff is important too.
In gold formats, I usually put a premium on picks of power versus flexibility. I think a really good example of this are the uncommon dragons that are single color to cast and have an omen that's another color. Those cards are very high on rate anyway, and they allow a lot of flexibility. You take the red omen white dragon,
yeah.
Well, that potentially sets you up for either Jeskai or Mardu,
right.
or a 3 or 4 color soup. Or even you could just play the red omen, and if you have enough Behold Dragon synergies going on in your deck, you might be happy playing that card anyway, even if you can't really cast it reliably. So a lot of players are going to put a premium on picks that are very powerful but aren't overly prescriptive. Certainly some of the best 3-color cards in the set are worth just sort of going in with a commitment towards that wedge, or ultimately 4 or 5 colors. But all things being equal, you're going to want to give yourself a little bit of wiggle room, a little bit of opportunity to respond. And so cards that are very powerful but ultimately single colors, or some of the best mana fixing, you're going to see players put a premium on that.
Let's take a look at the pod that we're going to be watching here for draft number 2 on day 2 of competition. So we've got a couple of featured drafters we're going to be watching. The first featured drafter we're going to watch is Corey Burkhart. Now, Corey is one of the grinders who's been around the scene for such a long time. He has 10 Grand Prix top 8s and 1 win in 2017 in Providence. That was a team GP with BK and Yuza back then that he took down. The other drafter we're going to be watching is Andrew Ellenbogen. This is our second draft that we'll be watching this morning. He is your Pro Tour Guilds of Ravnica champion in 2018. Won the finals over LSV in a mono-white mirror that I will never forget as long as I live. 3 Grand Prix top 8s to his name as well. So let's head on down to the pod right now and watch Corey Burkhart draft. All right, here we go. Draft number 2 on day 2 of competition here at Magic Spotlight Dragons. Oh, man, doing a called in a time draft, it's stressful, Patrick.
And you see Corey here in the RIW shirts. That's one of the landmark LGSs in the United States out of Livonia, Michigan. Corey lives in Colorado now, but is from Michigan originally, and is one of numerous great players coming out of the store, including Pro Tour champions Patrick Chapin and Mark Corporholz.
Wow, nice. Here we go with pack number 1. Let's take a look at which way Corey Burkhart kind of wants to play this. There's always a question of, do you prioritize fixing early on? These Trilons are really nice, or do you take a huge bomb?
Corey, as a Magic player, I think is pretty, it's rare for him to just say, this is the best color combination, I'm forcing it.
Sure.
That's much more my approach of, I'm familiar with his archetype. I think Corey is ultimately just going to be pretty consequentialist, I guess you could say, of just what's the best card in the pack relative to the level of commitment it's asking of me.
So it looks like he's pulled a blue card to the front here. The rare coming out of this pack. Still nice in motion, I want to say. Oh, Winter Night Stories, excuse me. This is a draw spell. So this is nice because you can harmonize with it later in the game.
And this rate is just very, very efficient. Even setting aside the harmonize part, this would be a pretty powerful card to take early in draft. The harmonize is just gravy.
Yeah, it is. Draw 3, discard 2 unless you discard a creature card. All right, so we've put our foot in blue here with pack 1, pick 1. Let's take a look at what else Corey has opening here in pack number 2.
And this is a nice first pick because the flexibility and power is a nice blend. It's not committing him down any particular road, but it's also an incredibly strong card. And so, again, he can be responsive without sacrificing the raw power in his deck.
All right, he's kind of looking at this dual land, too. I don't think he's going to take it quite this early. We have Avenger of the Fallen also pulled to the front of the pack here, a nice alt art version of that card.
Well, you could consider the Dismal Backwater, I suppose, if you had a preference for Sultai, but I think Avenger of the Fallen is just the strongest card. And again, we're early enough in the draft that Corey isn't going to want to commit himself. Something that comes up in draft is the concept of reading signals. You want to be drafting the other underdrafted colors or color combinations. And so, again, light commitments, kind of take strong single color cards, and hopefully if a card shows up that's very strong, no matter what color, you can take it and start drafting around it.
Yeah, I love Avenger of the Fallen there. Death Touch, Mobilize X, where X is the number of cards in your graveyard. Just very, very strong here. Glacial Dragon Hunt is pulled to the front here of the pack for Corey. A card we saw Luis cast a lot of times on camera yesterday.
Another very strong harmonized spell. Now, the issue here, to the extent there is one, is Corey's 3 picks do not get him into a wedge.
Right.
It is Grixis so far. Corey loves
Oh,
Grixis.
that's it. Those are his colors.
Those are his colors. It's not a Grixis format. So, you know, maybe the Avenger of the Fallen isn't much of a commitment. Maybe Corey's looking at 4 colors, but the draft is still taking a little bit of a shape here.
I would love it if he just drafted Grixis anyway, hard mode. Let's go. Okay, so we've got War Effort, which Corey is thinking about now, which is a card that does go with the Mobilize card that he took earlier. Gives your attacking creatures +1/+0 and also gives you a warrior creature token every combat, which is very, very nice. So it might be that he's kind of thinking, perhaps we can get some Mardu action in here.
I think this is still, you know, Corey just trying to be responsive to the cards that are coming to him. This card's a little off topic with the picks he's made so far, but it is also the strongest, and maybe, you know, the draft just goes a certain way where he ends up a lot more aggressive than maybe his early picks sort of suggest here.
All right, let's take a look at what's left here in the pack, because this is when the signals really start to flow. We've got a Jeskai Devotee here at the front, as well as a Flaming Effigy. Flaming Effigy, a very aggressive card, so he's going to go with the Devotee.
A fine card, and again, still flexible here. Could fit in to a Jeskai deck or a Teamer deck or a 4 or 5 color control deck, and no matter what, it's pretty low risk.
All right, is this the point we start taking lands?
Well, we're going to have to compare it to what spells are available here, and it looks like Corey's probably looking to avoid taking a green card at this point.
Yeah.
I would say that he's kind of getting into a 4-color not green territory, so the dual land's appealing, but he's going to go with the counterspell instead.
Spectral Denial. The counter spells have been overperforming in this set as far as I can tell so far this weekend. Oh, we've got a Kishla Trawlers here. This is a good card. Nice pickup that can put something back into your hand. Gets back instant or sorceries from your graveyard. So some nice card value there. Here we go, continuing our picks here in pack number 1. What do we have left? Well, there's a Snowmelt Stag. That's blue. Teamer Tawnyback is the best card in the pack. And that's what we're going with. All right.
Remember, Corey's still a pretty light commitment, if committed at all, to black at this point. So Teamer is still a pivot.
Sure. Okay, so that's possible.
Yep. Corey is just kind of, again, just kind of taking the best card out of the pack. So if he opens something very strong, happens to get past something very strong, he's not in a position where he has to pass it this early.
Teamer Devotee, the pickup here, one of those filter devotees that are so crucial in the set. Really, really nice at helping you get your mana in order. Shock Brigade is going to be the pickup here. 1/3 Menace, Mobilize 1.
Noteworthy here that Corey has not only not selected, but really has not seen any mana fixing. We're basically looking at just some of the common enters the battlefield tap lands so far. It's possible that the person to his right is in a 4 or 5 color deck themselves, and there's a chance here that Corey's going to put a huge premium on picking up mana fixing in pack number 2, because pack number 3 might be quite dry.
Here we are rounding out pack number 1. Humbling Elder is the pickup here. Not exciting. I mean, there's only 3 cards left in the pack, but we'll take it.
At this stage, you know, if you're looking to get to 23 playables, 17 lands, you're targeting about 8 to 9 cards out of each pack, and there's 14 in the pack. Once you get this deep, you're looking for cards basically that could have purpose in your sideboard.
Sure, sure. That's a great point. Rigging Strike Mastery, a couple of Heritage Reclamations there to round out pack number 1. Keep in mind, he can't look at these picks as he makes them like we can on Arena or Magic Online, so now we get to review. If you're Corey, how are you feeling about the way this is looking so far?
I think he's got a handful of strong cards, and a lot of directions the draft can take him. I think that he's going to want to kind of try to settle into something 3 colors soon, unless he opens some very good mana fixing, because he hasn't really seen anything thus far, and there's reason to believe that the person on his right is putting a premium on that as well. I would assume that Corey is going to kind of cement into Teamer here pretty fast, unless he either opens a bomb or a handful of strong mana fixing that keeps his black cards live.
Yeah, taking a look here, he certainly could pivot into Teamer in pack number 2. He set himself up for that. Once again, like you mentioned, mana fixing going to be a priority because we have absolutely none of that other than the 2 devotees that we've picked up, and there's no guarantee either of them will make his deck. So we're going to be looking also potentially for some kind of bomb because we don't really have one yet.
I think if Corey doesn't open something or get past something early on in this pack that defines how he's going to approach the rest of the draft, he's going to settle into Teamer.
Yeah.
It looks like that wedge was open based on pack number 1, and he really only has the Avenger of the Fallen as something that could push him off that at this point.
All right, here we go. We are laying out our cards here for pack number 2. All of these cards pre-sorted and stamped. It's always cool to get a stamped card to add to your collection. All right, let's see what we got. Ooh, I love that iridescent tiger. I've triple spelled off that bad boy before. There's another copy of the Kishla Trawlers. Which way are we looking here? He's pulled that to the front. It looks like he's mostly interested in the Kishla Trawlers, getting back instant sorceries from the graveyard.
There's also just kind of an absence of...
Yeah, there's nothing like huge going on here for him. That's a Piercing Exile behind that, which is a fine green removal spell. It's going to be the Trawlers, Trawlers number 2. Still staying the course, another blue card.
I mean, at a certain point, you just end up, as long as you continue doing this, you just end up Teamer anyway.
Yeah.
In that you have nothing but green, blue, and red cards.
Okay, what do we have here?
I think we got a hit.
Oh, we got a hit. Okay, there's a Karakit Guardian. That is one of the best uncommons in the set. Sitting behind that Shock Brigade for him right now. Very curious what he's going to do as he hasn't shifted it to the front. Oh, interesting. Wow.
Okay.
He's going to take a second Shock Brigade. He is not interested in making the move to Teamer just yet. All right, another one of these 1/3 menace creatures. Mobilize 1. All right, here we go. Pick number 3, pack number 2. This, I think, will be very telling as well as to what he picks up here. Rescue Leopard currently at the front of the pack.
It's possible Corey is thinking about just being 2 colors.
Yeah, he could just be red-blue beats.
Yep. I mean, certainly the 2 Trawlers take you down a certain path as far as being able to do some of the, 2 spells in 1 turn, prowess kind of stuff.
Yeah. All right, sure enough, here it is. The Rescue Leopard, this 4/2 Rummaging Cat, a very aggressively statted creature that I quite like.
Also very synergistic with the Harmonized spells.
Yes, good point. Wow, so interesting how these players approach drafts so differently. It's fascinating to see here on release weekend of the set.
I mean, this could also be a function of Corey not finding any mana fixing. Playing 3 colors without dual lands or tri-lands or orbs or anything like that is really rough.
Riverwalk Technique. Now, that would be a good card to get back. There's a Monastery Messenger as well in here that we're perfectly happy to pay 4 for. Oh, okay. Wild Ride is going to be the pickup here. Now, that is extremely aggressive. That is +3/+0 with a harmonized cost. Also good to dump into your graveyard and get back.
Back in 3-color, in all basic lands, back during my competitive days, my play circle referred to it as the devil's mana. just
yeah,
a little.
Yes, it is. Yep. Oh, man, that's rough.
Not a place you want to be.
No, indeed. That's Ureni's rebuff here that we've got. Another. I really have been impressed by this card as well. Return target creature to its owner's hand. Harmony's cost of 6.
And I think it's an underappreciated thing how powerful it is to have an unsummoned in your graveyard that you don't have to use.
Yep.
The amount that your opponent is constrained to play around it, where you never have to commit.
Third Kishla Trawlers. Are we doing it? Or whatever this is, are we doing it?
I mean, it would be kind of nice to have a few more spells that don't have Harmonize, just to have a little bit of a smoother recursion thing. But the Trawlers are just so good that it kind of doesn't matter.
There's a bird's eye view of our pod here. Kishla Trawlers was the pickup indeed. Trawlers number 3 for Burkhardt here. Let's get some spells to get back with this. Twin Bolt could be a consideration here.
That's a very nice one with the Trawlers. It's cheap. You kind of want to be recurring cheaper stuff. You can even, when the game goes on a certain length, you can set up, multiple casts in the same turn.
Yeah.
I don't think Corey's a little light on removal also.
Yeah, if you can cast that twice, that's pretty excellent here because you can divide up this damage as you choose.
And if you're playing in a really aggressive strategy, you kind of want to put a premium on the cheap stuff that clears out cheap stuff. You're often fast enough that you can kind of overpower the big stuff that you typically want removal for. It's the smaller stuff early on that can actually be more problematic for the type of deck that Corey's drafting.
Unending Whisper is the card that he's going to pick up here. Another Harmonized spell. It's a nice one. Best at home in Jeskai, where you can use it to trigger your flurry, draw a card, harmonize for 6. Another draw spell here in this pack. Focus the Mind, but we're going to take this 3/3, makes a treasure. It has prowess.
I think the big thing for Corey is, that he's got a lot of setup, a little short on meat and potatoes. This is a card I bet Corey is hoping not to play, but he is a little short on just normal creatures for attacking and blocking purposes.
Could get another Meticulous Artisan here. Wingspan Stride, a consideration here for Burkhardt. That's what he's going to take. This sends your creature up into the air, and you can put it back in your hand for 3.
Another thing to keep in mind about the Trawlers, as good as they are, they do require you to exile a creature out of your graveyard. So it's not like you can just show up with 15 spells in your deck and have that card work. He does need to get a critical mass of just regular creatures to facilitate that.
Emberheart statue there, Embermouth Sentinel. I was so close. Oh, another Monastery Messenger.
So in Corey's deck, this is looking to be a 4-mana play rather, unless he finds his Jeskai Devotee. Might want to play it at 4. It's a little clunky, but it's in range of being maybe a last playable.
Sure. All right, are we taking a Whisper? Yes, we are. That's Whisper number 2. And last card, Tempest Hawk. Ah!
Probably too late to pivot to the Tempest Hawk strategy.
I think it's always too late to pivot to the Tempest Hawk strategy.
I like to mess around. It's like it's one of those things where it's like each one that I add to my deck, is my deck getting better or worse?
It's a good question.
It's like
I don't know.
I like to find out.
Wow, I am so obsessed with this deck that Corey Burkhardt is putting together here. I just can't wait to talk to him about it. We are solidly 2 colors here, red, white, and we are beating down. We are recurring spells from the graveyard and casting them again.
And I think Corey he's pretty set in terms of spells. Maybe another removal spell or 2 for recursion purposes would be nice. I think he needs to put a premium on creatures at this point.
Yeah, I agree.
All this setup doesn't really work unless you're coming out of the gates aggressively. He doesn't have much power on the top end of his deck, so there is a burden on him to be pretty aggressive here. And so the best removal spells, I think, especially if they are instants or sorceries and therefore eligible to be recurred, that's one thing. But I think kind of this, wild ride kind of stuff.
Yeah.
We're going to just need to get some more cheap, ideally prowess or flurry creatures to make this all come together.
Yeah, absolutely. That Flaming Effigy we passed in pack number 1. We want some of those.
The good news is that Corey is probably in the market for cards other drafters aren't.
Correct.
And so there's a chance here that pack 3 could be really juicy because he's honed in on a very particular strategy that's looking for specific things that aren't necessarily the purview of drafters who are just looking for random rate cards for their 3 and 4 color decks.
This is so fascinating to watch, too, because like we said, the set released a couple of days ago. Like, you could play it on Arena earlier than the pre-release, of course, but we just don't know how all of these players have prepared for this tournament. Like, they haven't all been talking. There hasn't been a pro tour. You know, this is so fresh and so new that the approaches these players have to draft might be drastically different this early in the format. Yeah,
if you're playing online, you really don't know the quality of your competition, and if you're drafting in person, there's only so much you can do before the event. So in any event, even players as skilled as Corey are still going to be learning as they go a little bit. There are probably, after this draft is over, I'm sure there are probably a pick or two that Corey wishes maybe he had done differently. Or maybe if you asked him a week from now, he would feel differently about it.
Sure. Always reading Smile at Death right now. Yeah, that's a pretty powerful card. It is white, though. So what do we have? Veteran Ice Climber there in blue. Shocking Sharpshooter. That pings when your creatures enter the battlefield.
Shocking Sharpshooter might be nice for Corey here. One, I think he's pretty happy with a 3-mana 3/3. And two, remember he has that Twin Bolt.
Yes.
Which can set up some nice turns against the bigger stuff. And Corey's removal here is not really equipped for large creatures. It's more it's smaller stuff.
All right, we're going to take the Veteran Ice Climber here. This is a creature with evasion. It can't be blocked. It has vigilance. And you can mill yourself here, target player, and you get your harmonized cards into your graveyard.
Yeah, and sometimes you can go pump mode and actually get your opponent, but I think Corey probably has ambitions of flipping over some harmonized cards for free.
Oh, yeah. There's another wild ride there. How aggressive are we going to be? Storm Shriek Feral, a dragon in this set. Here we've got a Jeskai card that pumps itself up. Effortless Master if you've cast a second spell that turn. That would be a nice addition to his deck, I would think.
He's got the architecture to make this thing sing.
Yes. Looks like that's what he's interested here. Effortless Master added to the stack. That's a 4/3 Vig Menace, and it comes in with 2+1/+1 counters if you cast 2 or more spells this turn, which his deck is really uniquely set up to do very, very well.
Mm-hmm. And this sort of fills 2 roles here. One, it's a high synergy card with what he's got going on here. And second, it's just a meat and potatoes body that can attack and block. And he could use a little bit more of that.
Oof, another Karrakit Guardian.
Well, we've already decided we're not doing we're not doing that.
We're not doing it. We're not doing it. All right, we've got a Runescale Stormbrood, which is the alt art card there at the front of the pack. That's the 2/4. It's in his colors. You can pump it up if you play another dragon or you play an instant or sorcery. So I've got by that card a number of times.
It's a nice one. I mean, you know, Corey's really light on the dragon stuff, but certainly not short on spells, and this might also be a way to backdoor some Behold stuff, which right now he can't really enable.
Nice little counter spells tacked on there as well, should he need it. There's a Flaming Effigy. The Orb! We are the furthest thing from an Orb deck that I've ever seen.
2 colors, 1 dragon. Yeah, I don't think that's where we're at right now.
All right, what are we taking here? There it is. There it is. Take the Haster. Let's go. Yeah, Flaming Effigy. There we are. It's a 2/2. You have to turn it back to your hand at the end of your at your end step, and you can Fire Breathe it for 2 in a red.
I have constructed aspirations around this
Oh,
card.
do you now?
Yeah. It's a lot of things that I'm into. Haste, things that dump mana, avoiding sorcery speed removal. Probably not good enough, but I'm going to find out.
Dispelling Exile, the pickup here for Corey. Nice counter spell. What format you want to play that card in?
I mean,
all.
I haven't gotten that far yet, but I'm interested in a lot of different ways.
It's on the radar.
Yeah.
Dispelling Exile feels like a card that yesterday in Sealed was just it was just so good.
I mean it's a strong card. I'm a little concerned about it from Corey's side insofar as he does need to just
something needs to be there.
Generally needs to get more creatures, and his deck is going to be tapping out a lot on his own turn. It's very, kind of sorcery and creature heavy. So, and he's very low on dragons. It's possible that one doesn't make the cut, even as strong as it was in Sealed yesterday.
Devoted Duelist, the pickup here, 2/1 haste. It has Flurry, which is nice. Get some of these in multiples in a strong Jeskai deck. They can be kind of scary. Deals 1 damage to each opponent. when Flurry triggers.
And this is also the type of card where it can kind of compensate for your lack of removal.
Sure.
A way to win the game, even
Right.
if you can't get through the biggest thing, is nice for this style of deck.
We have a Bewildering Blizzard in this pack. Is that too expensive for him, or is it just powerful enough that we're going to do it?
It's got to kind of depend on the competition here. Corey might be
Ooh.
planning on playing 16 lands. I think his deck can accommodate that.
He's going to take this Kishla Skimmer out of this pack, which is a blue-green bird. Interesting. It does let you draw when you get stuff out of your graveyard.
I mean, I guess it's possible he would consider splashing if late cards came this way. He also might just say that's the best card of the pack, and I'm not going to play anything in here.
Sure.
So,
Another Wild Ride.
ooh, the Village, a little rare drafting.
We're going on a Wild Ride, man.
Okay.
Play one way. Smash, get it back, smash again. Okay, we are rounding out pack number 3. See if he wants to remove something out of here from somebody else or just take something. All right, this card has it's a modal spell, gives you a couple of options. You can use it for some card selection or pump up your creatures.
And a drafter as skilled as Corey has a mental count of how many playables do I have.
Oh, let's get wild. Let's get wild. Oh, dang, we're not getting wild. We're not getting that wild.
No.
We're taking the duel.
Yeah, just take the wind out of someone else's sails. Not like Corey's planning on splashing at this point.
No, nothing in this pack for him here. We'll just take a Sultai Devotee and move right along. 3 cards left in the pack. Well, they're all his colors here.
Ooh.
There's an Artisan there pick up for him.
Is that a playable?
I mean, let's check. I think it is.
I mean, it might end up in the deck.
He has already got one.
I bet Corey is hoping it doesn't, but aware that it might.
Yeah. I love that. That's how I approach life sometimes.
Yeah. I'm not too proud. Like, it just, I know which way it might go.
There's a look at his picks from pack number 3. Corey Burkhart's draft deck, red, blue, beatdowns, and recursion. What do you give it? Give it a rating here. I mean, we're so new in the format; it's real tough. But I got to ask you the tough questions.
So I really like Corey's approach in terms of being, reactive to the draft and just trying to settle into something that was underdrafted. I also think he did a pretty good job of, the making lemonade out of lemons.
Yeah.
He was straining a little bit in terms of just straightforward cards that could easily be added to a 3-color deck, and instead pivoted into something very extreme and very aggressive that utilizes a lot of cards that other people aren't going to play. That said, it felt like the packs broke pretty badly for him, given how kind of off in his own area his deck is. I would have expected pack 3 to be a bit deeper for him, and he really only came away with 1 gold card and a handful of okay rate cards. But if I was in Corey's spot, I'd probably give my deck a 5 or a 6, and I would be pretty disappointed with how pack 3 went.
Sure.
I think, like I said, he did a really good job of setting himself up for, I'm doing something no one else is doing, and I'm also valuing cards that other people are not going to value. So anything that anyone opens in pack 3 that fits into this sort of prowess, 2 spells in 1 turn, pump spell kind of mixture of stuff, I should be able to get, and other people aren't going to value it, and it really just didn't emerge very much. And he also didn't get very much in terms of the raw rate cards either, just the red removal that's good. Really didn't show up either. So disappointing pack 3 for Corey. His deck's very cool.
Yes.
And I'm excited to watch him in a little bit.
All right, let's take a look at our backup drafter here, Andrew Ellenbogen. Head on down to the feature match area and check out his draft. Same pod, a couple of seats over from Corey. Andrew Ellenbogen, your Pro Tour Guilds of Ravnica champion in 2018. 3 Grand Prix top 8s to his name.
I played him in the Team Grand Prix in Denver many years ago. I believe it was Return to Ravnica. Might have been right after he won the Pro. I don't remember any of this anymore. But what I do remember is he ran circles around me.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
I mean, guy knows how to play Magic. Quite good. All right, here we go. Pack 1, pick 1, the most exciting time of any draft. Jeskai Shrinekeeper, let's go. Molten Exile also pulled to the front of the pack. A great removal spell. I have a soft spot in my heart for that 3/3 that draws a card.
Well, you know, if you were to compare these two cards, if you knew ahead of time that you were going to be Jeskai, I think the Dragon is likely to be the pick over the Exhale. But it is a much larger commitment, pick one, pack one.
Yes, it is. And that's always the question in these multicolor formats. Like, what do? Do you take the bomb first? Do you take the single color removal spell? And it's the bomb, baby.
That's a very aggressive pick there. I think, you know, a lot of players would have probably erred towards just taking the Exhale. It's the safest thing. But if you have a really strong preference for Jeskai or you just think this card is that good, then here we go.
Ooh, we've got some Mardu Chicken Riders here, which is another excellent card. And once again, 3 colors. Are we staying open? We're just going to take the best card in the pack. Or are we going to stick to something that is one of the 3 colors of the card we already took? All right, looks like it's going to be Mardu Siegebreaker here. And there it is. All right, so 2 very good options here for Andrew starting off pack number 1. This is a 4/4 with Death Touch and Haste. And when it enters, you can exile one of your other creatures under it. And when it attacks, it makes a copy of that. It's pretty sick.
So far what I'm learning is that Andrew has to really have a high opinion of Jeskai Shrinekeeper. Not to say the card's weak by any stretch, but to be willing to commit to that card that strongly, pack 1 over a very good, straightforward removal spell, and then not follow it up with another Jeskai or, you know, card in that color wedge.
Oh, interesting. I wonder what he's going to do here. He's got Sidisi, Tyrant of the Mire, pulled to the front, which is a 1/3 card that you want in a Sultai deck. Here you can sacrifice a creature you control with mana value X other than Sidisi and return it with creature card with mana value X +1 from the graveyard to the battlefield at sorcery speed. I haven't seen it do anything crazy yet in this format, but
it's quite synergistic with the hybrid cards.
Sure.
That's where you're getting a lot of value.
Focus the Mind here. Nice draw spell pulled to the front, cost 5, cost 3 if you cast another spell this turn. That's going to be the pickup. Options still open here for Andrew. I will note that a lot of the top pros do like to play 4 and 5 color builds here in this set. Corroding Dragonstorm, a pretty powerful card if you can recur it. Jeskai Devotee also a consideration.
Although if you are a 4 and 5 color drafter, it's noteworthy that the common tap land is already out of this pack.
Yeah, that's true.
So there's got to be concern here if you are going down that road. Again, sort of what we talked about with Corey ending up 2 colors there in the first draft. It just is someone passing to me really putting a value. Again, the land is not in this pack. And so
yeah,
Andrew might have to sort of settle into something that's 3 colors pretty quickly, because it's one thing when you're talking about the tri-lands, but when the 2 color lands are getting snagged this early.
Right, it's kind of dangerous. I think he took the Snakeskin Veil there. He was kind of considering that versus the +1/+1 counter spell. But Snakeskin Veil has been just absolutely critical for me in so many drafts. I just want at least one.
And, you know, Andrew's just, I mean, these packs are just nothing but green and black cards.
Yeah.
The writing might be on the wall here that he's going to have to bail on the initial picks here and move into Abzan or Sultai.
Bearer of Glory, a white card, is the pickup here for Andrew. It's his first strike on your turn. It can pump your creatures for 5. Once again, a lot of green and black still left in this pack. All right, Sultai Devotee. Gurmag Rakshasa also right behind it here in this pack. A card that's got a removal spell tacked onto it. Looks like we're taking the Devotee. Wow, we are kind of swinging back and forth here, not going to lie.
Well, I think Andrew is realizing, you know, that it just the way the packs are presenting themselves right now, that green and black, they're open. Unfortunately, that doesn't align with the first 2 picks, which was a Jeskai card and a Mardu card, but I think he's making the call here that I kind of have to bail. Maybe if the mana fixing comes together,
sure,
I can splash those cards down the line, but I'm just not seeing any red, white, and blue cards. So I got to do something else.
Sagu Pummeler here to pick up a pack ago. A great sized creature with excellent renewability too. Gives +1/+1 in reach. 100 Battle Veteran was his pickup from this last pack. Have yet to see that card in play, quite honestly.
Yeah, it's doesn't really go that way very often.
Yeah, it's hard to turn it on. Another black card here as we round out pack number 1. And like you said, the writing might be on the wall. His hand might be forced where we're going to end up.
Yeah, I mean, there's a handful of fringe playable white and black cards to round it out here. So this is also something that happens in draft with the best players. At the end, if I'm not drafting black-white in pack number 1, I'm sending you white and playable white and black cards towards the end. I'm not de-drafting those because I want to be
take these.
Hey, dummy, you're black-white. So that way you're
stay away.
You're sending me the teamer cards in pack number 2, and then pack number 3.
We good?
And then pack number 3 will be smooth. All this stuff is face down. Remember, players are not allowed to talk. They're not allowed to show each other cards. However, in pack number 1, towards the end, you can effectively say to your opponent, hey, or the person next to you rather.
Yeah.
I think that's a big difference between novice and more experienced drafters. Novice drafters default to, well, I'm not going to play any of these cards, and this card is decent, so why would I want to leave it around? If you and the person next to you can work in harmony with one another, the two of you will end up with a better deck as a result of it. That's the reason that there's no communication allowed. Is if I was like, hey, Marin,
yeah,
I'll be Abzan, you be Teamer. How about it, right?
Okay, yeah.
We're gonna have the two best decks at the table. But so that's why you're kind of seeing these black and white cards that are decent littered in the last few picks of these packs. You might be saying, well, surely this could not have been the weakest card in the pack. But the point is, the person to Andrew's right trying to say, hey, listen up. The green, red, and blue cards, they're not coming.
Nope.
So if that's your plan, it's time to bail.
Nature's Rhythm got picked up by Andrew. I didn't see him pick that up earlier, so he must have been sneaky about it, or I just missed it. I looked away. It can be a powerful card as well. So that's in his deck here. So we'll see here what happens in pack number 2, see if we can keep this black-green train rolling. But like you mentioned, those dual lands, we just saw nothing.
Yes. Yeah, that's I think Andrew jumped on top of that about as early as possible.
Yeah.
Again, another thing, a novice drafter at the LGS level probably doesn't identify that at all. But Andrew's good enough to be the first thing that I'm looking for in the pack is there a dual land here or not? Because that's just free information about what's going on in front of you. The fact that they were drying up so early is suggestive of, someone is maybe 2 people in front of you are exploring some sort of 4 or 5 color thing.
Oral Procession here pulled to the front. Maybe he just wants to land Rugged Highlands. He's like, come on, I need at least one.
I mean, it's rough to take that here insofar as Abzan is open, or appears to be open at least, and that's a dual land that doesn't accommodate any Abzan pairing.
Auroral Procession is, in fact, the Pack 2 Pick 1 pick here. Return target card from your graveyard to your hand. Interesting. Oh, nice. Okay. Roiling Dragonstorm. Love that card. Probably one of my favorite of the whole set. Oh, Kodas the Fangkeeper. Okay. And Lion Weight. Some good Sultai cards here.
And Andrew has enough blue, black, and green individually that Sultai could be the path here too.
And he does have one Sultai devotee from pack 1.
The concern here is just what's going to happen in pack 3. Because blue was so dry that, and Andrew's probably a little bit short on playables just by virtue of he's not going to be able to play everything he took in pack number 1. And it seems unlikely that the mana fixing is going to come about to accommodate all of this. So, at this point, Andrew's just looking for something to kind of glue everything together. Maybe a bomb in one of the 3-color pairings that sort of defines things. Maybe some good mana fixing happens to come around in this pack.
Awaken the Honored Dead here. The Saga, the Sultai Saga is a nice pickup for him. This, you can destroy target non-land permanent, mill 3 cards, and then you may discard a card when you do return target creature or land card from your graveyard to your hand. So, wow, that's incredible he got past. Nice.
It's a very strong card. it's sort of not, I wouldn't say synergistic, but has the same spirit as the Sidisi.
Yeah.
And so maybe now you have the sort of a skeleton of something, whether it's self-mill or some sort of recursive package here.
Oh, okay, Caustic Exile. Lotus Field Dancers as well in this pack. Lotus Light Dancers, excuse me. That's a 3/6 life linker that allows you to go into your deck and find 3 cards of the Sultai colors and put them into your yard so that you can harmonize or renew.
And this is pretty good news for Andrew because, yes, blue was pretty dry in pack number 1, but clearly Sultai is open in
oh, it
this
is flowing.
It's flowing in this direction, and we just saw enough good green and black cards in pack number 1 that this could be a route to get to a decent Sultai deck, even if, kind of the first picks of the draft don't end up shaking out very well.
All right, he looks like he might be interested in the globe here because we've got to fix our mana some way if we're playing 3 colors. We don't want the devil's mana. Is that what you called it?
The 6/6/6. Yeah, you don't want 18 basics spread even.
Okay.
That's
why you called it that. I love that.
So, and remember, Andrew still might have aspirations of taking some of his early gold cards.
Yeah, that's true.
Even if he's Sultai, it's like you don't want to give up. If you get another globe, maybe you get a stray dual land that can glue some things together. It's possible those cards get played, even if maybe the most likely outcome at this point is playing Sultai.
Oh, another Roiling Dragonstorm. Oh, I love it so much. This is definitely, maybe it's my favorite card of the set. I love it. It's simple, 1 color. You just keep bouncing it back to your hand and keep drawing cards. All right, number 2. There we go. Alchemist Assistant, the other card he had pulled to the front there, a nice little 2/1 life linker that can give a lifelink counter to somebody from the grave.
And Roiling Dragonstorm here is also kind of a nice hedge here for Andrew. If he's thinking maybe I'm 3 colors, maybe I'm 4 colors, but the mana fixing is not there,
Ooh.
This is kind of a way of, if my hands are going to be a little jumbled, these cards smooth it out some.
We have a Tri-Land here in Stansep Citadel, also a Jungle Hollow, notably. And remember, Tri-Land, hey, if you've got 2 of your colors, put it in the deck.
Exactly. And yes, you might say abstractly, why not take the Jungle Hollow here if you are unlikely to play white? First of all, Andrew's got some white cards. And second, who knows how pack 3 goes.
Right.
With this and the orb, now we're maybe crossing into the territory of a white card I could consider playing if it's strong enough, or maybe I'm 1 dual land away.
Focus the Mind, draw a spell here. Abzan Devotee, help fix your mana a little bit again. Tranquil Cove, the dual land here, which is blue-white. And that's what he's going to take. Nice. Okay, so we've got some dual lands finally. Here we go.
Now, maybe you're not anticipating getting that many in pack 3, given what happened in pack 1, but he's cobbled together some mana fixing here where I think, 4 colors, not red, is realistic. You'd like a little bit more than what he's got right now.
Yes.
But it's not dry. But pack 1 was pretty pessimistic how it was looking there. But
oh wow, Codis came all the way back around, as did Lion Wait. Now Codis is extremely good if you have ways to put counters on it or give it evasion or whatever. And Andrew's going to take it. 2/1 Indestructible lets you play your opponent's cards.
And
Nothing more fun than that.
And even if you don't end up pumping it, it's still a great blocker.
Yeah, it is. Blocks forever. 4/3 Trade Route Envoy here, the pickup. Draw cards if you've got a counter on a creature. A few cards left in the pack. We're going to take this High Spire Bell Ringer. Won't make the cut. It's a 1/4. Discounts your second spell. Wow, another Aurora Possession. He took one way. He took it first in the second pack, and here it is at second to last pick.
Yeah, took it when I thought the most likely color wedge was Abzan.
Yeah.
So a card Andrew clearly has a very high opinion of. Nice to get a second one here. He's got he doesn't have much of the enablers to make sort of a self-mill thing happen. But he's got a lot of the payoffs, so pack 3 he might be able to pick up some stuff that works with all this.
This was a great pack for Andrew. Absolutely.
Yeah, defined the draft, picked up some mana fixing. If he ends up Sultai, he's got a good base, and he's picked up enough, white dual lands that touch his other 3 colors. such that taking white cards or possibly playing, some of the white cards is possible. The concern here is that the first 2 cards he took were red. So even the white dual lands really don't clean that up.
Yeah.
But he's got the opportunity to take white cards here in pack number 3.
Yeah, I like that he found some power here in pack 2. We have the Lotus Light Dancers, we got the Saga in Awaken the Honored Dead, we got Kotus the Fang Keeper. So the punch that we were lacking in pack 1, we've made up for here in pack 2, in his colors, I should specify.
From my perspective, the thing to look out early here from Andrew's side is what happens if there are red dual lands in the pack? Does he still have a dream of maybe playing his first 2 picks? Or we say, I'm not bothering with that at this point. We're going to be 4 colors and just stay the course.
Yeah, you saw him there looking at his, looking longingly at his Mardu Siegebreaker like, hey, buddy, maybe we'll be able to cast you. So what are we looking for in pack number 3? More mana fixing?
I think some stuff that actually pays you off for having stuff in your graveyard or doing it, whether it's, some harmonized stuff, whatever. Like I said, Andrew's got a lot of, architecture for the graveyard stuff in terms of payoffs, but not really a lot in terms of the cards that reward you in the first place for putting it there.
All right, we're looking good, sitting pretty here, headed into pack number 3 for Andrew Ellenbogen. We are playing in pod, by the way, and we were playing players who are on similar records as you in the pod. So if you win, you might play somebody who lost. It's a little different than normal that way. Oh, another Kotus. Bewildering Blizzard, Kishless Skimmer. There's a card that pays you off from playing stuff in your graveyard. Caustic Exhale. Some good options. He's like, can I just take all 3 of these, please?
Yeah, this is. The tiebreaker here is if the if that regrowth came back so late, blue-green might be open, and it's possible you can get that gold card to come all the way back to you.
Looks like that's the consideration he is making here, taking the Caustic Exhale. Just a quality removal spell. Doing work all weekend. I also named it cutest card in the set.
Okay.
Look at him.
Aww.
He looks so derpy. Ooh, what did we open here? Karu Goldkeeper. All right, that's a nice pickup. This dragon pays you off for putting it into the graveyard. You can give something a flying counter and a +1/+1 counter, and does the thing where when stuff's leaving your graveyard, you get a treasure, so that could help with mana, and also just allow you to cast more spells in your turn. And it just looks pretty.
It's nice looking. I thought Andrew might be trying to talk himself into, well, this might come back. I could take the Jungle Hollow and pull this around.
Yeah.
Don't think that's going to happen here. Great pickup. High rate card, synergizes with a lot of stuff he's got going on already.
All right, good pickup, a good start to pack number 3 here for Andrew. Ooh, Piercing Exhale. Nice removal spell. Definitely, I think in other sets it would be better than it is in this one, but it's still perfectly serviceable.
Yeah, I mean, you have to be careful about it because it is one of the timing sensitive ones. You can get blown out in response to removal, but Andrew's a sharp player.
Oh, yeah.
We just saw it yesterday. Reed's opponent on camera timed this not the best and suffered some consequences as a result.
Oh, yeah. You get a nice surveil there if you Behold the Dragon.
Because some of these cards are templated, you may choose up to 1 creature, and there's no way to get blown out by a removal spell.
Ooh, another Sultai Devotee and another Karu Goldkeeper. It's not a fancy version, but hey,
Yeah.
any Portent of Storm here.
Well, very strong synergistic card here.
Goldkeeper number 2, let's go. So this pack's turning out okay for him. Like, we were a little worried.
I thought that, pack 1 was, from my perspective, just an issue of how is Andrew going to go down the road of just trying to force these red cards into his
Look
deck.
at this. Took the Devotee.
Could use a little bit more mana fixing. And I think some hope he might be able to float.
Yeah.
Probably not this deep, but Sultai Devotee is definitely not coming back, so.
There's another one. Oh, our third Karakit Guardian. Rip. Jungle Hollow is now the time. It might be. Yeah, we're not taking that 100 battle veteran.
And a lot of times when you're talking about, do I take a dual land or do I take, a fringe playable card, again, it comes back to that mental checklist of how many playables do I have. It's possible if Andrew's feeling like I'm not going to get to 23, you might not take the dual land there. If you feel comfortable that you've got, your deck's already kind of rounded out, you could afford that.
Look at this. We've got another Piercing Exile and an Abzan Devotee. There's another Dragonstorm globe in this pack, too. But it looks like that's not something he's thinking about here. He wants to exile.
I think that the issue with the orb here is that he just doesn't have enough dragons to really make it worth it. Again, a place where Seal deck is different. Everyone's playing all their dragons, or most of them, and so you really feel the orb. There, in draft, you actually have to be sensitive what your dragon count is.
All right, Alchemist Apprentice could be a card that he picks up here. We also have our land fetch spell. Help fix your mana. Has Harmonize, so you can do it twice. Roamer's Routine. It's going to be the monkey. Get in the deck, little guy. Call back to Sidisi's pet, I think, if I were to guess from First Dark here. 1/4 lifelinker. Ooh, Skirmish Rhino. We've got a Rugged Highlands, so it'd be second Rugged Highlands if he wants to pick that up here. So 2 red sources.
Okay.
Here we go. We're going to Scotland.
I really enjoyed the name of that cycle. Well, just because they all feel very correct for the color combination.
They do.
And because they're not world specific, it's not you know, a Darkar Wastes or whatever.
Yeah.
You just plug them in anywhere.
Yeah, it's really nice. Bewildering Blizzard, the card that did so much work for Luis on camera yesterday. We're going to take another Jungle Hollow. Okay, so we are still getting cards. They're going to end up in our main deck here this late in Pack 3. You'd love to see it. Didn't take the Grimeg Night Watch. I just want to point that out.
It's interesting, a phenomenon that can happen in these formats sometimes where someone puts a premium on fixing in Pack 1. So in Packs 2 and 3, they can just take all of the power cards, which means that sometimes even good mana fixing ends up floating around the table late.
Sure. Aggressive Negotiations, the pickup here. 3 cards left in the pack. Ice Ridge Serpent, 3/3 bounce creature. Final 2 picks. Do we want a Crocodile or a big 7/7? Or a 4/4 and a 3/3? Duskiet Earthcarver. And there we go. That is the draft here. Draft number 2 on day 2 of competition at Magic Spotlight Dragons for Andrew Ellenbogen. Your thoughts on this deck now, Patrick?
I thought that it took a very good shape in pack number 2.
Yes.
I'm curious how he builds it. The fact that, it seemed to put a premium on Rugged Highland, to me suggests an aspiration of playing the red cards. The thing about that is he's also kind of splashing white, too, in that world. And both of those gold cards it's a Mardu card and a Jeskai card. So I'm curious to see actually how he builds the deck. There's a lot of different ways that he could put it. But that base of Sultai cards that he was able to pick up in pack number 2 was very, very good for his deck. I thought he did a nice job of kind of bailing on red early when it was clear what was happening in pack number 1. And there's a lot of different directions that he can build his deck, and picked up some nice mana fixing for the base green, black, blue shell in pack 3.
You're being passed something, Patrick. What is it?
It's a play booster.
All right, let's open it. Pack 1, pick 1.
All right, how am I supposed to do this?
I'll hold the cards up if you want to open them. That's a treasure token and an elephant token. Kids, have your tokens, okay? Board state. It's got to be clean. It's an island. You threw an island at me.
I'll give the rest of these to you.
Okay, let's pick. We've got an Osseous Exhale. All right, that's a good removal spell.
Hopefully not a first pick.
What about this Exhale? It's the Molten one.
Let's put it on the short list.
All right.
Short list.
Short
over
list. Worthy cost. You have to sacrifice a creature, but you can exile target creature or planeswalker.
Not taking it over Molten Exhale.
No way. Sagu Pummeler, 4/4 with reach. This is a great body and excellent renewability as well. Good card.
Put it on the short list.
Wow, we've got a kind of strong pack. Unending Whisper here. Nice draw spell. Somebody might want it. Temur Tawny back. A lot of players really love this card. This is the 4/3 that lets you draw and discard. We're not going to play the Jadecast Sentinel. This is the 1/5 artifact creature with reach. Not into it. Love this card too. Glacial Dragon Hunt. Discard something that's not a land. Deal 3. Harmonize. Desperate Measures. Target creature gets +1/-1 until end of turn. When it dies under your control this turn, draw 2 cards. Nah.
Little Skull Clamp one time.
Wow, okay. Kintree Severance. Excellent removal spell that you're happy to pay 4 for.
Exile type of permanent, mana value 3 or greater.
All right, Channel Dragonfire, another removal spell that has Harmonize. Wow, we have a lot of removal in this pack. We've got a foil as well, and it's the best common of the set, some are saying. Sibsig Appraiser. There you go. Final card here. It's very exciting. Temur, Dragonback Assault. It's an enchantment. When this enchantment enters, it deals 3 damage to each creature and each planeswalker. Landfall. Whenever a land you control enters, you make a 4/4 red dragon creature token with flying.
So I was pretty happy with this collection of cards. There's a lot of interesting, commons of different, colors and persuasions here. I think the Appraiser, the Dragonfire, the Pummeler, the Molten Exhale, the Glacial Dragon Hunt, the Kintree Severance are all kind of in the same range with each other. I have a preference among them, but
Yes.
I think if anyone told me that they took a different card, I would say okay. This card is just too messed. It's so messed up.
So stupid.
The card is really messed up. Really messed up. Don't know what else to say.
Take this card. We're taking it, and we're playing the Temur colors. At least the Temur colors.
Yeah.
Wow, incredible. And an alt art version, too. Very cool.
Another nice little thing about this pack is it is so deep on red, blue, green cards that you can take this with the expectation of getting a playable card on the way back.
Absolutely. Ooh, excellent pack here. Ooh, we've got another one. Oh, I've got one. There it is. Okay, let's do another pack one. Pick one. Friends, as our players build their decks here from draft number 2. Do you agree with our pick? Let us know. All right, you want to pull out these cards?
Okay, yes.
There you go.
Aenok Wayfinder enters the battlefield. You mill 3 cards. You can take a land out, and if you don't, you get a +1/+1 counter. We have Riverwalk Technique. Choose one. The owner of target non-land permanent puts it on their choice of the top and the bottom, or target counter target non-creature spell.
Fine.
Coordinated Maneuver. Choose one. White and a colorless instant. Coordinated Maneuver deals damage equal to the number of creatures you control to target creature or planeswalker, or destroy target enchantment. Narset's Rebuke. Red and 4 colorless instant. Narset's Rebuke deals 5 damage to target creature. Add blue, red, white mana. If that creature would die this turn, exile it instead. We got the Delta Bloodflies. 1/2 flyer for a black and a colorless, and whenever this creature attacks, if you control a creature with a counter on it, each opponent loses 1 life. Raining Vector, this is the Mardu hybrid creature, 3/3 for Mardu or 2 across the board with Mobilize 1. When this creature enters, target creature gets +1/+0 and gets indestructible until the end of the turn. Heritage Reclamation. Green and colorless. Choose one. Destroy target artifact. Destroy target enchantment. Exile up to 1 target card from a graveyard. Draw a card. Pretty lean so far.
Yeah, I mean, that one was crazy compared to this one.
All right, Corey Mountain Stewart. This is a Boros card, red, white, colorless for a 3/3 and flurry. Whenever you cast your second spell each turn, drain your opponent for 2.
Nice card if you're in those colors.
Abzan Monument. This is part of the monument cycle here of enters the battlefield. You get a plains, forest, or swamp from your deck, put it in your hand, and you can pay a colorless, white, black, green, tap and sack this to create an XX spirit creature token where X is the greatest toughness among creatures you control, activate only as a sorcery. Uprooted Ancestor. Black 2 colorless, 3/2 flash, sacrifice another creature. This creature gains indestructible until end of turn. Tap it. The Lashid Prowler. Green, 2/5/5.
Yeah. Good rate.
When this creature enters, you may mill cards equal to the number of lands you control. Renew, green and colorless. Exile this card from your graveyard. Put X +1/+1 counters on target creature, where X is the number of land cards in your graveyard. Activate only as a sorcery. We're going to put this over here until like clearly a cut above what we've opened so far.
Yes.
We have the Lotus Light Dancers. We saw this in the Andrews draft here. It's a Sultai card, 2 colorless, black, green, blue. 3/6 lifelink. When this creature enters, search your library for a black card, a green card, and a blue card. Put those cards in your graveyard, then shuffle. And then Winter Night Stories here, the rare that we saw, Corey Burkhart, first pick, first pack, blue and 2 colorless. Draw 3 cards, then discard 2 cards unless you discard a creature card with Harmonized blue and 4 colorless. And then we have a Tranquil Cove.
All right. What do you like? It's kind of close, I think.
Well, I would discount the gold card here,
All right,
because I think it's
you're out.
I think it's significant. I think it's probably weaker in absolute terms than both of these cards, and also a 3-color commitment versus a 1-color commitment.
Sure. You want to draw? You want a big creature? Draw, big creature.
I would probably Winter Night Stories. I put a big premium on the single pip in pack 1.
Sure.
This card you can end up splashing even if you don't end up like being in a blue wedge. That's a big commitment to green or early on here, taking the other rare. So I would go Winter Night Stories.
All right, we're taking Winter Night Stories, but wow, kind of the difference between these two packs was pretty stark, not going to lie. Though we did have 2 rares here, which is kind of nice.
How does this work anymore? It's a foil in the pack, and it can be any rare.
Yeah.
And then there's a rare on
Yeah,
the deck.
yeah. Yeah, we had 3 rares. What am I talking about? 2. We had 3.
Yep.
Nice. All right, everybody. While the players get ready to put their decks together, we're going to take a brief break. When we come back, it's time to watch the players from draft number 2. What's up, everybody? Welcome back to coverage of Magic Spotlight Dragons from Denver, Colorado, a large-scale limited tournament here on day 2 of action. Maria Bartholdi and Patrick Sullivan with you here in the booth. We just saw 2 incredible drafts. They quite honestly could not have been more different.
Yeah. we have 2-color sock full of batteries beat down over Corey Burkhart, and then Andrew Ellenbogen playing. I'm not even sure how many colors.
We'll find out.
It was vague right through pick 42.
Yeah.
But at least 3.
At least 3. I talked to Corey actually over in the feature match area right before I sat down. He drafted a blue-red beatdown deck, and I was like, hey, Corey, this is weird. Have you ever drafted this before? And he was like, absolutely not. This is the first time. He said his actual favorite format to draft, colors to draft is green-blue beatdown, but he couldn't make it work, so he pivoted into blue-red, and he's like, I just theory crafted this basically and said, hey, maybe this will work too.
Yeah, well, we'll get to learn along with Corey.
Yes, we will.
And, I really didn't think, when we were calling the draft, I was saying, I bet some of the picks in here, if you ask Corey a week from now, would you show him something different? I think that's, and I thought at the time, and I think that's true, but it might be a lot more true than I initially suspected here. So let's go through the blue-red pre-con here.
Let's go.
And let's ride along with Corey here.
Yeah, he said this is everybody's 14th pick. It was perfect for me because nobody else wanted it. Just put it in my deck. Let's go. A lot of wild rides in this deck. Let's see how many he ended up playing here in red. He drafted at least 3 or 4, I want to say. The players are ready, so we're going to go down to the feature match area. I'm going to see how many wild rides ended up. Oh, he's only playing 1.
1.
Okay. Well, it's going to be a wild ride regardless because this format, this color pair, untested, and we're testing it out here live on camera. We're going to get these names switched around for you if we can. That is Corey Burkhart on the top of your screen and Jason Chan, a.k.a. Amaz, on the bottom of your screen. All right, there we go. Jeskai Devotee is going to be the first play here for Amaz. Veteran Ice Climber is going to match things here. Nice blocker for Corey. It appears Jason has drafted a Teamer deck and is getting into the red zone saying, do you block?
And Corey looked up at the sky and said, not going to be a coward on camera. Block, no trick.
Nice.
Good for Amaz to attack. It's basically free. A lot of opponents are not going to block there.
Look, it's chump check, right?
Yeah.
And there's another Devotee for Amaz. Looks like the players are having a great time down in the feature match area. A lot of laughs right now, and there were earlier as well when I went over to say hi. 4th land there for Jason, getting in both creatures. Take 2, Corey Burkhart down to 18. Corey probably not up to the fast start that he dreamed of.
Well, might be sandbagging those wild rides.
All right, all right.
Don't speak too soon.
Back over to Burkhart. Corey, a longtime grinder here on just about every circuit that existed in Magic. Happy to see him here at the tournament again. It's going to get in with the veteran Ice Climber. Twin Bolt into the yard.
So this is actually kind of a nice pair of cards for Corey to mill over. Because remember, he's got those 3 trawlers. So he's got a creature and a spell to get back now.
That's true. Veteran Ice Climber doing a nice job of enabling kind of a sideways synergy that Corey has going on in his deck. He did play all 3 Kishla Trawlers that he ended up drafting. Maz down to 19 after that attack. Veteran Ice Climber notably cannot be blocked. I'm going to give Amaz props for his basics here. Looking nice. In with both creatures. Ice Climber blocks. Corey takes 2 down to 16. Follow-up Mammoth Bellow here is going to make a 5/5. If it resolves. Corey's at least acting like he's thinking about it.
Interesting that Amaz would not do that pre-combat for the trigger. Curious what it's got going on here. Corey with a counterspell.
All right. Spectral Denial is going to say, no thank you, no elephant, but Crucially, Mammoth Bellow does have Harmonize, so it can happen again. Well, they're not prowess. It's a second spell you cast each turn or whatever. Yeah. It'd be better.
Ooh.
All right. Getting some action here for Burkhardt. A couple of counters on this veteran Ice Climber, which is really nice on an unblockable creature. Amaz down to 16. Once again, the devotees show no fear. In they swing. There's a block from Burkhardt. And we're going to pump it on up with Sarkin's Resolve. Oh, nice! Oh, nice! Humbling Elder is going to flash on in and shrink down the creature.
Hoodalally.
That was sick. I was like, look, he can't have anything for 1 blue. Sure he can.
Not a card that people think super highly of, but fits very nicely into Corey's deck here. A lot of things that demand 2 spells in 1 turn.
Sure.
Just any sort of cheap creature works. Flash can play pretty well with things like the Harmonize and Wild Ride sort of thing. So maybe not on Amaz's radar.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't think he had anything either. That was sick. All right, both creatures getting in here. We are going to mill 3. Unfortunately, one of the trawlers into the yard here. Taking 4 for Jason down to 12. What's cool about Veteran Ice Climber 2 is that it's not just milling 1 every single time. It's milling based on that creature's power. So Corey can really fill up his graveyard if he wants to.
And Corey getting the counterspell back, normally not something you want to be doing face up. But what's nice here from Corey's side is he's got the 3/5 Vigilance unblockable creature. So he's got the board kind of locked up the way things stand.
Yeah.
And so he's willing to say, hey, I've got a counterspell because he's so far ahead right now that what he really needs to do is cover himself from something large and not just do the sneakiest thing.
There's something large, speaking of. That's a Kirakic Guardian from Amaz. 6/5, trampling, hexproof until it deals damage. There we go. Spectral Denial says no. Excellent series of plays here from Corey in the last few turns. And that's one of the Kirakic Guardians we saw Corey passing pretty early on in the draft.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, which you and I both thought at the time, well, it's kind of already teamer.
Yeah. And Maz is playing 2 of them, so he probably picked up both that Corey passed. There's a Devoted Duelist, 2/1 with Flurry ability. It'll ping Amaz.
So we're seeing pick 1, pack 1 here, the
Oh,
win-win
yes.
stories.
So now we get to draw some cards, discard 2 unless you discard a creature, harmonize for 5. Ping puts Amaz to 11. Yeah, Corey's really just stonewalled everything Amaz has tried to do so far.
Yeah, there the effigy.
There we go. Fleeting Effigy, great card name too, A+. Let's go.
So we're doing a quick count here to see if Corey can afford to attack with the 1/2. It's basically a question of if Amaz is priced into blocking just the largest stuff that he can.
Right. So it looks like the devotees, one's going to go in front of the trawler, one's going to go in front of the fleeting effigy. So our 1/2 remains unblocked along with the ice climber and the duelist. Trades. Amaz falls to 5. In a tough spot with that unblockable creature still on the board and as well as a pinger for Burkhardt.
And a draw 3 ready to go next turn too.
Yeah, sick. All right, Corey.
We know that one, but that's only a deal 3. Cannot stop a 3-5 veteran Ice Climber.
Yeah.
One of the best cards in the set, but not for here. And Corey close enough to decking himself. He's got to do a quick little check here.
Yeah, look, that graveyard is hearty. That is a hearty graveyard.
Something that I love about drafts is you just have normal, 3-color, sort of the theme of the set, bunch of really high rate cards for Amaz against Corey taking the road less traveled.
Oh, wild ride into the yard. Nice. Amaz falls to 2. The question will be, can you deal with this Ice Climber on your next turn? If you can't, you did. Corey taps 5. Untaps. We're going to harmonize.
Yep, so he gets a discount of 3 mana here from the 3 power.
We're going to draw again. Harmonize back. That Winter Night Stories. Glacial Dragon Hunt. I was going to check if this was any target, but it's target creature, 3 damage if you discard a non-land card. Jeskai Devotee is a follow-up back over to Amaz. Can you answer the Ice Climber, yes or no?
And even then, remember, we got Wild Ride in the graveyard.
Yeah, yeah.
And Amaz has missed a land drop here, so you kind of need a land to block. A very specific range of spells to get rid of the Ice Climber and be able to survive the next turn.
Breaching Dragonstorm, we're going to spin the wheel. Not good enough. Corey Burkhart takes down game number 1 over Amaz.
That was fun.
That was very cool.
Really fun.
His deck, man, it looked excellent right there.
Well, the Ice Climber in this sort of deck is so sick because
yeah.
Really the thing is you have something that's constantly applying pressure while you try to set up, shrink the length of the game, force your opponent to sit back and play defense in spots where they don't want to. And the Climber growing, especially against Teamer, where they just don't have a lot of clean answers to a creature that large.
Hey, do you want to go to one of these tournaments? I can talk. In Minneapolis, it's a regional championship. It's coming up May 2nd through 4th. It's going to be standard. There's a $100,000 prize pool. Just like this tournament, there's spots to the next Pro Tour included at this tournament and spots to the upcoming World Championship included as well. So if this sounds fun to you, check out starcitygames.com/SCGCON. Players here looking at each other's lists. This is open deck lists because of the fact that this was on camera. Excuse me, open pools.
Yeah, we don't want to get in a
more specifically.
Don't want to ever get into a spot where someone feels like they're at a competitive disadvantage because they were on camera.
Right.
So because Corey and Andrew's pools were publicly available, the other 6 drafters in the pod have to make their pools publicly available as well.
And now Corey, this Dragonback Assault that is in Amaz's list is so incredibly powerful, but Corey knows about it. We saw it in the first game as well. And his deck is uniquely suited to punish stuff that takes that long to play.
And also, you really want to kind of do it as a 7-mana play in this spot because it's important to play it and have a blocker now that you've seen all the Wild Ride shenanigans. Like putting your shields down and just saying go, a lot of the time that's going to be pretty safe if you're at, 10, 11, 12. Not against the deck that Corey's constructed here. But also, Amaz has a lot of expensive cards. There's multiple of the uncommon dragons and so on. So curious if he can go to the sideboard here and try to find a way to get his curve down a little bit lower. Important for him to be interacting early on in the game.
I just love seeing that we're so early into the set. It's just so joyful for me to see players trying new things, even here deep into day 2 of competition at an event like this, being like, hey, I love drafting green-blue beatdowns. I personally didn't know that was a deck you could draft in this format, but turns out it is. I learned that. Corey's like, I'm going to try blue-red, see how that goes. And he told me that's why he drafted that Kishless Skimmer so highly in pack number 1, because he was specifically looking to be that green-blue beats deck, in case anybody was curious about that pick from earlier on. But it's just so fascinating to see science happening live on camera here.
Yeah, I mean, ideally you're not trying things for the first time with, you know, $10,000 in a Pro Tour invite and a case of collector boosters on the line here. Ideally, but also, you know, if you feel like the road more commonly traveled just isn't going to go this way for you in this draft for whatever reason, then, and you know, the cards that the Magic that Wizards of the Coast put in sets now at lower rarities, some are stronger or weaker, but pretty much everything has a purpose.
Yes.
So if you're looking at these cards and wondering, is there a deck here? Probably. There probably is something.
Power creep is real. Most cards do a thing. Here we go. Game number 2. Amaz, 21. Corey says, Island go. No 2-drop from Amaz. All right, we've got that 1/3 Menace Mobilize 1 card here for Corey. He picked up 2 of those in the draft.
Potentially strong in this matchup with Amaz being a little slow to bear and not having a lot of blockers for a menace creature. Threatening enough that he's going to use a removal spell on it.
Wow, Molten Exhale will take it down.
Yeah, normally you would say it doesn't seem like a great exchange of resources, but it's not like Corey showed a whole lot of premium targets for removal.
True. 3-drop Kishla Trawlers has no target. But it'll do.
Got to do something, you know.
Yeah.
Burden is on Corey to get the game over with. We know that Amaz has a much more powerful top end.
Attacks for 3. Amaz takes it. Goes down to 18. All right, we're going to play the Rune Scale Stormbrood here for Corey Burkhart, 2/4 dragon. Gets +2/+0 when you cast an instant or sorcery. Or another dragon, which he does not have.
And importantly, you know, outside of the range of the Teamer Sweeper. It's nice for Corey to be able nice for Corey to be able to develop his board a little bit with 4 toughness where possible. At least, you know, if Amaz wants to do it on 6 mana, then you're still cracking back. And doing it to on 7 mana is going to be, you know, a challenge given how fast Corey's deck is.
Maz here exiling cards from his graveyard. Corey's graveyard drawing a card. But nothing to the board as of yet, which Corey's got to be happy about.
Especially now, you know, we know that Amaz has a lot of 6s, but Corey also has a lot of counter spells. So now there's a question of, you know, are you even going to be able to resolve your play here?
All right, here we go. We've played a Devoted Duelist. It has haste. We're getting in for some attacks, knocking Amaz down to 11, who had nothing to say about that. 2 blue mana up for Burkhart. And Amaz did see both counter spells from Corey last game. We're at 6 mana. Sagu Pummeler. Sure enough, we're getting Dispelling Exhaled pay for because I do have the 1 dragon in my deck on the battlefield.
Amaz doing something I like to call test spelling. You don't want to run your best thing into a counter spell, so you want to play something that's good enough to induce it. And certainly a 4/4 would be the best thing on the board.
Sure.
So it's worth countering here if you're Corey, but it might open up the door for a 6 next turn if there is a next turn.
All right, here we go. Back over to Corey. Amaz sitting at 11. Corey has not been touched yet at 20 life. Glacial Dragon Hunt trigger on the Runeclaw Stormbrood. Draw. Now we have to discard.
Well, it's optional on the discard.
Oh, it is. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
We see it all the time, but basically what Corey here is doing is just cycling, pumping up the dragon, maybe getting close to a flurry trigger for his other creature. It's not like deal 3 damage to a creature is very good against Amos's deck either. It's just all 6/5s.
All right, there we go. Flurry trigger down to 10 because we played an Agent of Codis there. Jason goes to 1 life. What can he possibly do?
Well, it would be enchantment plus land.
There it is. There it is. Dragon Black Assault, but no land. That's a shake of the hand. Corey Burkhart takes down this match 2-0 over Amos. Hey, that was pretty sick. He did have it though. That was a good read from you.
Well, I still not bad for Corey that turn if it goes that way, because Corey very wisely committed the creature that he can exile for counters. So you make your 4/4 dragon, but then the counters go on your 2/4 to 4/6. So now it's still a chump block situation. To say if nothing, Corey has cards left in hand. Maybe he's already sandbagging Wild Ride and whatever else. But without a land there, it's definitely not close. And Corey moves to 10-2.
Wow, excellent job there from Corey Burkhart. Very curious to see how this blue-red aggressive recursion deck does here throughout the rest of this draft number 2. I've got to say, though, you had that soul read on him running out the Pummeler as kind of a test spell.
Yeah. You want to – there's a question of, does this reach the bar that it's worth countering? And a 4/4 there with reach would have done some real work in terms of stabilizing the board. So it's good enough that Corey has to respond to it. What you don't want to do is run your best spell out there. You also don't want to play something where Corey goes, yeah, sure, that resolves. So you have to find, what's the worst card in my hand?
Sweet spot.
What's the worst card in my hand that forces some sort of answer? That card definitely crossed the line, but Corey was just kind of too set up there, attacking from too many different dimensions, and was able to close the game out before Amos was able to get to his much more powerful top end.
Yeah, we have seen some very punishing aggressive builds here this weekend, even in sealed. I've seen it this morning as well during draft. I was out on the floor watching some people play, and I'm like, ooh, looks like this person has it. They've got 5-color good stuff. Like, we're in a great spot. And they'll, like, attack feeling pretty safe. Opponent passes. I mean, there's enough spells in this set that just can punish you for not having anybody back on blockers.
And it's if you assume that a lot of people are going to be doing the 5-color stuff, a lot of the stray removal, the cheap tempo efficient stuff doesn't really play that well in that kind of matchup. It's really about bringing your haymakers to the table, but not against Corey's deck. So if you're drafting with the quote-unquote mirror in mind, you might end up with a deck that's very well suited for other 5-color decks, but not suited for something like what Corey's doing. And I would say Amos's deck fits the bill. A lot of power to fight other similar decks, but just, not enough cheap interaction or cheap threats to keep up with what Corey's doing.
All right, it's time for our backup match. Andrew Ellenbogen up against Jack Kiefer, 2 players who have been around the traps for quite a long time here in Magic. Sultai Devotee is going to be the play here for Andrew. We have a 2/2 in play there for Kiefer. We saw Andrew's draft earlier this morning, built we assume a Sultai deck, but we're not sure how many other colors he might end up playing, as his first few picks were kind of spicy. Let's take a peek here. Looks like we are doing the Sultai thing. Another Sultai Devotee. Andrew, your Pro Tour Guilds of Ravnica champion in 2018. 3 Grand Prix top 8s to his name as well. Kiefer on a little spicy little Mardu list here. And now we have Awaken the Honored Dead here from Andrew Ellenbogen. The first chapter of this saga is going to take care of the 2/4 from Kiefer.
It's an important one for Ellenbogen to remove. That card alongside the mobilized stuff has the potential to just draw a ton of cards. And, Andrew doesn't want to get into a spot with this control deck where he's going to be outdrawn by that much.
Looks like a Windcrag Siege here for Jack Kiefer. Second chapter of this saga is going to mill 3. In comes a devotee for 2, Kiefer to 17. Lotus Light Dancers, the follow-up here for Ellenbogen, which is a nice card. It's a good body, 3/6. It has lifelink. We're going to find 3 cards, black, green, and blue if we want, and put them into the yard.
Ooh, got the Counter Master.
Yeah, he did. He ended up playing this card. I was curious. 100 Battle Veteran.
Don't know if is he doing a little thin right now, or does he have big dreams? We'll find out in a bit.
There's a look at the veteran there. I honestly have never seen this card in play so long as I've played the set.
I mean, it's got quote-unquote flashback.
Yeah, you can cast it from your graveyard.
So I don't think it's so much about are you making this thing a 6/6 versus just, yeah, it's a free 4/2 if you're doing any of the stealth mill stuff.
3 or more different kinds of counters. I mean, if you're going to be able to do it, it's a Sultai deck for sure.
Mm-hmm. They have some of the, grading keywords sort of counter stuff here, and +1/+1 counters. Maybe with the Saga there's a way to do it. I don't know. But
okay, so we've got a reach counter in the graveyard there with that Sagu Pummeler, and a flying counter there with the Keru Goldkeeper, plus a +1/+1 counter, so we can do it.
Okay.
Pass back over to Jack. War Effort is the play. No attacks. Sad. Hashtag sad. The saddest war effort.
Well, you got the siege going. You're building up a little bit of go wide stuff. It's not always the fastest burn.
Okay. Slow burn, victory perhaps. Chapter 3, Awaken the Honored Dead. You may discard a card. When you do, return to a creature card or land card from your graveyard to your hand. And it's going to be Codis that's coming back. Pretty nice on this board, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, just blocking and swallowing stuff up, preventing Jack from developing too much of a board here.
Looks like the first thing that we are going to do is put some counters here on our Lotus Light Dancers from the Keru Goldkeeper. And yeah, if Jack is trying to do the war effort thing, I mean, how about we just gain 1 billion life? Andrew Ellenbogen up to 24.
Well, the ceiling on the token stuff can get pretty high. It would be one thing if Jack was just attacking with 2/2s and 3/3s.
Yeah.
We could pretty much call it here, but there is a ceiling here with the right pump spells and haste threats.
Ooh,
Oh,
very nice. Very nice. We tried to kill the Lotus Light Dancers, but Snakeskin Veil says, I don't think so.
Yeah, I believe that's the 4-mana sorcery,
Yeah.
kill and surveil.
And you make 2 1/1
Oh,
warriors.
it's the
yeah.
bubble. Yeah.
It's a nice Mardu removal spell. Or best in Mardu, I should say.
Yeah, I mean, with the, Jack's enchantment set up here, it could have been a really nice swing.
Yeah, it would have been great. I was like, if he could remove the Lotus Light Dancers, we might be talking, but Snakeskin Veil made Jack Kiefer have a very bad day. Gets into the red zone for a couple points of damage to knock Andrew down to 22. And here we go. Roiling Dragonstorm hits the table for Ellenbogen. We're going to draw 2, discard a land. Yeah, he's looking at that 100 battle veteran now. We're close to having all the conditions on that bad boy met. It's going to be Codis the Fangkeeper, the play here. Lotus Light Dancers in for 6.
Yeah, I mean, with Andrew draining for 6 every turn.
This is sick.
The only thing you really care about is being able to block on the way back. And the 2/1 Indestructible is a much better blocker than the 4/2 with the finality counter. And if you find a third counter, then you bring it back as a 6/6. So it makes a lot more sense to just deploy this first as the better blocker and maybe try to defer the flashback a little bit longer. So when it comes out, it's 6/6.
Kiefer falls down to 8 following that attack from Ellenbogen. Stormblade detainment, question mark?
I mean, I think we might have seen it by now. And also, it might not even be good enough at this point.
Yeah, he also doesn't have one.
Andrews are up to 28. Stuff's going on in the graveyard. Cards in hand. Smoothing out his hand.
Yeah, it's just nasty. What's interesting, though, is Jack Kiefer does have 3 copies of Riling Dawnbreaker and 2 copies of Osseous Exhale. Exhale's never hidden that thing anymore.
Yeah.
Does he double exhale it? No, not even. Stuck on 4 lands as well. Andrew's going to move to combat, swings in with the Lotus Light Dancers. Are we doing it? Are we double exhaling?
Got to be some follow-up.
A Molten Exhale. Okay. Osseous Exhale followed by Molten Exhale. All right, you got me. I thought it was going to be safe because I figured, well, maybe he'll put another +1/+1 counter on it. They did reveal a dragon, too, the Twin Maw Stormbrood, which would gain Jack some life. And it did gain him some life off that Osseous Exhale goes to 10.
Estimating there, Andrew took a little while on the turn before deciding to attack. I wonder if he was considering not attacking at all. If you assume that it has to be Osseous Breath as part of the equation here, then Jack just ends up doing nothing with his mana.
Right.
And they have each other's deck list. Well, not deck list, but
Pools.
So
you knew that double spell, it was a potential.
Yeah.
So you could have gotten the counter from the Sagu Pummeler or whatever.
You could have just said go, and then Jack
Yeah,
has to
that's
untap
true.
and leave
That's
just
true.
4 mana up because the Osseous Breath is not castable at any time. It has to be inside of combat. But Andrew's got enough going on at this point, and how long do you really want to wait? There's some risk of Jack having a really bursty turn, so I think it's fine for Andrew to attack. Just an interesting consideration.
Sure.
Of, are you actually supposed to just say go there or do something else?
No, it is interesting. Like, I didn't even consider not attacking. That's the way my brain works. Turn it sideways. Answer, yes. 100 Battle Veteran was the play there for Kiefer. All right, we're going to cast our Roiling Dragonstorm once again for Ellenbogen here. Look at some more cards, dump some more into the bin, play a Swamp. Looks like we're going to take this counter from the Sagu Pummeler in the yard and use it this time. Where is it going to go? Onto our dragon. That dragon has reach now. It's very important. And it comes. Keep her down to 5.
Just in case.
Just in case.
Can never be too safe.
I'm trying to think, is there any case where you, like, some card makes a creature lose flying? Here we go. Riling Dawnbreaker comes into play. Very nice in Kiefer's deck, which pumps up a creature. +1/+0.
Yeah, I'm trying to think here. Because if you had a flying creature that said can't be blocked by creatures with flying, then you still would not be able to block with your flying and reach creature.
Correct. And we're not getting, like, timestamps doesn't matter because if you, like, what's the blue spell that removes abilities, it still would remove the reach counter too.
Okay, that was going to be my question does the counter supersede loses all abilities?
I think only after. Fresh Start, that's the card I was thinking of.
Does it let you block something with horsemanship? I'm saying I don't know how reach and horsemanship interact. That's the best thing I could come up with.
Only horsemanship can block horsemanship, right?
I'm pretty sure, but I don't know if reach is allotted to also interact with horsemanship.
We're asking the tough questions here on broadcast.
Yeah, if you got an answer to this, head over to social media. Let me know. I'm sure there's something.
Another Roiling Dragonstorm here, number 2 for Ellenbogen. Feeling pretty nice. Plays a forest. Taking a look at that Riling Dawnbreaker. I'm trying real hard not to be annoyed that that card's named Riling Dawnbreaker and that Dragonstorm is a roiling Dragonstorm. Pick a lane, man.
Yeah, seriously. There's a lot of adjectives out there.
Feral Deathgorger getting in once again to knock Kiefer down to 3. Look, I know they mean different things, but they're so close.
Yeah.
Well, Kiefer's got to pull out some magic here to turn this game around. Andrew's still sitting at a cozy 20.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the concern here from Andrew's side is that he knows Jack can gain 5 off the dragon. So there's a question of, is there some risk of him just having enough of counters, being able to go wide, getting that extra cushion from the life gain, and is there some sort of, anthem or, combination of pump spells that could possibly squeeze this out? Because, if Jack goes and attacks, something's getting through. There's only so many blockers here on Andrew's side.
We got 2 more blockers at the end of its turn there with Dustiet Earthgorger, which is going to come in as a 4/4, and it made a 3/3 Spirit alongside of it. Oh, interesting. So we're going to give Codus -1, and he's going to head to the yard.
Got skull clamped.
Got clamped. Get clamped, bro. Ooh, nice. There you go. All right, we're starting things off here. Charring Bite from the Twin Maw Stormbrood is going to take care of the Earth Carver. So we just have that 2/1 and that 3/3 back to block. But we got a big dragon. I guess we also have one in play.
Well, the dragon has vigilance too, so this is something that Jack can attack and also block with, because he needs a chump blocker on the way back to survive combat here.
Kiefer here lining up attacks, asking the exact same question you just did. What can I possibly attack with so I don't die on the crackback? We have a trigger from the Riling Dawnbreaker to give something +1/+0. Looks like it's going to be 4 of the tokens, 4 warriors getting in. I assume the Dawnbreaker as well. 5 from War Effort. All right, that's going to be a chunk of damage. Andrew's going to fall down to 11 after that attack. Kiefer up to 6.
Yeah, one of the tokens there has lifelink from the siege there, so Jack picks up 1.
Wow, Andrew, from a incredibly commanding position, and I didn't see a way out, has kind of fallen onto the back foot here.
Well, this was Andrew was stacking very tall on one threat, which he lost. And his individual spot removal is not going to be very good here because Jack is going so wide.
Right.
A lot of the way that Andrew was able to kind of manage the damage is because he was also gaining so much life on the way back that Jack wasn't in a position to productively attack. However, in the meantime, Jack was just making some tokens kind of sitting around here.
Caustic Exile is going to deal with the veteran and say that's that. Andrew Ellenbogen picking up this game 1 here versus Jack Kiefer, but that was close.
Yeah, I mean, Jack's turn there was, if I was Andrew, I would have been a little startled by what's going on there. Starting off the turn with -1/-1 to your 2/1 indestructible. It's like, oh God, what is he been setting up shop here for?
Yeah,
he's actually able to win this turn.
That is something terrifying you have to keep in mind from an aggressive deck
But
like Jax.
Andrew was able to build up enough of a cushion there with life that he was able to survive that very large hit and come across and finish it off.
Taking a peek at Kiefer's deck list here, as we did not get to see him draft like we did with Andrew Ellenbogen. Some interesting cards that he has at his disposal. Anafenza, Unyielding Lineage, a very good, nice, aggressive card in his list. Mardu Siegebreaker, actually. So 2 of those were opened in this draft pod. Jack Kiefer's got 1, and he is playing 1. 3 copies of Riling Downbreaker, like I mentioned. 2 Osseous Exiles. He does also have a Zergo, Thunder's Decree. Nice. Wow, and that War Effort, this would be a pretty sweet little aggressive deck.
Yeah, but with some staying power. It's not like Corey Burkhart's kind of very flashy, spell-oriented one. We saw in that game, even though Jack didn't win, that he was kind of able to sit back and build things up when on the turns where he wasn't able to really make any headway inside of combat.
Hey, everybody, looking for a good sale on a Sunday? We've got a flash sale going on right now at StarCityGames.com. 10% off all promotional singles. You're speaking my language. I like fancy-looking cards.
And I do like a Euro land that you see over on the left.
Oh,
there.
me too.
Yeah.
Euro planes. Are you kidding me? Best planes?
The Dutch one with the windmill and the tulips. Beautiful stuff. Sale ends Monday, though, so you want to get over there. StarCityGames.com while supplies last.
The Sunflower Plains is my personal favorite.
As another beautiful one.
Yeah. Some great art there to pick up this weekend. I want to note, too, that Kiefer is running 2 copies of Desperate Measures, that card we saw him play earlier. Single black mana, target creature gets +1/-1 until end of turn. When it dies under your control this turn, draw 2 cards, which is kind of nice way to refill your hand.
I'm sure a lot of what that card is about in this deck is just got tokens sitting around, so
yeah.
whatever. But every so often you run into a 2/1 Indestructible Legend, and it's nice to be able to clip that off on the cheap.
All right, here we go. Game number 2. We've already got a Wind Craig Siege in play and an Abzan Devotee. Sidisi, but we've got our own copy. Oh, nice. We're taking care of the Siege with our own Saga here. Chapter 1, destroying it.
Kind of a rough start here for Jack. It's 2-1, lining up with a 1-3. His Siege vindicated.
Goodbye. The honored dead have awoken indeed. All right, we're going to do some card selection here. With one of the modes off this spell, we're going to get a Swamp and pass back. Mill 3. Lost our Lotus Light Dancers. But we do have a CDC in play. Ways to get things back.
The 100 Battle Veteran, so that's something that can come back later too.
Oh, nice, yes. All right, we've got our 4-3 Puppy Dog here for Andrew Ellenbogen. We're going to put a counter on it. And we're going to get our Lotus Light Dancers back with Sidisi. That dog goes down.
Oh, man.
Wow. The greater good, my friend.
Mm-hmm.
Lotus Light Dancers into play. Jack Kiefer just has to give a little chuckle as Andrew goes and finds 3 cards, black, green, and blue, to put them into the yard.
And lifelink is so important in this matchup from
yeah.
Andrew's side because, you know, again, Jack's playing an aggressive deck, but it's got a pretty high ceiling in terms of what it can do on the top end of its range. And so if you're Andrew, you do want to be pressuring Jack's life total a little bit. You can't be comfortable. You can lock him out of the game just by playing large creatures. And so the lifelink creatures in particular are really well suited to pressure while implicitly getting some defense on the way back.
All right, so we're able to put 2 creatures that can give counters and other various gifts into the yard in Saigo Pumbler and that Karo Goldkeeper. Turn passes back over to Jack Kiefer. Looks like it's going to be a Charring Bite to deal with Sidisi. Twin Maw Stormbrood shuffles back into the deck. Man, Twin Maw Stormbrood has just impressed me this weekend.
I wouldn't be surprised if it was among the better first picks in draft. Not because it's the most powerful card in the set or whatever, but the combination of power and flexibility. It doesn't really box you into anything, but it does work. You know, if you're doing any sort of dragon synergies, it's great there. And if you're just playing it on rate, it's great there too. But not exactly the card for this kind of fight. You know, Jack doesn't want to play that long of a game over here. And, you know, deal 5 damage to target creature without flying kills a lot of stuff, but Andrew's got a lot of 6 toughness and a lot of creatures with flying too, or at least the ways to put counters on them and give them flying that way.
Chapter 3 of the saga pops off. We have the Ice Ridge Serpent, which is going to come on in and bounce the token back to hand. And there we see one of the copies of Desperate Measures from Jack Kiefer. And Desperate Measures, indeed, here when his creature died to those Lotus Light Dancers, he's going to draw 2.
Yeah, it's not like too bad in one sense because he stopped the lifelink from happening and also sacrificed a recursive creature. But he's just getting dominated on the battlefield.
Yeah.
Very, very badly right now. It doesn't have any of his engine cards in terms of token generation where he could try to set up something big in the meantime. If they're just playing creatures of removal on the battlefield,
yeah,
Andrew's
going to win that every time.
He's got a huge edge in that sort of game.
Just the Dawnbreaker in play here for Kiefer. Andrew considering Renew from the Sagu Pummeler.
Well, we also know, because, you know, the way that Jack's removal is damage based, right?
Right.
And so even though you would think a 6 toughness is pretty safe against that, we saw Jack able to double spell the last game. And so there's a question from Andrew's side of, do you want to try to get your 3/6 to be so big that it can't get double spelled?
Right.
Or do you want to kind of diversify your assets a little bit where you have a second large thing left over? So even if Jack uses 2 removal spells on the lifelinker, whatever you have left over is still very large. It looks like Andrew's going down the second road here of just saying, you want to use 2 removal spells on the 3/6, that's no big deal. In fact, you might have to use it on the 5/5 anyway because you just don't have that much time.
Right. I love that play there from Andrew. Swinging in, knocking Kiefer down to 16 previous turn. Jack just passes back. And looks like we might be doing it all over again here. It appears Kiefer just hasn't drawn the cards in the right order. Just one big dragon is not the way his deck wants to play. In with only the Serpent from Ellen Bogan. Kiefer down to 11.
Well, the 3/6 would just bounce into the 3/4 and would allow Jack to pair a removal spell.
Sure.
To one of the damage-based removal spells to finish it off. So if you're not large enough to get through the 3/4, you could say, yes, Andrew would gain 3 life, but I think Andrew's deciding that letting Jack trade cleanly 1-for-1 with the 3/6 is not worth it, even at +3 life.
Sure, great point. Anafenza Unyielding Lineage flashes in there at the end of Alan Bogan's turn. This is 2/2 first striker. Whenever another non-token creature you control dies, she endures 2. Abzan Devotee pass back over to Andrew.
A nice little blocking combo here, the combination of the Devotee, which recurs itself, and the Anafenza growing, kind of puts pressure on Andrew to either find some removals to break that up or go into the air, because attacking on the ground now is basically something that makes no progress.
So let's go into the air. How about this? Renew from the Karu Goldkeeper, give our 3/6 flying. Andrew here deciding which attacks to line up. Kiefer is sitting at 12. Looks like he wants everything to attack, and Kiefer slams his block and offends on the dragon into the 5/5.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of got to be an all or nothing from Andrew here on the ground, because attacking with one thing is actively bad. Jack gets to block with the Devotee, gets to trigger the Anafenza, and to just pick the Devotee back up.
All right, so let's see what happens here if Kiefer has a spell to follow this up with. He does not, in fact. Anafense is going to go down, but another non-token creature died, so he's going to endure 2 with that spirit. All right, Salte Devotee, pass back to Kiefer. Kiefer's at 7. Ellenbogen at a healthy 23. Dawnbreaker gets in, free attack. Abzan Devotee back from the dead.
And we could potentially be playing here for a little while if Jack has one of the Osseous Breath, because you have 3 from your flying blocker, and then 5 from that spell is 8. And then we're back in Abzan Devotee. You can't really attack on the ground very effectively territory.
Highspire Bellringer here from Ellenbogen, 1/4 flyer. Discounts your second spell. Okay, we're going to try and force the issue here. Piercing Exhale is going to take care of that dragon to try and cut down on the chances we get double spelled. Already set, attack! Here we go, everything in.
Yes, so you could chump block with the Devotee, and if you want to, you know, basically have the Spirit Trade with the Death Toucher, that's fine. So it makes a little bit of headway on the ground here, and it at least forces Jack to spend mana picking the Devotee back up and recasting rather than doing anything else with it.
Jack Kiefer falls to 2. And there is the handshake. That is Andrew Ellenbogen taking this match 2-0 over Jack Kiefer. Very cool to see both those decks we watched drafted win.
Yeah, and in very different ways, too. Andrew's obviously very graveyard-oriented, trying to grind the game down and set up value out of the graveyard. And Corey, just a blue-red flurry of spells, and both effective in different ways. We saw pretty dominating 2-0 performances from both players.
All right, we'll be back with round 2 of our second draft coming up after this. Hey everybody, welcome back to coverage of Magic Spotlight Dragons. Maria Bartholdi and Patrick Sullivan with you here for the penultimate round of Swiss before we hit our top 8. It's getting serious out there.
Has there ever been a word more misused in the history of commentary than penultimate?
Well, that was used correctly.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying, I probably strictly better. Strictly better. I know that's 2 words, but in any event, yeah, we're down to the second to last round of the Swiss before top 8, and we got a nice one coming up here in the primary feature match area where our 2 feature drafters, Corey Burkhart and Andrew Ellenbogen are about to square off.
Ooh, this is very exciting. Let's take a look at our standings, though, and take a wider look at the event overall as we are now deep into day 2. Just 2 rounds of Swiss left to play before our cut to the top 8. We watched Atron play a lot yesterday, and in fact this morning, too, currently sitting at 11-1, so he just keeps winning.
First place from basically the start of the tournament all the way
Yeah.
till now, Pro Tour champion and one of the legends of American limited play.
Yeah, absolutely. What a treat to see him play so much on camera this weekend. Of course, a player who came well before I started to play, but amazing. That Magic is such a game that you can even go away for a while, come on back, you can still be a beater.
So am I correct that in 8th place here we got one of your locals?
You are correct, in fact. Yes. Got to give a shout out to my homeboy, Matt Sicking Johnson, currently sitting at 10-2. Very proud to see him doing well here this weekend, although if there's a tournament, chances are Matt's doing really well at it. BK at 10-2 too.
Yes, this is the, something of the LSV understudy / brunt of some unfair jokes here, but the tables have turned. Luis not participating in day number 2, and Andrew Beckram at 10-2 here in striking distance of top 8.
Let's take a peek further down the standings, if we may, and see how our players are doing. There indeed are 2 players that we just saw both win their feature matches, Corey Burkhart and Andrew Ellenbogen, both sitting at 10-2.
And it's going to be a tough cut. I mean, if we're looking at the standings and sort of projecting a little bit, I'm not even sure if 2 losses and a draw is going to be sufficient for the people towards the end of the X2 breakers here. We'll have to stay tuned, but Corey and Andrew might need to double win here to find themselves in the top 8 later this afternoon.
Yeah, so it was a big tournament. That means the records are pretty brutal when it comes to the cut to the top 8. We had 1,219, is that right, players here yesterday?
That's what I believe the final count to be.
Yeah. So a really large-scale tournament, just 8 rounds on day number 1, means it's going to be a bit of a heartbreaker once we get to the top 8 here. But incredible records for the players who do, in fact, make it to battle through so many rounds and such tough competition here in Denver.
And I'm so happy now that we're getting deeper in this tournament. One of the things I love about this, no buys.
Yes.
Back in the Grand Prix days, you know what I really couldn't stand? I couldn't stand. And I talk as someone who periodically had buys and top 8'd some Grand Prix in large part because I had buys. When someone would post their record on social media and they would say 12-3. No, you're not. No, you're not. You're 9-3, and you've been awarded 3 buys. The record inflation. I couldn't stand it. And now, not only is it nice that it's like you're not just skating on what you did in previous tournaments.
No,
it's just here this weekend. That's the only thing that matters. Those records are, 10-2 means there were 10 human beings that tried to beat you and they weren't able to do it. That's very hard to do. And in spite of the lack of bias here, we still have a lot of names that we recognize from Grand Prix and Pro Tour history throughout the years here. So great format, great tournament, and I'm really excited to see who ultimately ends up in the top 8.
Hey, you remember the Sleepin' Special?
I do. That was some, what am I thinking of the analog to that here? TSA pre. That was the TSA pre-check of, look, no, we could just do this for everyone, but what? It was $70. Like, would you do it for $70? Insane, disgraceful. I do remember, and I never paid. They never got a dime out of me.
Very good.
Some of my friends, they paid for the Sleepin' Special. I got a list of them who did it. Embarrassing.
Well, at least you have your morals. Let's take a look at the prize slide here. Winning more than $70 here this weekend. Winner goes home with $10,000 plus a full case of Tarkir Dragonstorm collector booster boxes. pretty sweet prize. Finalist, second place, goes home with $5,000. For making the top 4, $2,500. Top 8, you get $1,000. So a lot is going to be on the line here in the next round of play. Top 64, you get $350 for coming out to play here. Top 128, a Sword of Forge and Frontier. Nice promo card here. It looks beautiful. I love that art. And top 8, remember, they're getting a Pro Tour invite to Pro Tour Final Fantasy.
Yeah, very exciting stuff. And for a lot of us old timers who are playing in the event, or I suppose in my case covering it, the allure of just walk in, pay your entry fee.
Yep.
You're handed some packs. You make it to day 2, you're handed some more packs. And if you happen to make it to the top 8, you're at the Pro Tour.
Yes.
There's nothing, I don't care how jaded you got about tournament magic. I don't care how long away you've been from the game. If you were of my vintage and you grew up playing competitive magic in the late 90s and early 2000s,
Yes.
you remember the PTQs. You just walk in, you handed some cards, whatever happens, happens. Grand Prix, you can hand some card, whatever. Finding out there's a tournament where all you got to do is show up, everyone takes care of everything else for you, and if you're able to win enough, you get to go to the Pro Tour. That will never get old.
No.
There's nothing that could ever happen to Magic's organized play system or the cards or whatever that can ever dull the appeal of that experience. And so you're seeing a lot of names that you might recognize from the Pro Tour scene 10, 15, 20 years ago. It's no accident. I don't know if people would have come out like this for an RC. I don't know if it was constructed, if you would have gotten the same type of names to show up here.
Yeah.
And so I really appreciate Wizards of the Coast for throwing us old souls a bone here and giving us a big limited open entry tournament with spots to the Pro Tour. It's been so much fun to cover it. Been a real treat.
Absolutely. I just cannot stress enough. I hope they do another one of these. It's been an absolute blast. The players out on the floor, you can just feel the joy in the room of being here, playing in one of these tournaments again, seeing friends. People have flown in from other countries to play this tournament here this weekend. It's just been absolute blast to see it, and I'm so proud to be able to commentate it as well. Let's head on down to the feature match area, everybody. Penultimate round of Swiss. Andrew Ellenbogen versus Corey Burkhart, the two people we watched draft. Who do you like better in this matchup?
I think I like Andrew's side here, just because I'm not sure that Corey's deck is very well suited to fight against large lifelinking creatures.
Yeah.
You know, that was a huge dimension that Amaz was missing out of his deck. Yeah, he had some big stuff, but he really couldn't undo the work that Corey did early on. Andrew has the ability to stabilize and then go all the way back over the top.
All right, two devotees here on either side of the battlefield, Jeskai and Sultai, one each for Andrew Ellenbogen and Corey Burkhart here. I love the pregame handshake as well from both of these players.
Two Michigan natives, Andrew from Ann Arbor, Michigan, and Corey originally from the Detroit area, so two players who know each other very well.
Now we get to claim him in Minnesota for Andrew Ellenbogen, lives there, does a System Magic stream with my good friend Greg. Played a Dragonstorm Globe here on his previous turn. Jeskai Devotee's getting frisky.
If you got to give out a little free promo, you got to give Greg's last name.
Greg Michael.
All right, there we go.
Yes. All right, Rescue Leopard for Corey Burkhart after the trade of the two devotees for two Rummaging Cat. And here we have Kotis, the Fang Keeper. Matches up very well against that.
And many other creatures in Corey's deck.
Yeah, that is true. 2-1 indestructible. I love what a great time they're having down there, too, chatting.
Yeah. A very good chance these two have shared deck lists with one another. So, pretty interesting here, the opportunity here for Andrew to connect with Kotis and seeing some just nonsense off the top.
Yeah, that's true. The absolute nonsense that Burkhart has in his deck. Everybody, if you didn't see Corey's draft, he drafted two colors, red and blue, super aggressive, ways to get stuff back from the graveyard. It's a very interesting deck, but he said one he's never drafted before. Ooh, okay. All right, Wingspan Strides going on to the Leopard, sending it up into the sky and giving it +1/+1.
Pardon my language. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Here we go.
All right, the kitty is flying.
Here we go.
And we get to rummage Wild Ride into the yard, #value.
And, you know, is Corey just going to take it on the jaw here from Kotis? Sure. Is there anything even good for Andrew to hit in Corey's deck? Unclear.
But you want to see. You got to see. Give me the chance, baby.
This is so nice.
All right, no follow-up after that attack from Corey. He's going to pass the turn back over to Andrew, who's now at 16 following that cat attack.
I know this expression gets thrown around really loosely and often in a way that's sarcastic, but magic as Garfield intended. I play a creature, you play something that trumps it as a blocker, I put a flight on it and go over the top. Now back to you.
Yeah, I love it.
Oh, boy.
Feral Deathgorger is going to put a counter on Codis. All right, we're seeing even more cards from the top of Corey's library.
Mm-hmm.
And we're going to shuffle it back in. These Omens have been putting in work this weekend. Excellent flexible cards that allow you to do two different things given whatever the game state is.
And a nice spreading cost, too, because sometimes, you know, you need something cheap and sometimes you need something expensive. And the majority of those designs have a pretty wide delta between the Omen and what the creature ultimately is.
So the Feral Deathgorger's Omen is called Dusk Sight. That's a little trivia for you there, kids. And in comes Codis. Let's take a peek. Ooh, we got a War Room. We have a counter spell, and we've got a Shock Brigade, a little 1/3 menace.
So that's, you know, two whiffs there.
Yep.
One because the War Games is too expensive, and the other because the counterspell, you know, obviously doesn't work.
Yeah. But we got a creature out of the deal, which is pretty sick. And
Oh.
oh no, that's so sad. Piercing Exhale is going to take down the kitty cat who is wearing the wings. Burkhart down to 17. Gosh, take a wind out of a guy's sails, why don't you?
You know what? So sometimes in a match that, you know, what I would give for just one good turn. At least Corey got one good turn.
He did. He really did. Kishla Trawlers is going to be the play. Corey has a full 3 of them in his deck. We're going to exile a creature and get back a Wild Ride. Let's go.
Let's go.
Hey, man, I know one way, and that's a beatdown. +3/+0 gives the Trawlers haste. Has harmonized for 6. Andrew is considering what to do there. He's going to take it down to 11. Yeah, sure. Take all the cards you want off my deck. I don't care.
I mean, Corey's deck is not built for blocking. So
That's true. That's true.
This is just what it is.
Oh, it just feels so bad, though. You know what I mean? Like, play with your own cards, man. Look at 3. What did we get? Anything? The Veteran Ice Climber. 1/3 Vigilance, unblockable, mill somebody.
That is a card that Andrew can do some really good work with.
Sure can. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, Lotus Light Dance.
And this was my concern about the matchup here on Corey's side compared to what we saw in the previous round is, you know, Corey's deck is pretty good at being bursty and being able to overwhelm some blockers, but Lifelink, given the lack of his removal, that's going to be a challenge.
Yeah, this card is just is so good, especially in both this and the last matchup, which we're focused on trying to beat down early. 3/6 lifelink, put 3 cards into the yard. He's got total value from all 3 of them. He can get counters from either the Dragon or the Pummeler, and then he can bring back that 100 battle veteran to the battlefield as well.
I think the Sultide devotees are also going to be an issue for Corey in this matchup. He's got to get something going early.
Yeah.
And the fact that, you know, you have this death touch blocker could really trade early with anything on the ground. Once Andrew starts playing these kind of cards, the Dancers and the Codis, I don't know if Corey's really equipped to come back from this. It's one thing when you're playing against Amaz and it's like, okay, here's a 6/5 flyer.
Yeah.
You got time. You're under some pressure, but it's not really doing anything beyond attacking or blocking. Andrew's creatures have quite a bit of value and utility that goes beyond that.
Yeah, I'm taking a peek at Burkhart's deck list here. Is there any way that he even has to deal with Codis in the list other than counter spells? Not sure that he really does. All right, he's going to play his own 1/3. Shock Brigade. And another Trawler. Pass back to Andrew, who's still at 11. Corey Burkhart at 14.
I think at this point, you know, if you asked Corey like, honestly, can you win the game
No.
from here? I think he's saying no, but between the climber and other stuff Andrew's got going on, he might get to see a lot of cards. Remember, they have the pools, but not the deck lists.
Right.
So at this point, I think Corey is just sort of looking for information.
All right, here we go. Lotus Light Dancers into the air for a massive damage swing. Lifelink so very brutal. Yeah, from the look on Corey's face, there's no way out of this.
I mean, even for a blue-red deck, he doesn't even have very much flying. You know,
True.
so very much on the ground here. So this is just scrounging for a little information before we get ready for game number 2.
Yeah, blue does have access to bounce, but I don't think Burkhart saw very much of that at the table.
I imagine Corey is going to say, probably play a land and say go here, or maybe cast something. No, letting it go. Doesn't even want to bother with one more mill.
He's going to scoop him on up. That's Andrew taking game number 1 pretty handily over Corey Burkhart.
Yeah, Corey just not able to get off to a jump is the issue there. He's got to be putting himself in a position to close out pretty fast because
Right.
Andrew's ability to defend himself and gain life is going to be really hard for Corey to beat if the game drags out at all.
Hey, do you have some cards? Perhaps you open them at a sealed event, perhaps a pre-release that you don't want anymore. Do you want to turn them into other cards? Do you need extra cash? You can sell your cards over at sellyourcards.starcitygames.com. Now that's a good web address, easy to remember.
Easy to remember. Perhaps you've been involved in an on-air promotional thing to fill a little bit of time that involves opening booster packs and asking what would you first pick out of that, and those boosters happen to have rares and mythics in them.
Hypothetically.
Hypothetically, you're at Tournament Hall. You just walk them straight up to the Star City Games booth, cash or credit. If you're not lucky enough to be in that position, however, you can do it all online at sellyourcards.starcitygames.com.
Man, speaking of, I feel like I could use an extra pack right now. I wonder if there's any more in the building.
Yeah, I just, you know.
Who can say?
I feel, yeah.
We might never know.
I don't know. I'm looking around. You know, usually when there's 2 packs, there's more than 2 packs. It's been my experience working at these things.
Where there's 2 packs, there's fire.
There's often a case.
That's the saying. That's the magic version of the saying. Burkhart does have one copy of Ureni's Rebuff in his deck, so that is one bounce spell that he has access to. It's going to be rough, though. He does have some counter spells, so he has access to counter magic, which might come into play here.
It's not just about stopping the late game. That's a big part of it, of course, but it's also hoping that Andrew doesn't draw those death touch blockers.
Right.
That's going to take the wind out of Corey's sails, and as we saw, once things slow down a little bit, it's not really great at playing catch-up. You know, that's not what his deck is capable of doing. It's about getting out on the front foot and then having a big burst on the final turn.
You can see the players here looking at each other's pools. They have this information because we recorded the drafts.
Another fascinating thing about when you get to a matchup that is this extreme, a deck this slow and powerful against a deck that is this fast and weak, not weak as like a weak draft deck, but in absolute terms, the power level of the cards in the deck,
Yes.
your mulliganing heuristics often get close to constructed. Hands that are just lands and spells that just look fine against a random opponent, I think both of these players are going to be a little bit more selective than that because the parameters of the game are pretty clear. Corey needs to be attacking early, and Andrew needs to be defending himself early. If Andrew draws up a hand on the draw that's like, 4 lands, 4 drop, 5 drop, 5 drop, a hand that maybe you would keep most of the time because it's lands and spells, here he's going to let that one go. Corey, with a hand of, let's say, 5 lands, a good 3 drop and a removal spell, again, a hand you would keep against most people in the dark, that one might have to go back here.
Yeah, and I think that's where we see these players who've been around for a long time really start to get an edge, especially early on in the tournament because they're thinking about it like that. They're not just like me, head empty, being like, oh, I have lands and spells, I'll keep it.
It's not head empty. It's like you got to understand, and it's not, to disparage these two players or myself. Your head is filled with more valuable things. The amount of
Well, that's very kind.
It's nice to be in the booth. It's nice. I've had a good life. I don't want to, but the amount of time I've spent thinking about this kind of stuff, maybe I could have thought about something else. You know what I mean? But it is nice when you're in the booth to be able to describe some of this. And these two players have probably thought about this stuff even more than I have.
All right, here we are underway in Game 2. An Agent of Codis and Akishla Trawlers in play now for Corey Burkhart. Sidisi in play for Andrew Ellenbogen. No value from our Trawlers last turn, and here indeed is one of those death-touching devotees you mentioned.
And this is kind of the start that I was concerned about from Corey's side. Nothing he could do about it. It's just the cards that Andrew drew, but a 1-3 blocker and a 2-1 death toucher. Andrew's in fact at 21, above the starting life total, and if Andrew is just kind of able to follow up on curve with the cards that his deck is kind of known for here, it's going to be hard for Corey to get much traction in this game.
Okay, there we go. Andrew Ellenbogen falling down to 18 after an attack from the Kishla Trawlers. Effortless Master is the follow-up play here. One of the more powerful cards in Corey Burkhart's deck just based on itself alone.
Yeah, not getting too fancy here. Just playing, on curve, trying to at least make combat a little bit more complicated for Andrew, or maybe because of the menace, it could free up other attackers to get involved. And this is not if you're Corey, you're pretty happy to see this card. If Andrew just keeps casting creatures on curve, that's going to be pretty rough. If he's taking time off to draw some cards, it's a good sign.
And indeed, that's what we did do this turn. Roiling Dragonstorm, the play there for Andrew Ellenbogen, puts a Dussia Earthcarver into the yard off that draw.
And notably, no fourth land from Andrew.
Very important. So perhaps a window of possibility here opening for Corey Burkhart.
Definitely. Andrew's top end is, or not top end necessarily, but at least the cards that represent danger to Corey in this matchup, the cards that make it so he can't get through anymore, they're 4 mana or more. As long as Andrew's playing at 3 mana, things can be unpleasant. Andrew can block effectively in certain spots or play some removal spells, but Corey is not at risk of getting locked out until at least 4 mana. So far, so good for Burkhart, even though Andrew was able to offer some early defense.
Burkhart here turning the Kishla Trawler sideways. Effortless Master has Vig getting into the red zone. We're going to knock Andrew down to 11, and now we've got to make the most of this opportunity where Andrew is missing lands.
And you got to assume here from Corey, if you're that's now 2 hits with the Trawler that Andrew's taken that could have just been blocked by the devotee 2 turns ago. I would probably put him on a fight spell.
Interesting. Okay, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. That's a rune scale Stormbrew. There. God, 2/4.
It really looks like Andrew's putting a premium on keeping this creature around. It would the Death Touch creature around. It would also make sense with the previous turn of draw 2. Then if I make a land drop.
Right. Yep. Oh, very good.
Then it's 4 mana and everything's rolled up.
There it is. Piercing Exhale from Andrew Ellenbogen. My God, I would not have clocked that.
Like I said, you said empty-headed. And it's like, can I tell you, all however many 100 cards in Alpha Beta Unlimited? Yes. Do I know my blood type? No. It's like, so does that make you empty-headed? I would argue it makes me empty-headed.
Man, now I want to quiz you. Can you do it from the art alone?
If you show me any card in Alpha, oh yeah.
Okay,
great. That's not even fair.
Okay, that's easy. All right.
Second fight spell here.
Nice. Double fight. 2 piercing exhales for Andrew. Takes down the Runeclaw Stormbrood as well as the Effortless Master. Boom. Let's go.
Let's go.
And we did also reveal the dragon, so we know he has the Durgar Island dragon in hand. Excuse me, we beheld it.
Yes. It's beholden.
I think it's
beheld?
I think it's such a funny keyword.
Yeah.
Behold.
I love that Behold counts in play. And I know why you get to do that at a mechanical level. It's just too obnoxious if casting your dragon shuts off the cards that care about dragon. But it's like pointed at this thing. It's like, I already know it's there. I've been beholding it the whole time.
Behold.
Behold. It's like, yeah, I know. You gained 5 when you played it last turn. I've been beholding it. Don't worry.
All right, so that was a pretty brutal turn from Andrew here in this game, who did find that 4th land and hit those double fight spells, taking care of 2 of Corey's creatures. So what does he want to do now? He's still at 20, so not under a ton of pressure life total-wise, but he is under pressure to get the game done and get it done quick, and now Andrew wants to trade off.
Yeah, the 2 fight spells are accounted for. Now Andrew's just concerned about protecting his life total.
All right, 2 spells here from Corey. We have another Trawler, and we have the Shock Brigade. Trawler can't get anything back, so it's just a 3-2. 5th land here for Andrew, and this is when things start to get scary.
Especially with the amount of selection that Andrew's had on the last couple of turns, being able to surveil through those fight spells.
Yeah, that's been excellent for him. All right, we're going to use all 5 of this mana here. And there they are, the Lotus Light Dancers, the card we did not want to see if we are Corey Burkhart.
Yeah, this is kind of the first test here of can Corey continue to play the game, and basically.
Right.
He's largely on the ground, and it's not just that it's a 3/6 lifelinker, which would be bad enough, but Andrew is at no shortage of ways to find stuff that's useful in his graveyard. And if Corey can't find, I don't even know if he has anything that would qualify as an answer, at least something to give a creature flying, then the door's going to get shut here pretty fast.
Interested in Andrew's 3rd card here. He doesn't always pick the same thing. This time he's picked the Ice Ridge Serpent. He's recurred that before to bounce something.
I also think at this stage it might just be the thing he wants to draw the least.
Sure, that could be it.
Oh boy.
That's a Duskiet Earth Carver.
Yes, a DC recurred it off of the Lotus Light Dancer.
Oh, wow. What a sacrifice. He doesn't even care about the lifelink. That is...
Well,
the stones.
4/4 reach is also not trivial for Corey to get through.
True.
And, remember, Sidisi's going to be active
yeah, we can
next
just
turn.
do it again, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, gross. All right, we have Ringing Bell Strike, who's going to take care of the 4/4 right now. 4 now. Cost 5 to untap it, and Corey's going to make hay while the sun shines, getting in with his entire team. Mobilized Trigger is going to give him a warrior as well. That's 7 damage.
Yeah. Corey here just shaking out the last bits of loose change from under the couch cushions. I don't know if he's going to get another attack this game, but you might as well, at least throw one last punch. Corey laughing, seeming a little resigned to his fate, a little overpowered in this game, I would say.
For sure overpowered, yeah. All right, so we're going to see a trade here at the Agent of Codis. Excuse me, not a trade, a block on the Agent of Codis, sending it into the yard, but he can give a counter with Renew. Andrew falls to 6. That Dragonstorm icon for this set is kind of baller. See it there in the middle of the table?
Yeah.
Looks cool.
I understand different strokes for different folks and all that kind of stuff. I don't know of anyone who, plays Magic or likes fantasy IPs that is, not into Dragon.
Yes.
Who's the not into Dragon person?
I don't know. I have a dragon tattoo. I'm the girl with the dragon tattoo. I just realized that as I said it.
Oh.
Wow. So, yeah, I like dragons, is what I'm trying to say. Agent of Kodos does in fact renew onto the Shock Brigade, and it's going to be a Sagu Pummeler from Andrew Ellenbogen. Corey Burkhart's still at 20, notably, after all of this nonsense. But it's starting to get out of control. This Sidisi recursion loop is going to be nasty. In comes the Ice Ridge Serpent, bouncing a creature out of play for Corey.
Does Andrew have any flying? No. I guess he can tap at instant speed, though. I was going to say, you know, without the omen that can tap something, there is a chance of, well, if Corey draws the +1/+1 flying enchantment and has a twin bolt, that's actually 6.
Yeah, that's true. But we do have that Durgar Island Dragon that's just hanging out in Andrew's hand that he thankfully has left face up for us.
Yeah, and the problem is that the enchantment obviously needs to be played at sorcery speed. So if Corey presents it, Andrew goes, okay, before combat, tap it. If Corey tries to go into combat, Andrew says, okay, bring it. I can block. So that, you know, the burden on Corey here is to be the one to act first, and that's just a very hard thing to do.
All he's able to do is play a Shock Brigade, no attacks, back over to Andrew. And here we do the Sidisi dance. In come the Lotus Dancers.
And Corey gave a sure. Like, yeah, that's a normal turn.
Yeah,
that's
sure.
Yeah. As I played my, you know, my third trawler recur nothing.
I would love an overlay on Corey's picture right now, and he just turns into that dog in the flaming house.
Yeah.
This is fine.
Well, you know, I think Corey he probably sort of let this one go probably 20 minutes ago. But, you know, you don't concede when the stakes are this high.
Yeah.
There's a respect for the game sort of thing. You know your opponent. But I do think would love to be put out of this one.
Put out of his misery?
Sure. Yeah, sure. Yeah, just flip your deck over, you know. All that's missing from Andrew is the Thassa's Oracle.
Oh, yeah. Funny that Corey's still at 20 at this point in the game, though.
You know, Andrew's having a really good time playing with his food.
Yeah, he is.
From a tactical or strategic standpoint, I should say, you know, you got the only bad thing that can happen is you get sloppy and somehow get punked out of nowhere. And then from a psychic perspective, it's, you know, I'm having a good time right now.
Yeah.
Like, the world is my oyster.
I mean, like, this Sidisi recursion loop is the Magic player's dream. Just nonsense. Durgar Island Dragon taps down that Shock Brigade, shuffles back in. Veteran Ice Climber is the play here for Corey. Now, that's a way to get in some damage, but remember that Andrew has that lifelinker on his side.
Mm-hmm. And in theory, one of Corey's better cards in the matchup, just because it's something that can keep attacking even if the game gets bogged down. But, you know, way too little, too late here.
I love it. They're still having a great time down there. I was watching a match with Carolyn Party earlier today, and she was having a great time drafting here on day 2. And for an indestructible counter, she used a tiny little rubber duck and put it on her creature. And she's like, Magic's supposed to be fun. And
Yes.
I'm like, yes, you're correct. Even on day 2 of a tournament with a $10,000 prize for first place, it's still a fun game, and I like to see that spirit with the players down the feature match area.
Oh, I'm glad you brought her up. Thanks for reminding me, because she was making custom dice bags for people for the tournament, and charging a couple bucks a piece. I bought 3 of them.
Oh, you got to get them.
For my kids, with like their names on it or whatever. I haven't gotten them yet.
Well,
and I paid in advance.
Caroline, are you listening to this? No, you're not. You're still out there playing Magic.
And they were $15 a bag, and I handed her a 50 and said, "I'll give you an extra $5 if I don't have to fill out the Google form. I'll just send you a text of my kids' names and you do whatever." And she said, "Okay." So
oh,
now,
that's so cute.
So now I gotta ask her about what happened there.
Yeah, she needs to pay up.
Can't chisel me out of my kids' dice bags. That won't fly.
It's just a racket. I hate to tell you. She's got you. She never made a dice bag.
I have a related story too. So we go to the pre-release. You
Yeah.
know. I'm sort of just, we're kind of in garbage time here. I'll let you know if we ever get to a point where Corey can attack or block. So we get to the pre-release. It's a store on Broadway in Denver called the Wizard's Chest. And so I registered for the PTQ, or sorry, the pre-release. It's $38,
Yep.
but with tax, it's $42. And so I get back to my seat. Caroline's is there, and, you know, she goes up and pays, and it's like $38. Just the flat 38. I was like, what's going on here? And she's like, well, I'm a rewards member. I shop here at the store enough that they give me a little discount on this stuff. So I paid 42. Caroline paid 38. Sam Pardee, her husband, is coming to the pre-release as well. Wants Caroline to register for him. You know, they share assets, whatever, they're married. And Caroline's like, well, should I charge him 38, which is my price, or 42, the store price? And I was like, you meet in the middle. You tell Sam it's $40. You keep the 2. Everyone's happier. And then after this is when I paid for the dice bag. So I think I might have unlocked a way of thinking for her that is now causing me some consequences in my personal life.
I love that, you know. Nothing like talking yourself into the hole of your own creation.
Yeah, Sam gets to the site, is like, hey, Caroline, did you register me? And I would go, Sam, you want to sit down?
I got to tell you something about your wife.
It's going to be a little bit more complicated than were you registered or not. There's a negotiation. Sam paid the $2. Everyone was happy.
Okay, great.
But now I don't have my dice bags.
Caroline, come on now.
Come on now.
Did you get to choose the colors and everything?
Oh, yeah, she put out the prints. That's why they had a Google form, because they had all of them numbered. And I was like, can I just tell you the ones I want and not fill out the Google form? I'll give you another $5.
Wow. Pretty sweet.
Just handed her a 50 cash on the spot. No Venmo, no PayPal. Just ripped her off a 50. And I forgot about it, but now I remember. And I wonder if I've given her too much information about the world of scamming people. Well.
Oh, well. That's the price you pay.
Yep.
For passing on knowledge.
The student becomes the master.
Veteran Ice Climber got in for 1, by the way. Andrew's now at 10. Woohoo. Sagu Pummeler, we're going to renew onto this Ice Serpent. What else are we doing? Another counter, lifelink probably. Yep, from the monkey.
Good stuff.
That's a tasty treat there. They're both going to swing in for some lifelinking chonk damage.
Corey thinking about his chump blocks. Chumps.
Jump. Goodbye to his little 1-3. We hardly knew ye. Andrew goes up to a healthy 20 again following that attack. Corey, though, still fighting the good fight here. Looks like it's a draw spell that he cast that he first picked. Pack 1, pick 1.
Ooh. Discarded the Flaming Effigy. That's another card that's, expiration date on that one.
Yes, indeed.
We're past it.
Do not eat that even if it's past the expiration date. That is no good here. Well, we might as well get in with the Ice Climber. Let's go. You're at 19.
Bang.
I would say only 18 more points of damage needed, but that's not true.
Well, it's possible that, maybe Corey's out here is somehow milling Andrew out. Remember, the veteran Ice Climber can target anything.
That's true.
Andrew's done a ton of self-milling. I don't think he's particularly close, but, if Corey's bothering to play it out, he's, thinking about it. Oh, my God. He's going to get a spell back.
All right, Kishla Trawlers. Let's go. We're just getting the draw spell back, it looks like. We could have harmonized it, but why not cast it for cheap twice? Winter Night Stories.
Well, Corey might need to be setting up, some sort of double wild ride on my Ice Climber milieu for, I don't even know if it's possible. And like I said, I would be surprised if Andrew got sloppy enough to let his deck get that low without a removal spell. But that's the one thing that Corey could do to possibly win this game.
Right. The damage race is not going to happen.
Yeah.
Plus, Ringing Bell Strike has locked down the Dusty Earth Carver, but it's not forever. He can just pay 5 to untap it whenever he wants. And that's going to be right now. In comes the team through Andrew Ellenbogen. Once again, we're in Chump City for Corey Burkhart.
Yeah, for Corey's side, it's just stay alive. And, all right, you got one big shot here potentially with the Ice Rider. Looks like Andrew is counting his library here, which means Corey's probably asking how many cards are left in your deck.
Oh, you love to see it. It still looks pretty healthy, though. I don't know. It's casting a shadow.
Mm-hmm. So, I mean, I assume Corey just blocks the two biggest things.
Puts a Trawler on a token as well as the Ice Ridge Serpent. Okay, here we go. And there is going to be a Snakeskin Veil to seal the deal. That is Andrew Ellenbogen, 2-0 over Corey Burkhart, advancing to 11-2 with 1 round to play.
Yeah, and Corey's block there was going to leave him at 1. And so I think Andrew also realized, well, the one possible way I can lose this game is by getting milled out by a flurry of pump spells. And so Andrew's willing to risk getting blown out in combat for the shot of just cutting a turn out of the game, and Corey didn't have anything to interact.
Yeah, so we get to see Andrew's deck there, which was a very nice Sultai build. Just overall more power base level than Corey Burkhart's deck. Corey's deck, though, in round 1 of this draft did actually look pretty impressive.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of it has to do with Andrew just being much better situated for that kind of matchup than Amaz was in the previous round, where, first of all, Andrew's a lot better at blocking early. The Sultai Devotees did a lot of work in making sure that you were able to block early and there was no combat trick that could really get you out from under it. And then Andrew was able to shut the door with Lifelink, actually undo Corey's work and be able to get a little bit of a cushion there, leaving Corey to a spot where his only way out was actually decking, not damage.
Right, and that's going to be a far cry. I mean, I've seen it happen, actually, in this format a fair number of times, but Andrew there seemed like his deck still had enough cards for that not to be the biggest worry in the entire world. So Andrew there advancing with a win, now has top 8 clearly in his sights and certainly on his mind here. We have 1 round of Swiss left to play after this round, so the players are thinking about it. Let's go to our backup feature match here. We're starting in game number 2, in the penultimate round of Swiss here at Spotlight Dragons. Larry Lee is up against Jody Keith. Larry Lee currently up a game. As I said, we're starting in game 2 here. Taking a peek at the decks, looks at the color pips. We've got Mardu up against Obzon. We're resolving mulligans here for game number 2, and then we'll be into the action. Oh, we're speeding ahead, and we've caught up. There we go. Time travel. Mardu Devotee was the play for Jody Keith here. Able to help fix your mana and gets in for 1. I love the scry ability on this Devotee too. It's so good.
Yeah, this is another, sometimes I feel like the game has passed me by. This is the type of card that I would not be, as a player, typically looking to play, but it does seem pretty awesome. The mana fixing, the scry, 1 drops, 1 power, normally not my speed, but this one is seem to be carrying its weight so far.
Absolutely. It's just like so good. You just feel so good when you're able to scry in a fast aggressive deck. Like, get those lands out of here later in the game. Reigning Victor is the play here, but no attack in because we're facing up against a Traveling Botanist, which is a 2/3 from Larry Lee.
Yeah, so even the +1/+0 there isn't enough to make the attack make any sense, so no reason to put it in.
Huh! Carsey Revenant here, the play from Larry Lee. We saw this card on camera yesterday. It is a house. It is flying. It has lifelink. It has death touch. And it can put those things onto another creature from the yard with its renew ability. Yuck. All that for 3 mana. My God, Vampire Nighthawk, you've come a long way.
Yeah. Rest in peace. Pour one out.
Yep.
I mean, that card was sick and send a card, too.
All right, so we've done the thing. We've paid the cost. We've sacrificed Mardu Devotee to take down the Carsey Revenant. Unlocking an attack here from the reigning victor. Brings with it a mobilized token, which the dog's going to block.
Ooh.
Oh, all right. Nice.
Little +3/+0 and draw a card there. You know, that for a deck as aggressive as Jody's, you got to be concerned about the Revenant. One of the better ways to sort of play around it is, well, keep your opponent off of ever having a creature, and then you don't have to worry about the residuals when it gets flashed back.
Here's another card that I like from Larry Lee, which doubles counters on your creatures the first time they're put on every turn, which can really get out of control pretty quick in an Obzon build. Ooh, I just looked at Larry Lee's deck list. There's some spice in here. All right, we're going to take care of that creature, though. A removal spell here in Monastery Maneuver.
Yep. The mobilized, you saw the creature there pre-combat to get up to 3 creatures to be able to handle it.
Turtle coming into play for Larry Lee. I like this little turtle. Gives a counter when it dies or when it enters.
Jody's deck is delightfully grimy. We are talking about digging deep here on some of these pump spells.
Yeah, seriously. Larry Lee hasn't been able to stick anything this game. Down to 8.
And this is another, nice element of covering draft here is that a lot of the cards that Jody's playing, you would just immediately cut from a sealed deck. But, you put them all together, and it might be greater than the sum of its parts.
Absolutely. We've got another attack unlocked here for Jody Keith. With all the dudes, sending Larry Lee perilously low down to just 2 life. Shock Brigade comes into play. That's another mobilized creature. It also has Menace, so Larry's just forced to scoop him on up here. Jody Keith evening things up in game number 2.
Wasn't looking good there from my perspective, from Jody's side, from my perspective, because
yeah.
Larry was just blocking with really good stuff early on in the game, but Jody with an array of 13th picks.
Yes.
Able to plow through, and Larry, I don't know if Larry was missing white that game. Our indicator on the top right suggests that he was, but had some stuff to do, but Jody is just able to power through it.
Yeah, that was sick. Jody just dealt with absolutely everything Larry Lee tried to put onto the table. Let's thank our sponsors here at Spotlight Dragons. Thank you so much to Dragon Shield. What an appropriately named company here for this tournament. Indeed, this set, the best sleeves in the business, as well as Beckett, the place to go to get your cards graded. Dragon Shield, lots of great sponsor promo codes you can use to get 5% off of your order. I happen to know one of those is GLHF. I don't know, there might be another one floating around out there.
Resleevables, but, I think you're going to want to be careful about the uppercase, lowercase thing. I think it's all lowercase and it's case sensitive. So, you just do whatever.
Yeah. Pick your poison. Who do you like better, me or Patrick? Don't answer that question.
or go over to StarCityGames.com, whatever.
Whatever floats your boat.
Yeah, you buy it from you buy it from wherever.
Here we go, the players sideboarding for game number 3. Both of our players here sitting at 10-2, which is a very good record and puts them in top 8 contention with 1 round to play after this round. Mardu Devotee here on turn 1, exactly when you want it for Jody Keith, scry 2.
Look, there's enough to go around for everyone. All the dogs got to eat. But I guess for the purposes of this promotion, let's say StarCityGames.com.
All right, StarCityGames.com. You got it. I would be a Pomeranian if I was a dog. One of them little fluffy ones.
I bought a Newfie recently, Newfoundland.
Yes, very cute.
I'm vibing with her. I don't know if I have a dog breed myself, but the Newfie's kind of hitting the right way.
Is it insulting if I say Irish setter?
No, that's not. Is this an extension of our Notre Dame Fighting Irish conversation
Yes,
from earlier?
it might be.
No, Irish setter is fine.
Okay.
That's like an actual dog. That's not a mascot that is a mockery of the one culture you're allowed to make fun of anymore.
Sultai devotee here for Larry Lee on turn 2. Both players doing exactly what they want here in the early turns of the game, setting up their mana. Obs on devotee. We got all 3 here. We just, come on, let's complete the full set. We just need Jeskai and Teamer. I wonder if it's ever happened. That'd be pretty cool. And those could be the only creatures in play.
So it's Exodia, but for the devotees and nothing else?
Yeah. Okay, here we go. We're putting some counters onto our Sultai devotee, giving it vigilance until end of turn and smashing in.
Jody gave kind of a quizzical look.
I go, okay. Sure, I guess so.
Oh yeah, you think you're the only one who can play some trash bin combat tricks, huh? No, 2 can play that game.
Synchronized charge. I love that it gives it vigilance.
Yeah, well, the fun is attacking and then maybe blocking.
Yeah. And look at this. Attack from Jody Keith, no fear. No blocks from Larry Lee either. It's going to go to 16. 16 all for both players. Oh, how about a Zergo? Does that strike you as okay?
It's pretty good here, and just with the tricks that Jody had, you got the +3/+0 and draw a card. You have deal damage equal to the number of creatures that you have. Zergo's got, I wouldn't say issue, but when it's at its weakest, is just, they got a 4/4, I can't attack. Like
yeah.
that, and Jody's deck solves that pretty well.
Zergo's got issues. Probably. But his biggest issue now is that he's dead.
Yeah, I can give you a lot of tricks and tips as far as this is how you lose with this card. I've experienced it all.
Yeah.
So Jody's deck is really optimized around clearing out big blockers, +3/+0 on your mobilized token and whatever. So Zergo can just keep trucking in.
Reigning victor here, the play from Jody Keith, enabling another attack. Larry Lee goes down to 12. Jody at 13. No play here from Larry, missing land drops. Passes back to Keith. Swings in, once again, no fear. In comes a token from the reigning victor.
This is a tough spot for Larry, too, because this attack from Jody is justifiable even with no trick.
Right.
Because everything would either trade or it just doesn't matter very much if the thing dies in exchange for the amount of damage being dealt. And if Jody does have a trick, it's, that's kind of where the basket where all your eggs are. Ugh.
Oh, yucko. Okay, another big creature here from Jody Keith. Larry Lee's Sultai devotee is going to fall. Can we even find another land? Well, here we go. We're going to be able to kill a creature. But we still have plenty of attacking power over here on Jody Keith's side of the battlefield. Unsparing Boltcaster. Love that card name. All right, there's a handshake. That was enough, seeing that additional Mardu creature there from Jody Keith. Jody Keith is going to take down this matchup versus Larry Lee here in round 2 of our second draft of the day. Larry Lee just lets out a breath and says, all right, well, we didn't get that one. Another round left to play here before our cut to the top 8.
And remember that when we went to the standings there, that both Andrew Ellenbogen and Jody Keith had among the worst breakers of the players with 2 losses. Very good chance both of those players will have to play a win and in next round and could potentially be paired against one another.
Oh, very interesting. Okay, well, we'll see what happens. We've got a lot on the line here. 1 round left to play. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. welcome back to coverage of Magic Spotlight Dragons here from Denver, Colorado. We have one round left of Swiss to play before our cut to the top 8. Marie Bartholdi and Patrick Sullivan here with you. Excited, Patrick?
Very much so. We're getting to watch two decks that are as emblematic of their three-color combination as you could possibly ask for. Andrew Ellenbogen playing a Sultai deck chock full of graveyard synergies and recursion and self-mill, and Jody Keith playing Mardu with pretty much every mobilized synergy you could ask for.
Yeah, both of these decks seem very sweet, and we're going to watch them go head-to-head for the pod here coming up. But first, let's take a look at our standings and find out where we're at here in this tournament. Man, Micron just doesn't know how to lose.
Yep, 1,218 customers in Micron showing up to this tournament. First place still.
Wow.
X and 1, and obviously a lock at this point to be in the top 8.
Yeah, what are we thinking when it comes to top 8 in records?
I mean, it's looking to me like, oh my God, who has 2 draws?
Oh.
All right, never mind. I'm off it. I don't really. If you got 2 draws, I don't really want to talk about it. I'm guessing that X2-1 with good breakers is about the floor, but it's very hard to say because it kind of depends on some of the pairings here, and because we're pairing via record instead of record inside a pod, it's I'd be speculating quite a bit.
Sure.
But X2 should be safe. And then beyond that, it's not totally clear.
All right, well, let's find out what happens here in the final round of Swiss. Let's head on down to the feature match area. Here we go, everybody. Jody Keith up against Andrew Ellenbogen. Both of their decks are so incredibly sweet. If you're wanting to know how to draft this format, just do what these two did. And take that to the bank. Here we go. Kicking things off, tri-land for Andrew Ellenbogen, dual land for Jody Keith. Will game no life up to 21. Island go from Andrew. All right, let's get things started with an Abzan Devotee for Jody Keith.
This card kind of intersects nicely into Mardu, even though it's the Abzan one, because you end up with a lot of self-sacrifice for value, or going wide sort of stuff, where this card slots in pretty smoothly. I
know, I always forget about the recursion on this Abzan Devotee. It's kind of hidden there. The other devotees don't have this, so it's kind of nice, like you mentioned. Dragonstorm Globe for Ellenbogen, who's still just setting up. Plains for Keith. And he can get the action started pretty early in his deck with some of these Mardu cards that he has. 3 mana, we can get the party going.
He's not quite as bursty as Corey Burkhart, but he has a lot more kind of sustained pressure. And a lot of his deck gets started at 3.
Abzan Devotee into the red zone for 2. Clarion Conqueror here on 3. And see, that's what I'm talking about on 3. Like, this fireworks start already for him, this 3/3 flyer, and then it shuts down stuff. Activated abilities of artifacts, creatures, and planeswalkers?
Yeah, the globe is shut down. That's so bad for Andrew.
Yikes. Yeah, not great to have your turn 3 mana accelerant completely locked down. Swamp for Andrew, 4 mana. All right, we're going to get our Codis the Fanekeeper out. Try and start some shenanigans here. Passes back over to Jody Keith.
The Devotee can do a very good job of kind of holding that off without losing too much value. Also, because of so much of Jody's deck is saturated 3 mana, as long as that is not pumped by Andrew, then the hit rate coming from Jody's deck is not very high.
Well, here we go. Clarion Conqueror in for 3. Andrew Ellenbogen down to 15. What's the follow-up play? Why, it's just the Mardu Mythic. Narev, Heart of the Storm, 4/5 flyer. If a creature you control entered this turn would deal damage, it deals twice that much damage instead.
So very good with haste and with mobilize, which Jody's deck is chock full of.
All right, now you got to play against some cards here, Andrew. Your earlier opponents were rather aggressive.
And a lot more in the air than Corey was as well, as a critical thing. A lot of why Andrew had a good matchup against Corey previously was because Corey was so much on the ground that his defensive measures were very effective. That's not the case here.
Codis the Fangkeeper. All right, swinging in. Block, says Nerev.
Well, Jody is now thinking about it a little bit because it's indestructible, keep in mind. So there are certain fight spells, double damage stuff, pump spells. The path of least resistance is just block with the Devotee. But I think that Jody's willing to say, hey, your deck is pretty slow and unwieldy. If you have a pump spell here, it's probably your whole turn. Your deck is not very likely to play a spell and then also use the mana on something else.
Okay, so I think he did end up blocking with it. Follow up here is Caustic Exhale, which is going to deal with Nerev, Heart of the Storm, now dead. But was it his whole turn? Do we have a follow-up? We do, in fact. Alchemist Assistant, 2/1 lifelinking Munkus.
Remember, deck lists are not exchanged, but the pools are. So if Jody made that block there, I'm guessing partially it's if he thinks the trick is -3/-3, well, Ellenbogen would be able to use that on the 3/3 anyway.
Sure.
Which, from Jody's perspective, might even be worse because that unlocks the globe.
Yeah, that's a great point. In comes a 3/3 here on Keith's turn. Ellenbogen falls to 12. Jody Keith still very comfortable at 21 life. Hardened Tactician is going to be the play, as well as a Strike Brigade. 1/3 mobilize, 1. Hardened Tactician, nice with creatures you want to sacrifice. Get to draw cards.
Mobilize tokens, the odds on Devotee if the game goes really long.
Okay, here we go. Dusty Earth Carver. It's going to make a 3/3.
Yeah, and Andrew's saying here, you know, if you have a removal spell for it, it's probably not going to make a big difference if it's 4/4 versus 7/7. But when Andrew is trying to block what Jody's up to, it just involves kind of get as many creatures as possible. It's less about size and more about quantity because Jody is doing so much with tokens.
Turn passes back over to Jody Keith. Would you feel comfortable calling this match a win and in?
Yes, yeah.
All right.
Because we have 9 players with a record of X2 or better, and they have to play against one another. So someone that is currently in the top 8 records will lose and fall out.
All right, so we're playing a top 8 match here. 4 top 8, I should say. Feral Deathgorger the play here for Jody Keith. As both players continue just to build up their resources here in the game. No attacks. Back over to Andrew.
Yeah, that is at least something that can attack productively the next turn. 3/5 Flying Dot Touch means that the 4/4 reach creature can't touch it.
Can touch it and die.
Yeah, can touch it for a moment.
Yeah, a brief moment of glory. To knows what it feels like to high-five a dragon.
And just because this is the turn Jody elected does not necessarily mean that he doesn't have a removal spell. It could just be that he wants to commit 6 mana to this and then try to follow up with a removal spell next turn if Andrew puts his shields down, or maybe even 2 spells in one turn.
Andrew here thinking through his turn and is just going to pass, no play. Life totals 12 for Andrew Ellenbogen, 21 for Jody Keith. Reigning Victor, the play here for Jody, is going to pump up the Clarion Conqueror and give it indestructible until end of turn.
Yeah, so this is a really nice tactical play here from Jody. This gets the caller up to a 4/3 indestructible, so it would be another flyer eligible to attack. along with the 3-5 death touch. And it's not exactly comfortable for Andrew to just take 7 here, nor is it comfortable for Andrew to chump block. So if Andrew has some way to prevent this from resolving, you're probably going to see it right now, because it does not want to allow combat on the table to resolve the way that it looks.
Yeah, blocks are bad. Taking 7 from 12 is bad. He's got all of his mana up. What are we going to do?
And because a lot of Jody's tricks that we saw in the previous game, they're not removal spells as such. It's a lot of pump spells or things that care about the number of creatures he has, all that kind of stuff. Jody kind of wants Andrew to tap low on mana before he starts doing stuff, because there's a big risk of counterplay here.
Here's one option from Andrew Ellenbogen, Piercing Exhale. He's going to target the 3/3 on the Clarion Conqueror. Coordinated Maneuver is going to be the response, taking out the 3/3. The spell fizzles. Oof.
Yeah, that is that's rough news, and really heads up play from Jody again. Playing the 3/5 flyer the previous turn, and now basically being able to present 2 different 3 mana cards that necessitated a response. He was able to play over the top of Andrew's response, and now Andrew's kind of house of cards is collapsing here a little bit.
Jungle Hollow, gain a life for Andrew Ellenbogen. He's at 6 currently. Jody Keith, 21, and has his foot on the gas. Yeah, his Mardu deck looks sweet.
I think that's a really important, sort of declaration or demonstration of skill there from Jody. Is he knows his tricks are a little fidgety if Andrew has mana open. And so he wants to try to set up spots where it's 2 things or 3 things in one shot, because he's likely to be exposed to Andrew's counterplay. So do you have the second thing to go over?
Jody here, an all-out attack, all of his creatures hitting the red zone, including 2 mobilized tokens. Andrew lining up blocks, didn't play anything, so still has all this open mana. Can he survive?
Jody knows just the attack on the table, this is lethal. So Andrew's got to have something. He's going to have to show me whatever that is before I play first.
All right, and it was nothing indeed. That's Jody Keith picking up game 1 here in the final round of Swiss before a cut to the top 8, Magic Spotlight Dragons.
That was a really fascinating game there that we just saw from Jody. I think that was extremely well navigated. And again, when your tricks are, his tricks are not the best. They fit the theme of what the deck is doing. Going wide and pumping and, plus power tricks and all that kind of stuff. But he knows he is exposing himself a lot to getting 2 for 1. And so he wants to be in spots where Andrew is the person who has to act first. The amount of risk he takes with his 2 for 1, his tricks in terms of getting 2 for 1, it goes down by quite a lot if Andrew is compelled to act first. Barring that, wait until Andrew taps out to play your stuff, so there's no risk, again, of a response that breaks up what you're trying to do.
So you're saying he just needs to keep applying the pressure and just asking the question and be like, do you have an answer? And if you do, then I can respond.
It's twofold. If you apply the pressure and Andrew taps out, take your windows to just do whatever you're going to do. If you are trying to set up some sort of trick, try to set things up where you have 2 things to do. And in that exchange, it was important for Jody. He initiated with a creature. He played the thing at sorcery speed, so that way, whatever response Andrew had, the instant in his hand could play back, which is exactly how he set it up. If Jody just goes, untap, play my spell, try to kill your thing, then everything fizzles and the creature that he has to play doesn't work anymore. So initiate at sorcery speed, try to sandbag your instance, so if Andrew plays back, you can play back over the top. And if Andrew ever taps low or out, that's a really good window to just play your stuff, even if it's not necessarily the most efficient, because you're minimizing the risk of counterplay from Andrew's side.
Hey, everybody, if you're saying, hey, this looks fun, I want to go play in one of these events and have a shot at $10,000. What about Minneapolis? Check it out. SCGCON Minneapolis Regional Championship, as well as a lot of side events happening May 2nd through the 4th. StarCityGames.com/SCGCON is the website to go to if you're interested in this. The format is going to be standard. $100,000 prize pool. We got spots at the Pro Tour, spots at the World Championship on the line.
And it's a lot of fun, huge tournament. The regional championships get thousands of people to come out. I had a blast at the one that I played in and at the one that I covered. And as you've mentioned before, Minneapolis in spring.
Oh,
What are we even talking about?
it's a great city. I'm biased. I live there, but I love Minneapolis. We believe in art. We support our artists. It's very important to us, so you can see a ton of great art around town, from the theaters to art galleries, and our food. My God, Patrick, our restaurants.
It is excellent. I've had good eats and good times in Minneapolis. Fun local Magic community.
Yes, lots of great players, including Andrew Ellenbogen. We'll claim him now. So check it out, everybody. SCGCON Minneapolis coming up the 2nd through the 4th.
If you're a Hoops fan, looks like the Timberwolves just locked up the 6th seed today, so they're not in the play-in. You might be able to catch a playoff game while you're in town.
Nice.
Yeah.
I just saw my first NBA game on Friday.
Yeah, you went to Nuggets Grizz?
Yeah.
Yeah,
It was sweet.
it is sweet.
I feel like basketball is the sport that most Magic players are interested in of all sports.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very it's interesting because it's a very low variance game, and a lot of Magic players like to imagine that they enjoy low variance games, but clearly not so much.
Is it low variance just because you can take so many shots?
It's low variance basically because the plays are only worth so many points.
Okay.
So in baseball, you have grand slams. In football, you have pick sixes or touchdowns. In basketball, the best thing that you can do is like, that was worth 3 points, or I
Sure.
stopped you from scoring 2. So it's a lot of small game actions instead of a handful of very large ones.
So basketball is the chess of sports.
Of the large ones in North America, yes.
Thank you for answering my nonsense question.
No, it's not nonsense. I think a lot of people think that all sports are created equal, and it's just not, you know.
What do you think is the highest variance sport?
From a game-to-game thing?
Yeah.
Baseball.
Baseball? Yeah.
Here's a way that you can kind of look at it. Go and look at the number of teams in a basketball season that win more than 60% of their games or fewer than 40%. Like, let's say that we'll call that the line of demonstrably good or bad.
Sure.
It's a lot of the league. If you go and look at how many teams in baseball fall under 40% or over 60, it's very few in a given season.
Interesting.
Because it's just like, yeah, it's kind of random. Home runs are kind of random. Sometimes you get hits, but no one scores because the next person didn't get a hit. And so it's possible for weaker teams to beat stronger teams with greater frequency than in basketball or football or hockey.
Wow, that's interesting. I never thought about it that way.
Yeah, again, this is to go back to your like empty-headed thing. It's like, are you sure? Are you?
Oh, God. Everybody, thanks for hanging out with us today on day 2 of action here at Magic Spotlight Dragons while we talk hot nonsense into your ear.
Yeah, there was a reference you made yesterday where it sounded like you were making reference to a book that you've read. I was like, imagine that. Like, I remember doing that. Once in a while, and now it's, just this.
All right, I'll give you some recs off air.
Okay, great, fantastic.
Hey, everybody. There's a flash sale going on at StarCityGames.com. Ends Monday. So make sure you head over there if you're looking for some sweet promotional singles. 10% off while supplies last. I'm a sucker for really cool game pieces.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, sign me up. If you've got a fancy version of a card, you can customize it, whatever. I'm God. I love that.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of expensive but not fancy. I guess I would say something of a brutalist approach to my Magic aesthetic.
They're turning the lights off on us here in the convention hall. We're not done yet.
Yeah.
We still have a top 8.
Yeah, we lost some, but not all. So, we'll just see where that goes.
If we lost all, I would have screamed really loud, and then I would have said, "There's been a murder."
Jody going to 4.
Yikes. Okay, not great. It's got a game to give, I guess, but you never love to see it.
Yep.
And you mentioned mulliganing earlier today. You're like, These players know what's up from each other now. They know what they have to mulligan to if they want a chance of winning. They can't just keep anything.
Yeah, but this matchup is nowhere near as extreme as Andrew versus Corey.
True.
Jody is like kind of playing a nuts and bolts game at the end of the day. He's got the token synergies, but he's not wildly deviating from the type of deck you would expect to see in this format.
Okay, let's see what we can do here, Jody. Can we keep it? I think we have to. This is a win-in match for top 8 here this weekend as well. $10,000 goes to the winner of this tournament. Second place gets $5,000. And if you make top 8, you qualify for Pro Tour Final Fantasy. So there's quite a lot on the line for both of these players. Jody here deciding what he wants to send back. Very difficult decision, I'm sure, when you have so few tools to work with.
Yeah, I mean, there's a question. When you're talking about going all the way down to 4 cards, a lot of it is, what is a hand that allows me to top deck well?
Yeah.
Because you're not going to have a functional 4-card hand. You're trying to set up something where, okay, maybe I'm missing red mana, or maybe I'm missing a 3-mana creature. A hole in your hand that you could fill in is kind of what you're looking for.
Sultai Devotee here from Andrew. Just 2 planes in play for Jody Keith. It's going to fall down to 18 after this attack here. So not only off creatures, lands not cooperating, no third land drop, in for 2 again, 16. What can Keith find? Nothing so far.
The classic mulligan to 4, discard to hand size.
Oh, yuck. 5th land, meanwhile, for Andrew Ellenbogen, who's living high on the hog here. Lotus Light Dancers. We're going to go get 3 things, put them into the yard, green, black, and blue. And Andrew has some great hits. We've seen him do this previous rounds, where we get a card like 100 Battle Veteran, which can come back from the graveyard. Karu Goldkeeper, which can give a +1/+1 counter on flying. He's vacillated between his 3rd pick, which sometimes has been a Sagu Pummeler and sometimes it's been his Ice Ridge Serpent. No 3rd. Okay, so he's just picking 2.
Possible the cards in question are already in hand.
Indeed. Nothing yet from Jody. Oh my gosh! Ah, there's been a murder! It was very quick.
Jody completely nonplussed.
Yeah.
A nice sort of dichotomy of reaction there. Andrew just being like, "What is going on?" And Jody just like nothing's even happening.
Hey man, he had to shut off his emotions. Let a mull of 4. You got to turn off your feelings.
Yeah, mull of 4, not play a card. Yeah, mull of 4 and not play a card. It's like, how much worse could it get?
Yeah.
Oh, and there's a blackout. Great, whatever.
The dragons chewed through the power cables. Those pesky little guys. All right, well, that's Andrew Ellenbogen taking game number 2. Unfortunate mana and hand issues for Jody Keith there, so we're going to game 3.
Jody will have the benefit of the play here, I would assume.
Yeah. I mean, that was a question that actually came up at the pre-release. People were like, I'm not sure if I'm supposed to take a draw in this multicolor format. But
sealed, I can understand it's kind of a function of how good is your mana fixing and how fast is your opponent's deck. There could be mitigating factors that would cause you to want to take the draw. I think in draft it's you're going to much more biased towards being on the play. Your deck is way more likely to just be 2 or 3 colors with much more stable mana.
Right.
And there are more fast decks, and they are faster here than you will see in sealed.
All right, everybody, I want to say thank you to Dragon Shield, by the way, for sponsoring the show this weekend. They're one of our 2 sponsors of this event. They make the best sleeves in the business. I love every single one of them. They shuffle like butter, and they last you just about forever. I get compliments on my Dragon Shield sleeves every time I go out and play in store, as well as Beckett, the #1 place to get your card graded and display it on your shelf like Patrick does.
And I just got a care package in the mail from Dragon Shield.
What?
I don't know if it's public yet or not, but they got some bangers coming down the pipeline.
They sure do.
Yeah.
In my email, I got a notice that they sent some stuff to us, so I'm very excited.
Yeah. It's so sweet just to be sent, just, care packages. What am I even going to do with it? I don't really even play in tournaments very much anymore, but I like to look at it, and I like to be thought of, so I do appreciate it. Thank you very much, Dragon Shield.
I love the Starry Night Dragon Shield sleeves. Have you seen those ones?
I am not sure by name.
They're so beautiful. They have the Starry Night painting and a dragon added into it, and you can get there's ones that have a pearlescent sheen to them as well.
That's sweet.
Man, every single time I play a match with those sleeves, I get a compliment. Every single time. It literally has never failed. It's like magic. Wow, the loss of our lighting in the feature match area is making things look pretty dramatic, which I actually like for the top 8 coming up.
Yeah, it's not helped by all the players also basically both all dressed in black. But
yeah.
Jody, not shook up by the light issues.
Whew, Jody, please, better opening hand this game.
In spots like that, I've had that happen. I mean, I feel like at the end of it, you're just like, I was on the draw, I would have lost anyway.
Yeah.
It just sped up. It just sped up when it would have been inevitable. My opponent kept 7.
Yeah.
So, all right, I get to go first now.
Oh, the lights are back. I mean, sometime it's going to happen to you in a tournament of this length. It just, sometimes it hits worse than others.
Yeah, and it's one of a lot of people like to, in spots like that. So like this was the worst possible time to have a mulligan to 4. And it's like, no, it's not. The worst time is round 1.
Yep.
Then you're out. It's a bummer to go out that way if that's how it ends up going. But it's actually worse to have it happen early.
Yes, agree. And it says a lot too about players who are able to regain composure and maintain composure after something like that. You just got to keep playing. You can't let it drag you down, influence your future mulligan decisions, stuff like that.
I don't remember the Pro Tour, but the one where Luis went X-No in the Swiss rounds. And I ended up going to the site. He lost in the finals, if memory serves.
Yeah.
And I went up to him. I wasn't really watching the coverage. I wasn't on the site, so I asked him what happened. He's like, I just got my last draw. My worst draws of the tournament basically happened there. And he's like, it could have happened at a worse time. Top 4 in the finals or whatever.
Yeah.
But these players right now looking to cinch up an invite to the Pro Tour Final Fantasy. That goes to everyone in the top 8. First prize here is $10,000 and a case of Tarkir collector boosters.
I love a collector boosty, let me tell you. Opening one of those.
I haven't done it yet. I complained.
Of anything?
Well, of the collector boosters?
Yeah.
I've been thinking about it. Here's what happened. I contracted over Wizards of the Coast for a while. And they didn't send me any boxes of any stuff that I worked on. And I made a stink about it on the air.
#rude.
And then they sent me some collector boxes. Some of it was sets that I worked on. Some of it wasn't. But whatever. I appreciate the gesture. And they're just in the recording studio we got. So I just have them. I think they look nice as decorations,
Oh, yeah, they're beautiful.
Yeah. But in terms of opening them, I have not done it yet.
Oh, it's a great feeling. All right, here we go. We are underway. Game number 3 for the top 8. Abzan Devotee in play for Keith. Sultai Devotee in play for Ellenbogen. No mana issues here for Keith or Ellenbogen, as they both have all their colors of mana on turn 2.
And I would assume both players on 7 cards as well.
Yep. Devotee from Abzan gets in, knocking Ellenbogen to 19. And hey, why don't we just kill it while we're at it? Coordinated maneuver takes it out.
Yeah, and kind of speaking to what I was talking about before, the Devotee maybe isn't the most attractive target, but at least the shields are down. For sure it's going to resolve, and allows Jody to fill out his mana there with the Bloodfell Caves.
Second follow-up Devotee here for Andrew. Replaces the one that fell in battle last turn. And we said it last game too, or excuse me, game number 1. Jody Keith, once you hit 3 mana, the sparks really can start flying. And in fact, 4 as well. This is Marshal of the Lost, which is going to pump up the Abzan Devotee by 1.
Now, this still doesn't pump it up to the point where the Sultai Devotee can't block. One, it's 2 power, and the other, the thing still has Death Touch. So it's possible that Andrew is going to want to block here. The issue with that is, one, the Abzan Devotee comes back, and two, do you need to hold the Death Touch creature back the following turn to block the Marshal or something else?
Right.
So even though this looks pretty innocuous, there's a lot of domino effects that come from Andrew's decision to block or not block.
And as we saw in previous games too, Andrew having 2 copies of Piercing Exhale goes really nice with the Death Toucher. So that might be a consideration not to block here as well. It's just going to take the damage down to 16. Land number 4 for Andrew. Ooh. We haven't seen this in play yet.
Jody can't untap fast enough. I mean, that's one of the weaker cards in Andrew's deck. It's basically just an engine card to be doing some of the graveyard synergy stuff with. And this could be a window for Jody to maybe blow Andrew's doors off here if he's got the right combination of tricks or haste creatures.
Yeah, that's just a 2/4 from Andrew Ellenbogen, 100 battle veteran. So we're going to start things off by killing the Sultai Devotee and attacking in with both the Marshal and the Abzan Devotee.
Yeah, so Andrew can either make a really rough block of blocking the Abzan Devotee. Alternatively, he can block the Marshal, but that's a chump block because the Marshal is now up to a 5/5 against the 4 power.
Andrew's going to take the damage there, go down to 11. In comes the Monkey, Alchemist Assistant, 2/1 Lifelinker.
The Marshal is so hard to beat once it's running downhill. I mean, it just trading with it is really tough. Set aside doing something favorable.
Oh, and look at this. Here comes the 100 battle veteran coming back to the battlefield with a finality counter on it, so not long for this world either way.
I mean, a lot of Andrew's strong plays also are available at 5 mana, so, you know, I don't know if Andrew kept a hand that was just sort of the devotees in this thing in mana, but
yeah,
it's not suggestive of him having much behind him at this point that's good.
Up to 23 for Keith, 4 for Andrew. This has just been smash fest for Jody Keith.
Yeah, and again, if you can even just follow up with any creatures, it almost doesn't matter what they are. It's going to be very hard for Andrew to do anything about the Marshal unless he finds a direct kill spell.
Asking number of cards in hand for Andrew, which is 4.
I mean, Jody's turn is not even shabby if it's just pick up the Abzan Devotee, replay it.
Yeah, honestly.
Even that is still, that attacks profitably the next turn with what Andrew has on the battlefield, on top of the Marshal being, you know, grown a little bit there as well.
All right, so we've got a giant 3/3 and Unsparing Boltcaster that hits the table here for Jody Keith. Back over to Andrew, whose back is up against the wall here at the final round of Swiss.
And that's a really bad sign here for Andrew because that card, Unsparing Boltcaster, ostensibly useful if Andrew has a large blocker because Jody would be able to attack. The big thing eats something smaller, and then post-combat, the Boltcaster finishes off. So it's suggestive of him having a lot of strength left back in his hand because playing this instead of just picking up the Devotee and recasting it sort of suggests if you play something big, I'm not really worried about it.
Right. Can Andrew get himself out of this corner that he's been backed into by the unrelenting power of Jody Keith's Mardu build? He hasn't had the best hand that we've seen from him in other matches in this draft.
Oh, of all the matches we cover, this is clearly his worst draw.
Yes. What do we got here? Feral Deathgorger. We're going to exile things from the yard. Okay, we'll get rid of that Abzan Devotee. That's nice.
And also, you have a Death Toucher to match up with a Death Toucher. So this actually is an opportunity to get out from under the Marshal here a little bit. So there's a distribution thing that happens with the Marshal here. The +3/+3 goes wherever it does. Jody can't actually make the whole thing lethal the way that it stands because he has to commit the pump when he attacks.
Right.
There will still be a smallest thing whether that's, 3 power or 2. So in theory, Andrew is covered. Also, Andrew's tapped out if Jody has the kill with basically anything. So you would assume you would have seen it by now.
Okay, has Andrew done something here to stabilize even in the smallest amount against the massive amount of pressure that Keith has been putting on him since turn 2? Here we go, starting things off. We're going to kill your dragon. That's worthy cost. So we'd had to sacrifice the monkey to be able to do it, but that's fine because we can put a lifelink counter on something else.
And this sets up 2 lethals, right? Because if there's a +1/+1 counter, basically the question is, can Jody get to a spot where he has 2 4-power creatures?
Right. Looks like the counter is going on the Marshal. And he's given the gift to the Marshal. There's the block from the veteran. Andrew Elbig is going to go to 1. Jody gains the life as well, up to 28. Is there anything in existence to stop this bleeding?
I mean, a lifelink blocker would be maybe worth another turn.
Does he have the Lotus Light Dancers? Doesn't appear to be what he is casting currently. We've got a Sagu Pummeler here. It's a 4/4. What else? 2 more mana. There we go. Okay, Piercing Exhale. And we're beholding a dragon here, too, so we get to surveil.
So we have 4/4 lined up against 3/3. Andrew's at 1, but on the table, things are okay.
It's terrifying. What's he going to do with these scries? I mean, surveils. All right, they're both into the yard. It was Cotus and a land. Back over to Jody. Can we get the final point through? Well, we can sure buff up our creature and make it indestructible. Reigning Victor hits the table. Back over to Andrew once again. Needs to have something here. We have a tap spell that's been shown.
But Andrew might not have the luxury of waiting until Jody's turn to draw the card.
Yeah.
But there's a question of what are you even drawing to? Because at this point, it's, but both these things are lethal. So any one blocker, any one removal spell, that doesn't do it. So I guess you could draw, if you pass the turn, tap something, draw a Caustic Exhale.
Okay.
We survived that.
Okay. I'm with you.
Yep. Okay. So.
All right, so we just played a tri-land. We passed turn back. Let's see what we can do here. We're tapping somebody down, that's for sure. Draw a card. In comes the creature, and he's like, do you have something?
Jody's giving the, I got this one coming.
Yeah, I'm attacking with this Unsparing Bowcaster. What do you got? Oh, we got to shuffle first, though,
Yeah, everyone, you got to build up the trauma.
Come on, Andrew, do you have it or not?
Well, there's, wouldn't be in the hand before this because he would have just played on his own turn.
All right, there we go. There's the handshake. Jody Keith takes down this match, end the pod, and locks up a spot in our top 8. Congratulations to him.
Yep. Secure a spot in the top 8, qualified for the Pro Tour again. For Jody, who I know has basically flown to every open invite tournament in the United States that I've been around, at least for the last 10 years. Congratulations to him. Great accomplishment, and welcome back to the Pro Tour.
Absolutely. Let's head on down to our backup match here in the final round of Swiss here today in day 2 of action. We've got our top 8 coming up pretty soon. And of course, like you just said, all of the spots in the top 8 get a spot in the Pro Tour Final Fantasy. So we'll get that match ready for you. And here we go. We've got Tim Rivera versus Andrew Beckram, a local hero.
Yeah, Tim Rivera from Las Vegas, someone who I've known from a variety of trading card games I've made over the years. Andrew Beckram, originally from New Jersey, outside of the Philadelphia area. Another former Dire Wolf alumni and Denver resident who is, again, kind of in a space that a lot of the Denver locals are, which is, you know, I would play in a Pro Tour if I could, and I would play in an open invite event if I could.
Yeah.
And if it's limited, all the better. And so Andrew's here, and both of these players on the precipice here of top 8.
All right, both sitting at 11-2, great records here. Dragonstorm Forecaster in play here for Andrew Beckram. You can pay 2 to tap it, search your library for a card named Dragonstorm Globe or Boulderborn Dragon, reveal it, put it in your hand, then shuffle. So he can essentially get you another card. Rescue Leopard to play here for Tim. But it's getting exhaled. Exhaled. I almost said exiled. Nothing from Andrew. Oh, Sibzig Appraiser for Tim Rivera. Must be nice. And we can put a Mammoth Bellow into the yard. Beautiful.
But it's also not really that bad for Andrew there. His own turn involves him effectively drawing a card. And he has an 0-3 lined up with a 2-1. So even though that card is quite a bit weaker than the 4-2, or quite a bit stronger in abstract terms than the 4-2, I think Andrew's pretty happy having countered the first thing and letting the second thing resolve.
All right, so BK's on Team Globe, and we knew this because he was testing with Luis and friends all last week, and those players were so high on Dragonstorm Globe, they just wanted nothing but Globe all the time. Okay, this is pretty nice flurry turn here from Tim Rivera, who's playing the Elder, which allows a second spell here to pump up the 4-drop.
So now that it is a 6/5 menace.
Sick. All right, we've got Rakshasa's Bargain here from Andrew, which I happen to know this team also really, really likes. Gets you some nice card selection. Look at the top 4, put 2 into your hand and the rest into the graveyard. Plays an island. Look like we're giving the menace creature a fresh start. New lease on life. Hey, buddy, why don't you try something new? Maybe go back get your master's degree.
Or just settle down for a turn, maybe.
All right, we had Dragonclaw strike here to take down the 0-3. All right. Beckram down to 15.
That 0-3 was saving quite a bit of damage. So
that's true.
It ain't pretty, but.
And a Sibzig Appraiser of his own for BK here.
Andrew pitching the Blossoming Sands and playing a land, untapped land, saying go, signaling that he has something to do with 3 mana here.
All right, we're passing back over to Tim, who's going to send with the team. Well, not the entire team. Appraiser stays home. Honored Elder blocked by the Appraiser from Andrew. Down to 14. Durgar Island Dragon, the follow-up. 4/4 flyer. Ooh, nice. It has ward 2, but it doesn't matter when you counter it. Dispelling Exhale.
Yeah, Andrew had some stumbles here, but Tim not applying all the pressure in the world here. So in spite of missing some early land drops here, Andrew was able to set up some spots where he's able to play 2 spells in 1 turn, sort of settle things down, and now maybe in a position where his card advantage starts taking over.
All right, let's see what we can do here, Andrew. 5 mana. Ooh, nice. Sonic Screecher,
Yes.
I want to say.
Shrieker.
Shrieker. Sonic Shrieker. Big old flying dragon, either way.
Shrieker. Yep.
Shrieker, go. 4/4 flyer. When it enters, it deals 2 damage to any target. You gain 2 life. If the player is dealt damage this way, they discard. Get shrieked. Then we're going to draw a card off of the Harmonize.
Nice looking turn there for Andrew.
Yeah, that was great. It's tempting sometimes to leave back your big dragon to block or whatever, but the value you get from being able to play a big beater that you know is going to be a problem then Harmonized is just too sweet.
Well, on top of that, it's, you know, Andrew's at a pretty comfortable life total here, and can afford to take that hit there in exchange for just being efficient and getting that card right away.
And now we can turn the boys sideways. In for 5. Tim to 14. Beckram on 14 as well. And there's that Boulderborn Dragon that we could have searched up earlier. Coming in with a counter thanks to the Globe. Teamer Devotee, the follow-up. That things are looking really nice for Andrew here.
Mm-hmm. Some sweet offense, defense. Tim up to very little. And Andrew still a lot of cards left in hand.
I love this deck from Andrew, too, because it's just so emblematic of what this team here before this weekend said. We want to draft this. We want to make day 2 specifically to draft this exact deck.
Yep, it looks like a sealed deck. I mean, this is, you know, 5-color good stuff, a lot of dragon synergies. The decks we covered so far in the draft portion haven't really looked like this, but Andrew's been able to pull it off here.
We're going to harmonize this Mammoth Bellow with the Teamer Devotee from Tim Rivera to make ourselves a 5/5 elephant. Pass back over to Beckram. Oh, okay. Is that are you ready?
Sure.
All right, let's go. His deck is even sweeter by the minute.
Don't forget your +1/+1 counter. Yeah, he got it. Okay, sweet.
Okay. Attack.
Wrong. Wrong vigilance, non-vigilance. I don't think it's going to matter very much there. Tim willing to let that game go.
Yikes. You're ready. The song unending, closing things out as it is known to do. It is a 10/10. It does cost 8. Flying. Pro from white and from black. When it enters, deals X damage divided as you choose among any number of target creatures and or planeswalkers your opponents control, where X is the number of lands you control.
So, yeah. That was a, you know, clean little 7-for-1, and I don't think Tim was going to be able to come back from that one.
Wowza. That is a sweet-looking deck. Well, if you're looking at this and thinking this is pretty sweet, number 1, you're right. Number 2, you can order it. Order now. It released on Friday. Just go to starcitygames.com/mtg-tdm to get yourself some Tarkir right now. Order a play booster box, draft with friends. I recommend a team draft because you don't need to get 8, because getting 8 people together in a single room in this day and age, has it ever happened?
Pretty rare. I mean, I'm around the people who play Magic competitively for a living, and they rarely do it. But 6 is perfect.
6 is doable.
Get a 3-on-3, first team to 5, or you just play out the 3-on-3, whatever the case may be. And if you buy a box, it's enough for 2 drafts. It's perfect.
Yeah, it's awesome. So go check that out, everybody. I am loving this set. I have drafted it just already infinite, and it hasn't even been out that long. I don't know. I'm Tarkir pilled. Let's go. Is it going to be my favorite set of the year? I don't know. We'll find out. There's that space set coming up later that I'm also looking forward to.
What's the space set?
The space set, what is it called? Edge of Eternities.
Okay.
Yeah. Here we go. Game number 2. Let's see if we can see the fireworks from Andrew Beckram again, or if Tim Rivera can put up a little bit more of a fight. There's a Dragonstorm Globe and a card that seeks it out.
Theme deck.
Here we go.
He's got gangs all here.
Teamer Tawny back for Tim. Pitches a mountain after the draw. Forest was the draw there for Andrew. Nice. Dragonstorm Forecaster is going to go get Boulderborn Dragon. Yep.
Or perhaps, okay. I was
Another one? Yeah.
Well, another globe.
Yeah.
You need to start just setting it all up.
Yeah, that would have been sweet too.
Get a little rebate because you get the mana back.
That's true. Might only be one orb to Beckstrom's name. Oh, God. This is disgusting.
Really good sequencing there from Andrew. Obviously, if you know you want to search up the 5-drop there, you don't want to look at it among the top 2. So get it out of there first so you have a much better range of selection.
Praiser goes in and defines Andrew a card as well. Pitches that Molten Exhale into the yard. Oh, okay. We got our own big dragons, Tim. Molten Dragon 4/5 blows up a non-basic. Boo!
I was not expecting to get a Stone Rain today.
Here we go.
That is lovely.
Sorry, Magmatic Hellkite. Molten Dragon, close enough. Come on.
Little palate cleanser.
Make your opponent's mana honest. Magmatic Hellkite.
Slow him down a little bit. You get that stun counter for your trouble.
Yeah, that's also very nice. I see what you're trying to do with your 5-color nonsense. Arash and Sunshield to play here from Tim. Excuse me, from Andrew. He's going to exile some cards from Tim's deck. This is a 3/4 tapper for a single white. Andrew at 17, Tim at 20. See what Tim wants to do here this turn. I hope the Hellkite gets into the air and gets busy. Hellkite beats.
Almost certainly. I think there might be a question here of just, are you interested at all in trying to use any removal to clear out here, or is the assumption that Andrew is just willing to chump block with the smaller leftovers here to try to buy some time towards his bigger plays?
Yeah. All right, we are going to put the Sib-Sig Appraiser into the yard, which enables another attack here from Tim. 4/3 and the 4/5 getting in. Chump block from the Forecaster. Rescue Leopard. All right. We're doing it.
But time is not on Tim's side here. So.
Yeah, the further we let Andrew play, the bigger and badder the cards.
We might be looking at a little 10/10 flyer in the not too distant future.
Oh. What? He just has every mythic dragon in the set. That's Shiko, Paragon of the Way. 4/5 Flying Vig. When it enters, exile target non-land card with mana value 3 or less from your yard. Copy it, and then you may cast that copy without paying its mana cost. I'm going to choose the Appraiser. This is just a sick value deck. My God.
Yeah, it's just
Shiko, Paragon of the Way.
2-for-1s all the way down.
Take a look at that beauty on your screen. Ooh, that is a nice card. Wow, Andrew's deck is so sweet. Getting back the Appraiser, I mean, oh.
Really seemed like this was the type of deck that maybe people wanted to go get during day 2 in the draft, but with so much demand over the mythics and the mana fixing, how did it really come together?
Yeah. There's a copy token under the Appraiser to let us know it is a copy. And here we go. We've got an Ice Ridge Serpent, which is going to go ahead and bounce that Shiko, Paragon of the Way, to its owner's hand. And we're going to swing in again with the 4/5 and the 4/3. Once again, a big attack from Tim. But Andrew can just, if he wants, put the 2/1 in front and just bide his time.
Yeah. I mean, it's sort of a question of chump blocking with the 2/1 is the concern there is this, that right now it's holding off the Rescue Leopard.
Sure.
So you want to be judicious about when you block with that, because you're potentially freeing up a better attack from Tim the following turn.
So the Sun Shield is going to actually jump in front there and trade with the Team Tawny back.
Yeah. I mean, Andrew's aware that time is, on his side, generally speaking here. He's got the more time that he buys, just the better cards that he has. At some point, he's probably going to be committed to a chump block with his 2-1, but he'd rather wait as long as possible so the rescue leopard isn't freed up. Because Tim doesn't want to trade off the leopard for the token if he can avoid it.
Back over to Andrew Beckstrom, who's currently sitting at 10 to Tim Rivera's 20 here in Game 2 of the final round of Swiss. We're going to head to our top 8 after this. Very exciting stuff on the way. Ah, another murder! Where's Poirot? My God. We're going to play this card again. Chico, get back out here. Why not?
Awesome.
I mean, talk about a card you don't want to bounce, but you got to bounce.
Yeah, it's not, it's not the ideal.
And I mean, that makes a lot more sense why we put that Molten Exile into the yard so early if Chico was in hand.
So now Andrew has the battlefield dominated. Biggest thing. Tim, currently as the board is constituted, cannot attack. Andrew's still at 10. So even if somehow everything got cleared out this turn, not facing lethal, about as comfortable of a spot as you can ask for if you're on Andrew's side. Handful of cards, of course.
Tapping down Chico, I imagine, with Durgar Island Dragon.
Yeah. Yeah, Tim doing us a solid there by playing his Omen cards as far off screen as possible. Thank you, Tim.
Thankfully, we've seen this one before.
Mm-hmm.
We know the melody. Tap, draw. Trying to force through some damage. In comes the leopard.
Nah, I think we might be
Oh no, we're not. We're not.
a little harmonizing.
We're harmonizing. We're harmonizing first. First things first. We're harmonizing. Draw Urani's rebuff. Out goes the Sibsig Appraiser. In comes the team. Well, that's pretty scary. That is 8 damage. Back over to Andrew Beckstrom sitting at 6. Tim Rivera at 21. Three mana here from PK. He looks ominous with his shadow cast over the battlefield.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, another appraiser. Let's go. What is this draft deck? A 10 out of 10?
Look, I mean, I haven't seen the whole list. It looks pretty great. I mean, the abundance of mana fixing here is it really glues it all together. It's not going to be an issue of card quality most of the time when you go down. It's going to be like, can you just cast your stuff? Andrew definitely can.
Gets in there with Chico, who has Vigilance, to knock Tim down to 16.
Now, even though the card quality is kind of secondary to the mana fixing, it is nice to have all the best cards.
Yeah,
too.
yeah, it is.
Like if you're going to do that,
you might as well
just have all the best stuff.
I was on my way to the store anyway.
Right.
I'm just going to pick up a Chico. You need anything?
Plus, after this is done, you know what it gets to do. Walk over to the dealer booth at the StarCityGames.com. They're always buying.
Glacial Dragon Hunt Harmonize here off the Rescue Leopard.
And looks like Tim electing not to discard. Well, I'm not entirely sure if we're still in the process of resolving it or if he's just elected not to discard. Okay.
Rebuff again. We're going to get rid of that. Appraiser, is the discard from Glacial Dragon Hunt to kill the Appraiser. And there is a counter spell dealing with a Mammoth Bellow. Back over to Beckstrom. And there is Ureni! The boy is here! It's just a 10-10.
Well, 11-11 is the orb.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Poodle Alley.
This is my casual 11-11. Have you met? Attack you with my other mythic dragon? It has vigilance. Tim falls to 11.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of 11, make a wish.
Tim looks like he's talking to Andrew about his favorite card. Okay.
Yeah, there's the handshake. Andrew Beckram takes down this match 2-0 over Tim Rivera with the sweetest draft deck I have ever yet to see.
Yep. Congratulations to Andrew Beckstrom, dear friend of mine, in spite of the Eagles hat. Just someone who, has been at various points in his life really into tournament magic and playing a lot on the Pro Tour, and sometimes fallen by the wayside and sort of enjoying other interests or pursuing other endeavors. But guess what? Open invite tournament in his hometown that's limited. No way he's missing that. 12-2 in the top 8. Congrats. Can't wait to go give him a hug here in a minute.
Yeah, and we get to go to the Pro Tour as well. Everybody who made our top 8 has an invite to Pro Tour Final Fantasy, which is extra special and is going to be awesome coming up later this year. So congratulations to them. Also a pay bump. First prize, by the way, you're going to want to stick around through our top 8. It's $10,000 plus a case of Tarkir Dragonstorm Collector booster boxes. So nothing to sniff at here as we get into our top 8.
Yeah, you got a $10,000 cash prize. The product's worth another couple $1,000s. The Pro Tour invite's worth whatever you want to price it out, but not a small figure by any means, so still a lot to play for here, but congratulations to our top 8.
Absolutely. We're going to take a break. We'll be back around to do the semifinals and finals. Paul and Ailey are going to come back in to call our top 8 draft. You don't want to miss it. Stay right where you are.
It is top 8 time here at Magic Spotlight Dragons. Welcome back, everyone, to the booth here. I'm Ailey Loney alongside Paul Cheon, and it has been a marathon of a day, Paul.
Yeah, it has been a super long day. What is it, like 7 o'clock right now? And we still have probably 3 more hours of Magic to play. But fortunately, it's booster draft, so it's still okay.
Yeah,
right?
it's
still fine.
We can stay up late for a little booster draft as a treat.
Exactly.
We don't need to be in bed by 9.
A little midnight draft never hurt anybody.
Maybe just a couple brain cells before bed, but you know, it's all good. We have our bracket here to look at, friends. Our top 8 has been decided, so let's take a look and see who will be playing who. Up at the top there, Michael Hron, or Atron, up against Josh Morton. Michael just absolutely crushing it today. And, alrighty.
Right.
So, so that is what we'll be following along with. We've got 2 featured drafters, which we'll be checking out. Michael is going to be the one. So let's take a look at the pod where people are sitting. There's Michael Hron, Andrew Beckram sitting next to each other, which is cool. We're going to be watching both of those perspectives, I believe.
Yeah.
Charles, Christian, Josh, Nathaniel, Jody, and Lee completing our top 8.
And if you take a look, at least in terms of the players that I'm pretty familiar with, of course, Atron has a long history of being a very, very great limited player. Andrew Beckram also used to be on the train, used to play a ton of Pro Tours as well. And Charles Wong currently qualified for Pro Tour Vegas, also a member of Team Handshake here. So you have 3 very established players here all passing to each other. So hopefully they can play nice here. But of course, tons of other talent here at the table. All of these players have battled only with 2 losses in the entire tournament. I think that you need a minimum of 2 losses. This was a tough tournament.
Yeah.
Charles Wong going into this last round was X2. And played against an opponent who was also X2, and they couldn't draw. And typically, an 11-2-1 record, you would think would be good enough for top 8, but they actually had to play it out there. So really, really brutal field. So anybody in the top 8 here had to win tons and tons of matches to get to this spot.
And they have to win just a few more to be crowned champion here. And also congratulations to our top 8 who are now qualified for Pro Tour Final Fantasy, which is coming up soon. So we are looking forward to seeing you all play then, but let us continue our focus on this draft. Let's get some dragons into some hands here. Our draft pod is ready to rock and roll, so let's head on down there. We're going to be following along with Michael Atron, I believe, as we take a look here at our players. Ready and waiting. It's been a long day. They've been at it for, what, 11, 12 hours now?
Yeah.
It's insane.
Yeah. And, yeah, you know what's funny is I spoke with Atron, a friend of mine. I used to work with him in the past as well. And I asked him, like, did you do a lot of testing for this? What was your testing like? He said, I think I did a sealed and 2 drafts.
What?
I was like, wait, and then you just casually show up here? I said, well, then why did you even come out here if you weren't going to prepare? He said, oh, my brother's in town. The flight was $100. I just decided to show up. And then he just casually strolls in and top 8's the event. It is just incredible that you can just kind of show up and have this level of success, which is, of course, a testament to his limited prowess in general.
Yeah. Oh, and one thing I don't believe we mentioned with the drafts, if there is a double-faced card in the pack, the players have to show it. So that's what you would have seen there just in front of, ooh, Corsi Revenant, hello. They just have to show that beforehand.
I don't care when you started playing Magic. If you read Corsi Revenant, you're going to take it first pick, first pack. So I imagine he's going to take it here. Now, Molten Exhale, also a very, very powerful removal spell. Clear and Conquer, okay, but honestly, I mean, nothing is close to the power level of the Revenant. Just a great creature by itself. It literally doesn't even need Renew. That's just the card by itself is just a bomb level card, very, very strong.
Hell yeah.
And then, of course, the Renew effect, also extremely powerful. I mean, just look at this thing.
Yeah, it's nuts.
It just does everything.
This was the Buy a Box promo as well.
Yeah.
So.
And Atron actually did get to play against this in the first draft, and it was really, really powerful. Now
he
gets to give his opponents a little taste.
Sweet, sweet card indeed.
Yeah, and
Let's
absolutely
go
want to start out the draft here with an extremely powerful rare. What can he follow this up with? Good removal spell. Hey, that's a removal spell.
Is good, yeah.
There's a Windcrag Siege if you want to go into Mardu potentially. That's something that you could be interested in taking here. But it kind of puts you into 3 colors right away. There's a Narset, which he's probably not too interested in taking after first picking a black rare. I think he's going to probably look at Kintree Severance because that's a card that you can likely play as a good 4-mana removal spell. It's very flexible, and it'll always make it. Whereas if you take something like a Windcrag Siege, like if you're not Mardu, you just can't play the card, especially because you want to play your first pick spell.
Yeah, it's Windcrag Siege isn't the be-all, end-all. You know, you don't miss not picking that as much as you would like a Hollow Merc Siege or something.
Yeah.
But that would be snapped up.
I will say the Sieges are not nearly as broken as they were in the original block.
Yo, that was
Those were
crazy.
absolutely absurd, and these have definitely been dialed down a little bit.
Yeah. Ooh, War Effort. Okay, so a Mardu Devotee, Sipsig Appraiser, nice.
And there's a Piercing Exhale, which we know he likes on top of that as well. There's a Nomad Outpost, but I think might be leaning towards some of the value-oriented cards here. So we're looking at Sipsig Appraiser and Piercing Exhale, both really, really solid cards. And, you know, he had some success drafting Abzan previously, so certainly no reason to necessarily move away from that. Oh, but actually taking the Tri-Land here. So this is a really good mana fixer. Now, the Kintree Severance, even if you are in it's a card that's still a really good removal spell in Mardu. You don't have to be Abzan. You can just play it as a 4-mana card and just gives you really good fixing.
Yeah. Hybrid mana is a sweet way to include the multicolor spells. Knockout Maneuver, that's excellent as well.
Yeah, great removal spell. can certainly take it here. It's the card that
Ooh, Marshal
stands
the
out.
Lost.
Yeah, Marshal the Lost, also a fine option. And if you take Marshal the Lost, it doesn't put you into that third color immediately. Although Knockout Maneuver is just such a powerful
so
removal
good.
spell. I think Atron.
How many times did it save his butt in
It
the
was
last
so,
rounds?
especially with those lifelink
Yeah.
cards. He has the Revenant too. Ooh, but actually
Ooh.
staying the course here,
Okay.
avoiding green. Maybe thinking, you know what? Maybe everybody else is going to like to draft green. Maybe I want to sidestep that and do something else. Famously at Pro Tour Geneva, the one that he won, I remember there was a consensus color that was, you know, considered bad by most, and because everybody thought it was bad, Atron forced that color and ended up winning the entire Pro Tour.
I love it. We've seen a couple players do that. You know, all the excellent drafters, limited players, they all know when the pod doesn't want a specific color. They get rewarded because all of the other pools are so diluted. Sultai Monument picked up here.
Okay, very, very flexible card. The only thing is, you know, he's got some black-white cards here, so the Monument might not be ideal here unless you try to move into the 4 colors, because the Monuments are good, but if you can't actually sacrifice the Monuments, they lose a lot of their effectiveness.
Okay.
A lot of formation breakers here. Does look like some Abzan color combination could be something that's available here, although he still hasn't taken any green cards. We'll probably just avoid it entirely. There's
100 Battle Veteran, sweet.
Yeah, Hardened Battle, that the Veteran is nice, but actually, you know, one thing that we've seen from Atron, especially in the first 2 drafts, is there are oftentimes cards that look powerful, but they're expensive.
Yeah.
He almost always takes the cheaper card. Okay, Abzan's got to be open, right?
Yeah, it's looking like it. Feral Death Gorge is a nice pickup. We
Yeah,
got Stalwart Successor. Hello.
Yeah, Stalwart Successor this late. You know, this is a Signpost Uncommon. It's definitely very powerful if you have a lot of +1/+1 counter synergies. When you see it this late, you have to think, okay, the person passing to me is not interested in this at all, so I'm going to take this and see if it's available.
I wonder if all of the top 8 had a similar experience where everyone just drafted Abzan in their pods, and then they're like, I don't want to be in those colors.
Yeah, I
Blossoming
mean,
Sands.
you can if he takes it, you can ask for it there.
I'm asking for it. I doubt he's taking it.
Yeah, but Blossoming Sands an excellent pickup here. We are looking to be in the Abzan colors potentially, and this gives him the added mana fixing here to settle in nicely. Might be looking at a black-white deck splash green. Could just be all 3 colors. You never know, but solid start here for Atron. Just trying to read the signals, figuring out what his lane should be. Oh, and yes. Sage of the Fang there as well.
3 good options here.
Yeah, and if you're an Abzan, the Sage is just exactly where you want to be, especially after taking that Stalwart here. So, yep, you know, this is just drafting, figuring out what's open, and moving into what you want to be. It feels like the person passing to Atron is probably not in green. Maybe Jeskai would be something that you could see, or possibly even Mardu. Not seeing a lot of blue, though, so I would be guessing Jeskai.
Yeah, I wouldn't hate a worthy cost in this deck, considering some of the renew stuff that you're seeing, but Desperate Measures also a sweet pickup.
Yeah.
Extra cards.
Worthy Cost is an okay removal spell, but I think it really shines in Mardu when you can sacrifice the mobilized tokens. Hey, we saw the Battle Priest do some work before. I wonder if you want to take that or to Synchronized Charge. Ooh, okay.
Okay.
Going with that instead. We've actually seen that do some work, and if you are looking to lean into the counters deck, you want to have a nice mana curve, and then you have the Synchronized Charge and be a little more aggressive.
Yeah. Worthy Cost pickup here. So things looking pretty good so far for Michael Atron.
Yeah. Started the draft with a really, really nice bomb level rare in the Karsi Revenant. Definitely want to be black. And then we'll, I mean,
Merry Christmas.
If you're getting a reputable merchant last pick, I'm not saying the card's fantastic by any stretch, but look, if you're getting it last, it's pretty clear that that clan is available.
Yeah, so far so good. I would say that was a successful pack 1 here for Michael.
Yeah, it's a reasonable pack. Now, notice that basically everything that he took is a 3-drop, so definitely need to shore up the other parts of the mana curve here, namely, especially in the counters deck, unlike the 4 or 5 color dragon control soup decks where you offer 2 mana, you often are just playing counter spells and removal spells. I feel like the Abzan deck actually wants to play to the board a little more. So you do want to pick up some 2 mana creatures, maybe some Abzan Devotees, cards of that nature, Einok Wayfarer, cards like that. Definitely just to make sure that you can curve out smoothly so that you can put counters on your creatures.
Yeah. What's the best 1-drop for the Abzan deck?
The Sniper, the Death Touch Sniper.
Yeah, Sniper or the Descendant of Storms, perhaps?
The Descendant of, if you're going to, usually if white is a base color, if you're going to be a white-black, that's pretty good. But I just feel like in general, the Sniper is just probably the best 1-mana creature in the format.
So good with all the fight spells as
Yeah,
well.
with Piercing Exhale, absolutely. Now, Atron did pass some good green removal spells. Remember, we saw him
Knockout
take
maneuver?
Yeah, knockout maneuver. We saw him take the Nomad Outpost over the Piercing Exhale as well. So we'll see if that puts the person that he passed to into green. And then if that happens, then maybe pack 2 won't be as good. But it's really important the more important thing is to identify what's open from the right side, because that person who's passing to you in packs 1 and pack 3. Whereas in pack 2, it's only 1 pack, right? So it's far, far more important. Don't worry too much about what you're passing. Focus on what you're getting past, because if you can identify the right colors, then in pack 3, you'll reap the rewards.
Anafenza. Oh, I
Wow,
want to
what a
just
pack.
pick that up. This is a pretty good pack here.
Yeah, but this is an
Got
easy
the
Anafenza
Apprentice,
here.
Anafenza.
Hey, is Atron just going to go rare, rare, rare again?
Sure, why not?
Why not? Yeah, Anafenza, we saw how impressive this card can be. Absolutely going to be taking this over the Nomad Outpost. Now, if that was
an
a
Exhale,
now if that was a Sandstep Citadel, that would be a little more interesting, right? Because that would be all 3 colors. But yeah, Anafenza, excellent pickup here for Atron.
Yeah, that's awesome. More counters, more bodies, such a versatile card.
And he doesn't have enough 3-drops, so it's pretty important to make sure he shores up that part of the mana curve.
If you ever clicked on his deck list during an MTG draft, it would just be like, da-da-da-da-da-da-boom.
Yeah, if there's ever a deck that doesn't maybe need Champion of Doosan, it might be this one, right? Just because you already have so many things.
I hope we don't see that in this deck.
All right, so Sultai Devotee, hey, that's a 2-drop. Probably going to be looking to take it. He does need the 2. Oh, never mind. Wait, hey, you know what? Green open.
Yep,
Probably. Probably. But of course,
Good
you know, with the play
lord.
boosters, it could have been a double rare pack.
Yeah,
but
sure.
man, Warden of the Grove is fantastic. I know he's looking at the Opulent Palace for mana fixing, but you simply just do not pass bomb level rares like
counters.
the Warden of the Grove. This card is great. Wow.
Get it.
Warden of the Grove, Anafenza, and Karsi Revenant.
That's disgusting. Yeah, I mean, well, there you go. There's his Abzan.
There you go.
Merry Christmas.
Yeah.
This is very open.
Bomb rare in every one of the colors. Now, he does want to, of course, lean heavier into black because the Karsi Revenant's double black, but he'll figure it out.
I'm sure he will.
Yeah, take some lands, take
Yeah,
some Evolving with
Be
Wilds,
some fixing.
take some Devotees, you'll be good. Oh, okay.
Okay.
Premium removal spell. Hey, that's a 2-mana card if you need. Oh,
and the
Karen.
Kieran.
Yeah.
Oh.
Wait, is that?
That's a Revival of the Ancestors.
Oh my
That's the Abzan Saga.
This deck is ridiculous.
This deck is building itself, Paul.
You know what I was saying? I was like, oh, maybe he might get cut off in pack 2. Maybe he just gets the hookups in pack 2 and just gets everything. Revival of the Ancestors is insane, but Mike also needs early plays.
Yeah.
This is a closer pick than it looks, because I know everybody wants to slam that rare right away, and it could just be the pick, but it is something that you need to consider.
Yeah.
All right.
It's a 4-drop, so at least it's not another 3-drop.
It is a different pick in the mana curve. It's a bomb rare. It's very, very good, but Mike definitely knows right now. He's like, all that's going through his mind right now is like, I need 2 drops. I need 2 drops.
There's a couple 2-drops in this pack.
Yeah, a couple of 2-drops, and he's. And I don't think you're going to take the blade. I think he just needs to take a 2-mana creature here.
Alchemist Apprentice, decent body, puts counters on stuff.
Yeah, with the lifelink as well, because he wants something that can help him survive. The Devotee also helps with that, but he doesn't know. He knows that he's going to be base black. That's the color he's going to have the most sources for.
Yeah.
So I like taking the black creature there because he doesn't know if he's black, white, splash, green, or black, green, splash, white.
Yeah. Everything so far seems pretty even between the colors.
Yeah, he's heavy. Oh,
Ooh,
okay.
Christmas. More Christmas.
He's going to take that Jungle Hollow unless there's a good 2-mana card.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. There's a Wayfarer, but that is a really good 2-mana card. But yep, this is the responsible pick here.
Disciplined.
Got a black-white land, and now you picked up your second land for your deck. Atron has plenty of power, likely going to have plenty of playables as well. So I do like the Jungle Hollow pickup here.
Man, he's going to have so many cuts to make at the end of this if it keeps going this way.
I mean, pack 2 has been incredible. If he can get the hookups in pack 3 as well, he will be looking really nice here for the top 8.
He's like, yeah, I need a busted deck. We need to kill my opponents quick. Strategic Betrayal, decent sideboard card.
Okay, all right.
Sarkhan's Resolve too.
All right, now the Abzan cards do seem to be drying up just a little bit here. We saw him play the Lancer. It's a fine card. You know, 4 mana for a 3/3, but you don't have a whole lot to do with the tokens. He might just take this as a 2-mana play.
Yeah.
It's also an excellent sideboard card. Like if you play against a Sultai Renew deck and, you know, let's say they play a Lotus Light Dancers or something and you just cast this thing.
Yeah,
it's incredible.
that's backbreaking.
Yeah.
Absolutely love that against the graveyard-based deck.
It's another 3-drop.
Nice.
Oh, I
Kitty.
think he's just going to take the Kitty here.
Yeah, Undergrowth Leopard.
It's just a 2-mana play, and he kind of needs them.
Yeah.
But Champion of Doosan does work well with all the counter synergies that
It
the
does.
Absent deck's looking to do. So he could also consider that. The Nurturer also lets you survive.
Yeah, he's got one of those.
Okay. And he really likes the Nurturer.
Yeah, he's like, I got a little too close to 0 a
Yeah.
couple times, so let's not do that again.
Right. Probably just go, you know what? The Leopard's just so replaceable.
Mm.
I'd much rather have Devotees in my deck. Let's go that way.
Yeah,
And there is a
there's
Devotee. And he's certainly going to take that over the second synchronized charge, I feel.
Just another Cell-Tide Devotee.
Yeah, I mean, this would be a second 2-mana play, so probably wants that.
Yeah.
Although if he thinks he's black-white based, then it's less good. But I think you just take this and just
Yeah.
kind of see what happens. Absent Devotee would be far better,
Oh,
just
yeah.
because you know you're black.
Oh, there's another Alchemist
okay.
Assistant.
That's another solid 2-mana play. Okay. I mean, these are the
Yeah.
types of cards that he wants to get late, just to round out his deck, give him some decent early game so that he can get to kind of the more powerful bomb rare
Yeah.
portion of his mana curve. Well, that's a late Tawny back. That is great.
Yeah.
Oh, and he got a late Devotee. So, hey,
Wow, okay.
those are the 2 drops he needed. So now I'm sure he's feeling pretty good about taking the Kintry Nurturer there over the cat. And now we have 3 2-mana plays?
Yeah. Cell-Tide
Okay.
Devotee, also Death Touch, great with the fight spells.
Yeah, so
Or
if,
the bite spells in the,
yeah,
in the
so
format.
if Atron can pick up some bite spells in pack 3, they will go very, very well. Piercing
Hopefully.
Exhale, namely, would be a really,
Mhm.
really nice addition here.
Not
Now,
bad
notice
either.
he's not getting a ton of +1/+1 counter payoff type cards. He's just getting decent cards for the mana curve. So, if you can get maybe more stalwarts in pack 3,
Mhm.
because it did seem open from that direction, that's the type of stuff that Atron's going to be looking for here.
Yeah, not a bad sideboard
right.
card there.
Yeah. No,
Draco Genesis.
Don't rare draft here. Come on. Nobody's going to take that. Come on,
He's
Atron.
smiling. He's smiling.
Yeah, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, he's
oh,
shaking
he
his
wa-
head.
He wanted
Oh, come on.
it. I would.
It's like that would go straight into my dragon deck.
Yes.
Yeah.
That card is so good.
Yeah. Anyways, pack 2 started off incredibly here for Atron.
Yeah, kind of dried up.
3 rares in a row.
But that is excellent. And
Yeah.
fourth rare, actually.
Yeah,
with
so he
the,
got 3 rares in a row and a bunch of 2-mana cards that also go into his deck. So
Mhm.
very, very solid pack. Probably would still like to pick up some more removal. He's actually kind of light on removal. Just has a
Yeah.
bunch of really good creatures. And so in pack 3, if you see Caustic Exhale, Piercing Exhale, cards of
Mhm.
that nature, he's going to be prioritizing that very, very highly. But yeah, solid curve now. 4 2-mana
awesome.
plays.
Yeah.
Like
an
infinite
Offenza,
3-mana
Revival.
plays.
Good lord.
Look at that. And has room for a couple of top-end cards if he needs, right?
Yeah, you got to think about what do you start cutting now? What's
Yeah.
okay? Obviously the off-color cards, but
Right.
Jesus.
And so you're going to see, if he sees a good land to take, he's probably just going to take it over a reasonable playable card, especially if that playable card is just a random 3-mana card for his deck. But, kind of we're looking for removal spells. Obviously, bombs are always welcome, and then just more good mana fixing, I think.
So far, so good. Things are looking groovy here for Michael Atron. An awesome-looking list thus far, and very curious to see what the players next to him are drafting.
Yeah. The only thing I would be afraid of here is because this deck looks like it's pretty well suited against aggressive decks. You have 4 life-linking creatures you can play.
jeez.
The only issue with the Absent deck is if you try to play against a Sultai or Teamer deck that wants to go over the top, that could be the concern where they're the ones playing all the Dragonstorms, buying it back, all that stuff. But so Atron does need to put together a deck that can put enough pressure to make it so that he can kind of kill people before they play all their card draw spells.
Alrighty, here we go.
All right, are we going to go 3 for 3 on rares here?
Beitor, Beitor.
Again.
Fellow Thor. Something cooler than what he's already drafted, I guess I should specify. Alrighty. What we got?
Pack number 3.
Man, draft is so cool. Monkey?
Okay.
Okay, maybe.
Yeah, I
it's a
don't-
consideration.
Oh, okay. There's a black, white. Piercing Exhale. I think
Yeah,
he's just going to
yeah.
take that. Oh, there's also
Also
the
a
Detainment.
Stormplane Detainment.
Yeah, and Detainment is kind of hard removal. He does have 2 Death Touch creatures, which goes really well with Piercing Exhale, and it's an instant speed card. I don't think you need the Outpost because it's just a black-white tap. He doesn't need red mana. So I feel like he's going to be looking at the removal spells here,
Yeah.
either the Detainment or the Exhale. Now, the Detainment is
Yet another
much
3-drop.
more. It is a 3-drop, but it's far more. Wow.
Okay.
Okay.
Color us shocked.
Atron must have 17 playables or something at this point, and is just probably going, you know what? Like, I just want to make sure I can cast my spells.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. So
And hey, look, if he gets a random red bomb, he has 2 Nomad Outposts
he
now.
does, yeah. Random red bomb go. Tursa. Good way to get things in the bin.
Yeah.
Dragon
Bird's Relic.
Oh, Absent devotee.
Okay, I think he's. Oh, Death Begets Life.
I want that
He doesn't
so
have
bad.
He doesn't have the mana for that, and
He's
Kintry.
got Sultai devotee.
Yeah, but he's got Kintree Severance, which is a really good removal spell,
Fine.
and probably plays more into what he wants. He's Absent. This is a
I
3 mana
I know.
exile removal spell. I think he's going to take it
It's
here,
good, yeah.
but he does have to be mindful that he is passing Death Begets Life, which is incredible. I wonder. Look, he's even considering it here, but this seems to be the safer, more solid pick here.
Yeah. Early instant speed removal. You know, by the time your opponent gets to Death Begets Life, you hope that they're dead.
Especially if you're Absent. This card, he needed a removal, and this is a great removal spell for his deck.
Absolutely.
Okay, Whale of War. Well, Valleycar Snakeskin Veil if you want to protect.
Land.
Hey, if you took a Nomad Outpost that high, you better believe he's going to take this Jungle
that.
Hollow. Yeah, absolutely.
Nice. So what's it now, about
4 lands? Two
I think so.
Nomad Outposts and 2 Jungle Hollows.
And a Blossoming Sands.
Oh,
he's got
5
too.
lands.
Yeah.
All right, his mana looking excellent, and a couple of Sultai Devotees as well.
Yeah. What was the monument he picked up? Was it just...
No,
he's a Sultai one as well, right? He's got a
I
monument.
think he took a Sultai one, but of course he's probably not even going to play it, to be honest.
Doubt it.
Hey, that would be a reason to take the Death Begets All too, by the way.
Okay, Channel Dragonfire, Sarkin, Unburied Earthcarver. I quite like that card.
Ooh, okay.
Felithar, hello.
Another good removal spell.
And Dragon's Prey.
Yeah, I mean,
Schnitzels.
with all the mana fixing that he's taken, we're going to take another 3 mana bomb rare, I think. Felithar is really, really nice. Look at this thing. When this, by the way, how does this work with the Golgari Common? Do you put 2 counters on everything, or?
Yeah, you would. If a counter would be put on a creature.
Put an extra one?
You put an extra one, yeah.
Oh my
That's
goodness.
Disgusting.
Right. And hey, with all all the lands that Atron took, right? Setting himself up to be able to cast the Felithar better on curve. So this is all playing out very, very nicely here for Atron here. Ooh, and hey, he has room for a top-end card here. Mardu Monument is probably not something you're interested in, unless he took some red card I don't know about. I think you actually can't afford to play one expensive card. So I think the Rakshasa is a pretty solid card to play into your deck. I wouldn't.
There's a menacing 5/5 that kills the thing.
That kills a small thing, and it pumps one of your creatures when it enters the battlefield. Wow. Is he just going to play that card as a mana fixer? He does have 2 Nomad Outposts as well. Jeez. Maybe you just play this as a way to just get some tokens into play? Okay, wow.
Just reading Flamehold Grappler being
okay,
like,
I'm going to say Jeskai is... I'm going to just say that the person passing to him is not in Jeskai now.
Yeah, Subsiga Praise is also in the pack, so...
Yeah. So at this point, you probably just take one of these cards for the sideboard here. There's the Leopard and the Reclamation, and I think the Leopard is generally just better. So probably going to take that here.
Cat's a good filler. It's an excellent target for some renewed counters too, just because it is vigilant.
Right. Can we get some good cards? Glacierwood Siege, not particularly good.
That's a good one. There's 2 good ones.
Well, yeah, one of them can't play though, because it's a Sultai card.
Oh, sorry. Yes, the carrier is.
But this one is.
This one is great.
This one is nice if you're doing
Host
the counters thing. Atron's probably reading that card for the first time because he's only done a handful of drafts. But if you're the Absent counter decks.
Yeah, it'll get 2 counters on it when it enters. If the other one's out, then you get another one.
This is just a 4 mana 4/4. Basically, it's kind of like a modular card. Yeah. So when this thing dies,
it's like an Ozolith.
Right. When this thing dies, you just put 2 counters on something else.
Locks it on Battle Priest.
Yeah, Battle Priest. Hey, now with all the counter stuff, and you could kind of use an expensive card, wouldn't be surprised if he takes the Battle Priest, unless he's not a big fan of it here. He's getting to it. He already has a Leopard. So
Please. I'm like trying to...
Okay. Oh.
No, another kitty. Oh, my.
Mana curve. Mana curve.
I wanted that elephant so
he must not like the elephant very much.
He did play it, and I think it betrayed him when it couldn't put a counter on itself, honestly.
Oh, right. He was like, from that moment forward, I vowed to never play that card in my deck again.
Yep. Feral Death Gorge is neat. You get a counter on a thing, and
Yeah.
it's also just a big body that exiles something, right, when it enters?
Yeah, it's actually not the worst sideboard card here. And I wouldn't really want to play Bloodfell Caves in my deck just because I can sacrifice Mardu Monument. Probably not where you want to be.
Okay.
Okay, hey, the
Envoy's not
Envoy
bad.
is totally fine card here. You're going to have a bunch of counters, and oftentimes that thing's just going to be a 4-mana, 4/3,
Draw
enter the
card.
battlefield, draw card.
Do like cards that replace themselves.
Oh,
Okay. That's the
Okay.
second one he's picked
yeah,
up?
that is the second one. I bet Atron just has a million playable cards here.
Yeah.
Given the cards that he's taking, it looks like he's taking cards that could potentially be good in the sideboard and going about that direction. Hey, and Nightblade Brigade, good with the desperate measures.
Yeah, indeed. Unburied Earthcarver. I would snap that up. That's an excellent 2-drop.
Taking the Lancer here. Hey, also good with the desperate.
It sure is.
He's making it work, or he's
Yeah.
trying to, maybe.
Man, you get to kill a thing that's being targeted, and
Alright.
Nash's Legacy is sick.
Yeah, but Reclamation is also a good
I think he's got one
sideboard card.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Legacy is cool. Indestructible.
Oh, last pick
And
Leopard
Death
too.
Touch, yeah.
Totally fine.
Neat.
So this last pack was decent, but not quite as good as I would have thought based on what we saw in pack 1. In fact, if anything, his pack 2 was better,
I think
right?
so,
with
yeah.
all the rares that he got. Now I think he still has a really solid deck, really good mana curve,
Yeah.
really good mana fixing, and can really play to the board really, really well.
Yeah.
And that's, when you have a card like Felithar and everything else that he took, it makes sense that he just took a lot of the cheaper cards because he wants to play to the board, put a bunch of counters on all of his things, and then just put plenty of pressure, and then back that up with some well-timed King Tree Severance or something along those lines to try to take down these games. But hey, really solid deck. He's got like
This draft is
5.
sick.
He's got like 5 rares in his deck or
He's got
something.
6, honestly.
5 or 6 with good mana fixing. So I think this is a really solid deck. He has a really good shot here. I think probably the biggest weakness for this type of deck or this type of strategy are those kind of blue-green based value decks that can kind of go over the top in the late game. But that might not even necessarily be the case here just because he has so many rares.
Yeah.
Right? It's like
they have to be on.
they all have the ability to potentially take over the game by themselves, and they're all cheap. Right? They're all 3-mana cards and 4-mana cards. It's not like he's trying to get to 7 mana and slam something. They're all things that he plays on curve. It's like, oh, I played a 3-mana bomb. Oh, you kill it? Well, I'm just going to play another one.
Oh, well,
You're going to run out
I'm
of
so
removal
sad.
spells
Here.
eventually, right?
Yeah. I
So
wipe my tears away with the next
with
3 drop I
with
put down.
with my next rare, exactly. Yeah.
Awesome. So, what would you give that draft? Give it a grade.
I think it's a really solid deck for an Abzan deck. I think
Mm-hmm.
Abzan's generally considered to be one of the weaker archetypes here,
Yeah.
but I think he was playing his seed pack 2 really paid him off. Probably like 7.5.
Okay.
8, something along those lines. I would have liked pack 3 to go a little bit better
Yeah.
for him. He took some lands there, but he just didn't get a lot of like the good premium cheap removal spells that you kind of want.
Yeah.
If he was able to pick up like a caustic exhale,
Yeah, that would've been
exactly, maybe a piercing exhale, something along those lines, that would have helped out a lot. But he picked up a lot of kind of filler level cards from the middle to the end of that pack, and that kind of hurt it. Prevented from getting to the 8.5, something like that tier. But I think it's a really, really rock solid deck, and it still definitely has all the tools to be able to potentially take this down.
Alrighty. Well, we're just waiting a couple minutes here just to get the next draft that we're going to be watching loaded up. We are going to be following along with Andrew Beckram, who I believe was seated right next to Michael Atron.
So yeah, Atron was passing to BK here, so it'll be interesting to see. And I will say Beckstrom will be drafting very, very differently from Atron. Now remember, Atron at least claimed to have only played a handful of limited events coming into this. When I came here on Wednesday. I went over to the LSV's house. There was a ton of people playing. BK was one of those people, and he was just jamming drafts for 12 straight hours every single day. So I think he is very, very prepared for this and is more willing to draft lots of colors and get very, very creative with what he did. You saw he probably had one of the best draft decks I've ever seen in this format.
How many dragons did he have?
I mean, he had Oreni. Full stop. That's one of the best rares in the entire set. But he had one of the best 4 or 5 color. I don't remember how many colors, 5 color dragon decks that I've seen. It's going to be hard to beat. So we'll see how this draft goes.
Hopefully you can repeat it. So let's jump down now and follow along with Andrew Beckstrom, also known as BK. So we did unfortunately miss the first pick. We do believe it might be a caustic exhale though. So when we see him going through, we'll be sure to keep an eye out for that one and make sure. So definitely prioritizing removal if those are 2 exhales.
Yeah, so what this team typically likes, what they've been, yeah, what these, when I was at the house and they were testing, what they were basically trying to do in a lot of instances was draft a 4 or 5 color dragon deck,
Yeah.
prioritize all the cheap removal spells, Molten Exhale, Dispelling Exhale, and also the Caustic Exhale, take some globes, and then take a bunch of good top-end cards with some card draw. That's kind of been their
Love
recipe, and that's kind of what they wanted to do, and it's been paying off for BK. I believe he was 5 colors both drafts, and it's been going incredibly well for him.
He's been looking, well, he's looking at that Dragonstorm there too. Thornwood Fall's another consideration.
That would be an early Dragonstorm. They also take lands extremely
Yeah.
highly. All right, and you can see he's already trying to enact this game plan. It's like, you know what? This has gone super well for me already. Maybe we can soft force it unless something else is super duper open.
Is that an exhale in hand? Yeah, that's the one that we saw past.
Yeah, there's a Piercing Exhale, but there's also Sig Appraiser. That card is fantastic. Also, in the types of decks, when you draft the kind of the 5 color Dragons decks, oftentimes you don't have enough cheap creatures to play. So Piercing Exhale actually gets a little bit worse just because you don't have anything in play to fight. So I could totally see just taking Sig Appraiser here instead. And yeah, look, I went over there. This was the setup, by the way. It was LSV, Max Smith, and Andrew Beckram. They all had computers, and basically when one person finished a draft, there was a huge TV that it was playing. Somebody would immediately join another draft. So I would just see a draft every 45 minutes, 30 minutes, and it was incredible. And at some point we all just kind of drafted the same way. And
that's cool. Love it. I would love to see what goes into testing house prep and all that sort of thing. There's Wingblade Disciple.
Yeah, great card. There's also a land, but Disciple is just a really good card in general. You don't have to be the flurry deck. You just need 2 drops.
Yeah.
You just play this on turn 5, you play this with a 2-drop, and all of a sudden you just get an extra token. So it's just a card that, but just face value, it's just a really powerful card that you should just look to play in any deck.
Yeah. Alrighty, we got Gurmag. Forgot their names.
Yeah, a weaker pack here now for Beckram here. Nothing you're super happy playing in this multicolored strategy here. Champion of Doosan is a fine filler level card. Cruel Truths is okay, but I don't like taking it very highly. There's so much good card draw in blue. The Truth is not really where you want to be. It's probably the weakest of the card draw effects. You'd rather have Focus the Mind. You would love to have something like a Rakshasa's Bargain, Bewildering, Blizzard, cards of that nature.
Formation Breaker, Unburied Earth Carver, Sarkhan's Resolve, also Duty Beyond Death.
Yeah, just none of these cards are particularly
Nothing jumping
exciting.
out at him. Yeah.
Formation Breaker you could maybe just play because it does have upside if you do end up with a deck that has a bunch of counters, and it's a 2-mana creature.
Yeah, it's a decent 2-drop.
Now noting, remember, Atron is passing to Beckram, and so you're not necessarily going to see a whole bunch of good black and white cards being passed to BK. All right, so this is interesting. You have the choice between a land here, right, a Gruul land just for mana fixing, or you could take something like a Focus the Mind. But again, I saw these players draft a lot. He's going to take the land here. They take the lands very highly. Basically, it's if you don't see a good removal spell in the pack or a bomb, they're just going to take a land. That's basically what basically they were drafting at the house the whole time.
Sweet. Couple of not so great picks here. Also looking at that Mox Jasper.
Yeah, the Krotik Nest Guard might be something to consider. Just taking the Jasper. He's like, I don't want to play any of these cards. I'm gonna.
If he ends up in like Dragon Soup, that's not bad.
No. Hey, you know what? It's fine. It's a sweet card.
Yeah.
All right. Now we're gonna
we're
gonna probably take the Pummeler here. Definitely a really good defensive creature.
Yeah.
If your opponents are curving out, this thing just is a great blocker, and then it also has some applications in late game as well. Really helps against opposing Dragons decks.
If he does end up in blue, an Ending Whisper would be sweet with the wing, the Flappy Bird Maker.
One really important card here for BK to pick up in order to really make this archetype work are the Dragonstorm Globes.
Yes.
It just makes your mana fixing so much better. No Dragonstorm Globes inside, and only one land, I think. So BK might have to actually be reasonable here and maybe settle in on a wedge instead if the mana fixing is not available.
Yeah. Couple fillers coming in as happens at the end of pack 1. So now the players will get to look at their
First pick was a Caustic Exhale
Yeah.
here. And, you know, this is just exactly the type of decks that I've been interested in drafting as well at the beginning. The thing I love to do in this format is start blue-green and see whether or not I want to go into red or black or possibly both. And here, it looks like we're kind of a blue-green base here. We do have a red removal spell and a black removal spell. Depending on the types of dragons that I open and the type of fixing that I get, you kind of try to land on your third color.
All the things he's not interested in. Looks like are going to the back.
Yep.
So, yeah, very much a green-blue deck. And
I have no
let's
idea
see
how.
what's next.
Yeah, I have no idea how BK is organizing his cards here.
Me neither. I'm like,
There's an Exhale there up next to the
oh,
land.
I think
but
he's
then
going
there's a Wingspan.
in.
There's a Molten.
he's going in mana.
Luis,
Mana value.
can you fix this when he
I'd
gets back?
Well, I mean,
Just not the drafting. He's an excellent drafter. He's in the top. And I'm just saying this. I don't even know what's happening here with the sorting.
it looks like it's in mana value order, right?
Yeah, usually if it's an unplayable, you just kind of get rid of it. But anyways,
Fair.
let's move on.
You can go and submit your complaints later.
Oh, he's not going to listen to me.
No.
No shot.
I've never met the guy, but from what I have heard, no, he will not. Alrighty, pack 2. Something good. Let's see if anything flips this draft on its head.
And the nice thing about drafting this style of deck is
Yeah.
if there's just anything good, you just take it and
Yeah.
figure it out.
Oh,
Oh, that
that's
is
good.
whoa! Hey, I remember when Atron got the Warden, I was like, it might have been a double rare pack. That's exactly what this was.
Yeah.
All right.
Jeez.
We are going to slam Meringue
Meringue
River Regent. This is one of the best rares in the set. This card is fantastic. 6 mana for a 6/7 flyer. Enters a battlefield, bounce 2 things.
It's gross.
It's so good. This is the type of card I basically almost never cast the Omen side of this unless
wanna
I
play it.
just absolutely need to hit my land drops. You want to play this card when you can.
Jeez.
But the fact that you have that flexibility, like for example, even if this wasn't an Omen, this would still be a bomb, right?
Yeah, it's
just
so
a 6 mana creature that bounces 2 things. So this card is absolutely amazing. Also, by the way, you can bounce your own things with this,
Oh, yeah, you're right.
which is not always the case with these blue cards. Yeah.
You can bounce one of yours, one of theirs.
Yeah, if you have a good come into play effect, you can bounce that as
Can
well.
you imagine having the Whirling Stormbrood as well? Do this at instant speed?
Oh my gosh. You don't need to, but yes.
It would be fun to, though.
Oh, okay. All right.
Riverback.
So really
Howdy
interesting
doody.
mana options here. Sago Wildling, also very good. Don't think he's going to take the Ice Climber here. I think it's probably, I don't think his mana is going to support Revival. I think
Yeah.
you can look at Caustic Exhale or the Bivouac here,
Yeah.
or the Wildling. Those are the reasonable things. It looks like he's probably not looking to be black here. Maybe just stay in the teamer colors here because he doesn't have that Exhale up very high. So it looks like he's looking to probably take one of these mana fixing effects. Now, if you want to be teamer, the Bivouac is probably better.
Oh, you can see he's...
But the Wildling does give you fixing for all of your colors,
Yeah.
and it acts as a dragon for all of your Exhale abilities.
Yeah, and also if you get up any more, finding more Dragonstorms, an excellent way to
Yep.
replay them.
Absolutely. Oh, and we're going to slam that one. The Guardian
Jeez, this
is
thing
the
is so
reason
good.
to kind of, it's one of the ultimate payoffs to be in teamer. This card is fantastic.
That's so good.
It's just, you play it and you just feel so safe. It's
Yeah.
got hexproof.
Yeah, what you gonna do
Yeah,
about it, opponent?
absolutely.
It's the only creature on your board? Okay, strategic betrayal.
Yeah.
That would suck, but...
There's not even really another option here, to be honest. So I think we're just going to be slamming the Guardian here and move into a nice little teamer Dragons deck here.
Yep. Karakek Guardian joins a pretty decent deck so far. Lots of fixing, pretty decent threats.
Yeah, so a lot of good top-end stuff
Yeah.
here. Once again, BK, any globes?
Yeah. Any
Ooh, but
globe
Fresh Start
gamers?
actually is a premium
This is
removal
sweet.
spell. He's just reading the card. He's not going to take that. Well,
If anyone was gonna, it would be him, but
yeah.
he didn't, so
Yeah, I think this is just a very, very easy fresh start here.
yeah.
This type of deck has inevitability in the late game. Good troll there, BK. We all know you're going to take the fresh start, though. Really, really good removal spell, especially the and I like that they've been doing this a lot, too. The blue removal spells, losing all abilities is so big.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Oh, another land.
Yeah, red-green land. Oh, yeah, just going to take the red-green land here. Nothing really coming close, to be honest. You're teamer. You want the
Yeah.
lands. There's a Stormstreak Feral, but that's just like a fine dragon.
Yeah.
You'd much rather have just good mana fixing here, I think.
He'll probably get another one of those down the line.
Yeah. The common dragons are typically not too difficult to pick up, so.
Rugged Highlands. The pick here. So 2 very different archetypes being drafted here. And
Yeah.
That's what you want to see if you're sitting next to someone.
Yeah. But it does look like Andrew is settling into just kind of just a straight teamer deck here for the most. Oh.
Hey, hi, hey, howdy. Hey,
All right.
Hi.
I mean, you're the dragons deck, and if you want a late game card, you take it. Now, it is possible to have a teamer deck that's a little too clunky. So when you take this, like, you recognize that this is going to be one of the few big things that you can do. At this point, you really don't need to take anything else that's really expensive here. BK really wants to shore up the early part of his mana curve.
You know what's funny? He passed that Draco Genesis twice because we saw.
Ooh,
Oh, hey,
Songcrafter Mage.
nice.
And a land here. Now, how many removal spells does he have? He did have the Exhale here. I know he's looking at the land as the other consideration here.
Yeah.
Songcrafter Mage does have a lot of upside. He has to think about the types of spells that he has, but he's taking it here.
Yeah.
It's really,
It's
really
got
good
flash.
card.
It's a 3/2. You get
Yeah.
stuff back.
Yeah, now it's just like the card he wants to open most, if it's not a rare, is probably just like a Molten Exhale,
Yeah.
right? Just to be able to have another good 2-mana play here with the Songcrafter Mage.
Yeah, and having something cheap harmonize is awesome too. So.
Absolutely. So War Effort, normally a very good card, not a teamer card. Typically not the type of card that you want to play. You could take a Boulderborn Dragon. If you get the blue uncommon creature that searches for both a globe or a dragon, you can take it. Yeah, typically not. Typically not a card you want to take unless you have a globe and just a lot of dragon synergies to go with it.
Dragonstorm Forecaster, that's the one.
Oh, Teamer Tawnyback. So here, I actually think Teamer Tawnyback might be correct, but they love Bewildering Blizzard.
Yeah,
they're going to take it here. But I will say they have a lot of top-end stuff here, and you don't have a ton of ramp. So it's a good card, but Teamer Tawnyback is also really good, and you can play it cheaper on curve. I don't know. I think that's actually closer, but he just kind of slammed that Blizzard.
Remy's Routine might be decent.
Yeah, just cheap things. That's
globe,
kind of now. Bewildering Blizzard is a really sweet card to flash back with the Songcrafter Mage, maybe.
Yeah, but
Draw all
that's
the
not
cards.
a bad one if we're trying to go dragons.
The Embermouth Sentinel, especially if your mana's not great and you don't have a ton of 2s, you kind of play it if you need to. Although I would just prefer to play a Sultai Devotee, just because if you do pick up any bite spells, it just interacts so it's just a better creature, right? The other one's just a 2-mana 2/1.
Sure is. Hey, Snakeskinville,
Hey,
sweet.
there's that.
See? Passed it again.
I can't believe it tabled.
Yeah. No one else is playing dragons. There's no believers in this pod.
Right.
What is this, the top 8 of a super cool event? Yes, it is.
Yeah, sure seems that way.
Disciplined drafters. Psh.
All right, so no shortage of power here. If BK ever just plays against another slow mid-range deck, I think he's going to have a massive, massive advantage here. The question is, can he handle a deck that's looking to attack, right? If he plays against a Mardu deck, if he plays against a Jeskai Tempo deck, how are things going to go?
Yep.
Right? So that was pack number 2.
That
I
was
think
pack 2. I think we have
his
one
deck
more to
looks
go.
sweet, but we do have another pack to go.
Yes.
I do want to see how this story ends.
It was built by itself.
Hey,
you know?
wait, look. It
You
was
get
a
2
sweet
packs
value.
in this.
It's like can you imagine if that was like the stipulation?
Wow,
You only get 2 packs. You get to top 8. But yeah, anyways. Just looking at the deck full stop, like I was saying before, really, really good late game. Does need to shore up the early game.
Yes.
You absolutely still need to respect the early game here.
So a Teamer Monument, a Globe would be awesome.
Well, more importantly, just counter spells and removal,
Yeah,
I think. Just 2 all the exhales,
Yeah.
especially the blue and red ones, are the ones that really stand out. Now, the blue one, maybe not. It depends on kind of what your mana base, like what your base colors are.
Yeah.
If you're blue-green based, then obviously the counter spell is very, very good. But I think Dispelling Exhale would be something that he takes over most cards, I think, at this point.
Spectral Denial would be neat too.
Yeah.
With the size of creatures he's aiming to get. Teamer Devotee was fine.
Yeah, it's fine if you really need it to. Not necessarily where you want to leap, but the Dispelling Exhale specifically is just so strong, especially in this deck that's got a bunch of dragons. It's almost just a hard counter.
Yeah.
Right.
It's an excellent card, and
Right.
if games are if the players are wanting to get games over quickly, they may not always respect the exhales where they just tap out and jam and hope for the best.
Yeah, but solid, very, very, very powerful deck here from BK. Like I said, at this point, Can always use more mana fixing,
Yeah.
right? So if you can pick up, he's going to look to take some lands for mana fixing, maybe some globes, and then just some cheap plays. You have Bewildering Blizzard, you have the Keratic, you have the Dragonstorm, the 5-mana Dragonstorm, so and you have the River Regent, right? You have
Yes.
so many
Meringue
top-end
River
cards.
Regent's so good. I hope we get to see it played. That's all I'll say.
With all the card draw, he's probably going to find it. So.
Oh, yeah. Okay, pack 3. What is Andrew Beckram gonna pick? Let's take a look.
Dispelling Exhale, Molten
Yeah.
Exhale, another war effort.
No.
Oh.
Are you kidding me?
All right. Well, you know what? I think he's going to take that one. Yeah, it's a dragon. It gains you a bunch of life when you play all your other
and
dragons.
it finds lands.
And it ramps you, right? Like, compare that to
no.
Roamer's routine, right?
Jeez.
Yeah, that is an incredible open here for BK. Just opening back-to-back dragons in your dragon deck.
Hell yeah.
Wow.
Should make Brian Kibler jealous.
I guess I'll take that one.
Yeah. Oh.
The one that stabilizes me.
You know,
5 toughness flyers are excellent. Gets me lands. Man.
Cultivate on a stick.
Yes.
Sure. Why not?
So good. Okay.
Well, starting off well here. Let's see if we can top it, perhaps. Who knows? Maybe. Oh, okay. Oh,
Okay.
2 good options there.
Another really
3.
expensive card here.
Yep.
I guess you take it, but man, we have how many 6-drops now? That's 2 Character
many.
Guardians, a Blizzard, and also the Regent.
Yes, Meringue region, yeah.
It might be correct to take the Piercing Exhale just to have some stuff early, but maybe you just take this dragon. But I am a little bit concerned about the mana curve of BK's deck.
Yeah.
Not concerned about the power.
Oh, yeah, no.
It might be the most powerful deck at the table. He is taking the better card, but man, you can have a lot of hands here where you just have to mulligan just because you have too many expensive cards.
I just realized Breaching Dragonstorm is like, yeah, I will cost anything in your deck. So if he gets to that and then can just keep replaying that and hit all the dragons.
Oh, that is perfect.
Lovely.
Yeah, do you really need to take an 8-drop? This is a Glacial Dragon Hunt pick. You have to take the Glacial Dragon Hunt.
I agree.
I know that Death Begets Life is good, but you have 2 Keratic Guardians,
Yes.
a Meringue River Regent. You have all those cards. Take the cheaper removal spell to go into your deck.
Yes, you need to survive to get to play all these cool things. Please. Please.
He's oh my gosh. Okay.
Yeah, you were going for it.
We are ramping. We are going big. Andrew Beckram,
Ain't no
do
coward.
not play against a turn 1 Mardu devotee.
Whoo! Oh boy.
Wow.
This is good. Oh, hey, that guy.
Yeah, but he has
He's
no.
got nothing
he has,
to hit,
he has,
though.
he has no. Well, he
Yeah.
has the Boulderborn Dragon, but that's it.
Oh, did he pick one up?
Yeah, I thought he picked one up late, but I'm not sure. But yeah, nothing cheap to cast here.
Yeah, I was like, Jeskai Monument's not the worst.
Yeah, it's definitely not the one. Maybe
2 of the colors.
you could also take Twin Bolt if you just feel like you need a cheap interactive spell. Maybe that's the pick here.
Yeah.
Or you just take this and hope you get an orb.
Fingers crossed, I guess.
Or a globe, rather. Okay.
It's also a decent dish body to block.
Yeah,
you know,
sure.
Protect your life total
It
a
is
little
a
bit.
cheap card to play. I don't think you're going to play it without the globe, but if you can find one.
Yeah. Pay off.
All right, so there's Dragon's Prey. Oh, he needs a cheap removal spell. Might just take the Channel Dragonfire here as a way to just kind of. He doesn't need an Effortless Master by any means.
Absolutely not.
Could also take Dragon's Prey if you're already going to splash black. But is his mana fixing even that great? I don't know.
Oh, yeah, no, I don't think he's picked up any black dual lands. But
Okay, all right.
He's going to be ambitious.
So blue-green, splashing red, splashing black. Now we're just going to really be prioritizing cheap cards and mana fixing. That's all BK needs at this point. And he sees a 6-drop. Well, Dismal Backwater,
okay,
yeah. Yeah, absolutely going to take this given what we've seen him take here. Slam dunk. I mean, he also does have a Caustic Exhale, right?
Yeah, he does.
So he's got Caustic Exhale, Dragon's Prey, and the Death Begets All as the black cards. And then for the red, too, it might not be too heavy. We did see a Molten Exhale, a Songcrafter Mage, and a 2 Keratics, right?
Yeah.
So it's mostly blue-green base with some red cards and some black cards.
Yep. Flamehold Grappler.
Oh, Appraiser. We're going to probably...
Sipsig.
You're not taking the second Dragonstorm, are you?
Are
Man.
you? Oh,
I mean, if he gets like Tron on turn 3, all these cards look really good.
yeah,
but
there's a Durgar Island
no,
Dragon as well.
yeah, I know. But the Appraiser just smooths out your... Oh, my gosh. Okay.
All
Never
right.
mind. We are going super big here.
Love it.
Double Breaching
But
Dragonstorm
you know
with
what?
all
I
the...
actually like this because all of his top end is disgusting and can be cost with that for free. So if you have 2, you double your chances of getting it, right? That's how math works.
Well, yeah, I mean, look, if you draft the Breaching Dragonstorm deck and you just play only 5 drops or more,
Yeah,
then
you're
you
gonna
will hit all gas.
So much good
The
stuff.
issue is you might be dead before you get to do this.
Paul, you got to believe, man.
Well, you know, hey, BK's a friend of mine. I'm
gotta be
certainly
a
rooting for
believer.
him. I'm certainly rooting for him, but man, I am definitely still very concerned about the mana curve.
Fair. This poor Stag. I don't think I've seen anyone take him.
Yeah,
He's no good.
if you absolutely need a finisher, but if you play a Stag in your deck, you know, if you play the Stag, you
First
know
time for everything.
something went wrong.
Yes.
That's kind of how we look at
if
the
you
Stag.
play it for sure.
Yeah.
But we saw it get drafted. Good job, buddy. You weren't picked last on the dodgeball
Oh, you
team.
got to get picked. Okay, probably taking a land here. Oh, there's also
another
an
encroaching.
encroaching Dragonstorm, which gets all the fixing, and his curve is really high.
Yeah, it is.
All right. Just Dragonstorm Tribal here.
Love it.
Maybe if
Couldn't
he
get
just
the blue
talks
one,
to his
though.
opponent and goes, hey, let's have an agreement. None of us play anything until turn 4.
Yeah, that'll go well.
BK will win 100% of his games if that's the case.
Oh, man. Picking up the Trade Route Envoy. Don't think that's going to get played, but this is a super top-heavy deck.
The power level over 9,000.
Yeah.
For sure.
Whew. Okay. Well, Andrew Beckram drafting something on the opposite end of the spectrum that we saw Michael Atron draft, where he's trying to stick low
Hey,
to the
we
ground.
got a 2-drop.
Well,
We got a 2-drop.
probably not by will.
Right. Yeah, it's not particularly strong here, but hey, and he got a sideboard card here at
Yeah.
last pick. So, you know, this deck,
Yeah.
if BK doesn't play against anything aggressive,
Yep.
it looks extremely impressive. Nobody will outvalue
Oh,
this
no.
deck. There is
Absolutely
no
not.
chance that anybody will be able to outvalue this deck. The question really just is, did BK get enough things to play early to stay, not even an
Yeah.
aggressive deck at this point. Can he beat like a mid-range deck that just plays a 2, a 3, and a 4-drop on the play?
Yeah.
It might be pretty tough. But if we get to turn 5, turn 6, turn 7,
Bye-bye.
I do like BK's side.
I think this is going to be one heck of a slugfest, and I'm looking forward to it. So we're going to take a short break, and when we come back, it's quarterfinals time, baby. See you soon. What's cracking, everybody? Hello and welcome back to coverage of the top 8 here at Magic Spotlight Dragons. We are in Denver. It has been a very long day. The players are zombified at this point, right, Paul?
Well,
It's
yes,
exhausting.
It is exhausting, but at the same time, I mean, we're playing for a lot here, right?
There is a lot.
We are playing. First place gets $10,000, a bunch of collector product as well. So, you know, these players, there is definitely a sigh of relief, right?
Yes.
You made the top 8, and for any competitive Magic player, as you can see here, the most important thing is just being able to play on the Pro Tour and just try to get more invites to the Pro Tours, because the dream, myself included, is to top 8 the Pro Tour or even win the Pro Tour. Now, we even have a person in the top 8 who has won the Pro Tour, and now he's re-invited to the Pro Tour here. But as you can see here, they have the top 8, but so much more to play for here on that right side of the screen.
Absolutely. $10,000 for the winner. The finalist gets $5,000. And the full case of Tarkia Dragonstorm collector boosters for the winner as well. So definitely going home a lot richer than they arrived here this weekend. And just wanted to say a big thank you to everyone behind the scenes who's been able to bring this to us. This is a very long day indeed. The entirety of the hall that was abuzz earlier, you'll hear there's no noise from anywhere. They're all gone.
Yeah.
So it's just us. We're just playing Magic in our little corner here. So shout out to everyone here still making this happen. You guys are awesome, and I hope that you get to go home soon.
Well, at least, you know, at least the players, you get to, it's just full concentration, no distractions, it's not too loud, just play your game. I saw a lot of people out there, you know, they have their drafts, but, you know, they looked maybe a little nervous or dialed in, whatever you want to say, because, like I said, you're playing for a lot here, and of course, it's always nice to just win something.
Oh, yeah,
right?
absolutely.
Nobody remembers second place. Nobody even remembers top. Nobody. If you go, hey, I top 8 at the Spotlight Series, that's fine. But if you go, I won the whole thing, that's a different story.
Nice.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at our bracket just to show you what we have in store for our top 8. Andrew Beckram up against Nathaniel Hoffman, Christian Valentini up against Lee Webb, Charles Wong and Jody Keith do battle, and then Josh Morton and Michael Hron is who we're going to be watching first.
Yeah. And Atron with a nice Abzan deck there. We saw with 5 or 6 really solid Abzan rares, most of them being 3 mana cards, but also just a really good mana curve as well. Just prioritizing, hey, look, I have decent fixing, good curve, and some bombs. So I think he's got kind of that good middle ground. It's like I have a deck that can play a decent game against the aggro decks. You have a bunch of life linking cards and some bombs, but at the same time, I can also be the aggressor when I play against lower decks. We saw Andrew Beckram draft a behemoth of a teamer, or excuse me, 4-color dragon deck where, you know what, nobody is going to beat the late game of that deck. But if you pit him against potentially Atron can just get a nice aggressive start and potentially win that way as well. So I do like his deck, but of course, a lot of this also comes down to matchups when you were talking about this format. For example, 5-color dragons might have a tough time against Mardu aggro, but it's going to beat any of the other mid-range decks. The Mardu aggro decks might be really good against the 5-color dragon decks, but it might have a tough time, for example, against Abzan, where you got more life linkers and just bigger creatures overall.
Yeah, it's going to be cool to see what happens there, friends. The players are getting ready, doing all the deck registration, making sure everything is on the up and up. But we do have an announcement to make for SCGCON Orlando. For those of you interested in attending that event, this is going to be Spotlight Planetary Rotation.
Whoa.
So, Edge of Eternities is the set that's coming out with that. This looks so cool. Tezzeret's going to be blasting laser beams out of his hand again, no doubt. Come and join us on August 29th to 31st in Orlando. Visit starcitygames.com/SCGCon. And come play with Spaceballs with us.
Are we going to space now? Is that what's happening?
We sure are.
Okay, so we went to the Wild West.
Yep.
We did some drifting and drafting, and now we are going to space. Okay.
We are ticking off all the genres.
I'm just trying to imagine Magic cards in space now. Like, are there laser beams? Are we gonna?
You know the whole Blind Eternities thing, right?
Yeah.
There's some spacey stuff there
there's
already.
Some spacey stuff. Yeah, maybe just some kind of black hole planeswalker. Who knows? We'll see.
Yeah, it's gonna be sweet. So, I'm looking forward to that one. We do believe the players are ready.
Okay, here we go.
Let's get to it. Quarterfinals time. Let's put some people into the semis. Here we go. Michael Atron on the bottom of your screen up against Josh Morton on top there. Be interested to see what Josh drafted, if he's able to match the power level of Michael's pretty solid mid-range Abzan deck.
Yeah, decent mana, decent curve.
Yeah.
But Josh, no slouch himself, made his way into the top 8 here. Let's see what he's got.
Yeah.
There's got to be at least one Mardu drafter.
I would assume so,
Right?
because we
Jess
saw
guy?
quite a couple things going around for that archetype. So
Yeah.
would you say the Boros color pair is like the weakest in the set?
No, I actually think Boros is one of the stronger. If you want to draft an aggressive deck, I think Boros is where you want to be. You want a
Yeah.
Boros base with a light splash. It could be blue or it could be black. And I do think it's quite strong, especially. And there's levels to this,
Yeah,
of course. But if everybody's trying to go over the top of each other with these 4 or 5 color soup control decks, then I do think Boros is really well situated.
Yeah.
If things balance out and people are more reasonable with their mana curve and tries to play things, 2 drops, 3 drops, lifelink cards, etc., then it becomes more difficult for the Boros deck. But hey, if everybody's trying to do the expensive deck thing, then I think Boros is a very, very good archetype to draft.
Blossoming Sands to kick things off here. So perhaps we have an Abzan mirror match as we find 2 of our colors for Michael Atron, getting the Sultai Devotee down to get things started here. And
Yeah.
a Monument, Abzan Monument. I think we got a mirror match again.
You called it here, Abzan Monument here, but hey, Atron has a ton of rares in his Abzan deck here, so we'll see if Josh can match the power
Yeah.
that Atron can potentially present here.
In for 2 goes our Devotee. So first blood
Karsi
for
Revenant.
Michael.
Oh, there it is. Bomb
2
number
death
1.
touches. That's the sound it makes when it
Okay.
resolves, right?
Now I know.
Okay.
Yeah,
It
all right.
did it though.
Yeah,
Bam.
and I like casting this, especially against a green deck that can potentially have Snakeskin Veil.
Yes.
You're going to kill that thing anyways. Why wait, right?
Yeah, no reason to. So we're currently a Golgari deck. And follow up here with the Stalwart Successor.
And noting that the Stalwart Successor triggers off of any counter, so if you put the Menace, Flying, Death Touch,
Yeah,
all the
yeah.
keywords,
Keywords
you
too.
still get an extra +1/+1 counter on the creature, which is really, really
That's
nice.
sweet. So let's see. Got the deck list available here for us. So what all is Josh working with? He has an Aenop Wayfarer.
He also has
Oh.
his own Saga. I think Atron also
yeah.
has a copy of this deck, of this card as
I
well.
believe he does, yeah. Oh no, Josh has an amazing card. He's got Perenation, the Revival, Indestructible,
Oh, is that card
Hexproof.
actually good? I have never played with that
It's
card.
sick.
I don't know.
Imagine targeting your Karsi Revenant with that.
Yeah, I mean, it's slow. We'll
It's
see.
slow, but
I
it's
feel like in this matchup it might be okay, but I have my doubts as to, it's no Teval. Let's put it that
Yeah,
way.
fair.
Yeah. All right. But great turn 4 play here now. I wonder if Atron is just going to do this. Give the creature a +1/+1 counter. Give it Flying, Death Touch, Life, whatever. All the
Yeah, yeah.
keywords here.
Revival of the Ancestors. 3 bodies on the board.
3 in the air.
Yep.
I wonder if Atron... Look at all those counters.
We need to get some stickies for these guys, man.
Yeah.
Flying, Death Touch, Lifelink, +1/+1.
3 in
Seems
the air.
good.
Yeah, and Josh will be able to distribute 3 counters, probably just 1 on each of the tokens here, because that allows you to attack with all 3 of them into the Stalwart Successor that's in play. Oh, I like this too. Okay, getting aggressive now. Does he have some kind of combat trick? That would be really nice if he does.
Yeah, being able to pump it up. So, Josh, hopefully will be able to develop a board of his own, because this is a big chunk of damage coming in, and the life gain as well. Follow up here with the Alchemist Assistant. So, a really nice start here for Michael. And on Josh's side of things, also with a decent start, getting some counters on his creatures, spreading out the love there. So he's got a 3 power, 2 power, and a 1 power.
All right. Ooh, a Hollow Merc Siege. Okay, so Josh also does have Lots and lots of powerful enchantments in play. Now, what do you want to do with this, though, right? It's pretty tricky. Do you want to go Abzan and try to race what's in play here?
Ooh, nice. Hollow-Merc Siege. This card has been an absolute star the entire weekend, every time we've seen it played. So.
And the two on the dice, on the die, denotes which mode. Sultai being 1, Abzan being 2.
Gotcha. Thank you, judges.
Okay, we are getting aggressive here.
Love it.
Synchronized charge. Now, those creatures will now have vigilance and trample, and I imagine the entire team is getting in here. We have two 3/3s and a 2/2 getting in. Now, with the 2/2, you can turn that into a menace creature as well with the siege in play. So all of a sudden, no good blocks here from Atron. 9 damage coming in.
None at all. Damn.
Does everything get vigilance?
Yeah. Doesn't it? Creatures you control with counters on them get vigilance.
Oh, okay.
It's not just the one that you
right.
To.
Yeah, so no, this is great. Getting for 9 damage here. Now, Josh still does need to try and race. Yeah, there is a flying life-linking death touch creature in play as well. So
it's not that big, though.
Yeah.
Not yet, anyway.
I mean, Josh is at 11, so.
Yeah. I mean, we can't. Yeah, they don't have. Not all of them will have menace. Just 2 of them have menace, right? Oh, sorry, just 1 of them has menace.
What creature has menace? The stalwart successor. The stalwart successor has menace.
No.
Yes.
The spirits attacking.
They don't have any menace. They have trample and vigilance.
Didn't they choose? Wasn't it Abzan
one of them has menace.
Yeah.
The one that you target has menace.
Yeah. So I was just wondering what Michael was thinking about there. Because I don't think he had a good block.
Yeah, I mean, he could have considered maybe chumping, because if you block with the Alchemist, you gain some life. Then you put the lifelink counter on his menace creature, and that gets a +1/+1 counter as well. Right.
Cool. Right, so turn passes back now to Michael. What all did he end up playing? Let's have a look here at the list. So we are playing a white card, and that white card is Anafenza, so not too sad to not see a Plains on the board just yet.
All right, nice removal spell. Exiling the synchronized charge from the graveyard and forcing Josh to sacrifice 1 of the creatures that he has in play.
Dece.
Charge is very, very solid here.
Yep. Strategic Betrayal, taking care of one of those critters. Now, do we want to attack?
Now, Revival of the Ancestors will also allow Josh to gain some life back on the following turn.
Yeah.
Chapter 3 of the saga, creatures you control gain trample and lifelink until end of turn. So that's 6 damage coming in.
Yep.
Also able to gain Josh 6 life.
Whoa.
Ooh, okay. Do you have something here?
Okay.
Oh, and Atron just wants to trade here just so that Josh can attack back and gain a ton of life next turn.
Cool.
Going for the race here.
Okay. Mardu Monument, that allows Atron to go and get the Plains.
Yeah, get the white source. Presumably, I don't know if he's got the mountain just to be able to sack it, but he does have 2 copies of the Nomad Outpost, which in a pinch, I mean, eventually you can just draw it and then use it to sacrifice it for 3/1/1s.
Yeah. He's playing all of the duels that he picked up, so if needs be, can sacrifice that Mardu Monument.
So that 3/3 token on Josh's side does have lifelink, and you can also attack as a 4/4 menace creature.
Yeah.
So this will get Josh up to 12.
Yeah,
but if he can follow that up with another big threat, that creature only has a lifelink until this turn.
Yeah. Dragonbrewer's Relic, not really what you want to see, but Champion of Dusan, a decent-ish blocker.
It was okay, but that was not a back-breaking turn, especially for 5 mana. All you effectively did was put a 4/2 Trampler onto the battlefield here. Josh doesn't have a removal spell here for that Devotee, which right now, I mean, that's just 3 damage every single turn in the air.
Yep.
And now Atron's hand is presumably unlocked, right? Was able to find that white source here, so has access to several white bombs in his deck. And, well, I mean, who knows what else he could be working with here. Doing some math here, too.
I don't think it'll be, can I get you dead math? This ain't no is-it-based deck.
This is, the lifelink has just been so impressive here, though. Just like, hey, you want to race me? Good luck.
Yep. You know, I think after the first draft, or second draft of the day, whatever it was, where he got so close to death so often.
Right.
I think maybe he's just like, yeah, it has lifelink on it. Cool, gimme.
And so Atron has a bunch of cards in hand and said go. I think one of the cards is probably going to be the exile removal spell, the Kin Tree
Oh, yeah, Kintry Severance.
Kintry Severance. He's got to at least have one of that as one of the cards in his hand.
Yeah, because he's got 2 of those that he drafted.
Right.
So. We millin'.
Ooh, there's a
Wayfarer
mountain.
Bodyguard. There's a mountain, so this ain't no Wayfarer.
So green, white, black, red. Hey, we are getting
Yeah.
close to being able to sacrifice that relic
Nice.
to make a big dragon. So Atron might be in his best interest to get this game over before
1, 2,
that
3,
happens.
4, 5. Yeah, because you need 5 and then 3, right? To do that?
You need 7 lands in play plus the
Yes.
relic. That gives you the 8 mana necessary to be able to sacrifice it.
Nice.
So 1 land away.
Yeah.
Oh, and a
Nice.
Oh,
icky. No trample damage for
free
you.
creature. First strike, flash. Is there something
Love it.
Anafenza can't do?
Stay alive?
Well, it's alive now.
Well, I mean, yeah, but
Yeah.
it's a spirit. That was the joke. Yeah. Sorry.
I got it. I got it.
So excellent combat trick there. And Anafenza jumping in the way, getting another
Yeah,
critter.
this-
Did we get a creature?
No, because it just ate something. You need to lose your own
Oh,
creatures.
your creatures need to die. Yeah, yeah. Okay.
That card would be. I mean, it's
would be
already insane.
disgusting, yeah.
But if you kill stuff and get tokens,
yeah, no,
that
no.
would
Never,
be
never mind.
unreasonable.
Yeah.
That is a gigantic token there. So
Jeez.
can't really attack too well with the ground creatures unless you have a removal spell in hand. And yeah, now Atron's like, okay, next turn you're gonna get a nice 4/4 dragon that gains you 3 life, kills the 3/2 flying Death Touch lifelinker
Yes,
in play.
importantly.
So very, very good there.
Is this thing a 7/7? The spirit?
With the 5 counters on
Yeah,
it?
yeah.
That is a great question. I think it might just be a 5/5. So the monument sacrifices, and then you get to basically make a creature with power and toughness equal to the biggest thing that you have in play.
Ah, okay. Gotcha.
Because that was the token from the Abzan monument, I
Right,
believe.
right,
yeah.
okay. All the different spirits are a little
Yeah,
confusing.
there's lots of different spirits. Okay, gain life. Is that all he's got? Okay.
Wow.
Josh might be able to turn it around this turn if he does pop that relic. Make a 4/4 flying lifelinker, kill the flyer. That's the only thing that Atron's really been able to get going as far as damage goes.
Swinging in once again.
6/6 menace creature here.
He's doing his damnedest to chip away at Michael's life total here.
Yeah, and keeping the other creature back. So low offense, low defense.
And no real good luck here from Michael, so
Yeah, but
just going to take it.
He's gained a ton of life, so. Oh, and not actually going for the sacrifice here.
Hooey! Hi, Big Dragon. There's some extra life gain for you.
Which one is that?
Bloomvine Regent.
Wow, so there's 2
Yeah.
in the draft. All right. So there is a lot now that Atron needs to fight through. Now, remember, we do know Atron has multiple copies of multiple removal effects to actually
Yes.
get that Bloomvine region off the battlefield here. So if you can find one and keep trying to push damage through, it's really important that he finds it now, because if he doesn't, I mean, Josh is just going to find more ways to gain life, more dragons to play. By the way, next turn, if he makes a dragon, Bloomvine Regent gains you 3 life for any dragons that enter. So you're going to gain 6 life
That's
when you get
great.
that dragon onto the battlefield.
I'm just trying to see how many dragons he drafted. Twinmore Stormbird is one of them. Doesn't look like he got too many others.
Yeah, well, the thing is, the Bloomvine Region is just such a good card.
Oh,
You don't
it's
need
excellent,
any other
yeah.
dragons. And then the relic in play
Yeah.
also counts as a dragon. So
Yeah, a 4/5 flyer that gains you life when it enters, you're not going to say no to.
that also can
Yeah,
ramp you too. Yeah.
Fix your mana.
Ooh, attack. Josh going to 4. Oh, I think Josh is going to be able to go over the top here.
This is going to hurt.
Oh, it's still only on 6 lands though, right? So it can't actually
1, 2, 3,
make the
4,
dragon
5,
yet.
6, yeah.
If you can. Oh, there's the untapped land.
Oh,
it's
we got it.
time. It is
got it.
time to make a 4/4 dragon, kill the devotee, gain 6 life, go up to 10, and you can probably start attacking.
Oh, yeah. Nothing blocking the dragon in the air.
Yeah.
Let's go. What's it called? Like Myriad Dragon or something?
The actual token?
Yeah, it
Oh,
has a name.
Good question. All I know is it's awesome, and you're going to gain 6 life.
Yeah, it's sick.
All right, making Anafenza large just so we can potentially attack through some of these tokens. Because if you make Anafenza into a large life-linking first striker, that could be one way to still try to put some pressure on, or even race. Could actually honestly see Atron double blocking the big token that's attacking with the Alchemist, and then endure twice, right? And then you can make an 8/8 Anafenza here potentially.
Yeah, that could be enormous, and then give it lifelink. I mean, he's tapped out, so now's a good time to do it.
Or a 6/6 and a 2/2, bunch of options, and and he's going to gain 4 life here, and take 4, so it's a wash. And Morton should be at 10 unless he forgot to gain 3 life from the Bloomvine Regent.
Yeah.
He might have forgotten if the life total is currently at 7.
Yeah.
Because you're just thinking, oh, I gained 3 life from putting this dragon into play.
No,
but
no,
it is a dragon.
It has lifelink because it's doing the damage.
Right, exactly. So you should have gained 6 life off of that exchange.
Yeah.
All right, time for a massive Anafenza here.
No kidding.
8/8 lifelink, beat down.
First strike, whee.
Oh, yeah, he has to block.
Yeah.
But this puts Atron back up to 22.
Yeah.
Could have potentially taken it if he was at 3 more life.
If he was at 10, yeah, like he should have been. Unless we're completely mistaken, but I believe we worked it out right.
Nah.
Nah, we're always wrong. Okay. Got it.
Unless it's not a dragon this entire time.
No,
and I was
no,
just
it's a
wrong.
dragon.
Yeah,
It's
a
what's
dragon.
it? Reliquary dragon. Yeah, that's its name.
Yeah.
It's not a dragon, then it's putting on an excellent masquerade.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know if it's too late now, right?
I have
it's
no
tough
idea.
Tough to say. Yeah.
Could see Josh chatting to Michael about something, so who knows?
So 8/8 lifelinker. What can you do, Josh? Does Josh just not? Doesn't seem like Josh has a ton of removal. There's a caustic exhale, but not seeing. Oh, there is the Twin Maw Stormbrood if you have red source, but that's not going to kill
That's
Anafenza.
not killing that.
All right, we are getting into the red zone here.
Just got jam, man. Hope for the best.
That's a big attack. How much damage is that?
6, 7, plus 4, plus 4.
8 plus 8, 16. That's an 8/8 on the right?
Ah.
Yeah, so 16 damage coming in, and 4 life to be gained here from Josh, from the lifelink dragon. And two more creatures, maybe?
Yeah.
Wow.
All right, that's sweet. That's
okay.
a 3/3 because we have counters on our crit.
Yeah, that's a 3/3 as well. So Atron only working with the Anafenza here. Might
Jeez,
not
that
be.
was a lot of damage.
Yeah, it might not be enough here. There just might be way too much on Josh's side now.
Can we crack the Mardu monument? No, we can't, right?
Need a red source, and Josh is at 11, so make some 1/1s. It's not even that strong. And Josh has the Wayfarer, which might just be reserved to block the Anafenza here.
Undoubtedly. Because what, then we go up to 14, that's still dead on the crackback?
Yeah, there you go. He's like, yeah, I'm going to block with this 1/1 here now.
Yeah.
How much life has Atron gained?
So much.
So much life.
What, that's 16 with just 2 attacks there.
Okay.
Awaken the Honored Dead. Oh, that's 3 bodies.
Yeah, revival of the ancestors here, but it feels like
Excuse me.
that it feels like
Wow,
it's still
ancestors.
kind of low impact relative to what's in play. You need to find a removal spell for the dragons and the giant creatures coming in. 3 1/1s on this board doesn't seem like it's going to be enough.
Yeah, because what, you'd have to double block the thing that gets Menace,
Right.
assumedly.
Yeah, so you're
The
just
dragons get in.
and you're just chumping, and these are tokens, so it doesn't actually trigger the Anafenza.
Yeah. And that 2-drop is unblockable currently.
You're correct. The formation breaker with counters on the things that are in play right now is a 3/3.
Yeah.
And it cannot be blocked by anything that's smaller than it.
So 8 to 11 is 11 and unblockable, just straight up.
Yeah, 11 unblockable. You can block the creature on the left and all the creature on the right. You'd lose all your tokens.
Yeah.
So that would be one approach to do this.
1 removal spell would get the win here for Josh.
And what is
assumedly.
this? Oh, he gave it
champion.
trample. Yeah, well, that should probably do it
that
here.
should lock it up.
Unless Atron has a way to kill that token, but the Severance doesn't work on a token because its mana value is less than 3.
Huh. That's a bit of a pickle.
And he has more.
But wait, there's more. Sage of the Fang hits the board now.
Sage of the Fang. Now you make a 5/5 flying lifelinker, gain you some more life, just in case somehow Atron can find a win here. But I think this is just way, way too much. Oh, by the way. Yeah, okay. Is that a 6/6? Were there enough different counters in play to have that?
Oh, yeah.
To have that
the
4-drop?
the 100 battle veteran be
Yeah, it's kind of hard
larger?
to pull it off. Oftentimes you look at that card as a 4-mana 4/2 with kind of flashback, essentially.
Yeah.
When it's in the graveyard, you can get it back into play. But that could have been a scenario where that was maybe a 6/6. Not that it mattered. He just
yeah, he had enough. Way more
And
than enough.
this type of matchup, you saw, Josh was able to go over the top. Josh was playing more colors, had the Relic, and Atron is playing kind of more of a fair deck, dare I
Yes.
say.
Yeah.
Does have good cheap rares, but what I mean is 2 drops, 3 drops, 4 drops, and some tricks, maybe a couple of removal spells.
Yeah.
And this is the type of matchup where a traditional Abzan deck could struggle because Josh might have a few more ways to kind of go over the top.
Yeah. It's certainly a more honest deck, you know. You're not really expecting anything, oh my god, wow, amazing,
Yeah.
out of Michael's list. But Josh's, like I said, that Relic has been impressive every single time we've seen it cast. Or activated, I should say, so.
Yeah, so if Atron does have the Leopards, maybe the Leopards are on the
yeah.
sideboard, could consider boarding that in to get that off the battlefield. If you have a Sarkhan's Resolve in the sideboard, you could
Yeah.
also consider bringing that in out of the sideboard just to make sure that you have answers to the dragon. So a lot of options here. Atron did take a lot of sideboard type cards. In the end of pack 3, so I can see him get pretty creative out of the board here to help answer some of those late game threats that Josh played.
He's got 3 effects that kill enchantments and artifacts. He's got 2 of the Leopards and the Heritage Reclamation.
Yeah,
so
Josh actually playing 2 copies of the Dragon Brood Relic there, so
nice.
that is going to be a problematic card that Atron needs to find an answer for.
Bet Andrew wish he had that in his deck.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I don't think that deck needs more
Yeah,
power.
no, it's
to be fair.
yeah, it's fine. But
Yeah.
ramp, we like ramping.
Andrew absolutely would have loved to play against Josh or Atron.
Oh,
I think,
hell
especially Josh's deck, maybe it's a little bit slower, unclear, but like these mid-range decks is kind of where he feasts,
Yep.
and kind of the more aggressive decks is maybe something where you kind of don't want to be matched against.
We want to say a big thank you once again to the sponsors of this event and everyone who's made it possible. Dragon Shield, if you need to protect your cards, go and get some of the best sleeves in the business. And if you want to get your cards graded, send them to Beckett. Get a fancy slab, get a nice number on it, and increase the value, possibly by a lot. So thank you very much to our sponsors for this event, and again to everyone who has made it possible. Taking a look at Desperate Measures there was Josh, getting the Oracle text on that.
Yeah, were there a bunch of cards worthy of killing with Desperate Measures? I don't know.
Little baby guys?
Yeah. Doesn't feel like that's what the matchup's about.
Nah. I mean, it's a formation breaker if it comes down as
Yeah,
a
yeah.
2-1.
Sure. If you play that on turn 2, absolutely.
Champion, no. Bloomvine Regent, no. Enoch Wayfarer, maybe? I don't know. Desperate Measures to me is like, if you really have to use it on your opponent, then that is desperate.
Right.
Like, you want to use it on your own guy, make him bigger, kill something, and get 2 cards off of it.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, a couple of Undergrowth Leopards in the sideboard for Atron. Could see him bringing that in. There, you did see the Relic. You also saw the Revival of the Ancestors, right? So plenty of good targets, so I can definitely see that coming in. There's also a Heritage Reclamation in the sideboard that you can see bringing in as well. So those are some of the interesting sideboard options here for Atron.
Did he have any exile effects for the graveyard? He's got a Strategic Betrayal we saw.
Oh, there's also Aggressive Negotiations,
Yes, there's
which
that.
you could consider bringing in.
So plenty of gas in the sideboard.
Yeah, but drew no removal spells there.
Mm-mm.
Needed some, especially one to kill the Bloomvine Regent. That would have been really
Jeez,
nice.
yeah.
But the game kind of just completely turned around once Josh had the
Relic.
pop the
Activated,
Relic.
yeah.
Oh yeah, there's also the Siege. Yeah,
Yeah,
you,
Hallmark Siege,
I
that card.
wonder how many of these disenchant effects Atron will bring in. Will he bring in all of them? Right?
I would like to think so. I think you need them.
There were at least 3 good targets for it, and
Yeah.
there is more because he does have 2 copies of the Relic in the deck.
Yeah. Josh's sideboard doesn't really have all that much to talk about.
There is a Gurmag Rakshasa that's
Yeah.
in the sideboard,
It's Alesha's Legacy, but I don't see that coming in.
right? Whale of War could consider. He could consider if the game if it's kind of very back and forth and you're
Yeah.
trading a bunch of stuff. Whale of War I can see being a
Yeah.
really good card in kind of a mid-range mirror,
Make blocking a little bit tricky.
right?
Worthy Cost as well. I quite like Worthy Cost. Because, you know, your early game plays, no matter what archetype you're in, eventually they're not going to be able to attack. And they're just going to die to being blocked anyway. So why not just chew them and kill a thing?
Yeah, the issue is, of course, you still have to sacrifice a creature, and just playing a card that's a natural 2-for-1 against you is not generally what you want to be doing. So you play it if you have good fodder.
Sure.
If you have good things to sacrifice, let's say you have 2 Einok Wayfarers or an Absent Devotee, cards of that nature, that's when all of a sudden it gets good. And, you know, Atron also does have the Alchemist